Flat Earth is like a pond. A pond is where water accumulates, not at the top of a hill, but in the valley. Water accumulates in the low spot in the land, and the large bodies of water at rest lay flat, provably, testably, measurably flat. And the container for that water is the higher land that surrounds it. The higher land that surrounds it. All of the continents are surrounded by water, but all of the water is surrounded by Antarctica. Antarctica is not a island at the bottom of a ball. It is the land that surrounds the world ocean. We live in the Antarctic basin. Okay? Pretty simple.
Tell me you don't understand gravity without telling me you don't understand gravity. The fact that you think water should fall off the bottom of the earth if you think that gravity is real, then that tells me all about your level of understanding.
Someone at NASA told Neil, "We're not going to let you go head to head with Eric Dubé because he'll make you look foolish." Prove me wrong.
Continuing with the theme of requiring precisely zero science to show that Flat Earth is the dumbest hoax on the entire internet, one thing that anyone can do to prove that the Earth is a sphere is to look at commercial airline flights.
Like, you guys are making flat earthers. I hope you know that. I keep saying that every week. Science is making flat earthers. Globe Earth believers and proponents who lie and obfuscate and pretend there's nothing here are making flat earthers.
Hello everybody, hope you're doing well and thanks for joining us for another video. Now, rather unsurprisingly, my videos receive a lot of comments these days from flat earthers.
So 9 years ago today, in 2015, I created the very first Flat Earth Clues part one. Well, actually it was the introduction to it, just called Flat Earth Clues Introduction. And which was 12 minutes and 36 seconds long.
Does the Bible say the earth is flat? The answer is absolutely not. Not a single verse in any English translation says the earth is flat.
Now, how is the earth causing the shadow on the moon if the sun is still up above the horizon with the moon?
But he probably just means travel in general, because whether flat earthers care to admit it or not, that thing that a lot of people now use to travel, GPS, well, the G stands for global, and it works really well.
How is it in 1961 they're writing computer programs based on a flat, non-rotating Earth?
Well, it is an excellent example of Coriolis forces being imparted onto a moving object and matching the predictions of globe Earth.
It would have been too soon to just recognise the fallacy of reification, rather than recognising how the calculators actually deceived people. It was quite magical to see how they'd done it. It was, you know, you're suddenly impressed by the magic trick that they've used to pull the wool over your eyes and convince you that the effective perspective is actually an Earth curve that you don't have. Amazing.
I'm going to show you some footage taken on a recent flight between Sydney, Australia and the United States. We were crossing the Pacific at 47,000 feet and we observed a sunrise. And what makes this sunrise devastating to flat Earth is that when we first see the sun, it is clearly several degrees below horizontal.
And I can give you the best globe arguments ever. I don't have to straw man it. I don't have to misrepresent it. I can give you an incredible still man of the globe. Then I can take the glasses off and tell you why it's wrong.
We watched as an EQ mount was able to track a celestial object perfectly, giving us the stacked image by rotating only one axis. Now, would this be possible on a flat Earth? Absolutely not.
Flat Earth came along at the right moment to educate people, to make people believe or understand that we've been lied to. And if you know, as I know in my heart now, that that is real and this isn't, I will not be fooled by aliens coming, because there are no aliens.
The Earth isn't flat, and I have one of the simplest observations to prove it to you. It's right here. These three sunsets from the northern hemisphere, the equator, and the southern hemisphere are all you need.
They can't just come out and say there's a firmament, so we're on a flat earth or whatever else. They can't just come out and say it. They have to show breadcrumbs. They got to show a trail of breadcrumbs. They have to boil the frog slowly.
So yesterday I made a video explaining how star trails only work on a globe. In the northern hemisphere, if you look towards Polaris, the stars will appear to go counterclockwise around it. And in the southern hemisphere, they appear to go clockwise around Sigma Octantis.
And if someone is not actually pursuing truth, it doesn't matter how much evidence you show them, they're going to be stuck in their artificial perception of reality.
Flat Earth and globe Earth are not equal competing theories. There is ample evidence for a globe Earth. There is none for a flat Earth.
First of all, if you know how a sextant works, it can only work of having a horizontal baseline. If you also notice that they use the horizon to set this horizontal.
Hi, welcome to Mr. Sensible's Flat Earth album. I've been debunking Flat Earth and other conspiracy crap on the internet, on YouTube, for just over 4 years.
I still think that the Flat Earth needs to be founded on observations, testing, the grassroots movement. That keeps it so that Flat Earth doesn't just become another religion that can be controlled. It's by the grassroots movement that's free, that even you could go out and come up with a new experiment or something.
Yes, you got that right. We're going to be talking a bit about gravity on the flat Earth and how it works, whatever that is. Of course, in real life, gravity as we experience it is due to the mass of the Earth, which attracts things to the center of it.
All these pictures of Earth from space, they're all CGI composites, and NASA admits it. They go, oh, you know what? We take the images and we take this information strips, and then we get an artist to put together. I'm like, wait a minute.
But hold on. Surely they must have some proof that the Earth is flat, right? They must have done some experiments. Oh, they have. And let me just say, they are definitely something.
I'm going to offer $10,000 to anyone who can produce a real/true photograph of the Earth.
These hyperliteral readings of biblical verses are insane. For one, we know the Earth is round, and we've known that for thousands of years. Two, this is special pleading. You're not going to take hyperliteral readings of other verses.
You saying that the horizon is a physical location and not apparent is so obvious, and the flat earthers are going to clip it up and share it with the world to show your incredulity of understanding why the horizon is where it's at.
So tell me, Neil, is the Earth flat?
We have video from space of the rotating spherical Earth. The Earth is round.
Thank you for joining us on this episode.
Right. I am now awake and aware of the fact that the claim that was put to me all through my life, that the Earth was a globe, I have found no evidence or proof of that. Studying natural physics and understanding the ways of the world that we're living in, it cannot be a ball, and it never will be a ball.
I care sincerely about people, though, about believers who I think are being led astray by some of the bad Bible study practices that I see inside the flat Earth stuff. So it's a big concern of mine. Well, I love you, my brothers and sisters, my flat Earth friends.
Biblical cosmology means that there's a circle of Earth enclosed by a firmament, and that was the most general and basic design structure that the Father created for all of mankind to live in.
Anyway, now we are going to go higher and enter a much more exclusive altitude. We're headed up to about 30 kilometers or about 100,000 feet. That's the kind of altitude you'd get from an experimental weather balloon or a high altitude spy plane like the U-2.
Hi, welcome to Hanging on His Words. My name's Ken Heidebrecht, and I've noticed a trend over the past few years that seems to be gaining a lot of inertia. What trend? Questioning our heliocentric globe Earth cosmology and scrutinizing its validity.
Welcome to Tales from the Rabbit Hole. I'm your host, Mick West. My guest today is a flat earther, someone who actually believes that the Earth is flat, or at least believes that the Earth is not a spinning ball in space. Someone who has a lot of questions about the very nature of our reality.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Citation needed. And trust me, I did the legwork. The only source I could find that was not obviously just a screen grab or a repost was from this random Twitter account, And they don't give any information. As far as I can tell, there's no evidence this is even in Antarctica, and flat earthers have just latched onto it without fact-checking.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, they just laugh and mock us, but we're just saying, let's have a debate then. If it's so silly and you wanted to shut it down and it's not scientific, well, come to the table.
Facepalm protection will be required for this one. So today we are looking at a flat earther that thinks that he's managed to prove that the famous Earthrise photo taken by Apollo 8 is fake.
You know, one of the things that I find odd about this society that we live in is how willing and aggressively people will ridicule those of us who do not place our faith in these so-called professionals and these space agencies, NASA in particular.
Is the Earth flat? No. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. What? I answered the question. Oh, you want me to give some reasons? Oh, okay. That's fine. I can do that.
National Space Station, that's a complete fraud. It's a complete hoax. I don't believe that all these astronauts are living up there and doing all this.
No, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. I believe the Earth is a sphere. I looked at all the arguments. I watched all the debates, and I don't think there's anything here.
There ain't no ball. The globe religion's about to fall. We gonna open your eyes so you can see who you're gonna call if you wanna be free. Globebusters!
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Hey, on Thursday, the 15th of June at 6:26 p.m, the ISS is going to pass over Brisbane, and I want to capture that moment.
All right, welcome back to Cultish. My name is Jeremiah Roberts. I'm one of the co-hosts here. I am joined here by Andrew. We both have our trusted Mike Winger coffee cups, and Mike has his. We are here with Mike Winger once again from Bible Thinker, talking about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. Mike, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing great.
Awesome, man. I'm just so excited to have this coffee cup. I mean, there's now just so many possibilities. I'm trying to fathom all the different things that are going to be in this cup. Right now it's water. Tomorrow might be coffee. It might be some night tea or whatever. So I'm excited to have this coffee cup. So again, appreciate
possibilities
you.
Possibilities are endless.
Yes. Yeah. Speak of endless possibilities, people a lot of times think there's endless possibilities of how you can come to different conclusions about what the Bible talks about a different particular subject. Where in this case, we are talking about whether or not the Bible specifically talks about whether or not the earth is flat, whether or not it adheres to this specific model. So again, what we're trying to do is just lay out certain verses that are brought up in the whole flat earth conversation. And again, just for the sake of time, there are certain categories we just didn't really have the time to get into and prep for our episode because we have things we're working on with a little revamp of Cultish. Mike, you've got your own stuff that you're working on. So specifically, there will be some articles actually available right now at thecultishtshow.com covering the firmament. Kind of going into the original languages, explaining different aspects of that in response to people saying that's talking specifically about talking about the dome, and also the story of when Moses was holding up his staff and that whole battle where Joshua had his whole army and the sun standing still. We're going to be kind of dealing with a broad variety of things not brought up, expanding on this conversation. So we're not avoiding that, just so you know, just for the sake of time. Sometimes with a production, there's certain things you can do and certain things you can't do, okay? If you don't understand that, start your own podcast and see how that goes, or your own YouTube channel. So, Mike, so anyone jumping in, this is definitely part 2. Just tell them again real quickly about what you're all about and where they can find you if they want to see your other content.
Yeah, my goal is to help people learn to think biblically about everything. That's my agenda. That doesn't mean that my teaching's 100% perfect. I'm sure it's not. I mean, not to my knowledge. I don't know of errors I'm propagating, but we all make mistakes. My goal, though, is to show the process of how to evaluate scripture in context, to bring historical insights, and to try to demonstrate evidence along the way of how I'm getting where I'm getting so people can make informed decisions about what scripture says. I really believe the Bible is way better than people think it is, and it's a bigger blessing, and it's more evidentially true, and it's better in just about every possible way than people give it credit for. And by diving deep into Scripture, we get those blessings. And so I really want to help people learn to think biblically about everything. That's my whole agenda. And like when it comes to the topic of flat Earth, that's the agenda here. Is I'm not interested in the science, to be completely honest. I'm not interested in any of those other aspects. I'm really just interested in, are these proof texts that people use to say that the earth is flat, are they being taken in context? What is the Bible really saying on this topic?
Right, exactly, and that's our focus as well too, and that's the thing we want. Again, we had quite a few comments when we initially announced this again, and we get your passion behind it, but we want. The goal here is to think critically, but to also think biblically when it comes to this. So again, that's going to be our primary focus. So before we jump in, let me let you know about a couple of the sponsors of this podcast. It is brought to you by apologiastudios.com. If you go to apologiastudios.com and you can become an all-access member that supports the studio, which also supports Cultish, because our podcast would not be possible if it wasn't for everything that the studio does in regards to the cameras, the producers behind the scenes, and everything that makes this production a reality. So you can also get some great content if you become an all-access member, and also will support the studio. Also, go to shopcultish.com. You can definitely check out all the cool Cultish merch goodies we'll be having. We'll finally be having more designs soon, so definitely check that out. Also, if you want to support Cultish financially, you can go to thecultishshow.com. You can go to the donate tab. You can donate one time, or you can also become a monthly partner. And also, if you have a beard or has a friend who has a beard, you can go to forgebeardco.com/cultish and get everything from beard wash to keep your beard clean, beard oil to have it nice and shiny, all the goodies for your beard. Go to forgebeardco.com/cultish. You'll support our good friend Jeremy Rule and his this passion project of his. So definitely check that out. All right, so jumping into this in the last part of the podcast, as we are part one, again, this is part two of this discussion. We are looking at some of the proof text talking about the pillars of the earth. So honestly, if you just Google flat earth, Bible teaching flat earth, you'll see the model of what it looks like. And usually at the bottom, depending on who it is, you'll see specifically these pillars that are at the bottom, really literally holding the earth up. So we looked at look at 1 Samuel 2:8. We looked at Job 26:10. One other passage that is used is Psalm 75 verse 2. And I'm just going to give you I'll read it and I'll give you my thoughts, and you guys can give me yours as well too. Psalm 75 verse 2 says, "A set time that I appoint, I will judge with equity. When the earth totters and all its inhabitants, it is I who steady its pillars." So I'm assuming, according to this, they say, okay, well, there's pillars of the earth, therefore these are the pillars that are holding up the earth. So does this mean if you want to take the flat earth model to its logical conclusion? Again, I'm not trying, there might be people who give me a hard time saying I'm trying to straw man. I'm just trying to think through this interpretation. So is this saying that when the earth totters and there's an earthquake, if it isn't for the Lord intervening, that those pillars at the bottom of the earth, it's going to collapse, like when Samson pushes it apart and the whole earth is just going to collapse in on itself? Is that what this specifically is saying? Honestly, I don't think that's the case. Again, if you look at the context, when you're looking at pillars, you're looking at the context of I would say, of rulers. And because again, he's talking about it's God who judges it's God who judges righteously. He judges with equity. And so it's him versus the pillars of the world. At least that's the conclusion that I'm coming to. I don't think you can look at Psalm 75. And again, if you want to believe that model is correct, go ahead by all means and do it. We're not arguing against that. Yeah. I think what we're trying to say is you can't use Psalm 75:2 to articulate that position.
Right. Like maybe the most cautious way we could say it is, if the earth had literal pillars, and we had especially clear teaching in Scripture that the earth had literal pillars, then a statement about the earth's pillars would be taken that way easily. But when your proof text, when the text you're getting to prove that the earth has literal pillars is coming from Psalms, I mean, it is poetry. This is intended to be poetry. There's tons and tons of poetic imagery in Psalms. Just imagine reading through Psalms and taking everything totally literally. It's gonna, he shall be like a tree planted by streams of water. Well, where's the water? I'm going to turn into a tree, apparently, or it just ends up being the wicked are like chaff. The wind blows away. Well, there's a lot of symbolism and poetry throughout Psalms. So this doesn't seem like a good proof text. He says, he's going to judge, and then there's going to be this tottering of the earth and its inhabitants, and God's going to hold steady its pillars. This might be that God is preserving through judgment those who are in the right, those who are righteous. And that could be the holding steady of the pillars, because that's at least fits the context of Psalm 75. The whole Psalm does seem like it's not talking about like a cosmological descriptions of things. I agree with you. It seems to be talking about leaders or at least important individuals that God's singling out. Right. But even if you look in, and I just pulled up Psalm 75 here and praise God for technology, on my iPhone. So Psalm 75, if you just go down a little bit, and here's another example where you see some sort of measurement language being used. And the question is, how do we even interpret that? So later on in Psalm 75 verse 6, just a couple verses down, says, for not from the east or from the west, and not from the wilderness comes lifting up, but it is God who executes judgment, putting down one and lifting up another. So what the emphasis on, it's about righteous judgment versus unrighteous judgment. So the question is, if you're going to be taking things literally, so can you say that are they giving an actual geographical measurement in this passage? For it is not from the east or from the west. So it's saying you have to make a measurement specifically in the eastern direction or the western direction. That's not the point of what this is talking about. This is talking specifically about just the general known, like everywhere. Don't look anywhere, don't look here, don't look there, but look to the Lord. Like that's what it's articulating. What are your thoughts on that? Yeah, I think that's great. I also think, putting one down and lifting others up, we're talking about the tottering of some and the holding up of others. The symbolism seems to be about people, not geography. But also keep reading verse 8. We shouldn't obviously take this literal. For in the hand of the Lord there's a cup with foaming wine, well mixed, and he pours out from it, and all the wicked of the earth shall drain it down to the dregs. So God has a cup, and everybody's going to drink out of the one cup if they're wicked. If you read on, verse 10 says, all the horns of the wicked will be cut off. Wait, so wicked people actually have horns? I mean, this proves it. In fact, I guess that's how I know they're wicked. They have horns. Oh, but wait, no, but the horns of the righteous shall be lifted up. So I guess if your horns last, right? Obviously, it's not intended to be taken this way. This horns are speaking of pomp, are speaking of declaration of your own glory, of your own sort of the things that represent your strength, right? But it's not meant to be taken literal. So if I don't take the cup to be this literal thing, and I don't take the horns to be literal, I'm just being consistent when I look for the term pillar to represent something about God judging the wicked and holding up the righteous.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, part of what I'm thinking in general is if we're reading the Psalm like this literally, we're actually missing out on what the text is actually saying. That's a big deal because we want to know what the scripture says because it benefits us, right? It's like his word is a light unto our feet, right? Or a light unto our path. Like we want to know what the scriptures say, but if we're taking these things in their types literally, you're actually not going to understand what scripture is communicating. And the Holy Spirit is trying to communicate something clearly to us, though it is in poetic language. There's actual meaning that has purpose that can change your life. That's in here in Psalm 75. But if you're taking these things literally, you're going to miss out on the actual meaning of the text. And I think that's a very dangerous thing. Don't you think that's dangerous, Pastor Mike?
I absolutely do. And like you say, what will happen is I'll read a passage like this and my emphasis becomes cosmology when God is speaking about, be ready, I am going to judge the wicked. And that's actually the emphasis here is it's a judgment discussion and about how he will lift up the righteous. So this is supposed to set ourselves up, in our lives on this idea of future judgment, not a debate over cosmology where the term pillars is just being taken to mean something it doesn't seem to be talking about.
Yeah. So let's jump back over, Mike, to something that you brought up in your video. I think this is actually a great verse, and people have mentioned this as well too. The circle of the earth. Okay. So Proverbs 8:27, and this is actually one of my favorite passages, and it's weird for me because you ever have those verses that you go to, and it's like you always go to it because this is my favorite, Jesus is God text, or this is my favorite text to say that, God is sovereign or whatever. But all of a sudden, for whatever reason, someone brings it in the conversation. Now it's like you're viewing it in a totally different light. I feel like this is for Proverbs 8:27, and I'll explain that. So Proverbs 8:27 says, when he established the heavens, I was there. When he drew a circle in the face of the deep, when he was made firm from the skies above, when he established the fountains of the deep, emphasis, when he assigned the sea to his limit so that the waters might not transgress his command, when he marked out the foundations, then I was beside him like a master workman, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing before him, rejoicing in his inhabited world, and delighting in the children of man. And so prior to even this whole conversation about the flat earth, this passage for me would always come up when I was talking to different cultists, for example, Jehovah's Witnesses and the Trinity and the deity of Jesus. This specifically would come up. Like, I see this has been one of my favorite passages to see really Christ in, like, it's a appearance of Christ in the Old Testament. I love this verse. But so, Mike, this is actually used to try and articulate a flat earth model. And there's certain things that are highlighted, specifically the fountains of the deep. So maybe you did your research, maybe you explain for us what conclusions are people who adhere to a flat earth model coming when they look at this passage, and how should we interpret Proverbs 8:27 from your perspective?
My understanding is they'll, look at this passage and they'll notice like the circle of the earth, the fountains of the deep, and especially the earth has foundations. It specifically mentions foundations of the earth. And so they take those to be physical foundations under the surface area. Now, it also deals, of course, with he made firm the skies above, which is one of those passages they'll use to say there's a solid dome over the earth. You're going to have content that deals with that on that you'll put up with the show as well, so people can talk about that. I think for the sake of today, I just want to acknowledge to people, look, whether you believe the firmament is solid or not, you still have not answered the question of a flat earth. I'm just saying this is actually a different question, because you could have a solid dome firmament over a globe or something else. It just doesn't answer the question. So this I see as a distraction for the question we're dealing with today. So I understand a worry that people will have, that I'd respond and be like, well, it's poetry. Like it's my magic wand. Poetry. And it just goes away. But I think the question we have to ask first is it poetry? Like Proverbs 8 is poetry. I mean, Proverbs, the book is poetry, but Proverbs, this whole section about wisdom and the woman there is very much poetic. And like Job is not to be taken literally in all of its poetic descriptions. This is talking about wisdom as if wisdom was a woman who was there when God created the earth. And there may be some typological significance with Christ, but personally, I wouldn't call it an appearance of Jesus. I would say we could try to find typology here.
Yeah.
But typology is different than saying wisdom literally is this woman who's with, because it's feminine here throughout Proverbs. Wisdom is seen as a woman.
Yeah.
Describes wisdom as a woman. So if we take this as a literal woman called wisdom was there, then we have a bunch of issues that I'm just going to add. I'm going to say, hey, if you're going to take it that way, and then we're going to take the whole section as quite literal, then we have several issues we should consider. If God literally has created literal foundations, at least because I could see foundations on a globe or a flat earth. I could see foundations on both of those. I wouldn't really have a problem with that term. Or fountains of the deep, which could just be underground springs. Easily. The Bible talks about underground springs. We know that there's such a thing as underground springs as well. Circle on the face of the deep could be the horizon, or it could be like a circle across, which would not, I don't know if it's out on the face of the deep or is a circle on the ice wall. It's not really in the water, it's on the ice. So I'm still confused by that. But the discussion here also says that God measured things. He marked out the foundations of the earth. That is, he measured it. So did God have a giant measuring tape that he used to actually measure the earth? He marked it out. He set a line upon it, is depending on your translation you've got there. No, we would say, oh, that's just poetic. It's just representing that God determined the measurements of all things. Okay, so it's not literal there, because God's omniscient. He spoke it into existence. Like from this text, you would think that God was like a builder who was measuring and building and constructing something. Yet from Genesis, you would think he just spoke it into creation.
Right.
Yeah. But that's because this is not meant to be taken that way. But let me give you more before you, any pushback or thoughts you guys have. So Proverbs 8, verses 1-3. This is also a description of wisdom, right? This is the same chapter. This is the beginning of the section that we just read. Does not wisdom call out? Does not understanding raise her voice? On the heights besides the way, at the crossroads, she takes her stand. Beside the gates, in front of the town, at the entrance of the portals, she cries aloud. Should I think that wisdom is literally yelling at all of the gates of the cities?
Right.
Like there's like this literal woman there, wisdom, going like, hey, listen to me. No, obviously not. I mean, obviously this is poetic. It's not meant to be taken that way. Where are wisdom's gates? Look at Proverbs 8:34. We're going to go to just past the section we read. It says, blessed is the one who listens to me, watching daily at my gates, waiting beside my doors. Well, obviously, here we have construction descriptions, gates and doors. Like if you take a flat earth perspective, you're going to take all these things literally here. So where are wisdom's gates and doors? And how do I go stand by them so I can be wise, so I can be blessed? Because obviously it's not meant to be taken that way. I think we're just mishandling the text.
Right, exactly. And Andrew, you can give me your thoughts too. I mean, it's one thing that kind of comes to mind when I kind of looking through what is being discussed. You're looking at just the intricacies in regards to God's creation. So when it says, there I was beside him like a master workman. And even if you think like during the ancient times, you think of somebody who was a stone carver. You know, I'm thinking of, what was the Ten Commandments? In the Ten Commandments, they had Joshua, who was like the stone cutter. Right. And so he was, you think about in ancient times, there's someone who has whatever tools that they use to be a master workman. On any level, when Christ when the world was being created, like the context of this, does this mean that there were these particular ancient tools that were used to like form the earth together? Like, no, it's talking like there's like a master workman. It's correlating with somebody who that's like, it's helping them understand in their native tongue, like what that passage is saying. So that's a case where I think you can't take it literally. So, one thing that also like sticks out to me, and again, this is also an example you mentioned like in Job, where you need to think about it. And again, it's not just a cop-out or caveat. We want to, again, think biblically when it comes to these proof texts. So Isaiah 40:22, it says, it is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in, who brings princes to nothing and makes the rulers of the earth as emptiness. So from my understanding, Mike, so the debate over this passage in this whole flat earth discussion is that when it talks about the circle of the earth, so if you were to actually view if indeed the flat earth model is correct from the aerial view, it's circular. That's the understanding. And then the bottom, we mentioned earlier, those are the pillars that hold it up. Is that what they're trying to argue?
Yes. And but it will get a little challenging because on some flat earth models, there's also corners
right
on the earth. Because this is what happens when you take all of these passages literally and they're not intended to be that way. So yeah, that's the idea though. You know, there's a circle and there's like a dome over it. The outside of the edge of the circle is this ice wall, and then there's just nothing after that, right?
Right.
At least nothing that we would call Earth. Yeah.
Okay. And so from that understanding, so here's an example. So for someone who's using this as a proof text, then to say, hey, this is emphatic proof that this is what the Bible teaches, and if you hold to another, like a heliocentric model, you're incorrect, you're unbiblical. How do you respond? Like, how would you explain this passage as well, too? How should we think about this biblically?
Well, on the flip side, I've heard globe Earth perspective people say, hey, I Isaiah 40:22, that word circle, it refers to a three-dimensional ball. It's actually saying this is the proof text for demonstrating that the earth is a globe. And I'm kind of on the fence on this, actually, for a couple of reasons. One is I don't know that it's actually trying to give us a description of the entirety of all that is earth in the most broad sense. I don't know that it's trying to do that in the first place. It could be a two-dimensional view of a three-dimensional object. You could say, oh yeah, there are other words in Hebrew that could be used there. It just ends up being a debate I don't know how to get to the conclusion of personally yet. Maybe someone else does. I'm just on the fence a bit on that. The word's indeterminate in my opinion. But I think it's actually phenomenological, which is to say, as we get continually in the text, we're not getting people trying to describe the nature in the look from space at Earth. What are we looking at? We're rather getting people who are describing from an earthly perspective as they look around what they see. So it's the phenomena that they're observing. This is why it discusses things the way it does. So what would the circle of the earth be? I think it's just when you stand up and you have an open field around you and not a city full of buildings. If you stand up, you look around and you see a circle. It's a horizon that's around you. And God sits above the circle of the earth. He's sovereign. He's exalted above all that you see. Does it mean to tell us that at the edge of what you see all around you, that's the edge of everything? I don't think it's meaning to comment on this at all. It's just saying, here's the horizon. Wherever you look, God is sovereign. For the person who takes the flat earth perspective and they take this to mean flat disk, there's a challenge for them. And I'll present this to us. I think this is something that they'd really have to be challenged on.
Right.
If they take the word circle and they go, well, in the Hebrew, this means a flat disk. It's telling us the shape of the earth in the broadest sense. The same word, circle, is used to describe heaven in Job 22:14. Let me read it. It says, thick clouds veil him so that he does not see, and he walks on the vault of heaven. Now, it's translated here, it's ESV, vault, but it's the same word in the Hebrew. But every flat earth person I've ever seen thinks that heavens, we're talking about a dome. And so here they think this circle word must be a dome, but then later in Isaiah, they're going to use it to mean it has to be a flat disk because of the nature of the word. So this is just not how we can't be logically consistent. What we should do is say this word has a variety of meanings. It could go either way. I don't know. I think it's just talking about the horizon.
Gotcha. Andrew, do you have any thoughts on this? What are your thoughts so far?
It just blows my mind how amazing God has constructed his word to the fact where if people are trying to put an outside standard into his word to interpret it, that the word itself will typically refute the standard when you're just doing a deeper exegesis or having a correct hermeneutic with your approach to scripture. Typically, other places in the Bible will show you, God will correct you by showing you these things that you're not being logically consistent. And I think that's a great thing to have. I mean, God's word just blows my mind. It's just amazing.
Okay, yeah, I definitely would agree for sure. And so I think that's, again, we'll have some more additional content on this. But again, what you do, the point in being and bringing up these particular areas is that regardless of whether it's flat earth, regardless if it's anything that's brought up, when someone is trying to give proof text to prove their point, it's important to look at the context. So again, I think ultimately, at least my personal opinion is that I don't think the Bible adheres towards a globe model or any particular model. I think the Bible ultimately, a lot of that is used as a catalyst to declare the glory of God as him being the sovereign over all creation, and creation emphatically declares his glory. And I think ultimately the Bible gives us the preconditions of intelligibility to think scientifically and to kind of understand the true world around us. And so that's really my personal conclusion when it comes to all this. But again, our focus is, and again, that could be a catalyst into a whole nother subject when it comes to this whole discussion of flat earth. But our point, again, is just to look specifically context-wise. So another proof text, again, because we were talking about the ends of the earth, and Mike, you're talking as well too, the corners of the earth. So here's a passage, again, this is, regardless of where you stand eschatologically, it's important to understand what is being articulated here. So Revelation chapter 7, verses 1 through 4, says, "After this, I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the four winds of the earth, and that no wind might blow on earth or sea or against any tree. So this is a verse then in your research then that would come up as also an additional proof text, because I was seeing some graphics even in that pulled up that was talking about a map and stationary earth where people were showing there's literal corners of the earth. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So, I mean, if the habit I hope we're seeing here, the consistent habit of those who've tried to use the Bible to support a flat earth perspective is taking descriptions in a very literal sense. This is the two habits I see. One, take it very literally, and two, apply it to the entirety of Earth in the modern sense of the planet, or whatever you want to call that, right? Not just land or local area or area that you can see, which is how the Bible usually uses it, but rather apply it to everything. So notice the term earth here in Revelation 7, 1-4, the angels standing at the four corners of the earth, okay? But then if you read on in the verse, it says that no wind might blow on earth or sea. Wait, or sea? Isn't earth the whole thing? Isn't it everything? Why does it say or sea? Isn't earth, sea just part of the earth? Well, again, we're seeing we're just reading too much into the passage. This has challenged some flat earthers, though, because now if you're going to take it this way, you have to say that the earth has corners, yet the earth is a circle. So it's a circle and it has corners. So you get these interesting ways of trying to put this together. And I don't even know how to interpret some of these images, because I'm like, okay, so there's like a circular earth with an ice wall that you can't go beyond, and that's the edges of the earth. But beyond that, there's these corners and the earth is square, or, almost cube-like, an uneven cube or whatever. I don't know what do you call that size? I don't know what that's called. Mm-hmm. A cube in thirds, and there you go.
Yeah.
And this becomes like seen as a literal thing. There's literally four angels literally standing there. This is what happens when you use poetic language to influence your cosmology. It's not the point of the text. It starts to get difficult. You can't glue it together because it was never intended to be that kind of picture. I think that Isaiah 11 challenges the idea that there are literal corners. So let me read to you guys Isaiah 11:12. It says, "He will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the banished of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth." Now, why would I quote a verse that says corners of the earth to say the earth doesn't have literal corners? Because here the text is talking about gathering them from local countries that aren't really that far away, actually. Mm-hmm. So the corners of the earth here is like countries 500 miles away, 1,000 miles away. It's not talking about the entire planet or whatever you want to call that. You'd have to make these corners, like in the image that you have there, you have to make these corners inhabited countries now where Israelites are being gathered from. You know what I mean? It's like, wait a minute, this is not working because I thought we couldn't go over there in the first place. That's part of the whole idea. Another verse for this is Matthew 24, verse 31. It says, "And he will send out his angels," Jesus speaking, "with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other." Now it's clear in the context is it's people that are being gathered. These are people that know Jesus, right? These are saved people, and they're being gathered from habited lands. These are countries all over the place, which is, again, an amazing prediction that Christianity is going to spread all over humanity. Mm-hmm. But this is just generic language for all over the place, from the four winds, four corners of the earth. We even have specific countries that are mentioned in Scripture that are said to have corners from the four corners of it, and it's a country. So those countries aren't squares that have they have to have actual four corners. It just means all over, north, south, east, west. It's just generic language.
Yeah, and then usually, like in the flat Earth model, usually the continents, they're all kind of centralized. And then if you look at it from a aerial perspective, it's usually the ice wall, like on the very outskirts. But then out to pretty much the ice wall, it's pretty much just water, and all the continents are centralized. That's usually at least what I've seen. Right. So to try and say, like with this, it would make Isaiah 11:12 very problematic, because how do you gather Israel from, unless there's like some Waterworld scenario where you have, people on these sort of floating whatever, like out on the outskirts. You start to really jump into hermeneutical gymnastics for sure.
Yeah, they're not even being gathered from beyond the Middle East.
Right.
At that point. And so we're looking at, Isaiah 11 talks about the Middle East as the four corners of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Because it doesn't mean planet when it says earth. It doesn't mean everything. It's a term that has a variety of meanings. And from the perspective of the original writers, if you're living around Jerusalem, you're like, yeah, look, if you go walking around in the Middle East, Babylon feels pretty far away.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not looking at it from space and thinking of the earth as this little thing on a paper in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think you emphasize that as far as too, when you mentioned the foundations of the earth. So again, you mentioned like Micah 6:2, Isaiah 51:6, where this language is used. Like, you need to understand the broader context. Like, these are not these purposes. When you look at read the entirety of these, read the full chapter, and what you'll see is that there's not a specific cosmology given, as much as the discussion of the earth is a catalyst to declare the power and the glory of God. Like, that's what you're seeing. And I think when you start getting into if you start focusing on the specifics, this means it's this particular model, in this case being the flat earth model, I think you're losing sight of what that passage is trying to articulate. And that's why it's important, regardless of what the topic is, you go through chapter by chapter, verse by verse. Like, don't read things in isolation. Look at in the same way you want to zoom out, look at the big picture when it comes to the text. Go ahead.
Well, there's one verse we didn't cover yet, but it was about it has to do with bases, the earth having bases and a cornerstone and a foundation, and it's in Job 38.
Yes.
Did you want to go over that one?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. That's good.
So I think it combines a bunch of different things, and it shows it's a good one. Now these are verses that proponents have used. Like, I've heard these used. I got them all from them. I didn't just make them up. So Job 38 verses 4-7, it says, "Where," this is God speaking to Job again, "where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me, if you have understanding, who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it?" Again, we have a picture of God putting a line out on the earth, you're like, he literally did it. If you're going to take it all literal here, then he did it.
Mm-hmm.
He put a giant line. How long was that line? Where is it now? Where did it come from? Why did he have to do it? "On what were its bases sunk, or who laid its cornerstone, when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy?" Now, from a flat earth perspective, there's a literal foundation with a literal cornerstone somewhere on the earth.
Right.
And all you have to do is keep reading. Okay, so here's me. I'm just going to keep reading. Here's the next few verses, totally in context, just starting with the next verse. "Or who shut in the sea with doors when it burst open from the womb? When I made clouds its garment and thick darkness its swaddling band, and prescribed limits for it, and set bars and doors, and said, thus far you shall come and no farther, and here shall your proud waves be stayed." Now, if you want to take this poetic description in Job as literal, then you got to go whole hog, and you got to believe that the sea has literal bars and doors that keep the waves from coming up onto the coasts.
Right.
Literal bars and literal doors, because there's a literal foundation and a literal cornerstone. There's got to be a literal measuring line. We have to be consistent. The text seems to be very clearly indicating that's not the meaning of it, right? You have to believe that where ocean meets land, God put literal bars and doors.
Mm-hmm.
This is easily testable and known at the time, right? They had coasts accessible to them as they're reading this. It's using picturesque language of bars and doors to talk about how God sovereignly set up things so that the oceans stop, so that we could have land, so that we could have society, so we can have all these things. There's an order to stuff, and we give God credit for that. So you can go back to that cornerstone passage in Job 38 here. If it's a literal cornerstone, you have to believe in a literal gigantic measuring tape that God used in sizing the earth. Because in the same verse, he says, who stretched the line upon it? Right? Did the ocean come from a giant womb?
Right.
Because that's what the text says here in verse 8. The sea burst from a womb. That's interesting. Like, who's that? Whose womb was that? Exactly. No, it's just poetic language to discuss the nature of things. So it's rich poetry, not to be taken literally. And I think that's the case with things like foundations. Although, in my opinion, you could have an earth with foundations, no matter what shape it is. All you need is large amounts of solid material underneath the surface dirt, and the earth has foundations. So that doesn't seem like it proves much to me.
Right. No, exactly. And even, for example, and this is just example, when you look at what you're trying to prove a point. I think this is the case. What we're seeing from our perspective is that we're seeing where there's a commitment to this is the definitive model of what the earth is. Let's find verses that have a word that kind of backs up this general model, but you're not really looking at what's your ultimate conclusions, the things you actually have to accept along with that. Because if you're going to accept this type of interpretation, then there's other things you have to account for, like the line going through and things like that as well too. And this is just
Jerry. Real quick. I think part of what I find extremely interesting is the fact that that there aren't these big doors stopping the sea from going on the earth, because you can see it, right? You can actually see it. I think part of the issue with some of the flat earth conspiracies is the fact that they believe that the earth is a disc because they have not seen what the actual earth looks like. No one's actually been to space, right? So everything that we see of the earth, everything that we see of space, there's some type of computerized image or something or the other. So there's no proof essentially to them that it has never been seen. Well, the question I would have for you guys is, I understand why on your flat earth models you don't put big doors on the edge of the seas, because you can see the seas, right? But have you ever seen the bottom of the ocean? Personally, have you been to the bottom of the ocean? How do you know there's no doors on the bottom of the ocean? Right? Why aren't those on the flat earth models? All of the images you see of the bottom of the ocean, did you actually visit it?
Or have you seen the specific pillars, which apparently, there's these giant, which means that there on the bottom of Earth, there's just these giant, gaps of open space, because that's what a pillar is. It holds up a foundation. And so it's kind of like they're making that model, but they're not. It's that I think a lot of times people will make an argument, but they're not truly accounting. Like they'll use that against the person that they're arguing against, not realizing, well, can you actually account for that as well too? I think, and this is a different category, Mike, and you can give your thoughts on this too. It's that, when people will argue against a emotionally charged argument about, Anne Frank, why would God allow the Holocaust to happen and for Anne Frank to go through what she went through? Well, if you have, your worldview still has to account for that. I mean, you have to, at some point, all right, let's take out the Christian worldview. Like, how do you account for that? Congratulations, you refuted Christianity. Well, now you have to account for, if you're arguing from the point of being an atheist, well, okay, well, where's the ethic wrong that's survival of the fittest going to its logical conclusion? What are you complaining about? So I think a lot of times people don't really look at what you're actually trying to articulate, and even the breadth of the earth, for example, regardless of where you understand, where you stand in eschatology, whether you have more of a partial preterist view or a futurist view of Revelation. Again, when you look at, and you mentioned this too, Mike, in Revelation 20, verse 7 through 9, this is something that's brought up as well too. When it's talking about Satan being loosed out in his prison, and he shall go out to deceive the nations, and that are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, and then it talks about and then to gather them together in battle, the number of them of whom is in the land of the sea, and they went out to the breadth of the earth and encompassed the camp and the beloved city, and fire came down from heaven and devoured them. And so even in this, and Mike, you can give me your thoughts too, like regardless of where both any eschatological position, like it's not arguing for a specific cosmology. Even if you go to like the MacArthur Study Bible or somebody who holds to a dispensationalist view of Revelation, that's not arguing for a cosmology. If you have, if you believe that the majority, we would hold to that the majority of Revelation is already fulfilled, right? And that's a whole nother discussion we could have at some point. But the point in being is that the context, eschatologically, it's not arguing for a cosmology. So you can hold to that model if you want to. You can't use, for example, like that passage in Revelation, regardless of what your eschatology is, to try and say, this is God showing that this is his model of the earth. That's my thought on it.
Yeah, like, and just so people get, because we're grabbing all these passages and going, oh, that's not cosmology, that's kind of stuff. There are times where the Bible is just speaking plainly, literally about things, So when it says, like in John, there was a pool, Bethesda had 5 porches, pool of where is it? Not Bethesda. What am I trying to say there? Anyway, Someone's punching.
We've been talking
right
for
now,
a while.
listening.
It's all
Someone's
good.
punching there, going like, "How did you get that wrong?" Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, archaeologists have discovered this thing. Originally, they thought, "Oh, this is." There was these weird theologians, Germans.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love Germans. Don't get me wrong. I think Germans are great.
Yeah.
But there's German theologians from like the 1700s who are just wacko.
Yeah.
And these guys were like, "Well, John is doing an interesting thing about the Pentateuch. There's 5 porches because there's 5 books, in the law, and that's the reason." And then they go digging in Jerusalem, and they're like, "Oh, there's just 5 porches there." So that's just talking about a literal description for sure, and physical things that happen there. But what we see in this passage, Revelation 20, verses 7 through 9, it's really interesting. It's partly interesting because it would never occur to anybody that this passage has affirmed cosmological anything about the earth normally, I think, right? Unless someone's probably telling them it does. So the indications are, well, there's 4 quarters of the earth. There's nations that are in, quote, 4 quarters of the earth. And then they're going to be gathered together for battle. And then they're going to go up on the, quote, breadth of the earth. And then they compass about the camp of the saints around Jerusalem for a battle. And, Dean Odell, who's, was I don't know, a big proponent of the flat earth views, he says, well, this word for the breadth of the earth, it's the word platus in Greek. And that word, it represents a flat earth because it's where we get our English word plateau. Now, this has like 30 problems with it when you actually evaluate the claims, because first off, where we get our English word in a modern, so we've heard this, Calvary Chapel pastor, I've heard this a million times. We get the Greek word dunamis, that's for power, the power of the Spirit will come upon you. Well, that's our English word dynamite. We get the word dynamite from, which is true. We do get dynamite from dunamis, but there was no dynamite in 1st century Greek. And so nobody's thinking about that when they're writing it. Who cares what your English, 2,000 years later, we borrow this word for this purpose. It just doesn't matter. But the second problem with it is, if it's a plateau, like nobody says, do you see that plateau? And then their friends turn them and go, are you affirming the flatness of the entirety of Earth?
Yeah.
You're like, it's a plateau. I just mean there's a plateau. I'm not saying anything about cosmology here. I just look, there's a plateau. So just finding the word plateau connection there wouldn't mean anything. If you take the breadth of the earth to be a plateau, then all this means is that the army went up on a plateau.
Right.
Unless you take the word earth to mean the entirety of earth, in which case you have an army that is literally covering the whole earth, including the oceans, because they're saying the earth is flat and they mean all of it. So it just starts to be like, what is going on here? How are we interpreting this? But Dean Odell presents this in his teaching like he's discovered this amazing thing. And he's like, I looked into Strong's. And Strong's is not the best resource out there. I used to think it was when I first was dabbling in really serious Bible study. Mm-hmm. And then I found out it's a good resource, but it's not what people think it is a lot of the time. So are there actual nations then on each of these corners of the earth? And then they're gathering up and they're going up on a plateau earth, the breadth of the plateau of the earth. It just, it doesn't mean that. This is an army that covers the entire flat planet earth, and then gathers around Jerusalem based upon, say, Dean Odell's interpretation of this passage, when in reality, in ancient warfare, you need flat areas to stage your armies. This is just how you stage an army. You don't stage them on a mountain. Like, you stage your army on a flat area. Like, watch Lord of the Rings, okay?
Yeah.
You stage your army on a flat area, and then they go to war. And this is what they're doing. They're marching, maybe at the Valley of Megiddo. There's connections there in Scripture. Okay. This is a frequently used area for staging armies for battle in the area of Israel. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's probably all that's happening here.
Right. Yeah, and even, for example, here's one as well, too, and Andrew, you can kind of give me your thoughts, too, if you have any thoughts on these verses as well, is, again, context matters. So one of the categories, too, is Daniel 4:11, which says, the tree grew and became strong, and its top reached the heaven and was visible to the end of the whole earth. Its leaves were beautiful, and its fruit abundant, and in it was food for all. The beasts of the field found shade under it, and the birds of the heavens lived in its branches, and all flesh was fed from it. Verse 20 says, and the tree you saw, which grew and became strong, so that its top reached the heaven, that is visible to the end of the whole earth. And so even something like this, and I can get for someone who is, again, and I've watched those videos, and I appreciate the passion that they have. And again, you know, the thing that they're right on when it comes to people who adhere to the flat earth model, that they're passionate about God's word being true and it having the say in areas of life. In this case, the creation. I get that. I think but at the expense, but you're jumping into that at the expense of context. So even Daniel 4:11, like, this is a dream that Daniel's having. And I'll admit, I've had some weird dreams. And one of the things with dreams that you're always doing something weird. Like, you get into a fight. Like, every single time when I'd be in my dream, whenever I'd be in a situation where, like, I'm fighting for my life, all of a sudden I would be in, like, in slow motion. I couldn't move, and all of a sudden I'd be going there. Or then, you know, I would have a dream where I'd be, like, falling, and as soon as, like, I land, I hit the ground, like, I wake up. But it would be, sometimes I'd speed up really, you know, I'd slow down and then speed up when I'm falling. All these weird things, and then once you realize you're in a dream, like, you wake up. So the very idea of a dream, like, the conditions of a dream is that you're seeing things that aren't normal. Like, the metaphysics of being in a dream is different than being alive here on the earth. So people have, like, context does matter in that regard.
Yeah, you know, to take Daniel 4:11 as saying, hey, if a tree is visible all over the earth, then that means it's a flat earth. It doesn't work on a globe. I agree that doesn't work on a globe. It doesn't really work, I don't think, in real life. I mean, I can't see Mount Everest no matter how powerful my telescope is, so I don't see how that works. But that's kind of like saying, imagine, if you will, a flat earth. It's true now. Because Daniel 4:11 or 4, you know, this whole section is, these are the visions of my head. It's described as the visions of my head. So we shouldn't take that as literal cosmological descriptions. Does Jacob's dream of a ladder, right? Does that mean that angels have to climb up ladders to get to heaven? Is that what that means? Like, does Joseph's dream about the sun, moon, and stars bowing down to him, does that mean that his dad, Israel, is literally the sun?
Right.
Is that what it means? Does Nebuchadnezzar's dream mean that Jesus is going to return as a literal gigantic meteor? Obviously not. Like, this is all, and that's part of this, the same set of just visions and dreams that's in Daniel kind of clustered together. So yeah, I don't think, I mean, it's a dream. Like, that's, what are we supposed to do? It's a dream.
Yeah. Right. And see, when I think of this passage, I think of other conspiracies, like the giant silica trees that a lot of people believe used to be massive and would grow all across the earth. They would say that, what is that rock in Australia, that crazy mound looking rock that used to be the base of this giant massive silica tree? But I think part of the root of the issue, which I was bringing up earlier, was that if you haven't seen it, right? If you haven't seen it, then you can take poetic language and make it to be literal. However, the poetic language that we see in other tests of scripture, talking about the bars of the doors on, like, the sea and the land, obviously you don't take that as poetic because your eyes have actually seen it. But I find that that's an illogical way to interpret scripture, because now you're breaking up one section of poetic language and then the next, because you're trying to use it to fit something that's foreign to the actual full body of context of scripture. So if you're just trying to use something because it's convenient for you to try to prove a point, but you can't use that same logic to interpret the verse right underneath it, which is a consistent thought process, then it's probably not a good form of hermeneutics, in my opinion.
Yeah. Andrew, so one other question too, we're kind of towards the end of just the verses we're going to cover. And again, for those of you who are still hanging around, again, thank you for taking the time to listen to us. We have blog content available right now at thecultishshow.com under our blog, where we're going to be talking about issues of the firmament, the story of Joshua where the sun stood still, and a couple other verses that we didn't cover in this whole discussion. And so for any of you who adhere to this, again, we love you guys and gals. We're here, really the whole point of this is that we need to look at the Bible holistically and properly. And again, our gracious contention that we're trying to at least get here is that, if you want to believe that, go ahead, but you're not getting that from these proof texts. Like, that's what we're saying. And so we're saying that you need to just look at what is the Bible actually saying, and you need to look at it holistically and look at the context. So one of the last passages, we'll kind of jump into this. One of the last ones here is the story. It's actually one of my favorite. I remember as a kid being fascinated by this. It's the story of the temptation of Jesus. When Jesus goes out into the wilderness for 40 days, and then all of a sudden he's tempted by Satan in many particular ways, and Jesus combats him with Scripture. And then the final temptation is that Jesus gets taken up to the high places, and he says, all of these things I will give unto you if you bow down and worship me. And he sees all, I believe just all the treasures of the world is how it articulates it, just everything that the world can offer. And then he said, you shall worship the Lord your God and serve him only. So Andrew, what's like when you read that, just from your perspective, just what do you see like when you read this whole passage about this temptation of Jesus, and all of a sudden, the final, the culmination of him being brought up to the high places? When you've read that initially, and when you go through that, like, what do you see? What do you think is the main point of that story from your perspective?
Yeah, the main point of that story from my perspective is that Jesus is succeeding where Israel has always failed. And he's being tempted, yet he is without sin, and he does what Israel always should have done, right? Like, Israel always built altars in the high places in the very land that God gave them, right? They are the great covenant breakers. And I'm no better. I am a covenant breaker myself. I sin every single day. So I don't want to say anything in terms of saying I myself am better than ancient Israel. I'm not, but I do have the grace of God that is sufficient for me. But I see that in the fact that it's the God-man Jesus Christ who succeeds in his righteousness, in which I where humans fail, where humans fail. But thinking of this text as if I was to think of someone who held like the flat earth model, I'd have to say there's got to be some mountain in the world that we can go to, that we can see, and we can stand there and see everything. But is there?
Right.
But is there? You actually have the ability now to do that. Go climb the top of Mount Everest. It's the tallest mountain we have. Can you see everything there? Or do you believe that everything you've seen on Mount Everest is actually not a real photo of Mount Everest? That it's all just, I don't even know how you'd say it, like fake photographs, or these people never really actually went there, that it's just a stage in a Hollywood set in order to make you think that you can't actually see everything. Because I think that's what you'd have to do if you hold to a flat earth model.
Or anyone who's ever taken a picture on the top of Mount Everest who use a fish lens camera. So
they're fake. Yeah, it's fake, Jerry.
Right.
It's fake.
So
that's the
again,
thing.
We're just showing the logical conclusion. But anyways, yeah, that's what I've seen. In fact, like when I look at this passage too, I mean, I just see really the sovereignty and the supremacy of Christ. And also I see really the importance and maybe what we're talking about in this whole conversation. Again, Mike, thanks for, we appreciate you coming on here. It's just the importance of the authority of Scripture, that Jesus never appealed to his own authority. He'd always appear to authority outside of himself. And so he's not saying to Satan, because I said so. He quotes to him Scripture specifically. But yeah, Mike, as we wrap up here, maybe give me your thoughts too on this passage, how you saw this being used, particularly when it came to your research in the initial video that you did, and how should we look at this whole story of Jesus being brought up into the high places and having this interaction with Satan? How should we look at this?
Well, I mean, I agree with Andrew's summary. It's beautiful and perfect. Yeah. These are the high places. Jesus succeeds where Israel compromised. Jesus doesn't compromise with the making these stones into bread. Israel compromises with, like, we're sick of this manna, give us meat. No, wherever they fail, Jesus succeeds. Here he is in the wilderness, overcoming, and it's awesome. I love it. I think the theology of it's really neat stuff.
Yeah.
He's the one who was tempted in all ways as we are, yet without sin. But from a flat earth perspective, I've heard this used to say, hey, there's a mountain somewhere. Jesus was taken up to it, and he saw all the kingdoms of the world. This means he had to have seen like China, and he had to have seen everywhere, right? And so now there's some of this is just a lack of awareness about topography in Israel. So in Israel, within walking distance during Jesus' temptation, he's not just in some random wilderness, right? He's in the wilderness north of the Dead Sea, south of Jerusalem. In walking distance, let's see, you could go to Jerusalem. That's 2,474 feet high. Mount Scopus is 2,710 feet high. Most likely the closest, or the highest mountain he could reach in the 40 days of temptation without supernatural powers being used is 3,300 feet. Now, some would say, well, there's Mount Hermon up in the north. That's 9,000 feet high. It's 9,000 feet high. But guess what? There was a temple on Mount Hermon, and they had gone up to it. I remember hearing Michael Heiser, one scholar who, in many ways, I do like, but on this particular issue, I think he propagates some things that aren't accurate.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, they didn't climb mountains back then. But actually there was. I mean, the highest mountain anywhere in the region was Mount Hermon. It was 9,000 feet high, and there was a temple up there. So people had gone up there, and guess what they knew? You can't see all the kingdoms of the world on any of our mountains.
Yeah.
So here's the thought. I think this is a supernatural vision, which is why Luke records it slightly differently. It says in Luke 4:5, the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Why is a moment of time relevant? Because it's relating to a vision he had, a brief vision of all the kingdoms of the world. It's, either he just showed him the king, it just doesn't make sense to add the phrase moment of time unless it's vision related, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But another scripture that balances this out is when Jesus calls Nathanael to be a disciple of his. I think it's really interesting when I realized this was kind of a parallel passage from a flat earth perspective. And he says to Nathanael, hey, I saw you when you were under the fig tree. And Nathanael's like, how did you see me under the fig? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wow. You have divine knowledge. You must be the Son of God. And on a flat earth perspective, Nathanael would have turned to Jesus and been like, you must have been on a mountain, right? Because you could naturally see me. If you could see China, you could see me under the fig tree.
Right.
But there's a natural understanding that, no, you can't just go up high enough to see everything there is. This seems to be a vision from the text. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, that's really good. And then I think just one thing to maybe as we wrap up here, I just have one thought. Someone actually asked me on our Cultish page on our Instagram. Someone actually messaged me. So I actually took a picture of your awesome cup. That's great there. So we got you're gonna have a bunch of people who are all of a sudden gonna want your cups because because of this podcast. But someone actually asked. I think it's a good question. Someone asked if the Hebrews believed a flat Earth biblical cosmology, why didn't God correct them? And I think the answer to that question is that throughout the entirety of history, there have been a lot of different ideas about cosmology, whether or not it's the Earth is centric, whether or not the sun is centric, or people in the ancient times had their model as well too. Well, ultimately, if you look at the story of the Bible, one thing we can agree on is that the Bible is a linear story. It starts at the beginning and it goes to a conclusion. And the whole purpose of the redemptive story of Jesus coming was not to convince people of a particular model of a particular cosmology. It was to talk about the coming of the Messiah, that he was going to save his people from their sins. That's the story of the gospel. That's the whole point being, is to save people from their sin. Because the main thing is not the main issue that mankind has right now, and all the brokenness and all the sin and brokenness that we see here in the world is not a misunderstanding of where the earth is versus where the stars are. Our biggest problem is that we are separated from a holy God and that we're tainted with sin. That's the purpose of the gospel. That's the purpose of the Messiah coming. That's really the focal point, Jesus being the center of history, is that it's Christ dying for our sins, being raised on the third day according to the scripture, his sin for our righteousness. That's the hope of the gospel. That's I think, my perspective, really the focus of the entirety of history. So I think really in this whole aspect of this whole conversation, one, you guys can give me thoughts as you wrap up here, is that we should look to creation, understanding it declares the glory of God, but understand too that creation, again, it condemns mankind and makes them without excuse, and it shows people that they desperately need a savior. They need Christ. Like, that's the focal point. The focal point of the gospel is people being saved from their sins. That's what people need. That's where the focal point needs to be when it comes to us as Christians, is Christ dying for our sins, not a specific cosmology. I think it has its place, but I think it can be incredibly misguided. But I think that would be my answer to that question. Do you guys have any last thoughts, that or anything as we wrap up here?
Yeah. It says in James 3:1, it says, "Not many of you should become teachers, my brothers, for you know that we who teach will be judged with greater strictness." That should be terrifying to people when you're opening up God's word, when you're posting things that you're reading necessarily, maybe on YouTube, whether you feel that you're correct. Jeremiah 17:9 says our hearts are deceitful. We must be able to be corrected by scripture. And I pose a question to anyone who does pose the flat earth model in Acts chapter 7, verse 55. This is the stoning of Stephen. It says, "But he, full of the Holy Spirit, gazed into heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. And he said, Behold, I see the heavens open and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. But they cried out with a loud voice and stopped their ears and rushed together at him." My question for you would be, how high is that? He could see it, right? If we're taking these things literal, just as everything else that may be poetic in language in Scripture, and I don't think this is poetic by any means, but I'm saying if I'm to think as a flat person who holds to the flat earth model, if I'm looking up, literally heaven is above the firmament. He must have seen something, but wouldn't it be a speck? Wouldn't it be a dot? Would he actually be able to see who it was? I would say that your thought process of Scripture couldn't rightly even understand this. I would say heaven is close, but we can't see it. We need to be consistent. And remember, if we teach, we will be judged with much stricter judgment. It's a dangerous thing to fall into the hands of the living God.
All right. Mike, any last, thank you again for coming on, man. And any last thoughts from you as we wrap up here?
Well, I do have a couple thoughts. First, I'll just say thanks for having me on, you guys. Yeah. I appreciate this. This content, I think, is really needed in this discussion, and I'm really glad to have it get out there. In response to the question about like, what if just the Israelites were holding to a flat Earth understanding of things at the time, I would say this is not okay. It's good for historical background to know what the people at the time already believed. But it's not good to project those beliefs onto Scripture if Scripture doesn't actually teach it, because then you trap God into the already beliefs of the people of the time. And so there's times in Israel where they were believing weird things. They're like, here's God and here's his Asherah, his heavenly wife, right? Well, there's Israelites who believe that, but the Bible refutes that. The only way we can let the Bible teach us something different than what we or someone else already believes is if we don't just make the very reckless statement of, well, if ancient Near Eastern people believed it, then the Bible automatically teaches it. And, and what we're doing is we've said, look, even scholars promote things like they say, well, the ends of the earth is talking about these actual edges on the edge of the broadest sense of the earth. But we showed you the verses in context. It's talking about Babylon. I'm like, you don't have to be a scholar to know they're wrong. This is just basic reading skills 101, just take the Scripture as it comes. And so I also am skeptical that the cosmology of the ancient Near East was this model that we keep seeing put in front of us. But that to me is a different discussion, right? Mm-hmm. Because whatever they believed, I can just show Scripture doesn't teach that and move on.
Yeah. And I think also you have to take with a grain of salt, reading through the lens of the ancient, of whoever the people were at that ancient time, just because, and again, I think, Mike, you mentioned Mike Heiser. I think he's someone who's definitely a brother, and there's aspects where I appreciate him. I think one of the areas where I do disagree emphatically is that I believe he has an overemphasis on reading the Scripture through the lens of the people like during that time. And I think one of the things problematic with that is that mankind's history overall is condemned by God in Romans chapter 1. So what you actually see are people during ancient times who know the true and living God, but they're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, and they're worshiping the creation rather than the Creator. And versus when you actually have God's covenant people who are truly worshiping Him, so they are really a blip they're really a grain of sand in comparison to the entirety of history as far as God's covenant people go. So I think that's another aspect too, just an example why you need to look at things holistically and not take anyone's word for anything. Now, don't take my word, don't take Mike's word, don't take Andrew's word, but look at what God says and have that be first and focal and foremost. So all that being said, this has been a great discussion. So if you guys have enjoyed this podcast and conversation, go to our social media. Definitely let us know what you thought in regards to these passages. Again, there's a lot more we could cover. We did just for the sake of time and prep. We didn't have the time to cover everything. So go to thecultishtshow.com to our blog. You'll see some content discussing the firmament, a couple other passages we weren't able to address just for the sake of time. But once again, Mike, thanks for coming on, and we will have to get you on in the near future at some point.
Sounds fun, man. I love getting to spend time with you guys, and I really believe in what you're doing. So thank you.
Awesome. And we appreciate
you. Keeping on.
Yeah, and we appreciate you as well. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, and we'll talk to you next week on Cultish. Talk to you guys soon.
Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024, when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey with me, Will Duffy, to Antarctica. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, and it served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we don't live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible, because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat Earth map and there is no working flat Earth model, and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat Earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat Earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat Earth. This brings us to the South Celestial Pole. A southern celestial pole can only exist on a globe. So what is a celestial pole? To simplify it, a celestial pole is a point in the sky that the stars appear to rotate around in a circle as they move through the night sky. These concentric circles, known as star trails, can be captured as Wolfie 6020 did here using long exposure photography. On a flat Earth, there is only one celestial pole, and that is where the stars rotate counterclockwise around Polaris, which is better known as the North Star and also often referred to as a pole star.
In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day.
On the globe, there would be two celestial poles, one in the north and one in the south. This will be a common theme in this series, where we will see a beautiful symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres of the globe, a symmetry that is impossible on a flat Earth. Flat earther Eric Dubay, in his video titled "Polaris Proves the Flat Earth," because lights in the sky do tell us a lot about the world we live in, he has this graphic in his video which says, stars are turning around on that dome. All stars rotate east to west around Polaris, just above the central North Pole, like in a planetarium dome. This is why there can only be one celestial pole on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, there is only a North Pole and therefore only a celestial pole in the north. As Eric Dubay's video here reminds everyone, a South Pole does not exist on a flat Earth. And so, what motion would stars make in the night sky in the south on a flat Earth? Again, flat earther Eric Dubay, in his video titled "How the Southern Stars Work on Flat Earth," has this graphic which says, star trails form circles near center, which is above the North Pole on a flat Earth. And then number 3 says, stars go along horizon near the edge, forming lines, which is the south on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, stars would move through the night sky in horizontal lines parallel to the horizon. You would never see what you do in the north, with stars rotating around a point in the sky, creating star trails that are in concentric circles. This means a southern celestial pole would prove the globe and falsify flat Earth. And flat earthers agree.
The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction, east to west, around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome.
Yes, Eric, the heliocentric model does claim that stars in the south revolve around a southern celestial pole in the opposite direction as the stars in the north do around the northern celestial pole.
And Dr. Robotham wrote, "It has often been urged that the Earth must be a globe because the stars in the southern hemisphere move round a south polar star in the same way that those of the north revolve around the northern pole star. This is another instance of the sacrifice of truth and denial of the evidence of our senses for the purpose of supporting a theory which is in every sense false and unnatural."
Eric, it seems you and Dr. Rowbottom were banking on no one ever traveling far enough south to see whether the stars in the southern hemisphere move around a celestial pole the same way the stars in the north do. Well, if you are actually in search of truth, today is your lucky day. Another flat earther who goes by the name Flatzoid said a southern celestial pole would prove the globe, and even challenged me to try and capture it on camera during our trip to Antarctica.
But wouldn't that show a globe then, if they had to show both celestial poles by standing underneath it on the GP? And no one shows that. Your globe's false because you're not able to show two actual celestial poles from the GPs on the ground. Well, Duffy, if you guys do go, that should be in the homework you guys should do.
Yeah.
Try and get the South Celestial Pole above you.
Yeah.
What's so funny, Flatzoid? Since there cannot be a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth, did you think I would fail in capturing a video of it? Hear what Flat Earth Dave has to say about southern star trails around a South Celestial Pole.
So one of the big things is, in the southern outer hemisphere, people say that the stars rotate in the opposite direction. They make circles in the opposite direction, and that can only happen on a ball Earth. I have yet to see any real proof of this.
I am very happy to announce that Flat Earth Dave will no longer be able to say he has never seen proof of this because the globe is real. And because the globe is real, we were able to capture the southern star trails in the southern hemisphere while we were in Punta Arenas, Chile. Here is a time lapse that MCToon captured himself. And here is another one captured by Dave McKeegan. Now, I wanted to take a shot at capturing this myself as well, so one night before bed, I stuck my 360-degree camera out the hotel window, and I was able to capture these southern star trails as well. One thing not to be missed in these three captures is that the stars are rotating clockwise. This is another common theme that will emerge in this series. A type of mirror effect when comparing observations in the northern hemisphere with observations in the southern hemisphere. Again, something that makes perfect sense on a globe, but would be impossible on a flat Earth. The stars rotate around the North Celestial Pole counterclockwise, and they rotate around the South Celestial Pole clockwise. This is exactly what the globe model predicted, and once again, the flat Earth prediction of no southern celestial pole was wrong. Flat Earthers told us that the South Celestial Pole did not exist, and that stars in the south would move across the sky in horizontal lines parallel to the horizon. But these predictions were demonstrably false. Because the globe exists, it can be modeled by anyone and will accurately predict what will be seen at any geographic location. This is impossible to do on a flat Earth because a flat Earth does not exist. All data points perfectly match the globe. We do have a South Celestial Pole, and stars in the south do rotate around that celestial pole clockwise, which is the opposite of the counterclockwise movement we see in the north. Watch this incredible video from Robert Schwartz, who captured the South Celestial Pole from the geographic South Pole. This single video from Robert Schwartz shows two things that cannot exist on a flat Earth: a geographic South Pole and a celestial South Pole. Now, even though Eric Dubé said the heliocentric model predicts this South Celestial Pole, and even though Flatzoid said a South Celestial Pole would show the globe, flat earthers have already tipped their hand as to how they are going to respond to the fact that we have now captured the South Celestial Pole with multiple cameras and even procured a video from the geographic South Pole. They are going to claim that the southern star trails are some form of reflection of the star trails in the northern hemisphere. Here's Austin Whitsitt saying just that.
And it's been replicated even with the dome. It'll just reflect out the central part and it'll look like it's rotating the other way around. I do agree that the star trails, if you never have heard of this, you can just say that it doesn't make sense, but you have to look into it, see some visualizations. There are demonstrations that show it.
There are literally demonstrations. If you take a dome and you have star trails projected up on that dome, the same stars that you see in the center towards the northern portion, the interior portion, will actually be reflected out to the outside. They'll go the opposite way around a single point. So we've literally taken, again, listen, if you take a dome, you can take a group of stars that are all spinning around a center point. They're just spinning around a center point. If you project it up inside the dome, what happens is you'll see it on the outside of the dome, like spinning around a central point the opposite way. There aren't actually even lights there. The lights are in the middle of the dome, but all of a sudden you see this, like the lights stretched out and skewed a little bit in the south, spinning the opposite way around a point. So that's a real thing, objectively a real thing.
Now, most of you probably already see why this doesn't work, but let's also listen to Joe Hanvey explain southern star trails as a reflection of the stars in the north.
All right, you can see the singular rotating star field in top of the dome. I have projected it into the top of the dome. And when I come in here, what's interesting is, see how you get these two different looking anti-rotations. So I'm focused on the southern sky on the other side of the dome right now. When I back out, you see it looks like one star field. And it is one star field. It's one star field rotating one direction. But when you come in, the way the dome manipulates the light, you see it separate. And you get an anti-motion in the southern part of the motion that is actually happening in the top of the dome.
Another Flat Earth YouTube channel called No Fanfare has attempted to model this in a video, which I can only now find on Flat Earth Dave's YouTube channel, DITRH. Here is a clip from that video.
Yeah, you can see in the fan how it's reflecting off the side of the wall of the salad bowl. Right? Just move the stars. There goes the terminator line. See the stars moving around on the reflection. All right. There's the lights up there. So that's the lights on the reflection.
As you saw, the colored lights represented the stars, which were only at the top of the dome, which would be in the north. And it was a reflection of these exact same colored lights being seen in the south by those in Australia and Africa. Now, this Flat Earth YouTube channel, No Fanfare, just released a new video a few weeks ago, December of 2024, with a brand new 3D model purporting to show why the southern stars are just a reflection of the stars in the north. Check it out.
If you can conceptualize yourself on a giant record player turntable with a giant reflective dome over it, that tube light in the top centre, as you spin clockwise, that tube light reflection is going to go anti-clockwise. Now, when you stop and the stars are spinning, so the stars in the north go anti-clockwise, so as they're spinning anti-clockwise, your reflection then is going to go clockwise.
just as flat earthers admitted for years that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove the globe and falsify flat earth, and then changed their position once the final experiment was announced, they are doing the same exact thing with the South Celestial Pole. They originally said that stars did not rotate in a circle in the south like they do in the north. They originally said that a South Celestial Pole is what the heliocentric model would require and would prove the globe. But now they are changing their position once again and attempting to reconcile the perfect globe prediction of the South Celestial Pole with a flat earth. And as you heard Austin Whitsitt, Joe Hanvey, and No Fanfare state, their attempt to make this work on a flat earth involves the rotating stars we see in the north being reflected in the south. There's just one problem, one massive, irreconcilable problem. There are different stars in the south than in the north. Flat earthers know this, as they have been very vocal that the North Star, Polaris, cannot be seen when you get far enough south.
Globe Earthers are taught that the reason the North Pole star cannot be seen from southern locations like Australia or New Zealand is because it is hidden behind the supposed curvature of their globular Earth. Similar to what is taught about boats disappearing beyond the horizon, they claim these boats and the pole star are disappearing behind the physical curvature of a globe, and insist if the Earth was truly a stationary plane, that Australians should have no trouble viewing Polaris. The fact of the matter is that all stars positioned north of a southbound traveler gradually decline overhead the farther the observer travels southwards.
And so the South Celestial Pole cannot be a reflection of the stars in the north that rotate around Polaris. This desperate attempt to refute the existence of the South Celestial Pole, which we've now seen with our own eyes and captured with multiple cameras, is a complete non-starter, as it requires the stars seen in the southern hemisphere to be the exact same stars as in the northern hemisphere. And that's just patently false. Flat Earth cannot account for any of this. There is no South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth. Stars do not move in parallel lines along the horizon in the south. The stars in the south rotate clockwise around the South Celestial Pole, which is the opposite of the counterclockwise movement around the North Celestial Pole. And the stars in the southern hemisphere are different stars than those in the northern hemisphere. And so the concentric circle star trails that we see in the south cannot be a reflection of the star trails in the north. And so all of this together simultaneously will never be modeled on a flat Earth. Because again, you can't model something with this amount of precision and make these very specific, accurate predictions concerning something that doesn't exist. It's only possible to do all of this with something that is real. And because the globe is real, every single globe prediction concerning the South Celestial Pole and southern star trails has been confirmed. And the flat Earth prediction of no South Celestial Pole was completely false. Please watch our other experiments, which are part of these final experiments, where you will see results that confirm the globe and results that would be impossible on a flat Earth. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Does the Bible teach that the earth is flat? We're going to answer that question. Many skeptics claim that the Bible depicts a flat earth. Critics cite several scriptural references in an attempt to prove their theory. Are the critics correct? Is the Bible anti-science in its teaching that the earth is flat? The truth is, the Bible does not comment on the shape of the planet Earth. It does not say that the earth is flat, and it does not say that it is spherical. Let's take a closer look at those commonly cited passages that supposedly depict a flat earth. Revelation 7:1 says, I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth. In writing this, the Apostle John was using idiomatic language. We use the same idiom today. For example, when we speak of Olympic athletes coming from the 4 corners of the earth to compete in the games, we mean that they are coming from all over the world. The 4 corners encompass the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. Psalm 75:3 quotes God saying, When the earth and all its people quake, it is I who hold its pillars firm. Other passages also refer to the earth's pillars, but in no case should the language be taken literally. The book of Psalms and Hannah's song in 1 Samuel 2 are poetry. The writers liken the founding of the earth to the constructing of a house, and their depictions are metaphorical, not literal. The point is not that the earth is flat, but that the earth belongs to God. It is His construction, and He guarantees its stability. What about the Bible's references to the ends of the earth? Does a reference to the ends of the earth teach that the earth has an edge and is therefore flat? We'll take Deuteronomy 13:7 as representative of all the passages. Here, Moses warns the people, the gods of the peoples who are around you, whether near you or far off from you, from the one end of the earth to the other. First, that phrase, like the 4 corners of the earth, is idiomatic. We don't expect people to take us literally when we speak of going back to the drawing board. Neither should we force a literal interpretation on the ends of the earth. When biblical writers speak of the ends of the earth, they are simply referring to the farthest reaches of the inhabited world. Second, the phrase the ends of the earth at times refers to people, not to land. For example, Psalm 67:7 says, May God bless us still, so that all the ends of the earth will fear Him. In this verse, the ends of the earth references the people who inhabit remote and distant places. Obviously, in this context, the phrase is metaphorical and cannot be used to depict the earth as having a physical edge. The same phrase used elsewhere should also be considered figurative. The Bible does not teach that the earth is flat. The references to the earth in the Bible are often not references to planetary earth, but to a portion of dry land bound by water. For example, Genesis 1:10 says, God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together He called seas. Earth is mentioned as distinct from seas and cannot refer to Earth as a planet. While the Bible does not teach that the earth is flat, neither does the Bible explicitly teach that the earth is spherical. Some passages do allow for a spherical earth, such as Job 26:7 and Isaiah 40:22. In any event, the Bible is far from affirming a naive or unscientific understanding of the earth and the solar system. There is simply no basis for the charge that the Bible teaches a flat earth. Passages that seem to present a flat earth can all be explained when correctly understood. That answers the question, does the Bible teach that the earth is flat? Research this question further on our website, gotquestions.org. Give a thumbs up and be sure to click subscribe. Meanwhile, check out these other questions.
Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024 when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey with me, Will Duffy, to Antarctica. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, and it served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we don't live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible, because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat Earth map and there is no working flat Earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat Earth does not exist. Because you can map things that exist, you can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat Earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat Earth. This brings us to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. A 24-hour sun is a sun that is visible in the sky all day and never sets. It's visible in the sky all 24 hours. Flat earthers said for almost a decade that there was not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. They were wrong. Flat earthers said for almost a decade that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove the globe, as a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would not be possible on a flat Earth. Hear them for yourself.
One of the arguments that people give is on a flat Earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree. But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
Now, Let's say we are trying to prove the globe or trying to prove it's flat. Should be very, very easy, right? I mean, on a globe, we would have a 24-hour sun in the southern summer. That means that the sun would circle the continent.
In order to fit the heliocentric globe model, this midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north.
In the one model, the heliocentric model, it would necessitate having a 24-hour sun in the south.
Honestly, if you want to know for sure if the Earth is spherical or not, go to Antarctica during the summer and see if you can watch the sun for 24 hours. You can't.
You mentioned the sun, right? Like the idea is, yeah, if you see the sun in the sky for 24 hours, that's what the globe predicts. And how would the flat Earth explain that? But that's not what happened.
Say that right here. I've got a friend who's in Antarctica right now, and she said there's no 24-hour sun. It rises and sets. If you don't have 24-hour sun in their summertime, if it's not doing a 360 degrees around it like it does the north, then it's not a ball. Simple.
Yeah, so I used to run the largest flat earth group in the world, and for 6 years I asked all the Globers, just show me the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and they couldn't do it. And then the group got deleted and we got censored.
And what I found is anything that would prove the earth is a globe, the globe science community lies about. For example, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat earth.
So the reality of our world is that in both models, we're supposed to have a 24-hour sun. In the flat earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't.
You know, this would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
It does not get any more clear than that. It's also important to point out that Gleason's map also says there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica and includes a bogus claim that there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south. Anyone promoting or using Gleason's map after 2024 is knowingly and willingly spreading false information. The globe predicted a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and flat earthers said there would not be a 24-hour sun. Because we live on a globe, the globe prediction was correct. The sun never set the entire time we were in Antarctica. All 4 flat earthers with us in Antarctica saw this with their own eyes and publicly now acknowledge that they were incorrect in their prediction that there would not be a 24-hour sun. In addition to their eyewitness testimony, we took video and time lapses with multiple cameras of the 24-hour sun. Here is one quick time lapse that Dave McKeegan captured while we were just outside Union Glacier Camp in Antarctica. If a flat earther tells you that a time lapse is not a video and therefore doesn't count as evidence of the 24-hour sun, remind them that a video is a series of pictures, as is a time lapse. And remember that they are only using that excuse because they cannot reconcile a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a flat earth. So they will come up with other ways to attempt to dismiss the reality of the 24-hour sun, the eyewitness testimony from 4 flat earthers, and the high-definition video and time lapses we captured with multiple cameras. Let the record show that the globe prediction was correct and the flat earth prediction was wrong. But there's more to the story here. Globe predictions are precise and detailed, again, because the globe exists. You can only make accurate predictions that can be tested and verified with something that actually exists. Flat Earth cannot make these types of predictions because a flat Earth simply does not exist. The globe model not only has a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but also a 24-hour sun in the Arctic in the north. This will be a common theme in this series, where we will see a beautiful symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres of the globe, a symmetry that is impossible on a flat Earth. And these 24-hour suns on the globe model in the north and the south happen at different times of year in their respective locations in the Arctic Circle and the Antarctic Circle. The globe model also says that the 24-hour sun in the north will move through the sky from left to right, while the 24-hour sun in the south in Antarctica will move through the sky from right to left. This is another common theme that will emerge in this series, a type of mirror effect when comparing observations in the northern hemisphere with observations in the southern hemisphere. Again, something that makes perfect sense on a globe, but would be impossible on a flat Earth. But the globe model does not stop there. The globe model also predicted the exact elevation angle of the sun based on where we were in Antarctica and what time of day it was, including the up and down wave pattern motion throughout the day. And if that's not enough, the globe model also says that at the geographic poles, the South Pole and North Pole, the sun's elevation angle will not have any visible change in a 24-hour period, meaning no wave pattern. And that is exactly what we see at the South Pole. Compare the time lapse from Dave McKeegan that we just watched, where the sun moves through the sky up and down, with this time lapse from Robert Schwartz, which was taken over 5 days at the South Pole. As you can see, the sun did not move up and down through the sky in a wave pattern like it did for us at Union Glacier. Yet both of these time lapses were taken in Antarctica. Still, the globe accurately predicted the sun's elevation angle changes at Union Glacier, in addition to accurately predicting the lack of elevation angle changes at the South Pole. Many people all over the world released video predictions of the sun's elevation angle changes prior to our trip to Antarctica. Here is a video prediction from Ola Dazalier, which he created before we flew to Antarctica. And as you can see, accurately predicted the movement of the sun through the sky at our specific location of Union Glacier. None of us had ever been to Antarctica, and the 24-hour sun had never been filmed at Union Glacier. So how was this precise prediction by Ola and others able to be made? Because we live on a globe. Because the globe exists, it can be modeled by anyone, and will accurately predict what will be seen at any geographic location. This is impossible to do on a flat Earth because a flat Earth does not exist. All data points collected perfectly match the globe. A 24-hour sun in the north at the opposite time of year from a 24-hour sun in the south. A 24-hour sun in the north that moves through the sky from left to right with a 24-hour sun in the south that moves through the sky in the opposite direction. And then the sun's exact elevation angle based on where the viewer is standing in Antarctica and what time of day it is. And finally, the lack of visible change in the sun's elevation angle at the South Pole, which is only 600 miles from Union Glacier. Flat Earth cannot account for any of this. Do not be fooled by a flat earther shining a flashlight on a plastic dome and claiming a 24-hour sun works on a flat Earth. They will film from the outside of the dome, hoping you won't notice. But they would need to instead film from inside the plastic dome, not outside, as there are no observers outside a dome. And that video inside the dome would need to have a 24-hour sun in the north one part of the year, a 24-hour sun in the south the other part of the year, which goes in the opposite direction, while the flashlight continues moving in the same direction as the 24-hour sun in the north. And it would need to have the sun's elevation angle changing for observers in Antarctica and the sun's elevation angle not changing for those far enough south, all at the same time. If you didn't follow all of that, that's okay. It's not possible on a flat Earth. And all of this together simultaneously will never be modeled because, again, you can't model something with this amount of precision and make these very specific, accurate predictions concerning something that doesn't exist. It's only possible to do this with something that is real. And because the globe is real, every single globe prediction concerning the 24-hour sun was confirmed. And the flat Earth predictions were completely false. Please watch our other experiments, which are part of these final experiments, where you will see results that confirm the globe and that would be impossible on a flat Earth. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Hey everyone, Will here. Just wanted to give everyone an update. So we have been here for 2 full days now here at Union Glacier, and the sun has never set. So we've seen the sun do 2 full circles in the sky. But we just got word that you'll notice maybe in the background the clouds have started to come in. We had 2 days without clouds, which was incredible for filming purposes. But the clouds have started to roll in, and they just alerted us that they're expecting bad weather. And so we're probably going to have to depart a day early, which would be tomorrow. And so I just want to emphasize to everyone the importance of just getting this data of the sun and where it's at in different parts of the world, what it looks like, the sunspots, all that good stuff. So we have a very unique opportunity right now to collect data on a massive worldwide scale, including data of the sun in Antarctica all at the same time. So I just want to emphasize to everybody the importance of this. We've made this as easy as possible. Just go to our website, which is linked below, click on the observations tab, and it will teach you what we need. It'll show you how to use different apps on your phone, and it's just going to be really, really helpful. So since we're only down to our probably last 24 hours or so in Antarctica, this is the home stretch, and we really need everyone's help. So anyway, please head on over to our website, go ahead and check out that observations tab and see what you can do. The more people that we have doing this, and the more people that are starting to learn about the world that we live in and how to understand the movement of the sun in relation to the earth, the better off we're all going to be, and it'll bring us closer to the truth. So I hope you enjoy this beautiful landscape behind me. It's incredibly surreal. I just don't want to stop looking at it. I will definitely miss this place, and even though the pictures won't do it justice, I'm just trying to take it in as much as possible. So anyway, please head over to our website. For those of you that have been submitting your observations and your photos, thank you so much, but please keep them coming, and we'll talk to everybody soon. Bye-bye.
There is currently a very large exodus happening from the flat earth community. And there is something very significant about it that people must be aware of. Now, before I get to that, I've now lost count of how many people have contacted me, thanking me for creating the final experiment and helping them see the truth of not only the globe we live on, but more importantly, the reality of the community they were a part of. Here are just a few of the messages I've received. The impact of what you did with TFE will be talked about for many, many generations. It truly was historic on so many levels. I'm so thankful that I could see the truth with it all. Thanks again, Will. And then this one. Hi, Will. Just catching up on all your videos and just wanted to reach out and say thank you for making the TFE possible. It has changed my life. Your efforts have a ripple effect that is touching more lives than you know. My family and I are extremely grateful for you. God bless you and yours. All the best. And then one more. Hello, Will. Just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate the final experiment, and I can see how necessary it was to show the truth about our world. My husband and I were into FE for over 2 years, and we are so happy to be out of this cult. There were so many things that have been brought to our awareness that we didn't realize before, but it's so clear now. Jaron Campanella has a new series on his channel Jeranism called WWF, which stands for We Were Flat. He interviews those who are no longer flat Earth. So check those out, and you can hear their stories and how they originally got into flat Earth and everything that contributed to them finally seeing the truth and getting out. Now, all of this is very encouraging, and it's what I hoped would happen when I originally created TFE. But something very disturbing is happening, and everyone needs to be aware of it. I honestly should have seen this coming because it happened to me when I revealed myself as the creator of TFE. But I didn't think it would happen to those who were actual flat earthers and in the community, some of them for almost a decade. And this behavior should send shivers down your spine and be a wake-up call to anyone who is still caught up in the lie of flat Earth. When I went public as the man behind TFE, immediately, flat earthers started calling me a fake pastor. They tried to find dirt on me and created complete fabrications about me in order to discredit me and TFE any way they could. Now, what's absolutely insane about that is that TFE was an equal opportunity for both sides, flat and globe, to prove their side. I created what I think is the greatest opportunity in the history of flat Earth for them to prove that the claims they had been making for years were true. And instead of the flat Earth community getting excited about this, they instead attacked me, called me a shill, called me fake this and fake that, and worst of all, fabricated stories about me without a shred of truth in them. Now, if you don't see what all that means, if it's not immediately clear to you why the flat Earth community chose to react to TFE in that way, keep listening, because you need to hear this. And you need to understand what this means. Nothing may be more important for you to hear today. When flat earthers who said for years that a 24-hour sun was impossible on a flat Earth, and that there was no South Celestial Pole, and there was no geographic South Pole, and that the sun would set in a northerly direction if you were south of the Tropic of Capricorn, and so many other claims that were all proven completely wrong by TFE. When these flat earthers, starting with Jaron, admitted they were wrong, admitted that the AE map was wrong, acknowledged that the Earth cannot be flat, and that we indeed live on a globe, what happened to them? In any normal situation, people would just reach out to them and ask them if they could talk to them to learn more about why they've changed their mind. That's what a normal person would do. So is that what happened? Not exactly. What actually happened is nothing short of disturbing. Flat earthers, including those who were longtime friends of those now admitting they were wrong about flat Earth, they started making up false stories about these people who simply admitted they were wrong about flat Earth. You are hearing this correctly. They didn't reach out to their longtime friends. No calls, no texts, no attempts at hearing their perspective. Instead, they fabricated false stories about them and started spreading them around the community. How could someone treat another human being like this? There is nothing normal about this behavior at all. This feels very cult-like to me. And let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about so you can see just how terrible this is. Jaron was told by multiple people since returning from Antarctica that he has been compromised and took a deal and sold out, and to watch him carefully because he is probably going to get a new house, one with a pool. Now, here's what makes me really angry. Prior to TFE, many of you know that it was exposed that Flat Earth Dave's app, the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, had little to no security on it, and practically anyone could access user data on it, including your password and home address. Now, when this happened, prior to TFE, Jaron told Dave Weiss that since his personal info was leaked, he would probably have to now move, but Jaron tried to stay positive about it and said maybe he could find an affordable place to live that had a pool. Are you starting to see how nefarious this is? So things that these former flat earthers previously said are now being used as evidence that they are compromised, when in reality, it's just things they were already going to do and had expressed to some people close to them. You see, this has never been and will never be about truth. TFE is proof of that. If flat Earth was about truth, the entire flat earth community would have jumped for joy at the chance for flat earthers to go on fully paid trips to Antarctica to prove their claim that there is no 24-hour sun. That in and of itself proves the flat earth community as a whole is not in search of truth. But this right here, this goes to a much deeper level, and it's despicable. This is about taking information you know about someone, including the truth behind this information, and then creating a false narrative, a complete lie, so that when it does happen, your lie that they are compromised and paid off will be believed. This is about as low as it gets. And here's the crazy thing. This isn't just one person doing this. I can't keep up with all the fabricated stories coming out of the flat earth community. Flat Earth Banjo posted this, putting words in my mouth and calling it Amazon The Volume Studios, implying we were in a studio, not in Antarctica. He called Jaron a shill and falsely claims Jaron said the sun sets when everyone knows he actually said since. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, Flat Earth Banjo created an AI video with my image and my voice, which says that Jaron was paid to lie and that Austin Whitsitt was in on it and agreed to stay flat earth to make the whole thing believable. How is this acceptable behavior to any flat earther? I can't find any flat earthers decrying all of this horrible behavior and standing up for what is right. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Flat earth is not about what's right or what's true. Patricia Steer, she is one of the longtime flat earthers who has now left flat earth, and she recently bought a new car. Now, she's entitled to do that, as we all are, but the flat earth community is now using that against her, claiming that it's evidence she was paid off. Again, this is cult-like behavior, and if you can't see that, you're probably in the cult. This is no way to treat another human being. This is master manipulation, although that sounds too nice. This is cold and calculated evil. That's what this is. So what is Jaron supposed to do now? If he moves, which he wants to do, then all the gullible people will automatically believe the lie that he's been compromised and paid off. So he's essentially stuck. He's under house arrest now because of the actions of flat earthers. And what do other flat earthers do? Can they no longer buy a new car because a false narrative will be created and propagated about them that they sold their soul for money? I'm stunned that this is going on, and I honestly cannot wait to get out of all of this. I'm already planning a farewell live stream, and that will be the end for me. And another completely fabricated story was recently created about 3 specific people who have recently left Flat Earth: ROBBIE Davidson, Patricia Steer, and Paul on the Plane. And this one is so bad, it has led to legal action against the flat earthers spreading this lie about them, which they have no evidence for because it's nothing more than a made-up story. Marty Leeds, a flat earther who refers to me as a mother effer, and I don't even know the guy, he made a video that was quickly shared all around the flat earth community and even mirrored on flat earth channels like Taboo Conspiracy. Now, Ben, if you really are a lawyer as you claim to be, I'm in shock that a lawyer, a real lawyer, would promote a video making egregious claims without any evidence. And I know you haven't seen any evidence because all of this was completely fabricated. And Marty Leeds' video insinuated that these 3 former flat earthers, ROBBIE, Patricia, and Paul, committed SEC violations, and that they escaped punishment, including jail time, in exchange for flipping back to the globe.
They had a podcast. They had a YouTube channel. They were told, guess what? You guys were violating SEC violations. And we'll get into that, okay? And this is so, all you have to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is follow the money. This is an age-old tactic, right? It's like, how do you get to the bottom of this stuff? Well, just follow where the money goes. Money goes to one specific place. Next thing you know, all of them come out. Flat Earth is a cult. An SEC violation, Security and Exchange Committee, something like that, right? Has the threat of one violation up to 25 years in prison or jail or whatever. Doesn't even matter. And so then I guess the question is, if they're fully admitting that they were engaged in SEC violations and that somebody got to them, why weren't they charged?
Notice how he puts a picture of Patricia's new car as he says these things. To set the record straight, and again, I have to make this video because the Flat Earth community is not about truth. ROBBIE Davidson, Patricia Steere, and Paul LaPlane were never under investigation by the SEC. They didn't take a deal to avoid jail time, and they weren't paid off by anyone. These false narratives are created in order to keep the false narrative of Flat Earth alive. That is why these false narratives are created. It is simply to keep the false narrative of Flat Earth alive. When you don't have actual evidence for a flat Earth, and when you don't have answers for the observations and experiments that came from TFE, what else can you do? Apparently, this is what else you can do. And it sickens me, honestly. Go ahead and believe whatever you want to believe in. Not a big deal. But to stoop this low and do this to people who have done nothing wrong is horrendous. Thankfully, these three decided to stand up for themselves and issued a cease and desist to Marty Leeds, Flat Earth Dave, and Mark Sargent. Marty Leeds has since removed his video and issued a public apology. Although he buried his apology by immediately uploading about 20 new videos on top of it, but I will put a link to his apology in the description below. If Marty Leeds even had a shred of evidence that these three had committed SEC violations or were under investigation by the SEC or took a deal from the government in exchange for flipping back to the globe, he wouldn't remove his video or issue an apology. But it was all completely made up. And you can get in trouble for doing that kind of stuff. Now, Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss have not followed Marty's lead as best I can tell. Mark seems to be doubling down and asking for a legal battle.
It's not going to happen. I am going to keep talking about this moving forward. If you want to throw me in jail, please try to do it. I would love to see you try. You will turn this into a circus. And the best part about it is you're going to end up paying for it while you're doing it.
I would love to see that one in all honesty, but I know that only the real winners will be the lawyers involved. And Flat Earth Dave continues to spread the lies.
But then three other earthers that were kind of just in retirement pretty much, were just like not talking flat earth. They all came out on the same day. They flipped with the exact same script, the exact same talking points. Weird, right? But all three of them were involved in pushing a crypto coin several years ago. And they had their own show that stopped abruptly when the SEC came after them. And so they were never charged, right? Because a lot of people, including myself, lost significant amounts of money. And each one of those violations comes with 25 years in prison, consecutive, right? Perhaps, I can't think of a better explanation, that they were told that they need to flip, have these talking points. They came out with the same talking points on the same day, throwing out everything. So again, if something's real, there would be evidence. There's no evidence of the globe. I offer 3 Bitcoins still to this day for one globe proof, and there's none.
The globe is, well, he's not going to pay anyway. The final experiment is proof. It's not proof.
Speaking of Flat Earth Dave, he likes to say during his interviews that he will gladly pay 3 Bitcoins for just 1 globe proof, and then says no one can even give just 1 globe proof to get 3 Bitcoins. Well, guess what? That's just another lie. And how many flat earthers fell for it? How many flat earthers believed that if there was even 1 globe proof, then they would simply give it to Flat Earth Dave and collect 3 Bitcoins? Too many to count. Well, I'm going to let you in on a little something going on behind the scenes. Flat Earth Dave was given a globe proof about a month ago. And this was an official submission for his public 3 Bitcoin challenge. And Flat Earth Dave won't pay up. Why is that, Dave? You know it's a globe proof. You know it's impossible on a flat earth. In fact, Flat Earth Dave won't even acknowledge this submission. Why is that, Dave? Oh yeah, because your challenge is not real. It's just another lie. Maybe this will also turn into a legal battle. Are you ready for that, Dave? I am. Hey everyone, this was not a planned video, but to my shock last night, I found out that flat earthers still think that we maybe used a green screen and that my drone possibly showed a studio or even the firmament. I learned this listening to Dustin Nemos, who was on with Austin Whitsitt last night on the Whitsitt Gets It channel. So here's the deal. Where's Wally? He's got an incredible channel on YouTube. Make sure to check it out. Link in the description below. He took the time to take 5 separate independent videos and put them all together, and he synced them up. So it was the live we did on the Final Experiment channel. It was MCToon's live that he was doing at the same time. Dave McKeegan was recording with his own camera, and then Mark Herman, Candace Owens' director, was also recording with his own camera. And then I recorded with my drone. I actually turned on the camera and recorded with my drone. So 5 different videos, all at different angles, all recording the exact same thing. And he did such a good job. I'm releasing his video on our channel so that you can see this and hopefully stop talking about green screens and the drone beeping. So just in case it's not clear, based on all of these videos completely surrounding me doing the live stream, there could not have been a green screen. And then the beeping on the drone is the proximity sensors on the drone, which are on the front and the back and even the sides. And so as the drone starts to get close to something, it does a slow beep. When it gets really close to something, it does a fast beep. And so as it gets close to MCToon, you hear the beeping. As it's moving away from MCToon, you still hear the beeping because he's still in the proximity of those sensors. And then once it gets far enough past him, it stops. And then as the drone comes back toward him, it will start beeping again. So anyway, this video here, please enjoy this. It fully dispels green screen gate and drone gate. And then make sure you watch to the very end for a very special treat, which is my drone footage being released pretty much for the first time raw. And you get to see Antarctica in all of its beauty in 4K on that video. So enjoy. Thank you so much. You can get back to filming. So anyway, how it works is when you have things like, this is the water bottle I've been using out here that are green in color, and you have that chroma key turned on, it removes that. Here is a can of some Chilean Pringles called Crispos. You'll notice here the red and the green color, so no green screen. But what I'm most excited about is I am going to utilize my drone.
So he's gonna use his drone here, and he's gonna fly it away behind him.
Hopefully
and,
this
goes well here.
To show there's no
I've
green screen,
never,
because there was a
had to fly
conspiracy
my drone
theory
for an
that there was a green screen.
audience
It was all
almost
backwards.
900
It wouldn't have worked at all.
But this
in
is going to be
fact,
fun for me.
the way that
So,
it worked out was
getting everything
pretty much
booted
proof
up right
that it
now.
wasn't
I'm actually
a
going to remove my
green
gloves
screen. So
that I have
he's going to fly this drone back away, and I'm
control
going
of the drone.
to move off into the distance
wanna
here
have
to
any
show
accidents.
how it works,
So
or how
here's
it
the
can't
drone.
work, or whatever.
Upside down.
You would have to go through the
right
green
side up,
screen. Of
twist
course,
it all
I'm pretty far
around.
away from him already.
This is my DJI drone that I brought
This
to
is,
Antarctica.
you know, the conspiracy theories
So
they come up
go.
with
Let
to
me
deny reality is
go ahead and launch this
interesting.
here real quick for you
What's it,
guys.
Godwin's Law, right? Look it up if you're unfamiliar with it. All right, here it goes. He's flying his drone. It's going to go through, backwards through wherever a green screen would have to be.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me with the drone, but I'm also going to record
Oh, he's
what
going to
the
record
drone is
this
videoing,
on the
which is
drone
my
and publish it
screen.
later.
And I'm going to go backward. So obviously, if there was a green screen, this drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming. And who's also filming the drone. All right, now I'm going to come right back to us. All right.
Look at that. Mount Rossman in the background as it flies by. Amazing. So cool.
And then back again. So here we go. We now come on.
There it is. He landed it. Awesome.
And right back. So here's what I'd like to say.
There we go. All right.
Is that
back to
Flat Earthers, I
back
do
to
want to
showing
give you
some stuff
credit
here.
for
This is
the amount of
Jaren's
effort
camera
that you put into
here.
what you believe.
It's been
Okay, I was not planning on making this video, but after the final experiment came back with tons of concrete evidence that cannot work on a flat Earth, that is just mostly being ignored, and flat Earthers almost every day are asking me, where's the curve, Will? Show me the curve. To remind everyone, the flat Earth community had said for years that when it comes to the truth, it's about which side has a preponderance of evidence. And the preponderance of evidence is clearly on the side of the globe. After our trip to Antarctica, where every globe prediction came true and every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false, there is no longer any doubt whatsoever which side has the preponderance of evidence. But I will go ahead and answer this question that is being asked of me ad nauseum, because truth doesn't fear investigation. Now, I'm going to give you all three answers 3 different and independent pieces of evidence. And going forward, anytime someone asks me where the curve is, I will just send them this video. And if anyone else out there is being asked this question by flat earthers as well, feel free to share this video. Okay, first, we actually measured the ground as part of TFE. We measured the ground both in Chile and also in Antarctica. And the Earth measured curved. So if anyone tells you that the Earth measures flat, they are simply incorrect. When flat earthers tell me that the Earth measures flat, I've started asking to see their measurements. And surprise, they haven't measured the Earth. As it turns out, they are just parroting something they heard another flat earther say. And if you ask to see their measurements, and they start talking about Polaris, the North Star, just remind them that they've been telling us since TFE was announced that lights in the sky can't tell us about the ground we live on. Now, our measurements that we did, that we actually have, which flat earthers don't, will be released in a future video as part of our The Final Experiments series. So stay tuned for that. For a second piece of evidence that the Earth is curved, head on over to Jaron Campanella's YouTube channel, Jeranism. He lives in California, and he's been filming the SpaceX launches from less than 200 miles away. And they don't show up on his horizon for over a minute after they have been launched. Over a minute. Where is this gigantic rocket hiding for such a long time? That is correct, behind the curve of the Earth. Flat Earth Dave is currently doing damage control on this one. And you will never guess what he says is hiding these SpaceX rockets.
The rocket is beyond the clouds and needs to rise above them before it can be seen. It will take some time before the far viewer can see the rocket.
Clouds. Yes, he thinks there are 20,000-foot clouds that just so happen to be between Jaron and the SpaceX rocket every time there is a rocket launch. And guess what? If you watch a rocket launch from somewhere else, clouds will magically appear between you and the SpaceX rocket as well. It's as if these clouds have a mind of their own, always showing up between the observer and the SpaceX rocket. Crazy. Okay, third and most important, and honestly, the real reason I made this video. There's a YouTube channel that most of you are probably already familiar with called The Creaky Blinder Show. Creaky has over 100,000 subscribers, and he has recently announced Project Curve. Curve stands for Creaky's Unmanned Research Vehicle Experiment. And Creaky has raised money to purchase a weather balloon, which he is going to send up to 130,000 feet.
So to give you a little taste of what's to come with the series, use a clip from episode 1 of Project Curve. I hope you enjoy it. Basically, I'm just taking you with me to this top secret location so that we can meet up with the guy who is helping me with Project Curve and is going to help me send a weather balloon with a camera up to somewhere between 30 and 40 kilometers to film the globe Earth and shut flat earthers up once and for all.
So there will be a camera attached to the weather balloon filming exactly what the Earth looks like from that height. Now, I already know what flat earthers are saying as they yell at their screen right now. Will weather balloons prove flat Earth? When weather balloons with cameras are sent up, there's no curvature to be seen. Great, great. You also told me over and over that there was not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but let's set that aside for now. If you think weather balloons will show a flat Earth, then this is an opportunity to shut Creaky down. And it might also get people to stop talking about TFE, which would be good for you guys because so many flat earthers are leaving flat earth right now, largely in part due to the final experiment. Now, here is where you and I come in. If you are confident that the earth is flat and that Creaky's project curve is going to fall flat, pun intended, then we need to make sure that Creaky does not use a wide-angle lens or a fisheye lens to make it look like there is curvature. In the spirit of TFE, I reached out to Creaky and let him know that I think it would be good to involve flat earthers in Project Curve. And I think the best way to involve the flat earth community is to let you guys pick the lens that he uses, again, so that he cannot use a camera or lens that would make a straight line look curved. One of my goals with TFE was to create a bridge between flat earthers and globers. If both sides are actually in search of truth, then we should just work together in search of truth. And if we are actually truthers, we should not fear where the evidence may lead. So I have made a commitment to Creaky that if the flat earth community tells me what lens to use for Project Curve so that it won't make straight lines look curved, I am going to pay for it. So flat earthers, this is an incredible opportunity for you to shut Creaky down and get back at me since I'm such a horrible person for paying for flat earthers to go to Antarctica. All you need to do is email me at this email address and tell me what lens Creaky must use for Project Curve. And I will pay for the type of lens the majority of you say he needs to use. So you are in the driver's seat now for this experiment. If you actually believe the earth is flat, you should be ecstatic for this, right? I'm also going to personally email the flat earthers that I originally invited to participate in TFE. Well, the ones who are still flat earth. And I'm going to get their input as well. Now, I should just give one word of warning. It will look really bad if you keep asking for the globe side to show you the curve, but then refuse to participate in an experiment where Creaky is going to attempt to give you exactly what you are asking for. In fact, I believe Project Curve is going to be so big that flat earthers will never again be able to ask the question, where's the curve? Or proclaim, show me the curve. Now, if you choose not to participate, that will forever show the world that you didn't really believe the earth is flat and you knew that Project Curve was going to show curve. So don't pull a Nathan Thompson, who just recently in a debate accused me of committing the Snoop Dogg fallacy. Yes, the Snoop Dogg fallacy. You'll need to see this one yourself to believe it. Hey, Nathan, I got a question for you. If somebody wanted to show you a picture of curvature from a weather balloon, what camera and lens would you accept for that experiment?
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy, Will, because getting high to figure out what the shape of the earth is something Snoop Dogg would do. It's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. So we don't need to get high to figure out where we live.
Yes, you heard that right. Nathan Thompson says we don't need to go up and look at the earth. I wonder why Nathan is taking this position. Who wouldn't want a picture taken from a high altitude of this beautiful earth we live on? So flat earthers, the ball is in your court. You asked, we answered, we measured the ground in Chile and Antarctica, and the earth measures curved. But if you are impatient and you don't want to wait for us to release that data, then you can head over to Jeranism and see a massive SpaceX rocket hidden behind the curve of the earth. But even if that doesn't convince you, then let me know what lens Creaky needs to use for Project Curve, and I will do everything in my power to make that a reality. Can't wait to hear from you. I will hear from you, right?
Hey everyone, remember my video from a few months ago about the big Antarctica trip to check for the 24-hour sun? Well, that trip did indeed take place with several flat earthers in attendance, and the aftermath has been complete chaos. Let me fill you in on what happened down there and what's been going on since then. Once again, the whole point of the trip was to document the 24-hour sun that flat earthers have said for years doesn't exist in the southern hemisphere. And it will surprise absolutely none of you that they saw exactly that. They were down there for 4 days and the sun was circling above them in the clear sky the entire time, just like anyone who isn't a complete moron knew was going to happen. This was first documented in a live stream mere hours after they arrived on site. Let's check out some highlights from that live stream to kick things off.
And there you go, everyone. It's there's the sun in all of its glory right there over the Ellsworth Mountains. So here we go. Keep in mind, you can see everybody's cameras out, but the sun is exactly where the globe predicted it would be. Not only is it midnight here, but you are actually looking due south. So the sun is still up and it is to the south of us.
There you go, flat earthers. Case closed. The sun is directly overhead at midnight, illuminating everything when you think it should be all the way on the other side of the pizza land, leaving them in total darkness. So you're wrong and the earth isn't flat. Of course, all flat earthers watching the live stream immediately accepted defeat and abandoned their cult of delusions to become normal contributing members of society. The end. I'm just kidding. It's going to be a non-stop train wreck of reality denial and coping mechanisms for the rest of the video. But what about the flat earthers in attendance? What do they have to say? Let's start with Jaron.
Sometimes you are wrong in life, and I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. He said, "Do you want to go? I'll take you," and he brought me here, and it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south. So what does that mean? You guys are going to have to figure that out yourself. Don't listen to my beliefs or my opinion. It shouldn't matter to you. But at least you should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that. And you know what? If you're a shill for being honest, so be it. I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is. That's it. If you want to call me a shill, so be it.
They sure will, Jaron. They sure will. But more on that a bit later. Now it's Austin's turn.
Yeah, so I mean, I was one of the people that said I definitely didn't think that there was a 24-hour sun. We obviously haven't actually seen the sun for 24 hours, but it is doing what they said it would do very clearly, and it is still dancing around high in the sky. So obviously we're documenting it. But yeah, you know, I said what I feel about this the whole time. Truth doesn't fear investigation. I think that we're truly trying to figure out the truth. Obviously, some people think that what we were told is the truth. I don't think that, but I do think that people need to be honest and humble and be like, whoa, you know, we were wrong.
It's cute that Austin thinks flat earthers have the capacity for honesty since he's not exactly famous for it himself. But while we're on the subject, are you guys really in Antarctica? Come on, get real. Isn't this Greenland or something?
They did. They followed through with their word. We are in Antarctica. I can assure you, we tracked it with multiple compasses the entire way we were going south or just off of south for 4 consecutive hours from Punta Arenas. I can guarantee you that's where we were as well. So
whatever, shill. Anything else?
Well, this is pretty like legendary stuff. Like no one's ever actually done this. We have multiple cameras. We have cameras documenting the camera. We have everything you could imagine. This has never been done. We're getting the sunspots. We're getting every different angle you can imagine. It's truly amazing. It's very cool. We're doing a lot of firsts.
No, Austin, what you're doing is not new or remarkable at all. You are not a hero or a pioneer of any kind. You're just one of the only flat earthers who accepted a free trip to Antarctica, a place where humans have been doing research since the middle of the 19th century. Everything you are doing has been done countless times. Flat earthers just say it's all fake, which is why someone paid for you to go and see for yourself. Do you think the rest will keep pretending it's all fake even though you're telling them it's real? I guess we'll find out, won't we? Now let's check with another flat earther named Jonathan.
We really just want to see things for ourselves, and this has been unbelievable. I wish it would set. I think the magic of a setting sun would make me a lot happier. I'll sleep better. The mountains, you can't see any behind us, but the mountain here is like, I mean, I think we're probably a little further now, but it's 2 miles from our camp, and it looks like you could touch it. Just overall incredible.
Cool beans, Jonathan. Anyway, this specific part of the live stream leads us to our first big conspiracy from the flat earthers watching at home. Jonathan has a patch of green as well as other little bits of green on his jacket. This live stream is happening from Will Duffy's computer, and Will uses a green screen at home. That's how he gets his logo behind him for all of his videos and interviews. Because he uses a green screen, he uses a chroma key, which he happened to leave on, along with his default background, the TFE logo. That's why the green parts of Jonathan's jacket look transparent as he moves around. You're basically seeing a green screen effect on those green parts of his jacket due to the chroma key being on. Naturally, flat earthers at home decided this meant they are filming in front of a green screen to fake their surroundings. Of course, in reality, this actually proves they are not in front of a green screen, or what's happening on his jacket would be happening to the entire background. The chroma key takes out anything green. Look, it even happens earlier in the stream when they go into this building and look at a scale, and when the display lights up green, it disappears and you see a little piece of the TFE logo. There's no screen anywhere, it's just the chroma key removing green things exactly like it's supposed to do. Not to mention the fact that there are countless times over their stay that they are filming things from all different directions and also turn the camera around 360 degrees like Will does at the end of this live stream. Green screens are flat, but the notion that flat earthers understand basic spatial reasoning, let alone how green screens actually work, is not even worth discussing since they can barely tie their own shoes. But let's see how they run with it.
I'd like to invite Jonathan Morandi to come on.
It's cute how flat earthers pretend that reality is cartoons when all of their attempts to substantiate a flat earth rely exclusively on shitty cartoons. But what do you expect from these intellectual toddlers?
Hello from the South Pole. I should take this off. I can hear myself. This is an amazing experience. Thank you, Will. It's been really great to know everybody and meet everyone. Dave, who's been my roommate.
Pack it up, guys. Green screen busted. The arrow is pointing to a jacket, not a screen, but there are 3 exclamation points, so this is pretty convincing.
To the Flat Earth team, you know,
Yes, for a split second it says, screenshot at East Australia at. That's not even a sentence, but more importantly, it can't possibly mean anything. There is no area of Australia that looks like Antarctica, and if he is pretending that they are in a studio in front of a green screen, why the hell would they go to Australia to do that? Anyone else?
They're going so fast I can't even see them. Perks FTW just talked about a green screen. Definitely not a green screen.
It's also cute when flat earthers make little cartoons like this, the obvious implication being that all of us globers are just zombies regurgitating the false narratives fed to us by the mainstream media. In reality, they're the boners glued to Rumble and BitChute, repeating the lies they hear from the dumbest frauds alive, while other people, even other flat earthers, go to Antarctica and actually do something. Pathetic.
The green screen experiment. That's what they gave us. It was obvious that, you know, that was going to end up that way because logically it doesn't make sense that someone would pay $35,000, okay, for each person to go to Antarctica. It's just, who's going to pay $35,000 a person, you know? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, he thought doing this would finally shut all of you assholes up for good. It was a little naive of him, but I commend him for trying. Is this really the best you guys can do? It has to be green screen even though it definitely isn't, because who would pay money to go there? This is embarrassing even for you, and I'm not even going to touch all the numerology bullshit this moron pivots to at the end of this video. It's all so stupid, in fact, that even other flat earthers started talking about how stupid it is.
They're in a green screen studio. Bull crap. Not true. No green screen. And for those of you saying that there was a green screen because of that glitch on Will's video, I'm going to show you again exactly how it happened, right? I have my green screen studio turned on, but I don't have a green screen. This is real. Touch it. You can move it, right? This is real back here. If I have a green patch, I'm going to put it right on where that guy had his. And as he moves around, this is all you saw. This is it. We sent our 2 best guys down there, and now everyone's turning on them. Everyone's saying, oh, they were in a green screen studio. They were not. We were FaceTiming with them. We were talking with them. They were walking around. There's hundreds of cameras.
Yes, that's everyone's favorite moron, David Weiss, telling other flat earthers that they're stupid for suggesting the green screen thing. How low do you have to sink, fellas? Of course, he's already foreshadowing things to come with these idiotic little diagrams trying to justify what they saw, so get ready for all of them to present crap like this for the next several years. Anyway, buzz about the green screen was going around immediately after this first live stream, so the next day, Will and the gang did another live stream called There Are No Green Screens in Antarctica.
And so the conspiracy now is that we're not in Antarctica and it's a green screen. And so we are going to refute that right now 3 ways. Irrefutable proof that we are not using a green screen. Number 1, you'll see MCToon behind me. He is live streaming. So we are both live streaming each other. That would not be possible if there was a green screen. Hello. Number 2. I am going to grab Jonathan. So Jonathan Morandi, when he went on camera, he had a patch on his shirt that was greenish in color, which was removed because of the chroma key. So I have now taken that off. And so now you can see the color of the patch and it's there, which would have disappeared with a green screen. Thank you so much. You can get back to filming. So anyway, how it works is when you have things like, this is the water bottle I've been using out here that are green in color, and you have that chroma key turned on, it removes that. Here is a can of some Chilean Pringles called Crispos. You'll notice here the red and the green color. So no green screen.
So that should have been sufficient for any normal person. Multiple people are live streaming at the same time, looking in different directions, and everyone sees the same background, which is not possible in front of a flat green screen directly behind one camera. They hold up green objects and nothing goes transparent, which is also not possible in front of a green screen. But let's try one more thing.
This is my DJI drone that I brought to Antarctica. So here we go. Let me go ahead and launch this here real quick for you guys. All right, here we go.
Home points updated.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me with the drone, but I'm also going to record what the drone is videoing, which is my screen. And I'm going to go backward. So obviously, there was a green screen. This drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming. And who's also filming the drone. All right, now I'm going to come right back to us. All right. And back again.
So there you go. You all watched the drone go really far back, so there's obviously no screen there. Right? Right, guys?
Do you think it was a real location?
Drone. Did you see the thing where Duffy's drone?
Yeah,
it went
he
past
went in his
McKeegan.
hand. And, yeah.
Well, yeah, but it went back, right? Why don't you
Yeah.
drive it forward and show us on the camera from the drone what's forward of you? But nevertheless, he drove it backward to say, see, you can't do that with a green screen. Well, you can in one of them studios, one of them volume studios that we've been talking about, right? So what happens is this drone that he's got has a proximity alert. And when it gets within a range of an object that it could collide with, it beeps. And the closer it gets to it, it beeps faster. And to a point where when it's in danger of crashing into something, you can't make it go any further.
Right.
All right.
I've seen that feature.
So Duffy flies this thing, and we figured it out just by watching Duffy or Toon's footsteps, that he was approximately 16 feet. It looks like he's further because of the focal length of the way the camera works. Yeah. But based on his footsteps, he was approximately 16 feet behind Duffy. Duffy flies the fucking drone back toward Toon. He's standing here. So it's kind of lateral to him. It goes by him and you hear it go deep, 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 deep. Then it goes on. Then it goes deep, 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 deep. There's nothing there. Empty sky.
Jesus Christ. The drone controller beeped because the drone was close to MCToon, genius. What do you think it was beeping for? We proved to you there's no screen, so what was it? The fucking firmament? Any other bright ideas, fellas?
So there was no reflection. Goes to the screen, comes back to the screen. Then
Drone is videoing.
So that's telling me the reflection in his glasses aren't real either. Now, doesn't that corroborate what we said with his green screen?
Weird.
Could he not be wearing green screen glasses?
What the shit are green screen glasses? That's not a thing. Also, the reflection in his glasses obviously is real. You can see Will's arm that he's extending in real time. There's nothing more adorable than watching idiot flat earthers play detective like elementary school children in the playground sandbox. Anyway, let's dispel this bullshit in a neat and tidy manner. Someone named Where's Wally put all of these live streams together into one video so we can see simultaneous footage from Will, MCToon's phone, the drone camera, Dave, and Mark.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me with the drone, but I'm also going to record
he's
what
going to
the drone
record
is
this
videoing
on the drone and publish it later.
And I'm going to go backward. So obviously, there was a green screen. This drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming. And who's also filming the drone. Alright, now I'm going to come right back to us. Alright.
Look at that.
Well, that should put this drone bullshit to rest. No, we clearly see what's happening from 5 different angles, including the drone camera itself. We clearly see the beeping occur as the drone approaches MCToon, stop as it goes past him, and then start again as it passes him going back the other way. So we can all drop this green screen bullshit now, right?
We are live from Crusaders of the Resistance headquarters. I am King Nico, and we are currently exposing the final experiment.
The Crusaders of the Resistance headquarters, also known as King Nico's mom's basement. Did mommy stock you up with your favorite snacks for this super important broadcast, Nikki?
Hey, Mom! The meatloaf! We want it now!
A bunch of Freemasons traveled to an area which was supposedly Antarctica and somehow filmed 24-hour sun, which is pretty much impossible on both models, the heliocentric and the geocentric model.
You have no idea what Freemasons are. The word you're looking for is supposedly. They objectively did go to Antarctica, and all you assholes live-tracked their flight there, which went directly south from the southern tip of Argentina, and a 24-hour sun isn't impossible at all. That's why they definitely did see it, as we all expected by having basic spatial reasoning skills.
164,000 subscribers. Notice how many videos he has posted. 665 videos. That's just one away from 666.
Wow, you're really good with numbers, buddy. It's so cool how you knew which number came next. Anything else?
Because online, everyone's talking about green screens. And I'm like, yes, green screen is a very valid point, considering some of the videos they posted had some green screen effect in it, and everyone is still holding on to and screaming green screen.
No, only idiots are screaming green screen because they prove to you there are no green screens 4 different ways.
And while watching some of these videos, I immediately saw that there's a separation between the sky and the floor, which is the staged setting here, where snow looks like it's been brought in. And there's a line here that goes pretty much all the way around the setting. So the sky, I'm saying, is not a green screen, but is actual LED screens, because they're standing inside of a sphere. So here's the sphere in Las Vegas, and the screens can show images on the outside and also on the inside. So let's quickly see some of this video that's showing the inside of one of these spheres.
Right, it's a huge sphere, like the one in Las Vegas. You know, the one that cost $2.3 billion to build, which is why seeing a show there is so insanely expensive. Small-town Colorado pastor Will Duffy and his Freemason handlers spent several $billion building another sphere thingy in Antarctica because, again, they were provably in Antarctica. Then they brought a bunch of fresh snow inside the sphere to make a little Antarctica set, again, in Antarctica, and they did all that for the singular purpose of recording a few live streams to trick flat earthers. Nothing wrong with that logic at all.
And even in this footage, I can see that the sky is not real. The floor is real, but their whole surrounding is LED screens.
Based on what, dumbass? Wishful thinking? How should a real sky look? Exactly like this, since it's a real sky? Pathetic. Your own flat earth heroes, Jaron and Austin, are telling you what they're seeing. You don't care what they have to say all of a sudden?
True Christians, as Jeranism has been an antichrist and a grifter and shill since day one of when he started pretending to be a flat earther. Thank you, True Christian. Yes, 0 flat earthers were involved with this. The TFE hoax. Every single one of them is fake and working for the NWO. Exactly my thoughts and everything you've said I agree with, so thank you.
That's a fun little loophole you guys have going. Any flat earther who says anything you don't want to hear is not a real flat earther and never was. Convenient.
Again, I'm not saying they were in Vegas. I'm just saying that there's a sphere in Vegas that pretty much shows the capabilities of the technology. And yes, they say it costs $2.3 billion, but come on now, they can put a price on anything and say it costs that much just to make us think that it's impossible for us to recreate.
Yeah, totally. They're lying about how much it costs to build something like that because reasons. In actuality, it costs about $1,200, and anyone can do it on their own with parts you can find around the house. Tune in next week for more building projects the government doesn't want you to know about. Surely no other flat earthers are dumb enough to run with this idiotic premise, right? Wrong. Neo-Nazi Eric Dubé ran with it and has been running with it ever since.
The final experiment has finally happened. After half a year of hype, Will Duffy's band of globe defenders have performed what they deem a death blow to flat Earth. So how did they do it? Did they find and measure the globe's mythical curvature? Did they film a convex horizon without using a fisheye lens? Did they circumnavigate in a perfectly straight line and return to their starting point? Or did they construct a demonstrable model of water sticking to a spinning ball? No. They didn't even attempt any of these things that flat earthers have actually called for and admitted would provide evidence for the globe. Instead, they made up their own straw man experiment and labeled it final, with the hope that their results would be the last words on the flat versus globe debate.
Well, isn't this pathetic? Ignore everything that proves you wrong and keep spewing this make water stick to a ball bullshit, no matter how many times people explain to you how it's completely meaningless. Hey Eric, did you forget about all the times you've said this?
In order to fit the heliocentric globe model,
This midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year.
You've been emphatically stating for years that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You were offered a fully paid trip to go see for yourself. You declined like a coward. But now that other flat earthers went and saw it for themselves, you turn into a revisionist and pretend you've never made such claims and that seeing the 24-hour sun doesn't change anything anyway. Well, yes it does, Eric. It proves you wrong. You said it's impossible on a flat earth, and they saw it. So the earth isn't flat, no matter how much you want to whine about your dry balls.
Since this one fact would destroy the heliocentric globe model, there is, and has been since the 1950s, an Antarctic treaty signed by over 50 countries banning all independent travel and exploration of the Antarctic. Excluding overpriced, chaperoned penguin tours and government-approved contractors, nobody is allowed to step foot in Antarctica, especially not during winter solstice, when there should supposedly be constant 24-hour sunlight.
Well, don't you sound stupid now, Eric. Was this a penguin tour? I didn't see any penguins. How did these guys get past all the NASA guards? Also, you clearly have never read this treaty you're always talking about because it says nothing like that. Conspiracies this stupid fall apart when you actually read the thing you're referencing. So basically, for years and years, Eric has admitted that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove the Earth is a sphere, which is why nobody is allowed to go and check for themselves, which is why he has in the past been so desperate to explore the realm and check out Antarctica for himself.
Well, why can't I, similar to like Antarctica, but why can't I go see for myself? Why are you just telling me, oh, it's a globe, it's a little continent on the bottom, you don't fall off because of gravity, you're good, don't bother going there. Well, why can't I go and see? I want to go there and check it out for myself, and then I'll decide. Can't we do that?
And yet somehow this trip confirming the 24-hour sun is just a big bowl of dumb that has nothing to do with anything Eric has ever said, you guys. I said that nobody is allowed to go to Antarctica, but you guys going to Antarctica doesn't prove me wrong at all. I said that there is no 24-hour sun, but you guys documenting a 24-hour sun doesn't prove me wrong at all. You hit me right in the face with the dodgeball, but that doesn't mean I'm out, you guys. You're being mean to me. I'm going to tell the teacher on you. Pathetic. Anyway, as promised, here's Eric jumping on the LED screen bandwagon.
As footage continues releasing, and astute internet sleuths continue analyzing anomalies and inconsistencies, it's becoming increasingly clear that the so-called Final Experiment's 24-hour Antarctic sun was just another faked event recorded on a film set. Unbeknownst to most, for the past few years, portable, panoramic, 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian and many others.
Yeah, they did a thing on A Star War, so anything I want to be fake must be fake because I say so. We have firmly arrived at the post-truth era, folks. From this point forward, there will be no convincing any conspiracy theorist of anything because of whatever fill-in-the-blank technology they decide to throw at you. Everything real is fake, and everything fake is real because they say so, until humanity destroys itself by asphyxiating on its own stupidity.
To begin with, watch the supposed sun circling around during their 24-hour time-lapse video, and pay close attention to its shape. Notice how the sun changes from circular to being smushed down horizontally, back to perfectly circular, then smushed across vertically, and then back again. This is not how the sun usually looks or behaves in person, or in genuine footage of the phenomenon from the Arctic.
Okay, well, they captured this footage from multiple angles, so any rational person would conclude it's an optical effect and then compare it with different footage. But you're not really one for investigative rigor, so let's move on.
Pay attention to the changes in length and direction of McKeegan's shadow as he paces around the base camp. In the space of walking only a matter of feet, his shadow somehow completely changes direction and triples in length.
Does it really triple in length, genius? Were you there to measure it? If you were walking alongside him, would it appear to triple in length? Or does this have something to do with perspective as he walks towards the camera?
The following is a simple demonstration of how light and shadows work depending on the distance of the light source. In the first example, the light source is held close to the action figure as he moves along the table, and we see quite pronounced changes in the length and direction of his shadow.
Funny how flat earth experiments always involve children's toys, huh? Hey Eric, why don't you get off your ass and try this outside with real shadows and real people? Oh right, that would involve having both a shred of intellectual integrity and also a single friend willing to spend time with you.
Now let's watch as MCToon and Austin Whitsitt respond to commenters asking them to show their breath in the Antarctic. As they blow hot air out their mouths in freezing temperatures, there should be a cloudy mist that forms in front of their faces as the water vapor in their breath condenses. Instead, however, every time they blow, not a trace of fog appears.
Freezing temperatures? They were there around the solstice. That's the warmest time of year. Record temperatures have been up to the 60s. When they were there, it was probably in the upper 30s. Cold, but not freezing. That's what happens when the sun doesn't set. Also, if they were shooting this in a studio, why the fuck wouldn't they just make the studio cold? Use your brain, Eric.
So after exhaling his vape hit into the camera, rather than picking up some of the snow that was all around him, for some reason, Austin walks several feet away and picks up a bit of snow from over there, then walks it back to the camera and lets it fall to the ground. If snow is everywhere all around him, why did he have to walk way over there to get some?
Okay, after this thing about the vaping, which will come back later, Eric whines about Austin going 10 feet away to pick up some snow. Seriously? The snow under them was heavily groomed so that it's easy to walk on, so we went over there to get some. If it was a studio, why wouldn't they just put the snow everywhere? Snow there but not here, so it's fake? That's what you're going with?
Anytime close-up footage of their feet was shown, their footprints always failed to make any impression in the snow. Here, he moves his left foot, and there is no impression, footprint, or displaced snow.
Yeah, it's heavily groomed, so it was hardened and compacted. It's not like fluffy, fresh snow that leaves big, crunchy footprints, and yet they are clearly leaving some footprints. This idiot examines one step that doesn't leave enough of a print, according to him, ignores all of the footprints that are clearly visible, and says, what's with the no footprints? What the hell does he think this is? If it was a studio, wouldn't they just bring in a bunch of snow? And if they were too lazy to bring in real snow, despite wasting billions of dollars on this super secret studio, so they brought in fake snow, but they still showed their feet walking on the fake snow for you idiots to catch them? What?
Jaron, Whitsitt, and others involved also made comments several times about how the mountains in the distance seemed so close that you could touch them, but that they were actually several miles away. The mountains do seem strangely closer than they should appear, and if you pay attention to where the background and foreground meet in footage from the final experiment, particularly the 24-hour sun time-lapse, it seems we are seeing where the digital backdrop ends and the studio floor begins.
They're just applying a blue screen chroma key and getting rid of the blue, you moron. It's exactly the same as a green screen, but for the color blue. Blue gone, white not gone. Holy shit. So, Eric, let's get this straight real quick. You won't debate anyone ever. You won't take a free trip to Antarctica to prove the Earth is flat, the thing that is your entire identity. But when other people do go, you just spew a bunch of trivially debunkable bullshit from the safety of your mom's basement and pretend you're winning something. Kinda sounds like you're just a little bitch. In fact, I think everyone should refer to you exclusively as Eric Do Bitch from now on. That has a nice ring to it. Let's make it happen, guys. To review, in response to being shown a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the thing that all of these morons have been saying is impossible for years, we have Studio Gate, Breath Gate, Snow Gate, Footprint Gate, and Shadow Gate. You will not be surprised to hear that flat earthers are running with all of these and actually think they are good arguments. Let's crap all over each of them one at a time. The studio thing. It's just a big dome like the one in Vegas. Alright, cockbags, then explain this. While he was there, Will flew his drone straight up into the sky. Really high. 1,500 meters, or almost 5,000 feet. The sphere in Vegas is 367 feet tall, so this drone is going well over 10 times higher than that, and also almost twice as high as the tallest building in the entire world. So if you want to believe that the Illuminati lizard people government have secretly built a megadome conspiracy studio twice as tall as the Burj Khalifa that nobody has ever taken a picture of from the outside, you go right ahead. The rest of us will apply Occam's razor and accept that there's no fucking studio. Then the breath thing. Antarctica is a desert. Not being able to see your breath in the summer in Antarctica is common. They could still see their breath if the conditions were right and the lighting was right. Even dumb Dave Weiss had to come to the rescue and tell the flat earthers they were being more stupider than him. So this puts to bed the breath thing and the vape thing. Sometimes you could see their breath, sometimes you couldn't. Why anyone gives a shit whether Austin hit a vape or not is completely idiotic. And then the snow and footprint crap. Once again, the snow was compacted by local staff using a very large groomer to give them a flat place to set up their cameras and tripods and equipment. They also do that to check for crevices to make sure it's safe for people to be there. The snow directly under them where they were streaming was very hard and you couldn't pick it up, which is why Austin walked back to the ungroomed snow to get some that he could throw up in the air. Same with the footprints. Dave Weiss had to show the flat earthers how this works yet again with footage of people running a race over compacted snow and not leaving any footprints. Then finally the fucking shadows, also known as flat earthers not understanding how perspective works for the 1,000th time. Here's someone making a video in direct response to Dubé and other idiots whining about the shadows.
So that pole there and that pole there are casting shadows on the ground. You see that shadow is going that direction, that shadow is going that direction. And the claim is that proves that that sun is local. Otherwise the shadows would be straight and parallel. Well, they actually are parallel. This is just a perspective. Now let's look at another perspective. Here we see the shadows look like they're spreading apart towards the bottom. As we get up higher and higher so we can see the entire picture, we start to see that they actually are parallel. We have a few more shadows come into frame. They're also exactly parallel. Got a couple shadows from the top portion coming in, exact same direction. No matter how many shadows we bring in, left, right, top, bottom, every shadow is exactly mirrored, same direction. Now that can only happen when you have them coming from one distant light source. And that light source would be that one right there. The same exact light source they saw in Antarctica.
Man, these drones really are ruining everything for flat earthers, huh? Hey Eric, why don't you do something like this instead of playing with children's toys? Oh right, you're an unemployable loser who can't afford a drone. But do you even really need a drone?
As far as the final experiment video where the shadows weren't making sense, the shadow moved from the right to the left. As we see here, it's easily done. And then the shadow starts to elongate as you walk forward.
Is that not the sun, Eric? Is this being filmed in a super secret dome studio too? Let's see who else we can mock. While in Antarctica, MCToon dropped in on your favorite incompetent child abuser and mine, Nathan Oakley. Nathan has famously insisted that anyone who tries to go to Antarctica will be turned away at gunpoint. Whoopsie.
It's McToon. Is that the real McToon?
Hello. I'm in Antarctica. How you doing?
Hey, dude.
The sun did not set 24 hours. What are you guys up to?
24 hours now.
Yep. Did not set.
24 hours.
It did not set for 24 hours.
So you've been up for 24 hours straight? Wow.
I have. So has Dave McKeegan.
Both you and Dave stayed up 24 hours?
That's right.
Yes, Nathan's first comment is to marvel that they were able to stay up for 24 hours, either implying that if they had fallen asleep, some funny business would have gone on, or because he genuinely can't fathom anyone not napping all day and wasting their life.
Nathan, you're a proven liar. I'm standing in Antarctica right now, watching the sun. It did not set for 24 hours. You lied.
I lied about the sun?
You certainly did. You absolutely 100% lied about the Earth. Turn off your mute button there, Nathan. Unselect that little auto mute that you got that you're married to, your life partner, the mute button. Turn it off so that I can talk and you don't get to overtalk me. Nathan, you are changing the topic, Nathan. I am walking around outside in Antarctica right now. I've got 10 people here with me. I'm looking at the mountains. I'm looking at Mount Rossman right now. You said that if people tried to go to Antarctica, they would get turned away at gunpoint. I proved that you lied, Nathan. All of your gullible idiot followers should be realizing right now that you are an idiot or you are a liar. Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns? I don't see any guns, Nathan! You lied!
Ah, that's fun. And if you somehow weren't yet convinced that Nathan is a gigantic piece of shit, watch how he talks to Austin, who decided to go on Nathan's show after getting back home for whatever reason.
Why? Do you want our feedback? You're going to go out there and get ridiculed and mocked. I mean, I've already decried you as being a representative of myself. So, you want our feedback? Oh, you did terribly. This will look awful. Just simmer down, Witsit. It's all over, son. For you.
Well, you're just talking shit. I don't have to be in here.
Okay,
you're
go
irrelevant to
away.
me. So if
No
you want
worries.
to talk shit
Get
to me, that's
lost
well,
and
okay,
stop
I will. And
talking.
you just sit here and be irrelevant again.
Okay.
Well, Oakley, if you're pissed that I went down there and saw
Not at
that, then
all.
you're not a truther.
I'm not
That-
at all
it's that
pissed.
simple.
No, I'm not.
So I'm asking you to give me your feedback, and I will try to integrate it into what I say if I think that it is the right thing to say. This is me being humble, not a douchebag like yourself.
I'll enjoy them ridiculing you for it. Because what you've just told us is you'll make up a load of shite with a new model that can explain it. Okay, well, I look forward to hearing it.
That's why you're censoring me, because I'm about to point out that you just lied. I don't know why we wouldn't work together, and I find it lame, and you make it hard. You make it hard to
Bless. You want us to work together? Nah, get lost. You've scorned me and called me a grifter, end quote you. So get lost. Enjoy the absolute deserving ridicule that you'll now receive on that circuit that you'll give us the receipts for, while you call me a grifter. Everybody now thinks he's a mason and a cheat and a scammer and a fraud, and he's involved with a CGI hoax. Yeah, deal with that. Could we work together? Should we work together?
Yeah. I find
Nah,
your
fuck that.
vitriolic behavior.
Now you're a dick. Get on your
pretty
spin
toxic,
train, dickhead. Now we won't be working together, dickhead. We'll be pointing out how wrong you are, just like we always have. You called me a grifter. Now, based on that, I'm happy to watch you burn.
You hate to see these idiots fight amongst themselves, don't you? Actually, no, I like it quite a bit. Here's some more of that. This time, Austin is getting it from some other moron who calls himself Flatzoid.
We see the video footage of you actually ducking down, putting the vape to your mouth, then standing up and showing your breath and being out of breath because no, I'm not. You just saying I'm lying doesn't mean I'm lying. We saw this live.
Oh, you want to bet 10 grand? You want to bet 10 grand on it?
I'm not a betting guy. As everybody knows, I'm a Christian.
Oh,
I don't do
that's
bets.
convenient. Okay, now
Don't tell me
what
what
I
I
want you to do is
wait. Don't interrupt me now. Don't tell me what I will and won't do, because all you are doing now is saying I'm lying while we literally saw you do it. So don't tell me I'm lying.
No, you didn't. What your retarded dumbass did was see a clipped, edited video. What you did was see a clipped, edited video circulating on the internet.
Would you be willing to take a polygraph test?
Yes. And you didn't watch it live. You didn't watch it live, you retard.
So you're lying as well, saying I didn't say the 360 was live.
I did not say you only see their breath because they're hot. I never said
That's
anything
what
like
you
that.
said.
Answer.
So now you lying. Okay, now again, Witsit. Did you or did you not have breath?
That we're not going to skip this point.
Did you or did you not have breath? Did you or did you not have breath? Did you or did you? You called me out.
Dude, if you keep, this is what you have to do. You're just like Nathan Oakley. You're going to get completely exposed, so you have to censor me. It's not going to work here, though. So we're going to now go back to what you keep avoiding.
The only one over talking is you.
Stop interrupting me.
I'm going to because you're interrupting me every time.
It's just glorious, isn't it? Finally, flat earthers like Austin get to experience how profoundly maddening it is to deal with flat earthers. At long last, this jerk has to experience firsthand how unbelievably pathetic flat earthers are, denying anything and everything they don't want to be true, calling everyone who proves them wrong a shill, and just generally acting like complete toddlers at every turn. It's music to my ears. Here are some more clips of other random flat earthers pulling everything imaginable directly out of their assholes to try and salvage their absolutely indefensible position in light of what happened in Antarctica.
Look at that. When I take a flashlight, clearly moving left to right behind a glass of water, in the glass of water, it starts moving right to left. But because the sun moves right to left in Antarctica, it has to be a globe, Jaren. There's no possible way.
Is this guy filming in a secret apocalypse bunker or something? He even sounds like he just got done running from zombies. Here's another lunatic.
They're on a sound studio somewhere, a stage, and those lights came from cameras or lights, or it was the reflection off the firmament, which the Bible tells us is like molten looking glass. If it's reflecting off the firmament, there could be many shadows going different directions. Either they're on a sound studio, a stage studio with different lights, or it's the reflection off of the firmament. Whatever caused those inconsistencies and those divergent shadows on the ground, that light source was very close.
You heard the aging boy band backup dancer. All of those non-existent inconsistencies are totally explained by this magical dome that absolutely wasn't there. Airtight.
It doesn't prove anything. This experiment, the final experiment, does not prove or disprove the globe or flat Earth in any way, shape, or form. The only three things that could prove that we live on a spinning ball inside of a vacuum going over 1,000,000 miles per hour in 4 different directions would be spherical nature, right, or curvature, motion, and or gravity being isolated and proven. Those are the only three things that can prove that you're on a ball or the globe model is accurate.
Okay, well, the curvature of the Earth can be demonstrated in hundreds of ways and has been done right to your dumb faces, you just deny it. Motion has to be inferred by looking at other things because the Earth is so huge, as you would know if you understood inertial reference frames. And gravity being isolated is literally meaningless. Gravity is exerted by all massive objects, and the biggest object near us is the gigantic planet we're all living on. I won't go on this tangent for the 100th time, but anyone who denies the existence of gravity is dumber than rocks.
What's going on, right? Just calm down and keep doing actual science, and these little shenanigan experiments won't mean anything.
Yes, everyone calm down, because everyone is indeed freaking the hell out, including this jerk. And once you're nice and calm, just keep doing real science, also known as avoiding real science like the fucking plague and spewing your idiotic script forever.
What will pass as science in this world? I mean, we all lived through the pandemic fiasco, so it's not surprising, but it's hilarious. So, come up with this observation wherein you completely deny two possibilities because it's an observation and not anything near a final experiment, wherein it can, one, be faked with video, or two, you completely discount the possibility of optical illusion in your visual
observations and you call yourself scientists. Then you name this entire fiasco clown show a final experiment.
Oh wow, the moron who says plandemic unironically also fell for the dumbest hoax in human history. Shocking.
The only time of the day they could have shade in front of the mountain is early in the morning. So they probably filmed these like 6 a.m. and claim to be midnight because the sun is coming from here, and when it's supposedly 10 p.m., the sun's going to be in this position illuminating the mountain.
Hey dipshit, all of this was live streamed, specifically so that morons like you can't pretend any of the footage was doctored in any way. You're so dumb that you just pretend it was anyway, even though that makes no sense whatsoever, because again, it was fucking live streamed from like 10 different devices simultaneously. Holy hell. Now let's pivot to this jerk, Pastor Dean Odell. Remember, he was the guy who was whining about how badly he wanted to go to Antarctica to check for the 24-hour sun.
You can fly there today. No, you can, fly there and see the coastline. That's about all you can do, a little bit of the coastline. Oh, absolutely not. Oh, yes. And if you want to go there and stay, you have to have permission from a government. Have you ever seen the amount of stuff you have to fill out to go through there? Yes. And also, they're not going to let you go in an expedition inland just as a me or you. They're not going to let that happen. And here's another thing. If this would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer. And let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball. But if the sun comes in this way and then leaves that way, then it's not. So then why can't we go and just see it for ourselves? Well, let's just see if they'll let us.
Oh, they will let us. I've already checked into it.
Right.
They'll absolutely let us.
Let's go.
They will absolutely let us.
Well, now that some people actually did the thing he was pretending to want to do, this moron is now saying that Will Duffy worked with Lucifer, aka the devil, to clear the weather in Antarctica and fake the 24-hour sun. This is, of course, to cover for the fact that everything he said was laughably wrong. Will and company didn't need permission from any government to go there. You can indeed go inland, as they went to 79 degrees 46 minutes to reach Union Glacier Camp, a full-service private camp which is nowhere near the coastline and is open to absolutely anybody. And most importantly, he specifically said that if the sun goes all the way around, Earth is a sphere, and that's exactly what it did for all the days they were there. Now listen to this jerk vomit up some inexcusable filth.
Let me just say this at the outset here about the so-called final experiment and them allegedly seeing the sun move in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off? Oh, yeah. And let me tell you something else. One thing I found interesting, that area they went to, Union Glacier, it's almost always overcast, that there would be good, clear, sunny weather that day. Now, hold on a second. Who can manipulate the weather? There's two that we know can manipulate the weather. We know this from the book of Job. Satan can manipulate the weather, and we know the United States government can, right?
Only Satan and the United States government can control the weather. Well, the first one doesn't exist, and the second definitely can't do that. But what's more surprising is that you didn't include your God in that list, Dino. Isn't he powerful enough to do that? What if your God made the skies nice and clear so that dumb fucks like you would finally get the message and stop humiliating yourselves? Think about it.
Camera angles and no footprints in the snow where they were walking and all these weird anomalies. I'm just going to say they went and they saw a light go around them in a circle that they thought was the sun, or that they knew because they're Satanists, some of them, that Satan would be there to help them. Because listen, folks, Satan has a lot invested in this deception.
Satan, NASA, take your pick. Everything is fake because they say so, including Will's status as a pastor.
The Lord Jesus, not Will Duffy. Another just con artist, man. He's not a pastor, y'all. He pretends to be one.
Right, sweetie. Everything you don't like is fake. Shh, it's okay. It's okay.
Like last week, I was teaching on spiritual authority and trying to explain that. And old McToon. McToon is one of these guys, one of these globe tards that went to Antarctica. Yeah, he's a globe tard. Probably a government agent, more than likely. But he keeps attacking me. I'm going to tell you what, this is one guy I'd just like take out behind the woodshed and let old Dean come out for a minute. All right? But he better be glad I love Jesus, right?
Wow, threatening physical violence. That's real Christ-like of you, Dean. There's no hate like Christian love, am I right? Anyway, if you thought it couldn't get any dumber than all this, you'd be wrong.
If you want to understand the United Nations map, once you understand Antarctica, this is Antarctica. The Antarctic continent like this does not exist. And the bases are distributed like this, according to Vibes of Cosmos, on the moon map. That's why the moon, we always see the same face.
It's a little late for Antarctica does not exist, morons. You picked your best and brightest and sent them there yourselves. Speaking of which, Jaron and Austin have been universally shunned from the entire Flat Earth community, just as most of us predicted. Here's another douche named Dustin Nemos who decided to challenge Austin to a debate. For context, this is an example of the level of integrity we're dealing with.
Bring it up, liar. Daylight savings to fix it in a couple years.
Bring it up, little
didn't need leap years.
Come on, liar. Bring it up. You made the claim.
Are you a pedophile?
Okay. All right.
Really?
We are going.
Are you a pedophile?
All right, Ryan. Ryan.
We're on
Ryan,
mute. Sorry, Dustin. We can't be. Yeah, we can't be doing.
Call me a liar?
No. We're done.
Yeah, when someone catches you in a lie, just call them a pedophile. Classic flirf tactic. I think there's a job waiting for you at the Daily Wire, Dusty. Anyway, here he is with Austin, desperately trying to maintain this idiotic charade that they were in a studio of some kind.
Is your claim basically that the Owen Benjamin stream was in a different place that wasn't in the studio?
I would, imagine that would be afterwards, in response to Vapegate, basically.
So, like, we were somewhere with Antarctic mountains that was cold, or I don't understand.
I don't doubt that you guys flew there.
Okay.
The footage of you flying there seems real. I haven't checked it out. People have alleged it's fake. I don't necessarily believe it is.
It's insane.
But I believe that you took a trip to Antarctica, gave you real footage, and then you did the rest in a studio setting where there was no cold breath.
Okay, so you're saying that we went to Antarctica, and in Antarctica at Union Glacier, there is a studio. And so we're normally just in Antarctica at Union Glacier, everything's all normal. And then they take us to a studio so that we can fake the sun. And inside that studio, it's not cold.
For all I know, you guys went there last year, or you went to the Vegas sphere.
Well, okay, so for one, you would have to claim that the Owen Benjamin live stream is not live.
It could be live. I mean, you guys had internet for that one, but you did that afterwards, you said. So
yeah, but wait, time out.
That's in response to Vapegate. That seems sus.
So are you saying I broadcasted my live stream, but it wasn't actually live?
No, it could be live, and it could still be somewhere that is cold.
Well, you said we could have filmed it last year, so you're now going to have to throw that off the table, obviously, because I was interacting with the live chat at the time.
So they did go to Antarctica, but they filmed the sun in a studio. That's why there was no cold breath. And maybe they filmed the sun at the Vegas sphere, which of course is completely idiotic because it's full of seats for people to watch shows, so that makes no sense whatsoever. I've never seen flat earthers grasp at straws like this. It's so pathetic, even for them.
I think we can accept now that Whitsitt has been compromised.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we agree.
Yeah. However, could we turn him into a double agent?
No.
now he must. I would say he must.
No, you cannot. Do you want to know why?
Hear me out first.
Can you kill his
finish
family?
first, Ryan, and then pull it apart.
Okay. Can you kill his family though? Okay, go ahead.
They won't kill anybody's family. Take the notice of that.
Okay.
Listen, he must have some evidence that this was rigged. He must have either emails or payment into his bank account or something that he could show us all and spill the beans. I will give him $100 if he does that, and I'm sure you would all give. It would be a world changer.
Wow, a whole $100. Come on, guys, let's pool together all the money we made mowing lawns over the summer and see if we can bribe Austin into being a double agent in our super awesome spy games. It would change the world. Jesus fucking Christ, the way their thought process genuinely mirrors that of a small child playing pretend on the playground is absolutely tragic. My friends, we are witnessing the splintering and hopefully the final demise of the Flat Earth community. It's complete chaos. Jaron and Austin have been cast out as shills. Anyone who pushes back on idiotic talking points like the green screen thing are also accused of being shills. The rest of them can't agree on anything whatsoever. They can't agree on whether this group of people actually went to Antarctica or not, with some still claiming the Vegas sphere bullshit. They can't agree on whether the 24-hour sun was real or not, with some claiming it was fake and others desperately coming up with insane ad hoc explanations for how it could work on a flat Earth. And they are all just incessantly going back and forth about studio this, shadows that, dome this, vape that. They're in complete panic mode, and once again, the flat earthers who went down there now know exactly what it feels like to interact with flat earthers. Their brand of dishonesty, gaslighting, reality denial, insults, accusations, and infantile delusions has now been experienced firsthand by Jaron and Austin. They have had to listen to the rest of these bottom feeders tell them to their face that they didn't go to Antarctica, that they didn't see a 24-hour sun, that they're paid shills just like mean old Professor Dave. In fact, as a result of the experience, Jaron has quit Flat Earth. Here's a live stream where he announces that he's leaving the Globebusters.
I just really appreciate it. I mean, you guys are my family. I hate to have to duck out, but I'm going to. And there's multiple reasons for that. But really, I'll just explain simply what I've seen that has kind of made me take a step back and go, okay, I need to look at this whole thing. And that is really the idea of what the South Pole is. And where we were at 79 degrees south with a sun at 15 degrees at its low, 35 at its high, going down to Antarctica, seeing the way the sun works there and comprehending what I was looking at tells me that the South Pole does exist. The AE map to me was disqualified by what I saw. And so I know a lot of people have things to say like, well, what about other maps? Couldn't there be other maps? Couldn't there be? And I think that that's kind of a little bit silly, just in the fact that I think the continents are the way that they are. Now, I thought that when I came back that there would be a good group of people that were ready to tackle the problem. And instead I saw a flat earth, and I'm not saying everybody, I'm saying maybe it's a small group, but I saw a group that had thrown their hands up and said it doesn't matter. Another group that said it was fake. Another group that said I was a shill. I'm happy to leave the show in Alan's hands and in Austin's hands. They obviously still think that there is something here, and I get that, and I understand that, and I'm excited to see what they bring forward. But for me, I would feel like I'm not being honest with people if I don't be honest with people, right? If I don't tell you that I honestly can't see it working anymore, as far as the map, as far as the layout, the globe at least explains the sun to me in a way that works. To have its South Pole and then to know that there's a North Pole, I don't really know where to go with that, other than that to me, I was wrong about the flat earth.
Hallelujah. Jaron has seen the light. It seems like Austin and the other big brains are going to kick the can around and milk the grift a little while longer by pretending to do science with ridiculous pseudo-explanations for what they saw. Presumably there are others who can see how ridiculous this all is, and hopefully they can exercise an ounce of critical thinking to realize how this is exactly what moon landing deniers sound like, or anyone who denies the existence of satellites, the ISS, rockets, probes, and all the rest. Idiots arguing about whether someone hit a vape pen while intelligent people send objects through the solar system and other remarkable achievements. Never has there been a better case study than this regarding the psychology theology of conspiracy and the cult-like devotion that has to be maintained at all times in order to survive such undeniable evidence to the contrary. Anyway, after all that, let's check in with Will Duffy one more time to get his take on how things went down there and what's coming next for him and everyone else who took the trip. Will, welcome back to Civilization. Looks like you had a great time down there in Antarctica. Just first things first, how was your experience? Just tell me, you have a good time. What was it all about?
It was incredible. Definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm so grateful I was able to do this. Prior to going, people were telling me that Antarctica is the most beautiful place on Earth, and I couldn't buy that. I thought they were just telling me that to get me to go, but it is, I can say now firsthand, the most beautiful place I've ever seen.
Wow. A frozen, barren wasteland, yet magic to the eyes. That's pretty cool. Let's see. So obviously the highlight was just, there is a 24-hour sun. Everyone has to admit it. What was that like for the flat earthers? How many flat earthers were there? It was 4. Okay, so let's just talk about the reaction of each of the 4 of them to that fact.
Yeah, so when we got there, one of the flat earthers was on a tour of the Union Glacier campsite to know where everything was, where to eat, where to go to the bathroom, all of that. And one of the flat earthers asked this host giving them this tour, when does the sun set? And the ALE guy just says it doesn't and kept on giving the tour. And so that's the first moment where it started to set in, like, wait a minute, we're really going to see a 24-hour sun. Mm-hmm. And then the first day at midnight, we live streamed, sun was still up. And so for multiple days on end, they got to see the sun just circle the sky, never set, never went below the horizon. And you could tell it really rocked their world. And I will say, to give them credit, they did believe they would see a setting sun when we went down there. So the fact that they saw something that really kind of shook their foundations was a good thing.
And so you were there for a total of how many days at that site?
We only ended up being at Union Glacier Camp for 4 days. It was originally supposed to be 5, but bad weather was coming in, and you can get stuck in Antarctica for a long time, and so they pulled us out a day early.
Still, 4 days is plenty to see it go around 4 times, and luckily not too cloudy, good visibility.
Yeah, the weather cleared up. When we got there, one of the owners of ALE told me that they've had horrible weather for 2 months. And he said, literally, as soon as you guys got here, weather is perfect. So yeah, the skies were blue. We were able to not only see the 24-hour sun with our own eyes, but get high definition video of it as well.
Okay, and so obviously everyone was down there. What was everybody doing? Was everyone doing live streams, or they also were doing different various experiments, or?
Yeah, so we set up, at one time I counted 10 different cameras going. We had 360-degree cameras, because the flat earthers like to say that when there's a video, like if NASA releases a video or someone on the ISS releases a video, they say, oh, they're not showing you the other side because the other side is a set and there's people there. So we used 360-degree video so they could see everything going on around us. Yeah. We had them set up at different angles just in case they were to find the stitch line and say that that was some sort of an edit. We also had cameras with solar filters on them to take pictures of the sun, specifically sunspots. That was to show that it's the same sun everybody else is seeing in the rest of the world.
Not a spotlight or anything ridiculous like that, yeah.
Yeah, no sun simulators or anything like that. And we also had cameras that were on equatorial mounts, which only work on a globe, that were tracking the sun through the sky. So there was a lot going on.
Okay, it sounds very empirical. So I guess the big question, do any of the 4 flat earthers no longer identify as flat earthers?
I do believe that 2 of them, at least, are going to admit that they were wrong about the Earth being flat and that we live on a globe based on conversations I've had with them. But I'm going to let them make that public announcement whenever they feel ready.
Okay. And the 4, it's Austin and Jaron, and then the girl, Lisbeth, I think. And who's the 4th one?
Yeah, so Lisbeth Acosta, and then the 4th one was Jonathan Morandi. Now, interesting part here is he's actually a Hollywood filmmaker. and he's a flat earther. So he went with us in order to film everything, and he'll be actually making a documentary later this year
Of
on
the
our
whole
trip.
experience. Okay, that's pretty interesting. What about the Candace Owens producer guy? What was he doing?
Yeah, his name is Mark Herman, and he was there to kind of represent Candace Owens. And I can tell you that as soon as we got to Antarctica, within the first probably hour, we understood where things were. We got the Wi-Fi password for Starlink, which again only works on a globe. And Mark and I actually FaceTimed Candace to let her know, hey, we're here. And we told her a little bit more about the experiment. And she was like, well, let me know what happens. And so we did confirm for her that there is a 24-hour sun. And she does realize that means the globe side has won. And I do believe she will be having a couple of people, one from each side, on her show at some point.
Okay, interesting. Presumably you, I suppose, as the
I think it's actually going to end up being MCToon and Austin Whitsitt. They were originally going to be on her show prior to us going, making their predictions, but she got really sick and had to cancel it. So I think it'll be those two, and they're fine.
Fascinating. Okay, so now the real question here is, what is the reaction of the Flat Earth community? Obviously, this is, I have yet to make the video, but I've been looking through your notes, and so I have some idea, and the viewer right now has just watched my whole video, probably explaining it, but let's hear from your perspective. What are they talking about? How frustrating is it? What's your take on it?
Yeah, the reactions have been nothing short of insane. The amount of conspiracies that already exist, I've lost count. It was a mere hours after we live streamed and showed the midnight sun, still up at midnight from Antarctica, that they were already coming up with green screen conspiracies. And so we found that out while we were out there. So within 10 hours of this green screen conspiracy, we did another live stream and debunked that by me flying my drone behind me. There was no screen behind me, doing multiple live streams around each other at the same time. But the conspiracies have just come fast and furious. Breathgate, Footprint Gate, Drone Gate, the list goes on and on. They will do anything other than just taking an honest look at what we did, the evidence, and most importantly, the fact that they had 4 flat earthers, not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 flat earthers with us who are all testifying, hey, this is real. We saw it with our own eyes.
Yeah, 4 flat earth shills is more like it, right? How much did you pay them? So yeah, I find it interesting. I mean, while you were there, obviously you were able to react in real time and dispel things that they were saying. It's a green screen. No, it's not. Look around. This is not how that works. So has anything changed since you left? Right now that you're no longer there, you cannot show anyone what's going on in Antarctica anymore. Has anything evolved? Has the community internally agreed, no, this is not the case, but let's move on to this other insane idea? Is there any evolution to their reaction to this?
So they're completely disjointed. In my opinion, they're imploding. So there's no agreement whatsoever. There's just a ton of infighting. I hopped on a panel just the other day. There was 5 flat earthers. They were saying things that were all just completely false. So I hopped on to kind of clear the record. And these 5 flat earthers all disagreed. They don't know what to do. They don't know whether or not there's a 24-hour sun. They don't know whether or not to say we were actually in Antarctica or not. They don't know whether or not to say it was fake and it was done in a studio. So there's no agreement whatsoever. The latest crazy theory is some guy who has 0 training. He's a flat earther. He has 0 training in body language, is claiming that he can read our body language and can tell we didn't actually see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And he also claimed that Jaron said something when we were in Antarctica. And so I connected him with Jaron, and Jaron said, I didn't say that. But of course, he's not going to believe Jaron, but he will believe something he thinks he heard in a live stream.
Okay. Yeah, of course. So I guess my last question would be, does any of this surprise you? Did you expect this from flat earthers or not?
I am disappointed and I am surprised. Now, people around me like you and others who have been in this space much longer are not surprised, and I can see why. You've heard these types of arguments and excuses and wild, crazy conspiracies for years, so you saw it coming. I didn't, but I will say we tried to think of as much as possible that they would come up with ahead of time. And so we collected nearly 100 terabytes of data. We have released a mere fraction of that, and all of the things that they're saying are easily debunked and will be debunked. And in my opinion, they're just digging their own grave.
Yeah, you did. I'll give you that. You did try to preemptively dispel. And I mean, that's the thing, is that when you're not as insane as a flat earther, it's hard to imagine what insane things they'll come up with. But you can't, like, oh, that's not the sun. Yes, it is. Let's do the solar photography. You did try to just think of everything that they could possibly say. Yet, lo and behold, they've come up with other insane things because that is their nature. I'm not surprised at all, but it is going to be interesting to see what happens moving forward, and like what if they have, new people are going to try to rise up and be, I'm the new leader of the thing and I know what's going on. And it's just the funniest thing in the world to me. And I know that a lot of my viewers also find it extremely humorous. So that's all I can think of. But anything else you want to talk about in terms of what your plans are moving forward, what you're going to do? Anything else?
Yeah, so the most important thing is we are releasing all of the information on all of the experiments that we did on our channel on YouTube, The Final Experiment. There's a playlist called The Final Experiments, plural. That's going to be the most important thing that we are giving back to the world from this entire endeavor. And so the purpose of that is we do not believe that Flat Earth has an answer to any of these. There's going to be 15 videos. They all confirm the globe. And so if you know somebody, a friend or family member who's Flat Earth, share these videos with them. They're very convincing. And if you meet someone who's considering Flat Earth, share these videos with them because they are that powerful and I think will prevent people from believing this myth in the future.
Sure. I think the best we can do here, there are many that are just too far gone, but there are those who run the risk of falling down the pipeline, and we can catch them before they fall. So, yeah, you heard it here. If you are fascinated by what went on down there, you can check out the TFE YouTube channel, and there's going to be all those experiments up there if you want to see exactly what went on. And but that's it. Thanks very much for doing this. It's been incredibly hilarious to watch from afar and see what is going on with the Flat Earth community. So, I thank you for it.
Appreciate you having me.
Well, that about does it. It goes without saying, but nobody alive today is more pathetic than the few remaining Flat Earthers. They will make up absolutely anything, no matter how transparently insane, to cling to their pointless identity. They could be brought up to low Earth orbit to see the Earth from space for themselves, and they would claim that NASA implanted microchips in their eyeballs. Their own God could come down to Earth and personally tell them it's a sphere, and they'd simply remark that the conspiracy goes up even higher than they thought. After all this, anyone who still identifies as a Flat Earther is either a grifting douchebag with no other source of income, like Dubé or Oakley, or an impenetrable brick wall of delusion that should be completely ignored forever. With Jaron and Austin cast aside as shills, some others will rise up in the ranks. They'll get too close to reality, say the wrong thing, and be cast aside as shills themselves, only to repeat the cycle like the world's dumbest merry-go-round. As for me, with this Antarctica trip completed and the aftermath covered, I don't see what there could possibly be left to say about Flat Earthers. But I've said this several times before, and I was wrong each time. So I guess you'll hear from me about these bozos the next time something needs to be said, whenever that may be. Until next time.
ROBBIE Davidson was a leader in the Flat Earth world, producing the documentary Scientism Exposed, Parts 1 and 2, founding the ministry Celebrate Truth, which grew to 150,000 followers on YouTube, and organizing multiple Flat Earth international conferences. But now he's rejected it all and believes the Earth is a sphere. One of the connections that made ROBBIE even more well-known was his association with Logan Paul. Paul, who today is most famous for being a WWE superstar and co-founding Prime Hydration with his friend KSI, was previously mainly known as a YouTuber. One of his more provocative projects was pretending to be a flat earther for his mockumentary Flat Earth to the Edge and Back. For that documentary, he spoke at the 2018 Flat Earth International Conference, an event founded and organized by Robbie. At that conference, Logan publicly came out of the closet as a flat earther.
I'm not ashamed to say my name is Logan Paul, and I think I'm coming out of the flat earth closet.
But it was all a ruse for his video. In Paul's documentary, Robbie was shown as a leader and superstar of the movement. Here's one of those clips.
So we're going to meet up with Robbie, and he's going to give us
Wait, who's Robbie?
Robbie Davidson, the CEO and founder of the Flat Earth Internet. Yeah.
Robbie Davidson. Do you know Robbie Davidson? Do you know who that is? I don't. That's the guy from my wall. Like, dude,
Well, yeah, we're meeting
I've been
with
following
him.
the dude for years, bro. I have his book. Like, you guys have to put yourselves in my shoes for a second and just understand like what this means to me. All right. Bro, why would you say that? Give me 1 second. Okay.
What's up, Logan? How are you?
Good, man.
Nice to meet you. What's my friend Mike?
Hey, what's up, Robbie? Mike, nice to meet you. Yeah, Mike.
Nice to meet you. Dude, you're gonna rock your mind, man. It's gonna blow your mind. Just go in with an open mind. That's what I want. Just ask all the hard questions to everyone, and they're gonna like just love the fact that you're just open.
Something else that's important to understand about Robbie is that he is an evangelical Christian who originally adopted flat earth beliefs because of how he interpreted the Bible at the time. Robbie is also a personal friend of mine. He and his family have been in my home, and we were members of 2 different churches together before my family moved out of Edmonton. I've always felt a bond with Robbie because while he was leading Celebrate Truth, I was running the head covering movement. We were both spearheading ministries that received a lot of criticism and were viewed by our critics as founding our ministries on a very narrow biblical interpretation. I never adopted flat earth beliefs myself, but Robbie helped me understand where he was coming from. After church, I'd often approach him with new objections or questions to get his take on them.
I have a question for you, man.
He was never divisive or pushy. He never tried to force his view on me or make me feel like a second-class Christian for disagreeing. He also wasn't trying to change our church into a flat earth church. Our pastors at both of the churches we were members of together didn't believe in my view of head covering or his view of flat earth, and we were both okay with that. I've always respected him deeply, especially for his charitable spirit and his commitment to the unity among believers. That's why his change of mind, while surprising in one sense, is in another sense not surprising at all. He's always been a man who cares about the truth and is willing to follow the evidence wherever it leads.
I just want the truth.
With all that said, let's now look at the experiment that shook up Robbie's world and led him to abandon his beliefs. Robbie's change of mind came after the conclusions of what is known as the final experiment. The final experiment was a 2024 expedition to Antarctica designed to test a central claim of flat earth theory. It took place over 4 days from December 14th to 17th in 2024. The trip was organized by Pastor Will Duffy and included a team of 9. Duffy himself, along with 8 content creators on both sides of the shape of the earth debate. For their travel to Antarctica, each participant carried GPS devices that continuously updated their coordinates, allowing observers to monitor their exact locations throughout the journey. Additionally, the chartered flight from Punta Arenas, Chile to Union Glacier Camp in Antarctica was tracked live via Flight Radar 24, providing transparent and verifiable flight data. These measures were designed to counter claims that the expedition was staged or that the participants never actually reached Antarctica. This mission was chosen because Duffy had realized in his conversations with flat earthers that if the sun could be observed continuously in the Antarctic sky for 24 hours, it would directly contradict the flat earth claims. So he arranged the expedition to settle the matter once and for all, hence the name The Final Experiment. This marked the first time in history that modern flat earthers traveled to Antarctica for a direct test of their beliefs. According to the Flat Earth model, Antarctica is not a continent at the South Pole, but rather a ring-shaped ice boundary encircling the world. In this model, the sun behaves like a spotlight moving around the Earth's surface, so it can't remain visible in Antarctica for 24 hours. it would have to rise and set like it does everywhere else all over the world. To put that to the test, the team brought a Starlink satellite internet kit and live streamed the midnight sun for several days. The flat earthers on the team admitted the phenomenon was real, witnessing it with their own eyes.
So obviously you all know Jaron Campanella of Jeranism, one of the most popular flat earth YouTube channels.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. He said, "You want to go? I'll take you," and brought me here. And it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south. So what does that mean? You guys are going to have to figure that out yourself. Don't listen to my beliefs or my opinion. It shouldn't matter to you. But at least you should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is. That's it.
Their cameras were set up to track the sun's position through the night. The live feeds that were broadcast on YouTube and social media showed the sun skimming just above the horizon at local midnight before rising higher again, never setting. This is what's known as a midnight sun. A second reason for choosing Antarctica specifically, rather than a northern location like Alaska or Norway, where the midnight sun is also visible, was the belief among flat earthers that regular people cannot access Antarctica.
You can get a flight, you can get it booked, get down there, they're gonna take a picture with a penguin, they'll take you to a ceremonial pole. But you say, hey dude, I wanna grab a backpack, I wanna go explore. You won't be allowed. Really? It is guarded big time. 40 countries signed a peace treaty, and it's the longest standing peace treaty that no one's ever broken. And it says that only military and science can go there. But you're not allowed to go backpacking and hang out.
Many in that movement believed governments were restricting access to the so-called ice wall at the edge of the world, hiding the truth about a flat earth from the public. But the fact that Duffy could arrange private travel for the team shattered this narrative. The evidence of the midnight sun caused many truth seekers to abandon their flat earth beliefs, but not all. Some fairly acknowledged that while this data point does clearly contradict the flat earth model, they wanted to explore further before drawing new conclusions. Others, however, exposed their bias, clinging to the theory at all costs. Dean Odell, a pastor and prominent flat earth preacher who declined Duffy's invitation to join the expedition, all expenses paid, even claimed in a sermon afterward that Satan himself might have created a fake sun to deceive the team.
Let me just say this at the outset here about the so-called final experiment and them allegedly seeing the sun move in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off?
ROBBIE Davidson later summarized the flat earth backlash to the data. Some claim the team never even went to Antarctica. Others insisted they did, but filmed it all in a CGI studio. And a slew of absurd, even borderline insane conspiracy theories popped up to reject the reality of their boots on the ground evidence. Some even went so far as to be convinced that it was Satan himself going around the TFE team as a deception, rather than just admit it was literally the actual sun they observed on the continent. Many flat earthers now shrug and say it doesn't matter, even though a core pillar of our belief, I was there from the start, was that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica couldn't exist. We dismissed it as impossible, but the team proved it's real. By the end of the 4-day final experiment expedition, the sun never set a single time, exactly what is expected on a globe and completely incompatible with flat earth cosmology. Now, this experiment was the final nail in the coffin for ROBBIE. He looked at the evidence and realized it wasn't on his side. He said the data pointed to a globe rather than a, quote, biblical enclosed model with a dome-like firmament, sun, moon, and stars spinning around Polaris. Polaris, also known as the North Star, is fixed in the night sky directly above the North Pole, with other stars appearing to rotate around it. After over a decade of researching and defending flat Earth and thoroughly understanding every argument for and against it, ROBBIE put together a list of 10 specific takeaways from the final experiment that led him to abandon the flat Earth model. They are as follows, using his own words with no commentary from me. 24-hour sun. The team recorded the sun circling the sky for 24 hours in Antarctica, upside down and moving counterclockwise, opposite to what we see up north. I believe it's the real sun, not a trick. On a flat Earth, you'd expect a clockwise path or a sun that sets, so this is a tough one to square. 24-hour moon. The moon is visible for 24 hours, upside down and counterclockwise too compared to the north. Flat Earth voices have argued there's no 24-hour moon down there, but the reality says otherwise. A flat map struggles to explain that motion. South Celestial Pole. The team filmed stars rotating clockwise around a southern point in Chile, the opposite of the northern counterclockwise spin around Polaris. Flat Earth voices have doubted this exists, but I trust what the team caught on camera. A single northern hub can't account for two poles. Sunrise and sunset direction. South of the Tropic of Capricorn, they documented the sun rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest. I believe that's the sun's true path, not a fluke. A flat Earth model has a hard time bending sunlight to match that, unlike a globe's tilt. The South Pole. The team had someone at the South Pole while others were at a nearby camp. Flat Earthers claim it's not real, but I'm going with the team's account. A flat Earth doesn't have room for one southern point. It's all edges. Distance between meridians. They measure longitude lines in Chile and Antarctica, showing them closer together south of the equator. I trust their numbers. On a flat Earth, those lines would widen outward, not shrink, making this a real puzzle for that view. Southern Hemisphere flights. The team confirmed non-stop flights like Chile to Australia exist. Many have said they don't, but the evidence disagrees. Flights from New Zealand, South Africa, and South America reach the South Pole in similar times. I believe they're real. A flat Earth can't collapse those distances so neatly. Crossing Antarctica. They learned from staff that people have crossed Antarctica, showing it's a continent, not a wall. I'm taking the staff's word over doubts from the community. A flat Earth's endless ice barrier or shoreline doesn't align with that kind of journey. Weight variation. The team found that things weighed differently in Antarctica due to gravity shifts, as predicted. I'm convinced it's legit physics, not a ruse. A flat Earth doesn't vary weight like that. A globe shape does. Shadow measurements. They filmed 360-degree shadows from a 24-hour sun. I believe it's the sun casting them, not some illusion. Flat Earth shadows wouldn't circle like that. They'd stretch or vanish under a dome. ROBBIE wrapped up his reflections with this statement. These 10 points make it incredibly tough to hold onto a flat Earth, especially the literal biblical model with a dome where everything orbits Polaris. How do you fit a southern pole, a counterclockwise sun and moon, shrinking meridians, or flights to one spot from sprawling continents? I'm not saying it's foolish to try, just that the evidence from Antarctica leans hard towards a globe, and reconciling it with a flat model feels like chasing a mirage at this point. I'm now convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that I was wrong about my worldview and cosmology. The evidence from the final experiment team in Antarctica has settled it for me, and I feel total peace with this shift. I want to end this video by commending my friend ROBBIE. He named his ministry Celebrate Truth because that's what he truly cares about, and he wasn't afraid to follow the truth wherever it led. He demonstrated at great personal cost, as you can expect, he's now being lambasted within the flat Earth community, that he wasn't some gullible guy ignoring evidence. He was someone who was willing to follow the facts no matter where they pointed, and no matter the cost. May we all have the courage to do the same when we're confronted with the inconvenient truth that something we believe for a long time is false. If you'd like to learn more about cosmology from a Christian worldview, check out Falling Flat, a refutation of flat Earth claims by Dr. Danny Faulkner. Faulkner holds master's degrees in physics and astronomy and a PhD in astronomy from Indiana University. This book is written specifically for Christians who want to understand how science and scripture fit together when it comes to the shape of the earth. It thoroughly answers common flat earth claims while affirming the authority of the Bible. I've got a link to the book in the video description. Thanks so much for watching. If you found it helpful, would you mind clicking like before you leave? And if you want more content like this in your feed, click subscribe and hit the notification bell. See you in the next video.
Hello everybody, hope you're doing well and thanks for joining us for another video. Now, it's been a few weeks since the final experiment trip to Antarctica, and the responses from flat earthers have been both plentiful and desperate. From faking breath to no footprints, from a giant LED studio to Masonic traditions with a boot. The responses have not only been epic, but also completely wrong. So, in this video, I'm going to go through the various supposed proofs of fakery that flat earthers have found. Now, the whole Vapegate incident and breath not being seen I've actually already addressed in this video, which I'll link below. But not to worry, there are plenty of other claims left to debunk. So let's start at the beginning. In Antarctica, we each did various live streams during our time recording the 24-hour sun. The first stream that was done was at midnight, when the sun should have most definitely set, but it hadn't. Now, Will did this live stream on the Final Experiments YouTube channel. In it, he talked about the trip, he rotated the laptop round to show the area that we were in and the sun, and then we each had an opportunity to say a few words ourselves on camera. And this is where we ran into conspiracy number one. The green screen. Now, when Critical Think came on to speak, he wanted to go and show his weights experiment that he'd set up in the hut. So he and Will went inside with the laptop to show that. However, unbeknownst to us at the time, because we were all just standing outside and not actually watching the stream, the numbers on the scales weren't visible, because the backlight of the scale screen was green, and Will's laptop had the green screen chroma key option enabled because he usually films in front of a green screen. So it was replacing the scale's screen with the black background that he usually uses. Now, that in of itself was neither here nor there. However, once Will went back outside, I spoke, then Mike spoke, then Jeren, Lisbeth and Austin, and then finally Jonathan. And when Jonathan appeared on screen, there was a big black patch and the letters TFE appearing on his top, which, as you can imagine, sent people into meltdown claiming green screens. Now, as you can see from the photos that I took at the time, Jonathan's top actually has a teal-coloured patch on it, which is where TFE was showing up. Will's chroma key option was just replacing that patch with his usual TFE background, which ironically shows that we can't have been in front of a green screen, because if we were, then whatever we were displaying on the background would have also displayed on Jonathan's top. The funniest part about this conspiracy for me is it nearly didn't happen, because after Jeren, Lisbeth and Austin had all been up to speak, Will just pressed on with the stream, seemingly forgetting that Jonathan hadn't yet spoken. Which is kind of understandable, because Jonathan was there just constantly filming us. So you kind of forgot he was one of the group rather than an outside observer. So we actually ended up just the other side of the laptop from Will, basically gesturing towards Jonathan to try and point out to Will that Jonathan had been missed. So Jonathan almost didn't end up on the stream, so the chroma key glitch would have never have appeared. Then after that stream had finished and Will started to see the comments being made about the whole green screen, we wound up doing another stream later on to highlight the clear lack of green screen, which not only involved Will showing various coloured objects, now with the chroma key option disabled on his computer, but he also flew his drone, and MCToon streamed live at the same time to give a second vantage point, even at one point having the cameras of the live streams facing towards each other. All in an attempt to show that we weren't in front of a green screen. And I even recorded Will's drone flight on my camera, and all of this was also caught on the 360 cameras as well. But even this stream brought claims of fakery along with it, because Will's drone has a collision warning system, which beeps.
Quiet and listen to the
green
beep,
screen.
man. Sorry.
This drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming.
Who cares?
And who's also...
And now it's beeping that he's getting closer to it.
It was beeping, and people seem to think that was somehow the drone being near the edge of the studio.
Yes, maybe he's touched launching.
Now I'm going to come right back
It
to
got close to the screen. It got close to the screen in the studio. That's what happened. And Toon tried to cover it up by walking toward the thing, but it was beeping way fast. If you listen, when it goes away from Toon, it goes beep, 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 and starts slowing down. And then it gets off in the distance and starts going dee 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 dee, and then Toon starts walking to it. If it was because of Toon, it would have started off slow and gotten faster.
Now, Where's Wally has actually put together a synced up video showing the view from Will's and Toon's live streams, the recording from the drone itself, Mark Herman was recording, as well as the video that I captured.
So obviously, there was a green screen. This drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming. And who's also filming the drone. Alright, now I'm going to come right back to us. Alright.
Seemingly, they overlook that when the drone first starts up, it's right next to a stand with a laptop on it. Then, as the drone is backing away, MCToon is walking along with it, and the drone beeps are going off. MCToon then stops, the drone carries on moving away from him, eventually the beeping then stops. Will starts bringing the drone back towards the laptop, the beepings then start as it's getting near to Toon again. So, yes, of course, the drone is beeping because it's detecting Toon as a potential obstruction. And the funny thing is, they claim that the drone starts beeping up again because it's reaching the edge of the studio wall. But you can see from the footage how far away the drone goes from Will, and then he brings it back. After he's brought it back again, I went walking off down the same path to take some photos. You can see me on the time-lapse footage as well as in the background of Will's stream, and I walked much further away than the drone went. So why didn't I walk into a wall? But anyway, after we then recorded the full 24-hour sun, the first standalone video we published was a 48-second time-lapse view of the sun circling around us, and that went up on my YouTube channel. This was a sped-up clip that was taken from the full 25-minute 360-degree time-lapse. The full 360 time-lapse was some 36 gigabytes in file size, which was just too much to upload on the camp's internet. So I made a sped-up tracked version, which was less than 300 megabytes, much more manageable for shared Wi-Fi. And as a side note, as this was the first video that we were publishing of the 24-hour sun, I felt it was appropriate that Will himself publish it, since it was him that made the whole trip possible.
We are publishing our first time-lapse of the 24-hour sun right here in Antarctica. Done.
But once that video went live, Flat Earthers quickly began looking for faults with it. And the first one that I saw people bring up, I think it came from Flat Earth Banjo, who'd noticed that near the end of the time-lapse, you can see sunlight shining down the side of my tracked camera.
You see that the light is shining towards the side of the camera, meaning that the source of the light, the sun, is really coming from the east and not from the south. Okay, so these guys got busted, and they will have to lie for the rest of their lives, just like Buzz Aldrin.
And of course, how could sunlight be shining down the side of a camera if the camera is supposed to be tracking towards the sun? Well, the simple answer is that it had stopped following the sun at that point. In the 360 time-lapse, you can see that the tracker actually reverses direction and starts spinning the camera away from the sun, which then, of course, causes the sunlight to be approaching the camera from the side and lighting up the side of it. Mind you, this is the same flat earth banjo that thinks he's debunked the entire final experiment by comparing the elevation of the sun in one of our video clips to the elevation of the sun seen at a similar latitude in the northern hemisphere in Svalbard in Norway in June. However, it seems Flat Earth Banjo either didn't notice, or he was hoping his audience wouldn't notice, that he's looking at the midnight sun in the north at midnight. It's actually written quite clearly there on the screen. Now, in Antarctica, the sun reached its lowest elevation when it was south of us, which was out over Mount Rossman. But you can see in the footage of MCToon, the sun is over behind the hut that we were staying in. And looking at the 360 footage, you can easily see that the hut is in the opposite direction to Mount Rossman. So really, all that Flat Earth Banjo has actually managed to confirm with this is that the sun at midday is higher than the sun at midnight. Then the next claim I faced came from King Nico, who had a debate with Fight the Flat Earth about the final experiment.
What popped into mind was the Las Vegas sphere. Not that they were in Las Vegas and did it there, but in Las Vegas, they have a sphere, a massive sphere, LED screens, 8K. You can see images on the outside of it and on the inside. So I've seen some footage of, locations similar to Antarctica with mountains and a sun moving across the sky inside of the sphere. So I'm like, that's it. They must have somehow knocked up a sphere, or there's another sphere in Antarctica that we don't know about.
This was after I'd got back to the UK, and his claims were so bewildering, I wound up joining the discussion just to try and wrap my head around it.
I just want to check this here. So you acknowledge that we didn't fake the footage from taking it off from Punta Arenas, flying to Antarctica, that going to Union Glacier Camp.
Yeah,
that is us
all
in
that
Antarctica.
Is real. You guys can prove that, and I'm not going to say that that's wrong. You guys are going to have footage of you guys sleeping in the heated tents or whatever it is and walking around that area. But I'm saying that there's going to be parts where you traveled supposedly 5 miles to do the shoot for the 24-hour sun, and obviously that is not at the Union Glacier Camp because you obviously can't see it in the footage, so you had to travel away. And what I am saying is that because I know for a fact, because, God says, the sun is not going to do an orbit east to west 24 hours in the South Pole. So the only way that could have been faked is through the means of virtual studios.
So he's openly accepting that we went to Antarctica, but he's claiming that because we didn't film the sun from the main Union Glacier camp, that must then mean we'd prepared this giant dome studio made up of all LED TV panels away from the main camp. And that we were then instead being driven from the main Union Glacier camp to the dome studio to create the 24-hour footage, whilst presumably he thinks that outside of the studio, the sun was setting. Even Eric Dubé has actually jumped on this idea that we used a studio of LED panels to fake the 24-hour sun.
Unbeknownst to most, for the past few years, portable, panoramic, 360-degree LED studio setups now exist and are being used for Hollywood productions like The Mandalorian and many others.
Although I'm not entirely sure he's as willing to accept that we were in Antarctica. Possibly the studio was just somewhere else entirely. Although I'm not even sure why Eric Dubé is so desperate to try and dismiss the 24-hour sun, because he's been saying for weeks that it doesn't prove anything.
Unfortunately for Will, and to the surprise of no flat earthers, the results of his experiment haven't changed people's minds and aren't the final words on anything. As I said would happen, back when this idea was introduced, in typical globe apologist fashion, the final experiment has conflated a celestial observation with our terrestrial foundation.
So why does he care if it actually happened or not? But anyway, we're going to tackle this in two parts. Firstly, Nico's idea that we've built some giant studio in Antarctica. Now, several of us filmed the flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, which Nico's seen, and he's happy the flight footage is real. That's why he's happy to accept we were in Antarctica. And as we approached landing, Union Glacier Camp was visible out of the left side of the plane. I was sitting on the right, so I didn't film it, but I did at least capture a photo of Union Glacier Camp from across the aisle. But Critical Think recorded the whole flight from the left side. This is his footage. That is Union Glacier Camp and the skiway where the small planes of theirs land. And then there is this loop that they have for people to run, ski, or bike around. In fact, we also took a scenic flight in one of the Twin Otters around the mountains, and Critical Think recorded some footage out of the window during takeoff, and we flew around Halfway Point. You can see clearly where Halfway Point is in relation to the main camp. Then there was actually an ice marathon that was held there a few days before we arrived. And for the marathon, they added a dogleg extension onto the loop to extend it out to 10 kilometers, I believe it was. Now, on that dogleg, they placed a cabin and some toilets for staff who were there helping the runners. Now, because that point was halfway round the loop, it therefore became referred to as Halfway Point. And this is where ALE offered to station us for recording the 24-hour sun, because there was concerns that from the main Union Glacier camp, Mount Rossman might obstruct our view of the sun, but from Halfway Point it wouldn't. And you can see, looking at our views from Halfway Point, you can see the turns in the track. I then recorded this footage of someone walking along the regular loop, so they were walking along the straight section of path, and we were located in the dogleg section with Mount Rossman visible in the background. I even showed Nico a section of the time-lapse footage where we all climbed into the back of the Tucker and it drove us away from the site. I even have that same moment in real time from the 24-hour video recording from Will's 360 camera. Then, during our time at Halfway Point, we caught one of the Twin Otter planes actually coming into land at the main camp. Again, Will's 360 camera picked it up as it approached and landed. And upon hearing the plane approaching, because I'd been warned by staff that it would be landing, I walked off down the path with Jonathan to try and get as close to the camp as possible to record it. Now, unfortunately, you don't see the plane touch down at the main camp because the whole camp is obscured by a rise in the ice. Yes, the ice isn't flat. In fact, they even took us trekking over hills of ice. Anyway, the point is that we had an aerial view of our camp only a few hours before we were there, and there is no giant studios anywhere in sight. And you can see from the all of the 360 footage, we were only away from Halfway Point for about 90 minutes each time while they took us back to the main camp for meals. So we can't have been that far from the main camp. But of course, there is still the idea that maybe we were never in Antarctica and that we were just in some giant studio somewhere else entirely, and everything that you're seeing is being projected on LED screens around us, just like they used for the production of The Mandalorian. Except there's a few glaring problems with that idea. If you look at the footage from the Mandalorian series, when they're using those LED studios, you'll notice none of the actors cast shadows, because shadows are created when an object is obscuring light from a light source. But if you're surrounded 360 degrees by LED screens projecting out a landscape, then you have light coming at you from all directions, which then removes all shadows. And yet everything in Antarctica clearly is casting shadows. And just to be clear, projecting a bright sun onto an LED TV screen does not replicate shadows like the sun creates. I can demonstrate this easily by displaying our time-lapse footage onto a curved computer monitor and placing an object in front of the screen. And you can see as I move the footage around so the sun is in different parts of the screen, there are no solid shadows being cast and following that sun. The way they produce shadows in the Mandalorian studios is by having a full lighting rig above the LED screens. The screens only actually cover the walls of the studio because the cameras are always looking horizontal. So they can have lighting above the ceiling that is out of sight of the camera, and that shines light down onto the actors set up to match whatever they're displaying on the background. But all of our footage was a full 360-degree view in all directions. And even when we were live streaming, there were times that we had the cameras angled quite high up, clearly showing the sky, and there's no lighting rigs above us. So if we were really surrounded in all directions by LED screens, absolutely nothing would be casting a shadow. The 360 video that I just showed of us getting off the 757 actually helps with two other arguments that flat earthers have put out: no footprints and the sun changing shape.
Anytime close-up footage of their feet was shown, their footprints always failed to make any impression in the snow.
Even though if you compare from the start of the time-lapse footage and run through to the end, you can see you clearly get more footprints the later on you go. But the simple reason why there's no footprints is because the snow that we were walking on was actually heavily compacted. Bear in mind, you don't get much snow in Antarctica anyway, so there's only a thin layer over basically a lot of ice. And as I pointed out earlier, we were on part of the route that they used for the ice marathon a few days before. Now, runners do not want to run through soft snow. They want firm ground. The grooves all over the ground you can see came from ALE's tractors that had been marking out the route by dragging a big snowplow behind them, which packed down the snow. So it was actually much closer to ice in texture. You can see as I get off the 757 and onto terra firma, I'm not leaving any footprints there behind me either because the ground is so firm. Here's a clip I took of the Tucker leaving camp, and at this point, this is full of people and gear because it's taking them up to the ice runway. And you will notice how several tons of truck leaves barely a mark on the ground, so you can imagine how much of a little impact a lone person is going to make. The area that we were walking in at halfway point was mainly firm, packed down snow. The untouched areas of snow surrounding us was much softer, but the ALE staff had told us not to wander too far into that because they didn't know what the ground underneath it was like. They didn't know how deep it was. There could have been a giant hole that nobody knew about, so they advised us to just stay off that stuff. Which ties us into another point that people have been bringing up. During Austin's live stream, people had been asking him to show some snow. So he went inside and got his gloves, but then when he came back out and he put the gloves on, he walked away several feet from the camera to pick up some snow. And flat earthers have been taking issue with why did he have to walk all the way over there if he's supposedly standing on snow?
Rather than picking up some of the snow that was all around him, for some reason, Austin walks several feet away and picks up a bit of snow from over there, then walks it back to the camera and lets it fall to the ground. If snow is everywhere all around him, Why did he have to walk way over there to get some?
Well, like I've just said, the area that we were on was mainly firm ground, more like ice. So to get dusty snow that people were asking for, Austin had to walk off of the firm ground over to the softer, undisturbed snow. And the 757 footage also helps tackle this idea of the sun changing shape.
Notice how the sun changes from circular to being smushed down horizontally, back to perfectly circular, then smushed across vertically, and then back again. This is not how the sun usually looks or behaves in person, or in genuine footage of the phenomenon from the Arctic.
Now, bear in mind, this was shot with an Insta360, which has two 180-degree fisheye lenses facing in opposite directions. So, when the sun, or any object for that matter, circles all the way around the camera, at some point it has to move to the very edge of one of the fisheye lenses, then cross over the overlap between the lenses, and then it winds up at the very edge of the next lens. So it's naturally going to create distortion. Now, if you watch the sun in the 360 video of me leaving the 757, you can see as I am turning to face in different directions, the sun is obviously moving around the frame of the camera, so it's crossing over between the two lenses. And you can see the sun changing shape. And this is real-time video. The sun is not actually changing shape in the sky. It's merely distortion caused by the 360-degree fisheye lenses. And I can demonstrate this very easily. If I take one of the lights in my studio here, we'll say that this is representing the sun. If I then hold up my Insta360 and I rotate it round, you can see the shape of the light changing in the 360 footage, but the light itself is not physically changing shape. And I've also had a few people bring up the fact that in the same footage you can see the mountains distort. Again, this is just a characteristic of an Insta360 that can be easily demonstrated. And if you watch the time-lapse that I shot of the sun with the solar filter, you can see the sun doesn't actually change shape in the sky. And now, last, but by no means least, let's tackle not only the most recent claim that I've seen, but probably, frankly, the most insane one. And it again comes from King Nico. Yes, apparently I performed some sort of Masonic ritual with a left-footed boot. The funny thing is the only reason that I'd put that left boot under the table is because I'd been using the right one for the rest of the time that we were there. Before we even landed in Antarctica, we'd been told to put our polar gear on. The polar trousers, the polar boots, and then I put the coat on once we'd landed. All of them are rated down to minus 70 degrees C. Except once I got into the Tucker, I pretty quickly warmed up, and at the main camp, there was no wind, because they put the camp there specifically because it's quite sheltered by the mountains, and the sun was beating down on us. So very quickly, we all shed the polar layers, which in reality are more designed to deal with blizzards. So once we got up to halfway point, we took all the polar gear with us in case the weather turned bad, but it wasn't actually cold enough at the time to need it. But I'd noticed that the polar boots were heavily insulated, and also the fact that they're black, they would absorb heat from being in direct sunlight. So I thought they were a perfect option for putting the power banks in, because batteries notoriously don't like cold. So I figured, keep them in the insulated boot that is black. In direct sunlight, it's gaining a lot of heat from that. Throw in a couple of hand warmers, and then put the insulated pouch from my water bottle onto the top of the boot to try and keep all the heat trapped in so that the batteries would keep going for longer. So I just grabbed one of the boots and put the batteries in. It turned out I'd picked up the right boot. Upon seeing me do this, Will and Mark, who were setting up Will's phone for a live stream for Candace Owens' channel, decided the boot was actually a great idea for storing the battery pack in, so they took the remaining boot that was on the pile, which was my left one. Now, their stream unfortunately only lasted a few hours into the early hours of the morning before there was an issue with Starlink that caused the stream to stop. It also caused the stream that MCToon was doing at the same time to stop, and they couldn't get the Rumble stream back online for Candace Owens. So they ended up just leaving it. So later on, I then decided I was going to do a stream of my own at the end of the 24-hour period to mark the occasion of reaching 24 hours of recording the sun. And one of the things I wanted to do on my stream was explain the setup that I'd been using, which included explaining why there was a random boot on the ground with a bunch of wires coming out of it. So I wanted to show the amount of insulation that was inside the boot. But obviously, the right boot was over there by the tripods holding all the power banks and the cables in, which meant I only had the left boot spare since it was no longer being used for Candace's live stream. So I'd already been and got it from the tripod and threw it back on the pile inside. So when I was then preparing for the live stream, I knew I was going to be setting up on that table outside. So in preparation, I went and got the boot and placed it under the table so that I knew where it was. Absolutely nothing to do with Masons in the slightest. Well, I think that's probably enough for this video, at least for now. There are probably more claims that I forgot to include, and I'm sure there'll be even more claims made in the coming weeks anyway, so perhaps I'll revisit this with another video at a later date. But now, feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments down below. If you've enjoyed this video and you haven't already done so, then please consider hitting the like and subscribe buttons, and hopefully we'll see you in the next video.
Long live Flat Earth. Flat Earthers are crushing the globe. The little experiment didn't prove any globe. They weren't in Antarctica. Excellent work. This may be confirmation of the dome. Thanks, Dave. Another very well done vidro. I guess it's final. They proved Flat Earth. The 24-hour sun in Antarctica video is another fake video. No, it's a real video of a fake sun. Now, if you don't know what all that's about, maybe you've been living under a rock for the past few weeks, or maybe you've got a life and you don't waste it watching nonsense on YouTube. But this nonsense is worth watching because it's hilarious. Meet Jeranism, one of the biggest flat earthers on YouTube. He was recently flown down to Antarctica by a wealthy entrepreneur for something called the Final Experiment, in which he'd be able to see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica for himself, an observation which would, if he's intellectually honest, destroy his entire worldview. I made an entire video on it, linked in the description, and it's brilliant. But for now, here he is making that admission.
Sometimes you are wrong in life, and I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. The sun does circle you in the south. You should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that.
But there's a lot of money to be made in telling people that the earth is flat. And one person who makes an awful lot of money from this ideology is this man here, David Weiss.
Don't believe anything I say.
Now, the comments I showed you at the beginning of this video came from a recent video on David Weiss's YouTube channel, DITRH, or Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, because he thinks he's found a way to explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that will allow him to continue to sell his Flat Earth app and make lots and lots of money out of gullible people. And here is that video on his channel. You can find it and watch it for yourself. TFE, the first expedition squashed. Now, I'm not going to show his entire video here, but what I have done is I've taken it and I've condensed it to show you exactly how you debunk the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Given that there are very, very few, if any, words in David's video, I think this is an excellent representation of what his video shows. But hey, go and watch his video anyway and compare the two. Step number 1, start off with a little bit of word salad about optical lights getting compressed. Now, we've got to remember that doesn't mean anything, but it does look good. What we need now is some random photographs of rainbows. Why? Well, that's not important. What did you expect? Some sort of explanation? Now show a video of somebody shining a torch through an upside down glass bowl. But be careful, if you're going to repeat this yourself, make sure that bowl is empty before you turn it upside down. Now we've collected all the evidence we need to compare it to the 24-hour sun time-lapse in Antarctica. Show the two videos side by side as if it actually fucking means something. And then finish off with another dumb question that you also haven't got an answer to. Job done. Now, believe me, if you do go and watch his video, that is exactly what his original video does. And I'm not surprised that he doesn't try and put any explanation in it, because he's basing his video off somebody else's idea, somebody else's model, one that Dave Weiss clearly doesn't understand. Here's the guy he's basing it off.
Flat Earth's not dead, people. You can't kill the truth. What matters is, can we model it? Yes, we can model it. So if we can model it, then no one can say it's impossible.
Now, this guy here is called Joseph Hanvey. He has a small YouTube channel himself, which isn't monetized as far as I can tell. And I want to make it very clear before I go on, because this probably won't be pleasant listening for Joseph, that there is a clear distinction between David Weiss and Joseph Hanvey. David Weiss is one of the most scientifically illiterate people on the internet. He makes an awful lot of money from other scientifically illiterate people by selling the flat earth to them and selling his flat earth app. It is in his best interest for people to believe in this conspiracy theory, and if he has to misrepresent science to make that happen, well, it doesn't seem to have stopped him so far. On the other hand, Joseph Hanvey seems to be just an extraordinarily nice guy who just happens to have very misguided beliefs. But still, those beliefs are now being shared by David Weiss to his 107,000 subscribers. People who are now being further pushed down the rabbit hole by the model that Joseph Hanvey has created. And therefore, it is in everyone's best interests to show this model for what it really is.
Well, I'm often asked to show day and night in the realm at the same time in the model. But this is for everyone who asked for day and night. You're clearly seeing day and night. Again, on this side, I'm on the day side, so when I come in and look up at the night sky, you don't really see much but blackness and darkness over there. But when I come over to the side where the night is, and the sun's not washing it out, you see the stars. So it does work. It's pretty cool. Hope everybody enjoys this, because I sure do.
Now, I think Joseph is implying that the 24-hour sun at the Antarctic is possible here because we have a glass bowl, and when the light is shined on it, the glass lights up at the bottom around the rim, which is the South Pole, which I suppose means if you are stood at the South Pole, you will be trapped under some sort of glass. I don't really know. That's only one minor problem with it. Another problem we've got is that whether it's day or night in his model, we can see the sun clear in the sky. But let's not worry about the small details, because he is improving his model, including showing us how the moon can be introduced.
Now I've added in the moon. So we have a projected focal point of light representing the sun, a projected focal point of light representing the moon, day and night, the stars in the night sky, the blue in the day sky. I mean, it's a model.
Now, Joseph, you are clearly a very talented guy to be able to build something that looks as nice as that. You are clearly a very nice, pleasant guy from what I can see when I look at your YouTube channel. And I don't want you to take anything I'm about to say personally, but given the fact that your model is now being used by Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole to help push people down a conspiracy hole that ultimately could help unravel their lives, I need to be honest about your model. And I don't like to say this, but Joseph, your model, as far as it goes to represent the workings of the solar system, or, you know, day and night, etc., your model is fucking shit. Like, it's really, really shit. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. I know you're not going to take that well, but it's no different than me doing this. Okay, so here is my model. This is whatever is underneath the flat Earth, but now we do need the Earth. Here it is. This is my house here. That's my friend Paul. I've not seen him for a long time. He's a great guy. This is PhD Tony. He lives in Australia, so, you know, that would obviously account for that. Now we need a dome. For that, I'm going to use this ball here. We turn that upside down. We can see it fits almost perfectly. I really like that. Now, already we can see little bits of light shining here. They could be stars or nebula. That's coming from my kitchen cabinet. But I can turn those off if you want to. That's not a problem. In fact, I will do. Hang on. Yeah, see already. And now we need the sun. So I have another phone in my hand, and I'm going to put the torch on. Get the torch out. Right, there we go. Look at that. Now, when it comes to the sun, I can move the. Look at that. I can move this in whatever way I want. And we can see the bit that's underneath the lit part is the daytime. At the minute, that's everywhere on the planet. But I can do all sorts. I can move it anywhere I want. See, we've got some day and night there. Absolutely fantastic. But to be honest, you might wonder about dusk and dawn. I've actually got a better way for day and night. You know, that will be day. But if I really want night, I mean, that's undebunkable, isn't it? Clearly, that's going to be darker under there now. I might lift that up. And, you know, it's great. Now, what a lot of people ask me about this model is they say, sure, you know, obviously it's the best thing, you know, we've ever seen. But how does it, for example, explain the opposite movement of star trails in the northern and southern hemisphere? And they'll wonder, for example, how it can explain eclipses, as well as a variety of other things. Now, my answer to that is that it's good to wonder, you know? Let's not dwell on the details. Wonder is an amazing thing. So there we go. Clearly, this is a physical model. The globe doesn't have a physical model. That puts us ahead of them. So proud. Now, some of you will be saying, Catz, you are so mean. He's obviously spent a lot of time working on that model. He's obviously put a lot of effort into it. And how dare you say something so cruel? And I agree, it was not a nice thing to say. I didn't enjoy saying it. It was horrible. And if he lived near me and was just making these models and held those beliefs, that wouldn't be a problem. I'd go around his house, I'd have a beer with him, and I would tell him what an amazing job he's done with the model, how artistic he is, and how we should go and sell them. You know, I think it looks beautiful. But the fact is, when it's being put on such a big platform, it then becomes a form of activism that undermines science and science education, and it starts to drag people into a rabbit hole. And ultimately, Flat Earth is one of the worst rabbit holes you can go down, because from that point, you have to believe in all other conspiracies for your Flat Earth delusion to work. And it will take over your life, it will make you obsessive, and you know, it could very well ruin your life. So they are not the words perhaps people want to hear, but they are the words some people need to hear. Now, some people have dealt with the final experiment in different ways. Joseph has made a model, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole has promoted that model, but this lady here is taking the legal route. Take one Flat Earth Queen at McKeegan 02. She donated some money in the hope that the 24-hour sun would be debunked, but she was upset because apparently the 24-hour live stream she was hoping to watch got shut down. But as Jacob reminds her, even the flat earthers who went down to Antarctica have admitted openly that this 24-hour sun has occurred. I mean, is she really calling them liars? Well, she is. She's calling at least one of them a fraud and a liar, and she's really angry about it. So angry about it that she's actually going to go to the FBI, and I think we can all agree they are going to take this extremely seriously. But she won't stop there. She's also reported it to the Federal Trade Commission and the Internet Crime Complaint Center. Now, I will be following that case. I'm sure the FBI, like I said, will be taking it very, very, very seriously. Hopefully it can be filed alongside some of the other cases that also need to be taken seriously. We're now finally hearing about the drones flying over New Jersey and how that needs to be investigated. I live over here in Blackburn in the UK. It's currently wintertime, and we don't have drones in the sky. We've got this really weird cold white stuff that seems to be falling down, and it's on the ground, and then, you know, you'll go to sleep and it'll rain, you wake up the next day, it's sunny, and the stuff's just gone. It's like it's got up and it's just sprinted somewhere else. I don't know what these things are that are landing and running away. Maybe Flat Earth Queen could help. I'm going to go off and investigate that. What I do want to say is, you know, some of you might know me for making lots of videos on Flat Earth on previous channels in the past. I'm not going back to making lots and lots of Flat Earth videos, but I do think watching the fallout of this final experiment will be very interesting. So I'm going to hang around maybe for a week or two on that, and then get back to some more serious content. But again, if you're watching Joseph Hanvey, I am sorry for showing your model up like that. Hope you understand my reasons for it. You're a talented guy. Put your talents to, you know, perhaps a use that's a little bit more adult, I think, would be what I've got to say. Anyway, take care, everybody. Goodbye.
Move over Drone Gate, Shadow Gate, Footprint Gate, Breath Gate, not even Vape Gate can stand up to this one. I'm calling this one Flatzoid is claiming he was not formally invited to participate in the final experiment gate. That's catchy, right? Yes, this one is hard to believe. If I did not have receipts, I'm not sure I would even convince my closest friends of this one. But as has been the case from day one, I always bring receipts.
Will Duffy never formally invited me.
So let's dive into Flatzoid is claiming he was not formally invited to participate in the final experiment gate. To begin, we need to go all the way back to March of last year, March of 2024. And we released a video on this channel, the TFE channel, called The Final Experiment, The Participants. I am very proud of that video to this day. Keep in mind that this video was released prior to my identity being revealed to the public. Let's watch part of that video now. So this video served as a formal invitation to 24 flat earthers and 24 globe earthers to participate in the final experiment. And then the video shows short clips of all 48 people that I was personally inviting to participate in TFE. And guess who was one of the flat earthers?
There is ample evidence for a globe earth. There is none for a flat earth.
First of all, if you know how a sextant works, it can only work of having a horizontal baseline. If you also notice that they use the horizon to set this horizontal.
Flatzoid, who runs the YouTube channel Flatzoid's Perspective, received a formal and official invitation to participate in TFE, as you just saw. So the next obvious question is whether or not Flatzoid was aware of this video and aware that he was one of the lucky 24 flat earthers that was officially invited to TFE. The short answer is yes, but he denies that, as you will see here.
Remember the original 24 invites from Will Duffy? Remember he said he contacted 24 people originally from the flat earth side and whatever to say, hey, you guys are invited for this whole final experiment nonsense thing. Well, anyway, apparently I was one of those 24.
Now let me give you the longer answer as to how we know Flatzoid absolutely knew he was formally invited to TFE. When I made the participants video, I had no idea if TFE would pick up any steam or even work. In hindsight, it did, but I didn't know that at the time. So what I did was I attempted to email each of the 48 on the list. But how do you get an email address for a YouTube personality? Well, I discovered that if you go to a YouTube channel and press more, you get a pop-up window. And in this pop-up window under channel details, you'll see it says view email address. And when you click on that, you are given an email address for that channel. Well, just a handful of the 48 people I invited did not have their email address in their channel details like Flat Earth Dave does on his DITRH channel. Here is a message I sent to MCToon on March 25th with the 10 people who did not have their email addresses on YouTube. And you will notice that Flatzoid is one of them. So is it possible that he never saw the participants video on our channel? No, it's not. At the very beginning of TFE, I would send various super chats as a way to get the flat versus globe community to talk about TFE. Again, I had no idea if anyone would even care about what I was creating. And one night I noticed that 4 of the people I invited to TFE were all on the same channel together. It was MCToon, FTFE, Jeran, and Flatzoid. And I thought that would be a great opportunity to send a super chat about the final experiment. And keep in mind that this is now in May, so long after the participants video had been released, and many weeks of people talking about this. Listen to what my super chat said and pay close attention to Flatzoid's response.
We've got the final experiment, $5. Are Jeran, Flatzoid, McToon, and Craig excited for us to finally reveal tonight what the final experiment is? I'll go first.
Oh, that's coming up.
I'll go first.
Oh,
so far, you've said that it's going to take place in Antarctica, so I think it's going to be hilarious as you attempt to get us to Antarctica and prove what we've been saying the whole time, that you can't go there. So let's see what happens, how you're going to get us there. Who's going to do the $1 million EPA study? I guess we'll find out. Maybe that will come out tonight on the last final experiment coming soon. You guys, go ahead. Are you excited, Craig?
Yeah, I'm absolutely ecstatic. I've been talking with Neil deGrasse Tyson about it on the secret NASA moon base, because he's cousins with the director of the project. And yeah, going to be live. Oh shit! Sorry, my bad.
We know we got to wipe everybody's memory. Great,
Mike, go ahead.
All right, so I did a video a week and a half ago saying whatever it is, I'm in. However, I can participate. So I will stand up and say whatever I'm able to do, I'm in completely, because I'm all for experimentation. So if it's in Antarctica, I don't know if I can go to Antarctica. Probably not. But if there's somebody going to be there, I'd love to see it. I want to see them. I'm going to support that. So,
looking forward.
Flatzoid, you got an invite too, didn't you?
Are you excited about it?
Yeah, very excited because
you're the closest.
Like you said, we're finally going to show that, it's a rigmarole to get there and you're not going to be able to explore freely like you think you can.
Or maybe me and you'll just be there and we'll just be waltzing around. We'll go wherever we want.
So Flatzoid not only acknowledges that he received an invitation, but he says he is excited about TFE. Receipts. Receipts are the name of the game.
And Flatzoid, you got an invite too, didn't you?
So when someone sent me this clip from last week with Flatzoid saying he was never invited, it sure confused me. And the title of this video on Flatzoid's channel is the TFE Duffed Up Lie Special. Check it out.
Well, anyway, apparently I was one of those 24, which is really news to me because I didn't know that I was one of the 24 ever until maybe 2 days ago when McKeegan the liar had to post it from the guy's side, say, hey, I'm one of the original 24. You know what's weird about that? I was never contacted about this. Will Duffy never formally invited me. But yet everybody's pushing it as I was formally invited and I just decided to not go, which is not the truth. Obviously, if he did formally invite me, I would still have declined. Because, like I said, I have better things to do than worry about a false dichotomy. But the whole principle stands that if you're claiming to have invited someone and you didn't invite them, that's called a lie. It makes me think that with all the people on that list, did he really contact everybody and actually ask them, invite them formally, are they going to go or not? I got a suspicion that's a no. So that's one lie that is already another lie that has crept up to show Will Duffy has lied. So I want to actually contact the people on that list and ask, has Will Duffy actually contacted you to ask you for an invite? Really odd stuff.
So Flatzoid is calling me a liar for saying I invited him and claiming I did not invite him. Well, we all know I did invite him, and he even acknowledged his invitation after my super chat. Well, Flatzoid decided to double down on this and called in to MCToon show, and you won't believe what happened next.
What do you got? You got a real question?
Last question I also have for you.
Okay.
Why aren't you just answering me? Did you receive an invite email from Duffy?
Oh, go back to the particular method of invite. So you were invited by having
Can you show me this formal invite, please?
Well, please define formal invite.
Did he email you or not? It's a yes or no question.
Okay. I said if you sea lion, you're out.
I had a simple question. This is why, guys, you changed
this is your last chance to stop sea lioning.
I asked him a simple question.
He wouldn't stop sea lioning. So I asked him, he said, did you receive a formal invite? I asked him, what is a formal invite? And he won't define a formal invite. So he was sea lining. Here's the answer, Flatzoid. Your email address is not listed on your channel. Flatzoid, how could he have emailed you when your email address isn't listed on your channel? He couldn't.
It doesn't really.
But Flatzoid, how do you think he was supposed to send you an email, Flatzoid? Please answer in the chat here. How was he supposed to send you an email? Could you just show us where on your YouTube page your email address is? So let's see how dishonest Flatzoid is.
Flatzoid on your.
Here we go. Here's Flatzoid's channel. Everybody can see it. Here's the more. Uh-oh. Where's your email address, Flatzoid? It's not there, Flatzoid. But you know what you don't have there, Flatzoid? But it's right here for everybody to see. You don't have your email address. So was your email address removed along with the 11 frames you removed, Flatzoid? How do you think Will Duffy was supposed to email you, Flatzoid? How? Just type it in the chat right here, Flatzoid. How was he supposed to get your email address?
Do you think we will have enough time for that?
I mean, I got a screenshot already. So he added his email address.
Oh, you're such a weasel.
What a scumball. I already got the screenshot though, Flatsy. I already got the screenshot of your lie exposed in front of 1,200 people. Right? Flatzoid. What a pathetic attempt that was. So sad. I can't believe
Echoing
you
Empire
actually
says busted.
Wow.
That was lame.
You expected him to send you an email address without having your email address available. And when shown that your email address isn't on there, you on the fly change it. He's gone for days leaning into this, I didn't get a formal invite, while refusing to define formal invite. Then he's like, well, how come I didn't get an email? I show that he doesn't have his email address listed on his YouTube page. So how could he have received an email invite? He could not have received an email invite. And live on the fly, he goes to add it there as some way to try to cover up. Man, so sad. Oh my gosh. All right. Who gets credit? Hold on. That was posted by Micah Ray. Micah Ray, you win the internet today for capturing that typo.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
That was fast.
Flatzoid, I'm still a bit perplexed as to why you would make such a big deal about this after our trip to Antarctica was over. And quickly adding your email to your YouTube channel is not a good look because it makes it look like you were trying to act like it was there all along. And I'm thankful that others keep receipts as well and notice that in your haste to quickly add your email, you misspelled it with a K instead of an L. I do like alliteration, I always have, and so this one, Flatzoid, is definitely a phenomenal fail. Almost hard to believe. By the way, Flatzoid, you are probably wondering how I got your email address for our discussion on modern day debate. I'm actually in a private Facebook group of Globers, and I just asked them recently on November 19th if any of them had your email address, and Peter Markley replied, who I know you now know, and he gave it to me. And if you missed it, watch my discussion with Flatzoid on the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel. We agreed to discuss predictions prior to the Antarctica trip, and Flatzoid refused to make any predictions. And we now know why. You cannot make accurate and testable predictions based on something that does not exist. And since a flat Earth does not exist, flat earthers will not make the same types of predictions that the globe side will. They can't. A flat Earth prediction is as silly as trying to predict and test sun elevation angles on Tatooine, or temperature variations on Arrakis, or snowfall on Krypton. When flat earthers refuse to make testable predictions, this is why. You do not want to miss our next video in the Final Experiments series. This series will cover all of the experiments and testing and observations we made on our trip to Chile and Antarctica. The next one is the South Celestial Pole, something Flatzoid is on record saying would confirm the globe. So Flatzoid, are you ready to admit the globe is real? Bye, everyone.
Looking forward. And Flatzoid, you got an invite too, didn't you?
Are you excited about it?
Yeah, very excited because
you're the closest.
Like you said, we're finally going to show that it's a rigmarole to get there, and you're not going to be able to explore freely like you think you can.
Welcome to the Final Experiments. The Final Experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth, and the Final Experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024 when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey to Antarctica with me, Will Duffy. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, which served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we do not live on a flat earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat earth. If they say that flat earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat earth is impossible because a flat earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every single day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat earth map and there is no working flat earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist. And you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat earth. This brings us to the distance between meridians, specifically southern meridians, which confirm that the earth measures curved. Meridians, more commonly known as lines of longitude, are imaginary lines that run north and south on the earth from pole to pole. And these lines of longitude represent one of the most significant differences between the globe and a flat earth. As I already mentioned, on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together, eventually coming to a single geographic point, the South Pole. But on a flat earth, everything south of the equator extends into a larger and larger area indefinitely. Here, flat earther Eric Dubé correctly assert what lines of longitude would do if we live on a globe versus a flat earth.
If the earth were a globe, lines of longitude would bubble out at the equator while converging at the poles, whereas if Earth is an extended plane, lines of longitude should simply expand straight outwards from the North Pole. So which is actually the case?
And that is the question. Which is actually the case? Do lines of longitude get closer together south of the equator, eventually converging at a geographic South Pole? Or do they diverge from one another, constantly increasing the distance between them as you head further south? Now, I need to mention something very important throughout this video, and that is what's known as the burden of proof. When someone makes a positive claim, the burden of proof lies with them to give evidence of and attempt to prove their positive claim.
If you make any positive claims, you have the burden of proof, right? If you say the earth is flat, yeah, you have a burden of proof for that. Absolutely.
Austin is correct here. When a flat earther claims the earth is flat, that is a positive claim. And so the burden of proof means they need to provide evidence that the earth is flat. If you've noticed that flat earthers essentially refuse to do this, your observation is correct. When you ask a flat earther for evidence that the earth is flat, they will undoubtedly revert to talking about the globe. So they have not satisfied the burden of proof for their positive claim that the earth is flat. And they also go out of their way to avoid making positive claims in an attempt to escape the burden of proof and to avoid having to provide any evidence. Despite their calculated effort at not making any positive claims, they still make quite a few of them. One of the most repeated claims from flat earthers is that the earth measures flat. This is another positive claim made by them, and you can't listen to flat earth content very long before hearing them boldly state this claim that the earth measures flat.
To prove the earth is flat, you don't need to speculate what's beyond 60 degrees south. You don't need to speculate what the sky is made out of. You just need to measure the earth, and the earth measures flat.
So I don't know what this thing was in Antarctica. I don't know. I have no idea. But all I know is the earth is measured flat.
We'll shove it right in your faces. It's flat. It measures flat. It photographs flat. It is flat.
The earth measures flat. Literally.
Yes, everywhere you measure on this earth is going to be flat.
Okay, so yeah, the earth is measured flat.
Earth looks flat, tests flat, and measures flat.
Everything's measured flat.
The earth is measured flat.
The earth measures flat.
The surface of the earth, again, measures flat.
The earth is measured flat.
No matter what it is, the earth still measures flat.
As I said, this is one of the most repeated claims by flat earthers. So who has the burden of proof here?
If you make any positive claims, you have the burden of proof.
Despite having heard this earth measures flat claim myself countless times, something is glaringly missing. What would any rational person expect to accompany a claim that the earth measures flat? That's right, measurements. You know, evidence to back their claim. But flat earthers never seem to give any flat earth measurements. They just make the claim that the earth measures flat and leave it at that. And I'm not the only one who has noticed this.
When flat earthers say that they think that the earth is flat, and they say things like earth is measured flat, you ask them, can you provide the measurements? They never can. But, they like to say it's measured flat, but when you ask for these measurements, you never get any. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, no matter what you do, it's always measured flat. Yeah, somehow, but they never produce these measurements. Because no person listens to earth is measured flat and then thinks, oh, okay. Right? That's not it. That's not the end of it. Right? That's the claim. Next, show the measurements.
Our earth is not a planet. Says earth is measured flat as your heart is. Nathan Oakley, you fear most, don't you? You lie. You fear Nathan Oakley. This seems like a Poe. Are you a Poe? So the whenever a flat earth is they like to say this. Whenever they say that, the next thing is, okay, let's see the measurements. Right? Just saying things is not anything. You actually have to do the work. You have to provide the measurements. So
the earth measures flat. Can we get back to that?
Oh, sure.
Can
you send the measurements, please?
Well, I can't go give you measurements for you, partner. You got to do that yourself.
Yeah, you specifically made the claim that the earth measures flat. Now you have the burden of evidence to support that claim. Go ahead.
No, that's not correct. You have the burden of...
I mean, you didn't present any measurements, so what are we supposed to do with your non-measurement?
Our measurements a lot when the earth is measured flat, which is irrelevant. But you keep asking for measurements.
You say the earth is flat, but don't have measurements of it.
You want complete measurements when it's being measured flat.
So you say, but don't have any measurements.
And it's all flat, right? It's all measured flat, or whatever you want to call it.
That's your claim. So now it's on you to present the measurements.
All right, so you're just gonna say nuh-uh. All right, next. No. Into the moon?
Hold on. That's not a nuh-uh. That's a normal thing. That's a normal thing that is part of a debate. That you make a claim, and then you have the burden of evidence. Now you have the burden of proof to show the measurements. Bring forth the measurements.
Lakes, easily.
Bring forth the measurements.
Like what? You want me to do geometry on water? You want me to do algebra on water?
So it's very apparent that this claim from flat earthers, that the earth measures flat, has no evidence to back it up. And a claim without evidence is just a claim. Now, there is one flat earther in particular who has made this very claim his sole battle cry. If you bring up any other talking point, he will avoid that and just incessantly tell you that the earth is measured flat. And this one-trick pony actually received a call from a TFE participant while we were in Antarctica.
Oh, it's MCToon. Is that the real MCToon?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm in Antarctica. The sun did not set 24 hours.
You know Earth's measured flat, though,
Turns
right,
out,
Toon?
Hey, Nathan, you lied.
You know Earth's measured
Robert
flat, though, right,
Shortman lied.
Toon?
Yeah, you're a liar, Nathan. You're a liar. You said the sun sets. You lied. Caught you.
I lied about the sun. That doesn't change how Earth is measured. It's measured flat.
Absolutely 100% lied about the Earth.
I've asked him if he appreciates Earth's measured flat, and now he's rumpusing.
Nathan, stop talking. Stop changing the topic, Nathan.
Earth's measured flat, Toon, like in your challenge. Your elevation angles are flat Earth measurements, Toon.
Nathan, you said I would get turned away at gunpoint. I did not. I did not get...
I have not said anything of the sort, but we'll rattle them off. These claims of what I've said that Toon says. Notice they've not got quotes around them yet. Meanwhile, Toon's challenge utilised a flat Earth
Nathan,
measurement.
You are changing the topic, Nathan. I am walking around outside in Antarctica right now.
Do you accept that Earth is measured flat?
Overnight, last night.
Do you
Listen
accept
to me,
that Earth
Nathan.
is measured flat?
You said the sun sets. You said that if people tried to go to Antarctica, they would get turned away at gunpoint.
I did not say that. Earth's measured flat and Toon doesn't want to communicate with me. His only tactic is to incessantly talk so he doesn't have to listen to anything I put to him.
If they don't immediately demand that you stop lying, you need to stop now, Nathan.
Yeah, I heard you. Okay, I'll take that under consideration, Toon. I'll try and stop lying. Will you accept the Earth being measured flat with your angle measurements in your 10K challenge there, Toon?
Get off the internet. Stop putting your lies out there. You're running from the topic, Nathan.
Flat earther Nathan Oakley's sacred mantra is the 4-word phrase, Earth is measured flat. And he doesn't hide that this is his calculated tactic and encourages others to do the same.
But I want to do a call to action. I've said it 3 times and I'm going to reiterate it again. Yeah, this is the most empowering time since I've been in this subject. I've been here 10 years almost. And in that entire time, I cannot think of a single thing that is more empowering than the statements we're currently making in 2024. The Earth is measured flat. And as an audience, I hope you can round out on that note, which is to say, go forth and tell people that. If you're going to engage in this discussion, start on the front foot by telling people how Earth is dealt with. It is flat.
Now, Nathan Oakley at least makes an attempt to give evidence for his claim. He says that elevation angles are flat Earth measurements. When MCToon called him from Antarctica to let him know that the sun never set for an entire 24 hours and that we weren't turned away at gunpoint, Nathan Oakley immediately started saying the Earth measures flat and that MCToon's challenge used flat Earth measurements. He's referring to MCToon's Celestial Navigation Challenge. MCToon has a Celestial Navigation Challenge where he will award $10,000 to any flat earther who can demonstrate how celestial navigation works on a flat Earth. No one has collected the prize money because we live on a globe and celestial navigation would not work on a flat Earth. And after Ruhif debated a flat earther on celestial navigation a couple years ago, and that flat earther was not able to even begin to show how celestial navigation works on a flat Earth, I highly doubt any flat earther will ever again consider debating this topic. And if celestial navigation worked on a flat Earth, there would be dozens of videos from flat earthers responding to MCToon's challenge and demanding their $10,000 payout. So why then does Nathan Oakley claim that MCToon's challenge uses flat Earth measurements? Well, he has concocted an argument that elevation angle measurements require a flat earth. You may have even heard Nathan Oakley say that the globe came from flat earth measurements.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Those latitude lines are measured on a flat baseline. A flat Earth, it's an elevation angle. Elevation from the surface, which is flat, it's an angle. Earth's measured flat for those lines you don't deny the measurement of. What I do care about is elevation angles, which we measure the Earth with and then map the Earth with and survey the Earth with. Horizontal planes of reference. That's how we measure Earth. I'm here as a flat earther and telling you how Earth's measured. Flat.
His argument is completely false, and nothing could be further from the truth. He thinks there are triangles used in celestial navigation, and he thinks the Earth is the baseline when taking elevation angles. And he will frequently put up pictures of triangles as he repeats his sacred mantra, Earth is measured flat, Earth is measured flat. There's just one massive problem. There are no triangles with celestial navigation. And the Earth is not the baseline for elevation angle measurements. His entire argument collapses from the very beginning. Anyone who has done celestial navigation or used a sextant knows there are no triangles used in the process. And they also know that the baseline for the elevation angle never touches the Earth, as it's an angle created by the observer's horizontal and whatever the observer is looking at. The observer's horizontal is above the surface of the Earth at the point where he or she is standing and is above the horizon away from the observer as the Earth dips down from the observer in all directions. The mere fact that there are no triangles used when it comes to celestial navigation, and the fact that the Earth is not the baseline when taking elevation angles, means Nathan Oakley's argument falls completely flat. Pun intended. One other argument you will hear him make is that you need a horizontal plane for celestial navigation and obtaining elevation angles. And what he seems to have forgotten is that the horizontal plane in celestial navigation is imaginary. Yes, the horizontal plane used when taking an elevation angle is imaginary. And that's because a horizontal plane does not exist on the actual surface of the Earth. There is not a single horizontal plane anywhere on our natural Earth. On land, you have terrain such as hills, mountains, and valleys. So you won't find a horizontal plane anywhere on the land. And the ocean has tides and waves and is in constant motion, so no horizontal plane there either. But more importantly, if you are using a sextant at sea and you use the horizon as your stable reference point for celestial navigation and obtaining an elevation angle, you have to apply a dip correction because the horizon drops in all directions away from you. Again, this is because we live on a sphere and because the observer's horizontal is above the visible horizon. This reminds me of yet another positive claim made by flat earthers, which is that the horizon rises to eye level.
The horizon rises to your eye level.
The horizon is flat and rises towards eye level.
The horizon rises to eye level.
The horizon rises along with the observer, no matter how high.
The model on the right shows what would happen on a flat Earth as the horizon rises to eye level.
But since we are on a flat plane, you have to see that the horizon rises to the eye level.
So add this to the growing list of positive claims made by flat earthers, which gives them the burden of proof.
If you make any positive claims, you have the burden of proof.
And this is yet another positive claim to which they fail to ever give any evidence or measurements in an attempt to prove their claim. In reality, there is what's known as the dip of the horizon, and this is where the horizon does the exact opposite of what flat earthers claim it does, and it drops as you increase in altitude. And this is exactly what the globe predicts. This can be seen with relatively inexpensive surveying equipment, as Ruhif demonstrated here using an auto level. As you can see, as he went higher in altitude, the horizon dropped. And anyone can do this themselves with a simple device that can be made for just a few dollars at your local hardware store. The results are always the same. The horizon drops the higher the observer. And the flat earth claim that the horizon rises to eye level is demonstrably false. So this is why the horizontal plane used in celestial navigation and for elevation angles is imaginary. It does not exist. And this is why when you use the horizon to measure an elevation angle, you must also use a dip correction to account for the height of the observer and the dip of the horizon, because we live on a sphere. Seeing as Nathan Oakley's only argument is false on its face, I'm not sure what else he has left. This might explain why he recently came out offering to come on other YouTube channels for a fee.
I'm going to tell you about the 3 ways you can get in contact and communicate with Nathan Oakley. Number 1, you can join my live streams weekdays at 2 p.m. for free. Number 2, you can pay me to come onto your show. Get in touch at nathanoakley1980@aol.com and we can arrange a fee for me to be on your show.
A former flat earther, Ranty, who runs the YouTube channel Auditing the Absurd, accepted his offer and told Nathan Oakley that he would have Oakley on his Auditing the Absurd channel and would gladly pay his fee. And despite literally just making this offer a couple weeks ago, Oakley won't do it. In response to Ranty's willingness to accept Oakley's own offer to come on another channel for a fee, and his willingness to pay Oakley his fee, Oakley declined. And his response was so vile, I can't even show it, as TFE is a family-friendly channel. Does that remind you of anything? It's so similar to all those flat earthers, including Nathan Oakley himself, who turned down all expenses paid trips to come to Antarctica with TFE. Flat earthers said for years that Antarctica held the key to the truth about the world we live in. They said for years that they wanted to go to Antarctica to show the world the truth. And they said that this whole debate could be settled by simply going to Antarctica and seeing what the sun does. But as soon as I announced the final experiment would go to Antarctica and that I would be paying for participants from both sides to participate, the flat earthers quickly changed their tune. So many of them turned down the opportunity, even at no out-of-pocket cost to them. This is eerily similar to what has transpired between Oakley and Ranty. Oakley says he will come on other channels for a fee. Ranty accepts his offer and agrees to pay his fee, and now he won't do it. What does this tell you? I think it's obvious. Since flat earthers have no evidence for their claims that the earth is flat, that the earth is measured flat, and that the horizon rises to eye level, where do they go from here? Well, they have yet another positive claim, which was briefly mentioned at the beginning of this video. And that's the claim that if we live on a flat earth, lines of longitude would diverge indefinitely. That lines of longitude would get further and further apart as you travel south.
And on our planar Earth, lines of longitude only converge upon the North Pole center point and project out straight southwards from there.
Once again, this is a positive claim made by flat earthers, and so they have the burden of proof.
If you make any positive claims, you have the burden of proof.
What evidence do they have that the distance between meridians increases more and more as you head south? Surprise! Once again, they make this positive claim without providing any evidence or any measurements. They don't even make an attempt at satisfying the burden of proof here, and I think it's clear why. Well, in fairness, the globe makes a positive claim here, too. The globe claims that lines of longitude converge, get closer together as you head south of the equator. The globe says that the meridians keep getting closer and closer together, eventually meeting at the geographic South Pole. This is the globe's positive claim, and therefore the burden of proof lies with the globe side to provide evidence and measurements for this claim. And I'm extremely excited to announce that the globe team took those measurements as part of TFE. We took measurements in both Punta Arenas, Chile, and Union Glacier, Antarctica. Spoiler alert, the Earth measures curved. Our hotel in Chile was located on a street that had a long stretch running almost due east and west. And we used both a GPS unit and trundle wheel to measure an east to west distance. We were so far south, near 53 degrees south, that distances between lines of longitude are significantly shorter compared to at the equator. Contrast that to the flat Earth model, which would require very significant distances between meridians that far south. Based on a globe radius of 6,371 kilometers, the globe model predicts a distance of approximately 67 kilometers between lines of longitude at our location right at 53 degrees south. Contrast that to a flat Earth as represented by Gleason's map, which predicts a distance of approximately 278 kilometers between lines of longitude that far south. This is a difference between the two models of almost 211 kilometers, which is over 131 miles. To be clear, if the Earth is flat, the distance between lines of longitude at 53 degrees south of the equator should be a whopping 131 miles greater than what the globe model predicts. This is such a significant difference that it should be very easy to determine which model is correct, and with numbers this varied, both cannot be right. We found the longest stretch we could find where we could walk directly due east and west in a straight line. And we walked it 4 times with both a GPS unit and a trundle wheel. Based on the globe model with an R value of 6371, the distance we traveled between the meridians should be approximately 263 meters. And on a flat Earth, that distance should be 1,100 meters. After taking the measurement 4 times, the average distance was 265 meters. That means the globe model's prediction and our measurements had an error magnitude of 0.99. An error magnitude of 1.0 means the results were identical to the prediction. And the error magnitude for the flat Earth prediction was 4.14. This means the flat Earth prediction was over 4 times greater than what we find in reality. What does this mean? The Earth measures curved. And unlike the flat Earth side, who have no measurements or data showing that Earth is measured flat, we have the measurements and data confirming that Earth measures curved. Flat Earthers can no longer say the Earth measures flat when they've been shown this data from TFE. Their debunked claim is nothing more than a baseless claim. As we planned on traveling even further south to close to 80 degrees south in Antarctica, this means the lines of longitude would get even closer together on the globe and even further apart on a flat Earth. At Union Glacier Camp in Antarctica, the globe model predicted just 19.8 kilometers between lines of longitude where we were between 79 and 80 degrees south. Contrast that to the flat Earth model, which predicts 329 kilometers between lines of longitude at that location. This is a staggering difference in prediction of almost 310 kilometers, which is over 192 miles. After finding a groomed area that was safe for us to take measurements without the risk of falling into a crevasse, we again walked and took 4 measurements with a GPS unit and trundle wheel. Based on the globe model with an R value of 6371, the distance between meridians should be approximately 68 meters. And on a flat Earth, that distance should be 1,130 meters. The trundle wheel really struggled on the compacted snow and ice. And despite that, we measured an average of 63 meters. This, of course, aligns way closer with the globe model, but did have an error magnitude of 1.08. So we took one more measurement with a laser rangefinder, which helped us overcome the struggle with the trundle wheel, and got a measurement of 67.64 meters, just 3 centimeters off from the globe's prediction. And the flat Earth prediction was way off, this time with an error magnitude of over 16. The numbers don't lie. The Earth measures curved. The Earth measures curved. Now, the globe has a symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres, a symmetry that would never exist on a flat Earth. And so the icing on the cake would be if we could also get a measurement at 53 degrees north of the equator to compare it with our measurements at 53 degrees south. As chance would have it, someone on the TFE globe team just so happens to live right near 53 degrees north.
Hello everybody, hope you're doing well and thanks for joining us for another video.
53 degrees north runs straight through England, which happens to be Dave McKeegan's and Rusty's backyard. So Dave found a long stretch of road that ran due east and west and measured again with a GPS unit and trundle wheel. And again, since there is global symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres, the globe's prediction for distance between lines of longitude at 53 degrees north was also approximately 67 kilometers, just like at 53 degrees south. Based on the globe model with an R value of 6371, this long stretch of road should cover 359 meters of distance between meridians. And Dave's trundle wheel ended up at 363.2 meters. This is an error magnitude again of 0.99. Why? Because the Earth measures curved. The Earth measures curved, and that positive claim by the globe side has solid evidence to back it up. Our burden of proof has been met with actual, physical, verifiable, repeatable measurements. One side has baseless claims, the other has rigorous data. And the reason for this is clear. The Earth measures curved. There is a link in the description below to all of our original data. Now it's my turn to make a prediction. And since flat earthers have no measurements or data to back up their positive claim that the Earth is measured flat, I predict they are going to start simply saying that the Earth looks flat, that it appears flat, that you can't see any curvature with the naked eye. And here's why that's a really bad argument, and why flat earthers of all people should know better. First, the globe model does not claim that the world should appear curved from the surface. The globe model does not say that when you look out over the ocean, you should see left to right curvature. In fact, the globe model says you should not see curvature, and that's due to both the size and shape of the globe. But what else flat earthers have missed is even more important. And it was written down thousands of years ago. Proverbs 25:2 says, "It is the glory of God to conceal a matter, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter. God cloaked his creation in mystery, and that was for our benefit. We are supposed to search out his creation, and what an incredibly exciting proposition. Can anything be more exciting than exploring and learning more about the world we live in? The earth indeed appears flat from the surface, just as the globe model predicts, but the actual shape of the earth, the beautiful sphere we live on, was concealed by God for us to figure out. And we are now living in the 21st century, incredibly fortunate to be on the side of history that has uncovered this great mystery. And I look forward to what great mysteries we will solve next. I originally created the final experiment, specifically to observe and record the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But every step of the way through our journey, other flat Earth predictions kept being falsified, and the globe model was confirmed over and over and over again. Make sure to check out all of these in our other videos in the Final Experiments series. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth or claims the earth is measured flat. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Anything that would prove the earth is a globe, the globe science community lies about. For example, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat earth.
You know, you're going to see stories where people are saying flat earth is dead. You know, the circling sun in Antarctica proves it. No, the circling sun in Antarctica doesn't prove anything.
You know, this would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
Let me just say this at the outset here about the so-called final experiment and them allegedly seeing the sun move in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off? Why is everybody up in arms? See, one reason I've sat back and just watched all the hoopla about all this, because I'm like, I don't care if you see 15 suns in the sky and they do whirlabouts.
Why in 2024 is it needed for a bunch of amateurs to prove a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? It should have been settled 70 years ago already. Like, why is every 24-hour Antarctic sun so obviously fake? Yeah, I don't think they're going to see a 24-hour sun there. I don't think it exists. So I don't understand why everybody is freaking out about the sky. Like, some of us have been thinking about this for a while. Some of us started out watching the sun, like me. And I realized very early on that every single sky observation matches the globe. Every single one that I made matches the globe from 10 years ago. So I stopped doing that.
My position would be, wow, the 24-hour sun happens and that perfectly matches the globe prediction and is not in any way what the flat earth that we understand it to be would predict. I'd have to reevaluate everything, the entire situation. But I would absolutely reevaluate the entire thing. I wouldn't lie about any of it.
What would be your alternate hypothesis?
I don't know. That's why I would be honest about the whole situation. I just said I would immediately step more in the direction of the globe than I've ever been as a possibility and say, okay, I have to reconsider everything.
To lay out kind of the issue with the South Pole claim and what happened in Antarctica, right? It's really simple. It's just an illogical premise, right? Because it affirms the consequent. And in its core, it's an appeal to incredulity. This is why I did not flip to the globe. That is my answer, is that to maintain logical consistency, I could not have flipped on all of the logical foundation, the evidences, the refutations, simply because I, at one point, didn't understand how something worked. If I were to say, oh, well, I can't see how this would work on a flat Earth, therefore it can't be flat, therefore it must be a globe, that's called an appeal to incredulity, meaning I don't understand it, so it can't be true.
Are you able to answer the question about 24 hours of light in Antarctica on a...
I've interviewed a guy who's not experienced 24 hours of daylight in Antarctica. He spent 18 months there. Have you ever spoken to anybody ever that's been in Antarctica? Because I spoke to a chap who was a plumber on one of the rigs that's out there and spent 18 months there and categorically stated he didn't experience 24 hours sunlight. So, unless you've been in Antarctica and can top Robert Shortman's personal testimony that doesn't happen, I think we'll stick with your original claim that there's pictures of Earth from a sky vacuum outside sphere-shaped air, because that's about the 12th time I've put it to you, and like a total coward, you haven't acknowledged it once.
I know at least a half dozen people who have lived and worked in Antarctica, and their claims would refute your experts.
Excellent. Where are they published?
Are they published?
Yeah, published? What, like actually prove what I've just claimed, even though I'm a nobody nobody's ever met, and I'm claiming somebody that nobody's met that hasn't met me is actually proof that there's actually a refutation to your claim of a guy who's actually on videotape saying it? Yeah, where's the videotaped evidence of this person's testimony that I can find? Where's the account published?
I can easily provide that for you. Are you suggesting, though...
Go on then, now.
Therefore,
Go on then.
Are you suggesting?
Go on then. Let's see it. You said I can easily provide that for you.
Or it's true.
Sorry, are you going to ignore me?
No.
So go on then. Let's see it right now.
I
can stutter like a bitch, or you can provide it right now.
Well, I don't have it with me right.
Oh, so you can't? You fucking lying scumbag shithead. Next time I ask Toon that, it'll be the 100th time I've put it to him, and he's run like a coward. No joke. Earth is measured flat. For anybody listening who was wondering if Earth was flat or a globe based on what the sun does in Antarctica, know this. Like Toon knows it. Earth is measured flat.
All right, we are live. Happy Friday, everyone. So glad to see everyone. I think we're going to have a great talk today. And before I bring Steve on, I need to deal with a few issues. So first, people are asking me about my Epic hoodie, how they can get one. The simple answer is you really can't. So Union Glacier has a gift shop, and the clothing that they sell, including my new hoodie and including Dave McKeegan's new shirt, is only available there. So short answer is you probably won't be getting one. The long answer is if you really want one, you're going to have to make a trip to Antarctica. So this is just more evidence that we really did go to Antarctica. Okay, so I need to say something that I consider a bit harsh to flat earthers, and the reason I'm going to say it is because it's true. And so I think we should be open to truth and want to know the truth, even if it's hard to hear. So anyway, I'm going to say this because it's important. When I first got in to this whole world of flat earth and globe and all of these debates and finding all of these new YouTube channels I had never heard of, right away, both sides were calling each other liars. It's common. You can't go more than an hour listening to a video from a flat earther or even a glober, and they're calling each other liars. Now, when I got into this and I saw that, it stands out to someone that's new in the space. Once you've been in the space for a while, you kind of become jaded to this. And I don't think you hear it anymore, but it's very, very common. It stands out. Now, when I first heard this, I actually thought that the claims from the globe side that the flat earthers were lying, that they're grifting, that they're pretending that we don't live on a globe in order to just create a following and collect money. My first reaction to that was that they're not lying, that the flat earthers are not lying, they're not pretending, they're not grifting. And that's one of the reasons I created the final experiment, was like, hey, I think based on listening to them that they're wanting the truth. They call themselves truthers. And if I pay for us to go to Antarctica, they'll go. They'll want to go because they want to know the truth. Since we've been back, not even since we've been back, since our first live in Antarctica, the one we did called It's Midnight in Antarctica, starting 5 minutes after that, and then all the way through to today, I am starting to highly doubt that flat earthers who call themselves truthers are actually in search of truth. And the reason why is because they are calling all of us that went to Antarctica liars. They're calling their own side, the flat earthers like Austin and Jaron, liars. And they're not showing any evidence that they care about truth. So here's the harsh thing that I'm going to say. Anyone that sees this video, including the people who are live right now, anyone who watches this video, if you watched Eric Dubé's video where he thinks he debunked the final experiment and you believed any of it, you are gullible. There is no better word for that than gullible. You are gullible. Let me tell you why. His video was an absolute complete joke. None of it makes any sense. None of it's believable, and it's all easily refuted. And so people have been contacting me. People have been making comments on our channel saying that Eric Dubé has completely debunked the final experiment. And his video is laughable. It's literally laughable. His video is so bad. I don't have evidence of this, so I'm purely speculating right now. His video is so bad that I actually think he gets off on making up something crazy and having his followers believe it. I think he just loves it. Like that people are so gullible that they'll just fall for anything he says. Now, with that said, I want you to seriously, I know what I said was harsh, but I want you to take it to heart. If you watched Eric Dubé's video and you're like, wow, this makes sense. It was all done in an Amazon studio with LED screens, you are gullible. And the first step to changing, which hopefully you would want to change and not be a gullible person, is to realize and acknowledge that you are gullible and that you fall for anything. Eric Dubé not only has already proven himself to be wrong and not care, to change his mind and not care and not even admit that he's changing his mind. We've exposed him so much. But this is kind of like the last straw, to where here's the reality, okay? If Eric Dubé cared about truth, if Eric Dubé is a truther, he even says, he says something along the lines of truth doesn't fear investigation. Well, why doesn't he investigate? So here's the deal. Eric Dubé knows how to get a hold of me. He probably knows how to get a hold of Jaron and Austin and MCToon and Dave McKeegan and Critical Think. He knows how to get a hold of all of us. So why wouldn't he ask us questions and say, hey, I'd like to see more evidence, or what are your thoughts about this weird thing that I saw in one of your videos? If someone is in search of truth, they ask questions. Think about it. Starting when you're a child, you just want to know more and more about the world. and you ask questions. That's how we learn. You research, you investigate. All Eric Dubé did was make an insane video claiming that we filmed this in an Amazon studio with LED screens, which is so ridiculous. Okay, it's absolutely ridiculous. And anyone that believes that, you are gullible. And so please take this to heart and realize that not only did we do everything we could in our power to give evidence that we did what we did, even though our word should be enough. 9 people, including 4 flat earthers and 4 globers who accompanied me to Antarctica, 9 people's word that we did what we did should be enough, but it's okay. I get the hesitancy to want to believe everything. And so we did everything we could. We filmed our flights. We had GPS trackers. We live streamed. We proved where we were when we were in Chile before we went to Antarctica. We literally did everything. And to make something up that has zero evidence is insane. And so here's a common theme that I've learned by being in this debate. I've learned that flat earthers think that something that's completely made up but possible is evidence that it happened. And that is just not the case, okay? If just to make something up here, if you showed somebody that you have a lot of money in your bank account and you said, I worked really hard to save up this money, they could lie and they could make up a theory that you stole the money, that you robbed a bank. Now, coming up with this theory that you robbed a bank and that's where you got the money, is it possible? Sure. Is it plausible? Maybe. But it's not evidence that you robbed a bank. An idea that you make up is not evidence that it happened. And so if somebody like Eric Dubé would go make a video saying you robbed a bank and that's where you got the money, that's ridiculous. He has no evidence of that. He hasn't asked any questions. He hasn't done an investigation. That's what's happening here. When someone comes up with an idea that we were in an Amazon studio with LED screens, that's an idea, but it's not evidence that it actually happened. So anyway, it'll be very easy to refute. I download videos from YouTube as soon as they go up in case they're removed and people pretend that they didn't do those videos. So all of Eric Dubé's channel has been downloaded, every single video, and will continue to do so. Unfortunately, he missed that I had already released drone footage from 4,920 feet high above our camp in Antarctica. And so I don't think there are any Amazon studios with LED screens that are that big, considering the tallest building in the world is about 2,700 feet tall. So anyway, please, again, Eric Dubé, he has his own issues, but if anybody's listening that watched his video and thought, man, he's making a good case here, he's not making a good case. What he said was completely ridiculous. On this same theme of, I don't think that most of these people calling themselves truthers are actually truthers, because again, if they were, they'd be asking us questions. They'd be reaching out to us personally saying, hey, can you explain this? I don't understand, or it doesn't make sense, or here's what people are saying. That's what you do. You don't immediately make up a lie and say, this is what happened. On that same thing, I'm going to have to point out 2 things that have happened that I'm going to debunk right now very easily. The first one is flat earthers, no idea who, have went and listened to some of my sermons, which I'm happy about. And they've taken something I said out of context in order to make me look bad. And most of the people that are quoting me from the sermon are actually misquoting me. What makes this ironic is that I did a sermon series on lying and deception. And it's the most in-depth thing I can find on the topic. Most people don't either want to talk about the topic or they don't understand it. Defining a lie is actually very difficult. It's very difficult to define a lie. It's very difficult to distinguish the difference between lying and deception, it's very fine. There's a very fine difference there. And so I spent hundreds of hours researching lying and deception, including looking at it from a biblical perspective. And I spent so much time, and I actually created a spreadsheet on all of the times that the Bible says that lying and deception are wrong. And I concluded after 4 sermons that lying and deception are not inherently wrong, meaning there are rare circumstances where they are okay. So the few flat earthers who have actually been quoting me accurately, using the word inherently, acting like this is some sort of a gotcha means they don't understand what the word inherently means. So please look up the word inherently. If something is inherently wrong, that means it's always wrong, no exceptions, okay? Now, I make a point in the sermon that people understand generally that killing someone is not inherently wrong, because there are rare times where you have to defend yourself and you may end up having to, shoot an intruder in your house or something. So there are exceptions to killing being wrong. And I said in the exact same way, there are exceptions to lying and deceiving people as well. And I said it's very rare, okay? But so now flat earthers are taking me out of context and they're misquoting me and they're saying, I said it's moral to lie and deceive. What's funny is that's a lie. So they're telling a lie about me in this context of lying and deceiving. So that's number 1. Number 2, there is a new controversy going around about TFE. There are so many now. There's Vapegate, Breathgate, Dronegate, Footprintgate. And again, all of these, no one asked us anything. No one asked us for more footage. No one asked us for an explanation. They just put out these wild theories, which means they're not truthers. They're not investigating. There is a new one, which I don't even know what to call it. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to share this one that's going around. Okay, here we go. All right, so I don't know who this guy is, this John Pounders guy, but I don't know if he created this, but he's the one that I'm going to nail because it's the one that I saw on Facebook. Notice this post has become very popular. It has 2,100 reactions and it has 2,200 comments and 317 shares as of this morning. It's claimed that our picture that our group of 9 people took in Antarctica just a couple weeks ago, that we took a picture from the past from 7 years ago, 8 years ago, and we photoshopped that picture onto ours to make it look like we were in Antarctica, okay? Now, this is absurd. And again, I don't know who this guy is, but he didn't reach out to me and he didn't ask me anything. And he also, whoever made this image with the red circles, they lied and they deceived, as you will see. So step 1 in dealing with this is I needed to find the actual source of this first picture, which has a date of 2016. And I found it. I found the original picture. One thing I've noticed that happens a lot in these flat earth debates is flat earthers show blurry pictures, okay? And it's very strange. We live in a high definition world where everybody's got 4K cameras on their phone, and yet these images are so blurry, okay? So that's the first layer of deception that was used here, is they made the image blurry to make the mountains in the 2 pictures look the same. So I found the original because I am a truther and I do investigate and I do care about truth. So here is the source of the image, okay? This is a website, mountainsoftravelphotos.com. This guy climbed Mount Vinson in Antarctica, which means he flew with ALE to Union Glacier first, then he took a smaller plane to Mount Vinson. So here is the source of the image. If you click this image here on the lower left, it becomes a bigger picture right here. So this is his original picture that he took, high definition quality. Now, I further found that he has a YouTube channel. Here's his YouTube channel. He's got almost 20,000 subscribers. Here's his website, Mountains of Travel Photos. And here's his video, Climb Mount Vinson, Antarctica, fly from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier Camp from 7 years ago. So here is the source of this image, which is being used to lie about the final experiment. All right, here is our picture. And again, here's the original. And then here are the two put together. So this is the high quality image on the top, our picture on the bottom. Now, at first glance, it looks like the mountains look very similar. But the first layer of deception that this flat earther did to create this is they cut the image and they cut out specifically the right side of our image. So here, which includes other mountains. So we didn't steal a picture and Photoshop it because that picture, the original, doesn't have the extra mountains here on the right-hand side. So that's step one that they did. Now, if we line up the mountains, again, at first glance, they look very similar. But if you look closely, which again, flat earthers like to do when they think they're finding something that refutes the globe and validates their position, if you look closely, the snow is actually different. This is a very large mountain. The crevices are going to be very similar, and so the snow is going to look similar in those crevices. But if we look at something like this kind of pyramid-shaped thing above me in the picture, and we zoom in on it, you can see how different the snow is. So this whole idea that we photoshopped an image from 2016 or 2017 is bogus. They had to cut our image to get rid of the other mountains that were in our picture, and they had to blur out and not find the original one from 2016 or 2017 in order to propagate this lie. So anyway, I am frustrated, if you can hear it, and a little fed up at flat earthers telling me they care about truth, telling me that they're truthers, telling me that truth doesn't fear investigation. And from the top down, Eric Dubé down, they're all just making up crazy, wild things that are going to be so easy to debunk and refute. And people are lapping it up like a puppy. So anyway, if you want to do this, go ahead, but it's just not going to look good. If you have a history of consistently being wrong, and the things that you say prove that you misinterpret them and you didn't understand them and you didn't do enough research, if you have a trail of that, a history of that, at some point, you need to take a step back and say, you know what? I don't have good judgment. I don't have good discernment. My investigation skills are not that great. And then take a more passive approach to this topic and say, you know what? I'm going to listen to other people that have better track records and have better judgment than I do. All right. So with all of that out of the way, I'm very excited to have Steve from England back with us. For those of you that don't remember, he was on our channel prior to us going to Antarctica. We had a conversation about a lot of things, including time zones and how snow and ice can make places appear brighter than they actually are. And I don't know where Steve is at. So this is going to be new to all of us. Steve emailed me and said, hey, I'd like to come back on your channel post TFE, post Antarctica. And so, Steve, so glad to have you.
Great to be here, Will. And just to say, Will, you pastor a church, don't you? And I go to church. So how about we begin our conversation by asking God to be with us?
That'd be great.
Okay. Heavenly Father, I thank you for the door that has opened to be able to be here, Lord, and to speak, I believe, for you. I pray, Lord Jesus, that this time together will be an example of how opposing sides can actually conduct a conversation and it not turn into spit and feathers, Lord. And Lord, we ask this conversation brings you glory, and all people who are listening and watching that they are touched by your Holy Spirit, Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, Will. So, wow. What a month. In the lead up, you guys going out and me contacting you. Then going out to Antarctica, conducting your experiments, and then just for those in the community, the Flat Earth community and the Ball Earth community, how would you describe how it's lit up, Will? What would be your description of it?
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. It's been a roller coaster, a lot of ups, a lot of downs, but overall it was fantastic. We had an incredible trip. We're still trying to get out so much information. It just takes time. I don't think people realize that. It takes me like 10 hours to make a 10-minute video that's professional, that's edited, that has music on it. And the file sizes of the data that we brought back are gigantic. And so we're just working through processing them. We finally got one video to process, which I think took total of 60 hours of total time and rendering and processing and uploading. And then we ran into a limitation on YouTube, which most people won't run into, which is 12 hours and around 256 gigabytes. And so now we're having to reprocess and reduce the quality. So anyway, it's been amazing. Seeing the reactions have been very interesting because we can all make predictions on how people are going to react, but I did not see this reaction coming.
Yeah, I mean, just going through, the Ball Earth camp and the Flat Earth camp, it's it's almost like everyone's just picking up hand grenades and just lobbing them at each other. And so for me, Will, what I'd first like to do is you graciously allowed me to show some slides. So the first slide I want to present is an apology, really. Is that round the right way? Yeah, it is, yeah. So here's a guy, the drunk shot. I can't read exactly because it's not particularly good lighting here. What does it say there, Will? The drunk.
It's the Drunk Debunk Show.
Yeah, the Drunk Debunk Show. So I was watching, as I had done. I've avidly watched everything. I was given. I had tinnitus in 2015. I was given. It was just a horrible experience, and I ended up getting tinnitus. And it was horrible at the time, but the blessing of it has been that I don't sleep a lot, and I'm able to listen to a lot because that comforts my ear and comforts my mind. And I'm telling you now, Will, I've listened to everything that's gone on over at TFE, and I haven't watched so much. But what I've also watched is just how the whole arena has just descended into this kind of worse than muck slinging. And so I was just watching this guy, the Drunk Debunk Show, and he was just laughing at claims that he'd been called a sodomite and a mason for just having a brick wall behind him. And I was just thinking, what is going on in how people can't talk with one another? It's just become this kind of hand grenade affair. So, and then I've made a list down the side, as you can see, Will, and you've actually sort of spoken about quite a few of on that list, and it was quite laughable, really. I mean, like, we've got Vapegate, which is blown up all over the place, Shadowgate, Footprint Gate. What's the next one? Drone Gate. Just to show an example, Will, of how much I've studied this, but also just to say at the beginning, I completely refute your findings, and I'm going to come at it from a totally different angle that's not been really discussed before. And I don't agree with what you came back with, and I say that it was all that none of it's real. And allow me to get to that place, but just begin first of all by just wanting to apologise for a few things. So we go down to Drone Gate, and immediately I could see that you were using it was a proximity drone, wasn't it, that emits a kind of tone.
Yep, that's right.
And so I was watching it, and immediately everyone was saying, look, it's, you know, it's making a tone when it's gone far away, and has it reached the beginning of a theatre? Has it reached the beginning or the ending of a stage, etc., etc.? But actually, if you go to MCToon live, he did a live on, and he was filming the drone. You can see it in the correct perspective, and so the drone goes past MCToon, and it beep 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 beeps. Then it goes beyond MCToon. Some considerable way, and the beeping stops, and there's nothing beeping. But it takes having to look at the other, in this instance, look at what else is going on that other people are filming, and then when you see MCToon's footage, and then you see your footage, it beeps in all the right places and doesn't beep. It doesn't detect anything that's an invisible wall, you know. So, but that. And again, that's part of my being, in many ways, blessed with tinnitus, because in the evenings, I have the time to look and read these things and listen. And so I'd like to think I've been pretty well informed. So then you've also got, as I say, sodomite gate. I think that's a shameful thing to be saying to people. You know, you're a sodomite and you're a Mason because you just got, you know, this laddie. The Drunk Debunk show. I hope that if he watches this, that he'll invite me on, and we'll have a proper debate. You know, a proper conversation about flat Earth and ball Earth and what there could be to talk about. Then we've got North Pole Gate. That was another one. You know, like, are you in the North Pole? And so, you know. It just goes on. And what was the other one? Oh yeah, any other gate. And Will, yeah, I wanted to say that because I think there's another gate, which is Will Gate, isn't it? You know, so there's lots of people with their eye on you, and they're saying, "Where did he come from? You sprung out of nowhere. You got a definite agenda." And I was going to, but you've picked up on it already. How you were dealing with the sort of like the video series Lying and Deception, and you've addressed quite a lot of that. But I wonder how many flat earthers who wanted to sort of critique you on that listened to all sermons, and I did.
Oh wow!
I did. Will, I'll make no bones about it. I listened to all of them, and so what you did was you used a couple of examples, didn't you, from the Bible, where in order for God's purposes to be brought about, it's when if we lie and deceive, sometimes we do things in order for God's purposes to be brought about, and then when we stand before God, as we all will, we will be asked to give accounts whether, in God's eyes, our lying and deceiving were for truly deceitful purposes, or was there a higher godly purpose? And the incidents that you quoted, there was a higher godly purpose, and so I understand that entirely. But what would you? Let me ask you, what would you do with the benefit of hindsight? What would you have done different? What could you have said or concluded different? Because I've got something that I'd like to add, but I'd just like to ask you, looking back at those sermons, what would you have said that's maybe a bit different that might have diffused some of the flack that you've been receiving for that?
Nothing. So when I did those, I wasn't expecting flat earthers of all people to, in the future, watch them and take something I said out of context and make it say something different. So
yeah, okay. Well, I would say in hindsight that if I'd have been you, what I would have done different was I would have actually highlighted what I've just said, you know, because that didn't come across. And so what came across was that that you said, that it's okay to lie and deceive, and the overall flavour was that sort of came across. So I can't blame some people for picking up on that and using that as a weapon in this horrible war that's going on at the moment. But then they didn't listen to all 4 sermons, and I would imagine that very, very few people who have been critiquing you on that have actually listened to all of them, but I did.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. And here's the cool thing. I've never once asked anyone to take my word for anything. We brought along 4 flat earthers and 4 globers intentionally. And you can take their word for it if you don't like me. And you can also look at all the evidence we brought back. But I appreciate it.
Okay. So anyway, getting back to my original statement, Will, I don't believe a word of it. And what's going to be great is that I think you spent 20 minutes outlining some of the flack that you've been getting, but in order for your TFE to be debunked, none of those things none of the list down the right hand side of the Drunk Debunk show needs to even be visited. It's all about how humans deal with themselves and how they portray themselves on film when they know they've been part of a huge deception. And for me, that came across very clearly. So what I wanted to do,
let me ask you a question to make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah.
When you say you don't believe any of it, what does that mean?
What I mean is that what's taken place, I think has been a deception, and many flat earthers I think is a deception, and they've gone about it the wrong way, I think. But hopefully, with our conversation, that you'll be man enough and I'll be man enough to stay in the room, and we'll be able to talk about it. Because actually, thinking about it, Will, this is a massive thing, isn't it? Because TFE has been on the front pages of newspapers the world over.
Yeah.
Okay. And here am I, little me. I don't know how many people are watching and how many people watch this video, saying that it ain't like it appears. And I have to confess that for the last couple of days, I've been feeling the weight of actually coming into this room with you, because it's like coming into an arena. Because if what I'm saying is true, then it's like opposing forces, isn't it? It's like meeting in a room, and there could be the chance of invisible battles taking place as we talk to one another. But I'm hoping that isn't going to be the case. As I repeat, that I think it was a fantasy, and I'd like to lay out the reasons why I believe that is. It doesn't have anything to do with footprints in the snow, with shadows, with drones, with could it be CGI? What I would say is that in this world, with AI now, and with the advancement of technology, no matter how many times you could say something, Will, or anybody could say that we didn't fake this, it's absolutely incredible now what can be achieved, and people can be utterly believing what they're seeing with their eyes and listening with their ears, and it's all been CGI, so we can't dismiss that it could be done, but I'm not going down that route. So
okay, Steve, couple questions that are super important. Okay.
Yes.
I guess here's the main one. Before we have this conversation, which I'm looking forward to having, what would convince you that it was real?
What would convince me that it was real would be for me to go to Antarctica myself, and to be able to witness it myself, because I'm bringing out a video, Will, where and now here's a brilliant example of how we can lie and deceive sometimes, but what are the ulterior motives? Okay, I wrote to an expedition team who conduct tours in Antarctica, and I laid out a specific request that in the Antarctic summertime, which is November, December, January, I'd like to take photographs, and I want to take photographs. I want to take photographs with the sun down, because and when the moon comes out, you can get beautiful photos of icebergs. And lo and behold, what came back was I've kept the emails, and they'll be featuring as part of my video. An emails trail from a young lady who said, yeah, if you go far enough down, I can guarantee you'll get your times without the sun, and you'll get your dark time even, depending on weather conditions. And you better take all your photographs of your icebergs. And so I wasn't going to go. Well, I would like to go, but I wrote to this person saying that those are my conditions that I'd like to go. And if I'd wrote to her and said, I don't believe there's a 24-hour sun, I think it's all a myth, what would she have done? So I used, you could call it deception, but in that deception of writing to her and saying that I'd like to go and take photographs in a specific way with the sun down and gone, she wrote back to me and said, yeah, you can do that. Now, so am I exposing a greater good by... God will judge whether, when I wrote that, and I've contacted other people as well, in the video that I'm going to be releasing, and it's been so busy, Will, you'll know, like with Christmas and the New Year and everything, you trying to get content out, etc., etc. I'm being asked, where's my video? You know, so
No.
I'm going to be interviewing somebody who went much further in than you, and he was there over the entire summer working in one of the stations. No midnight sun.
Okay,
You know,
Steve, this is super important.
Yeah, that's fine.
I want to make sure I'm understanding you.
Yeah.
Did I hear you right that the only way you will believe that what we did was real is if you go to Antarctica yourself?
Well, let's just say, Will, that at the moment, because I like to see things for myself, you know. But you see, and I think what will happen is as we go through this video, that you will see why I've got my concerns, and maybe other people will too. So, would it be all right to show?
Yes, but I gotta point something out here. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if you have kids, but 3. Okay.
Expensive.
I have 5.
I know.
And
I've been trolling you, Will.
It would be a very poor decision on my part to raise them that they shouldn't believe something is real unless they see it with their own eyes.
Oh gosh, Will, that's a can of worms, because as I say, with the world that we're in now, with the advancement of AI and the advancement of CGI and graphics, computer graphics, we have to be so careful. God warns us in the Bible that there's going to come a day when there's going to be deceiving signs and wonders that could deceive even the elect, if that were possible. So God warns us. We have to be absolutely on our guard in these days.
Okay. So here's the important thing, or here's the important piece, and then I'll go to your next slide.
Yeah.
Do you believe New Zealand exists?
Absolutely, yeah.
Why is that?
Because my best friend just came back from there, sent me loads of pictures, and had a great time. So, yeah, you know, haven't got a problem with that.
Okay, cool. So you believe New Zealand exists because someone you know has been there and they've shown you pictures.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Well,
so
I've also
someone
been to
you
Australia.
know.
I've also been to Australia and seen on the at Sydney Airport planes leaving for New Zealand. So you know, but I mean, of course, yeah, I've got no problem with that. Of course not.
Okay, cool. Just so you know, and then I'll move on to your next slide. Someone you know has been to Antarctica.
Yeah.
They saw the 24-hour sun and they took a video of it.
Okay.
So you do have a double standard.
Well, not really, Will, because you see, because this will be part of what happens with this next slide, which is the AE map. So some of you, or maybe a lot of you, will be aware that Critical Think was about to fly from Punta Arenas, no, sorry, Santiago to
Sydney.
To Sydney, and so I bet him. I said, "Will, I said, Critical. If you can do that flight in the time that you say you can do it in, I will pay you $500." And you have to just perform a few. I just want you to do a few things to ascertain that you were at A, then you went to B, then you went to, and then you ended up at Sydney, and that you live streamed it, and I could see, and you did it within the time frame that I would say, yeah, fair dues, because I'd always been under the assumption, looking at this AE map, if you look at I think it's South America is at 5 o'clock, and Sydney is about 10 o'clock, isn't it? When we look at it.
Yes.
Yeah. So I've always been under the impression that that this is a linear map. So anyway, that you look at from South America, and you travel in a straight line all the way to Sydney, and I'm thinking there's no way that he's going to do that in that time. So anyway, Critical. I started to get these little messages saying he's at Santiago Airport and he's live streaming. So I'm thinking, oh no, what's going to go on here? Then I get the next one where he's at Sydney Airport and he's live streaming, and he's done it in the time. And so, wow, he's done it. What does this mean for me? So, and there was lots of flack about, oh, this flat earther, he won't pay up, blah, blah, blah. But I'm a man of my word. And
yeah, you did pay. You did
absolutely. Of course I paid it, because if you say you're going to do something, you do it. But you see, here's where I can't tell you the blessing it's been for me, Will, because as you can see in those sort of like Critical was the winner, but you can see there's a question mark, and that question mark was my head and my heart. My goodness me, what happens to the map on the right hand side? What happens to the azimuthal equidistant map? Because Critical's gone and done this flight. Where does that leave me? And so what do I do as a Christian? I prayed and I said, Heavenly Father, I just need clarity on this. And again, because of my tinnitus, I go out for walks and I can take my iPhone with me and my little earbuds. And anyway, I decided I want to find out about the azimuthal map, because I could not believe that Critical's journey would actually debunk it, because I've spoken to pilots just last month coming back from China. I'm blessed to be able to fly business, and business is just up behind the cockpit. And I said to the air stewardess, would it be all right? Can I just, brilliant landing. Can I just have a chat with the pilot? She said, yeah, no problem at all. So anyway, I said to the pilot, a bit of a strange question, but do you guys have the azimuthal equidistant map built into your software? And he said, yes. Right. So I was speaking to a Navy he was an ex armaments guy, and he was telling me, just to clarify before our conversation, they use an azimuthal equidistant map for their missile gauging and distance gauging. And I said, why? I said, it's the most accurate map there is. I know that the equidistant map was used in World War II, and it was used to plan the most effective fuel routes, because they needed to save fuel in order to deliver fuel. Radio hams, you go online now, look at amateur radio hams, they use the azimuthal equidistant map. And if you go historically speaking, you look at Air Force One, look at the you see JFK, he's got the azimuthal equidistant map up on the wall in Air Force One. Ronald Reagan has got it up on the wall. In the Washington operations room, you see there's from the 1980s, the azimuthal equidistant map. So there's no way that Critical was going to rock me. So anyway, I thought, this just guy, I don't know enough about it. And so thank you, Lord. You can see here there's a guy called Peter Wiederick. And I think this came from Banjo's site. I'm not sure where it came from. But I've included this here because this gives a detailed summary of how the azimuthal equidistant map should be read. And when he explained it, I was on the walk. Hallelujah. Yes. Thank you, Piotr, because how distances are measured on the azimuthal equidistant map is not linear. It's not getting a ruler and point A to B. The quadrants that you see are how it's measured. And so he began by explaining the azimuthal equidistant map by plotting the distance from Perth to Sydney using the azimuthal equidistant map, and it worked out exactly right, which I think is 2,490, 2,485. And then, amazingly, he then plotted in this video the same trip that Critical Think took from Santiago to Sydney. And using that, he explained how long it would take, the plane flight, and it showed that Critical could do it in that time. So I paid up because that was such a fantastic lesson for me, because I now understood properly how the azimuthal equidistant map worked. But not only that, Will, let me tell you, I got lots of messages from ball earthers who said, well done. I never thought you'd actually pay up. And I'm subbing to your, and just to get one of them in particular, it was worth 500 Aussie dollars just to get that one sub from a ball earther who said, well done, my son. I didn't think you'd pay up. And now he's subbed to my channel.
Okay, Steve, super important. I want you to realize something, which is, if this conversation with a pilot happened, which of course I'm taking your word for that.
Yes. Yeah, it did. Yeah.
You're assuming he's right.
No.
No. Right? Aren't you assuming he's right that they use the AE map?
Oh, yes, because I asked him.
Correct, but you're assuming he's right and not wrong. If I got you 10 pilots that say they don't use the AE map, you would say you're all wrong. This one that told me what I wanted to hear is right.
No, you see, because Will, this is where we now enter the arena, and let's not lose focus here. This is now we enter the arena where pilots have lost their jobs because they've actually been, they've come out, and Air Force personnel have lost their jobs, Army personnel have lost their jobs. People have lost their jobs because they've admitted openly about using the azimuthal equidistant map, such as the battle that's going on behind the scenes. So,
Steve, here's the most important part.
Yeah.
The map on the screen is a Gleason's map.
Yeah.
It's actually not synonymous with an AE map. Do you know the difference?
Well, all I'd say is that this is the map, the map that you're seeing here is the map that's been used in all those instances there that you can see in the middle of the screen. And when I asked the pilot, do you use the azimuthal equidistant map in your software? And he said yes. That was enough, because I'm going to be asking more pilots. Believe me, I will be. But yeah, I mean, and he had no reason to lie to me, because I think he thought it was quite a strange question, Will. But I mean, you might have seen the YouTube videos where people sneak up on pilots and they've got their phone recording. Is the Earth flat? Yeah, it's flat.
Okay, Steve. Here's the important piece. Okay.
Okay.
You have to understand the difference between a Gleason's map and an AE map, because they're not synonymous. Gleason's map has a scale on it, which is demonstrably false. Gleason's map says there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and it says there's no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, demonstrably false. What makes Gleason's map unique is it's centered on the North Pole. You can use an AE map, not a Gleason's map, for any location in the world. And so when a pilot tells you that they use an AE map, that is a map centered on their location. They do not use a Gleason's map centered on the North Pole ever.
Well, see, the thing is, Will, all I'd say about that is that the reality is that, and we'll get into this as we talk about as we go through what I'm going to be talking about. There's a massive battle will to get rid of, to diss any idea of a map that looks like it could be flat and that God could be looking down upon it like a circle of the earth. And that is apparent, and that's what I want to talk about as we go through this presentation. That there is a battle taking place, and by far the biggest thing is to actually destroy the map that you see on your right.
Okay, cool. I'm going to go to the next slide, but just to make the record clear, if you ever showed a Gleason's map to a pilot and said, "Do you use this map?" they would all say no.
Okay.
All right, next slide.
So, when I was before I was a Christian, Will, I became a Christian in 1990. But there's this thing where God, people say that God takes your natural talents, abilities, and He uses them when you give over your life to Jesus for His supernatural purposes. And I've always had a critical eye, and when I was 20, I was out in Australia, and I went into a second-hand bookshop, and I saw this book on subliminal advertising. And what it was, I was only 20, and I was glued. I didn't have the money to buy it. I just went into the bookshop every night and just read it from the shelf. And it was talking about how stuff is hidden from sight, but it doesn't mean it's not there. And so that opened me up to absolutely seeing that there's a whole other world that we don't actually see going on. And so then I came across a book by Vance Packard called Hidden Persuaders, which is the understanding the mischievous world of advertising. And that just blew my mind, and it made me realise that I was living in a world where you could be walking along and actually what you think is occurring, something else entirely is occurring in the world, in politics, in finance, in everything. And so I learned at a very early age to be very aware and critical of what I watch and what I take in. So this picture that's up for me is a very good example of how we're to approach it, how we're to approach life, and how we're to approach looking at phenomena that present themselves to us. And so this is a picture. What you've had time to study it, haven't you, Will? No,
I'm familiar with the picture.
Okay, well, there'll be many people who won't be, and they'll probably say, well, it's a load of donkeys crossing the desert. But actually, if you look closely, you can see that it's a drone shot of zebras. And then what you're looking at is the shadows. And the zebras are the main feature. But you wouldn't think so looking at the picture. And so what I say is that we spend a lot of our time looking at shadows in this world. And that's something that I've really learned as a Christian, that we need to, when we look at something, we've got to not just give it a once over look, but we've got to be critical of it and absolutely, study. So that's a call for us to, this is a picture of how we're to approach TFE. Okay. So the next slide. So the final experiment. So 6 or 9, either could be right, couldn't they? So
hold on. This picture maybe, but the final experiment, no.
No.
There either is a 24-hour sun or there's not.
Yeah. Okay. So the final experiment. So is that 6 or is that a 9? So we need the context. So if you show the next slide, Will. All right. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6 is missing. We've been given the context.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now we can say for definite that it's not a 9, but it's a 6. So we now have so context is key. Context is key. So let's now get into the meat of the final experiment, TFE. And this is where we now move from the visible to, we start to talk about invisible spiritual things, Will. And that, but I'm believing that God's going to anoint this time, that this will be illuminating for people, even if they don't have the Holy Spirit within them, they will be able to understand what I'm talking about.
You want the next slide?
If that's okay, yes. So, what's the context of the final experiment? And so I will now speak from a biblical cosmological point of view, see people would say, well, a flat earther who believes in God's word. There's two ways you can look at it. So here's the context. Genesis 11. Okay, Nimrod is very clearly he is in rebellion against God, and he wants to build a tower to reach up to heaven. Now, Nimrod absolutely knew the cosmology, the ancient cosmology, which is making resurgence now. Nimrod wouldn't build a tower to break through to heaven if we lived in a world where you can just go on and on and on, upwards and upwards and upwards. He knew there was a firmament above us, which God has placed. You know,
Hey Steve, I got to stop you there. Your argument's completely bogus.
Okay, well then, but then you're asking me you're asking me for a flat earther, biblical flat earther response, and so let's just so that's what it says in the Bible that like Nimrod wants to attack God, so he builds he builds a tower, which is is an established that's an established truth in the Bible that Nimrod in rebellion builds a tower. So Nimrod is he is an example. He's the epitome of rebelliousness. Okay, so that's been going on since ever Adam and Eve rebelled when they took the fruit. So have you heard of Operation Fishbowl and Operation Dominic Charmer?
A little bit, but
okay. So I'll just quickly summarize.
Hold on, Steve. Before you do,
yeah,
you're about to talk about something that you weren't there for.
Yes, no, I am, Will, because this is all exactly what TFE, in my understanding, is all about. So just please bear with me. I'll only be a minute. So Operation Fishbowl was all about pointing missiles at the firmament, and that's what was called Operation Fishbowl. 1962. Operation Dominic Charmer was all about exactly the same thing. God's shell is what Dominic Charmer stands for, which is where they want to attack the firmament. So Walt Disney, as you can see there, Walt Disney, their logo, he was instrumental in the 1950s with Wernher von Braun to begin the space race and to begin this imagination that we could fly up into the heavens and go forever and ever and ever. And there's an excellent cartoon called Knick Knack, which demonstrates this exactly, that we live under a dome, that God has placed it there. And that man in his rebelliousness has always wanted to try and break through. And you can see that middle picture there. That's Earthrise, isn't it?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Are you saying that arc in the Disney logo is the dome?
Yes, basically. Okay. Because what we're looking at, you see, and this is where it becomes so. This is where we have to understand that there is a battle. We are now in a spiritual battle, and it's rebelliousness against God, and so that arc there that you can see, Walt Disney knew very well that there was a dome, and that little tower that's breaking through is all symbolism, Will. It's how the occult works. It's symbolism. So if you can see there in the moon with the Earth just poking just above it.
But by the way, Steve, that's not Earthrise.
No, it isn't. It isn't because that is the original. That's the Walt Disney one from 1955, and that's where they copied it from. So Walt Disney and Wernher von Braun, they were instrumental in sowing into our minds the space race, and sowing into our minds a space that goes on and on and on. But what does it do? It destroys the idea of there being a firmament, which God says the firmament showeth his handiwork. So a firmament above us. So the next slide, Will.
Hold on, Steve. Sorry, I got to stop you.
Okay, mate.
If you look at Earthrise, it looks nothing like that picture. So for you to claim that they copied it is completely a baseless claim.
No, Will. Many people will look at that and they will see, well, that's where you can call it a baseless claim. I'm just showing you that what Walt Disney did in 1955 has been sort of copied in the 60s and 70s. You know, I'm just giving a sort of background as to why we think the way that we think. There's been a lot of hidden influence about why we think the way we think. You know, we have to look at outside of the shadows, and we look for the zebras and not just at shadows. So, and Knick-Knack, guys watching, go and watch Knick-Knack, and you will see it's a fantastic Walt Disney. Very short. It's a 3-minute cartoon that shows about a snowman trying to escape out from under the dome, and that's what mankind has been trying to do. We want to escape out from under what we believe is to be God's strict rule. But those who understand the biblical cosmology absolutely find freedom in knowing there's a dome above us. It's a circle of the earth, just as the map shows. There's freedom in knowing that, and it also brings in glory. The firmament brings in glory.
How did these people, because you're claiming Walt Disney and Operation Fishbowl, how did they know there was a dome?
Because we've always known, because the powers that be have always known that there's a dome.
But hold on. How did Walt Disney know there was a dome? Don't talk about anybody else. How did the man Walt Disney know that there is a dome?
Gosh, well, Will, I would love to be able to say, let's do a whole conversation about Walt Disney, because he was a very different man to the one that's been portrayed. Very different entirely. He was instrumental. He went out and he filmed the Admiral Richard Byrd expeditions. He was asked to go and be the film guy for them out in Antarctica. Where Richard Byrd made up all sorts of things about there being extra land, and you know, like like sowing this wonderful kind of fairy tale that if we broke through, we would find all these luxurious verdant jungle, and you know, it's all about breaking through the dome. Will, see this T-shirt?
Hey, Steve, this is important. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this for you and for anybody listening. Okay.
Okay.
You have no evidence there's a dome. You don't know how Walt Disney or anybody else who knew there was a dome.
Biblically speaking, Bill, I'm going over what the Bible says.
Hold on, you're interrupting me.
Sorry.
You don't even know Walt Disney. You never even knew him. Yet you know people personally right now today that have been somewhere, witnessed something, and videoed it. And so you're willing to believe in something you've never seen that you have no evidence for, and you're disregarding something that people you personally know have seen and given you evidence for. Just consider that.
Okay, Will. So that's okay. So maybe another time, because it's a massive subject, and I get that, but this is something that I've been looking at for so many years now, and I don't expect things like I'm just showing to you that like symbolism plays a massive part in how we are to understand what's going on in the invisible spiritual realm in this world. So Knick-Knack, guys, just go and watch Knick-Knack, and you see man trying to break out from under the dome, which is just a classic cartoon example of what man's heart is. It's all about rebellion against God. So next slide, Will, if that's okay, buddy. So let's bring this into context, okay? Because context matters. You yourself, Will, you've said why we need to go out and do TFE, and one of your things that you said was because there's been lots of allegations of CGI and lots of allegations of manipulation, and so you wanted to get a clear example, or you wanted to get in the can a clear, inarguable 24-hour sun.
Which is why we went to Antarctica. Yeah. 9 of us videoed it, and we all testify that we saw it.
Well,
correct?
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, okay. So context, let's have a look at just a few of the ones that have been previous. Now, you have you've made a video, haven't you, where you defend Anthony?
Absolutely.
Yes. His surname escapes me for a second. Just remind me.
Anthony Powell.
That's it, Anthony Powell. That's it. So you've defended Anthony Powell. So let's have a look at the first video. You can see Anthony. Let's look at the top left one. There's Anthony Powell there.
Yep.
You can see him, and you in your defending video of Anthony, you show an Antarctic 24-hour sun time lapse video,
unedited.
Yes, but you see where it says Doc Studios.
Yep.
You go there, and there's Anthony Powell explaining why it's edited.
He explained why the one in the documentary Antarctica: A Year on Ice was edited.
No. This one here that you can see, which is the one that you show in your defense of Anthony. He says that that the editor, he blamed the editor, and he said, "Oh, the clouds." The editor wanted the clouds at the beginning of the 24-hour time lapse to be the same at the end, so it was cut. And he shows in this video where it was cut in the middle, so absolutely doctored. So
hold on, Steve.
Yes.
You've misunderstood. Okay, let me explain it to you. Anthony Powell's original video was 36 hours.
Yes.
They only wanted 24.
Yes.
So they cut it here and wrapped it around so it would show 360. That's what caused the same clouds. The video I released is all 36 hours unedited.
No. Well, I've been onto your site, Will, and I've watched it, and so this one. So, but what's really important is so that has been doctored, and that's the one that you got on your.
Hey, Steve. I showed all 36 hours unedited. There's no repeating clouds. There's no cuts.
Okay. Well, we can perhaps have a discussion about that at some point. The one on the right-hand side, which is another Anthony Powell one.
Yep.
That one, the sun never changes shape in all the time. Anthony puts a little watch, instead of time embedding it, he put a little watch there. He, again, when you watch it, there's superimposed text on it, and so it's not a professional at all, and it's wide open to allegations of being.
Okay, Steve, I have to refute this. Okay.
Okay.
The globe model says that the sun stays the same shape, so that's what we would expect to see in a video of the actual sun.
Yes, but Will, that sun, you see those sun's rays there.
Those are not. Hey, Steve,
anybody...
those are not the sun's rays. It's okay. It's okay. You don't understand this.
No,
that is called lens flare.
Okay.
And you can actually tell the type of lens he used by counting the flares. If you go take a picture yourself of the sun, you will get those based on what kind of a camera you're using.
Okay, well, so the lens flares go in front of the watch. So guys, go in and have a look at it yourself. And so this next one down in the bottom left.
No. We're not leaving. Okay, so he put the word West artistically in there. Have you ever seen a Hollywood movie where they put words on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't mean that it's fake.
Okay. Okay, well, okay. I'm not gonna, we won't. So for those that want to look at it and say, is this purist and is this a scientific analysis of a 24-hour sun? Many people would say no. So, I mean, I'm assuming we're of equal intelligence. If I was presented with that as evidence for a 24-hour sun, I'd just laugh and say, it's just full of inconsistencies. The one on the bottom left, this is where MCToon really defended it.
Yep.
It's meant to be of a 5-day continuous sun traversing in a circle around the South Pole Station. And this is easily debunked because you can see tracks that change on the surface, and in the 5-day, it's meant to be a 5-day traverse of the South Pole Station. There's 54 vehicles based there and 140 people working in there, and then it goes down to about 40 in April. This was taken in March. Not a single vehicle shown in 5 days, and yet tracks appear there. And two people over 5 days. It just doesn't happen, Will. So MCToon was about to be asked about this. Okay, Sean Griffin was interviewing him, and this is where MCToon doesn't do himself any favors, because what he did was immediately he goes, liar, 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 and so Sean Griffin had to mute him, and then it all just descended into more chaos. But I'd happily talk to MCToon about this video.
Steve,
Yes.
What was Sean Griffin's response to this video?
What was Sean's?
I
don't
remember.
know.
I watched it live. What was his response?
Well, I think Sean Griffin should have been more.
I don't want to know what you think he should have done. What was his response?
Well, I didn't see the whole video. I just saw.
Okay,
it
I'll tell you. It's okay. I'll tell you. He said it doesn't count because it's a time lapse and not a video. Is that a valid argument?
Well, no, but you see, Will, this is another reason. So I agree with you, but what this does is that this shows again that this couldn't be used as evidence. So I'm just putting the context into why you went out to do TFE.
Okay,
right?
so hold on. You haven't made a valid argument about that video.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm not going to.
It's saying there were no vehicles. You can't see a majority of what's going on because it's following the sun.
You're right, but over 5 days, Will. Over 5 days, you would expect to see vehicles.
No, you wouldn't. So, Steve, we have to think outside the box, okay?
Okay.
What if Robert Schwartz told people, hey guys, I'm trying to get an epic 5-day time lapse of the sun. And so do me a favor and don't go between the sun and the camera for the next 5 days. Is that possible?
It would be possible, but I don't see why it would. I don't see why it'd be necessary. But
well, it would be necessary to get a video that doesn't get blocked, because guess what? As soon as clouds block the sun or a person or a vehicle, you guys say, oh, it's not a 24-hour sun. So we're trying our hardest, Steve, to give you guys what you ask for, and you still disregard it. Now, Steve, here's the most important question.
Okay.
Anthony Powell's videos, all of his 24-hour sun videos, the sun has a wave pattern in the sky. Robert Schwartz's doesn't. It stays at the exact same level. Why?
Because it's in March.
No.
Oh, but then
can you give me any rational explanation on a flat Earth why the sun would go up and down like this in a wave in Antarctica and at the exact same time do this in Antarctica?
Well, I'm getting to the point, which is that the sun traverses the Earth just like Psalm 19 says, and I can't see it doing what you're doing. So what you're saying. So that's what I'll be coming to. But I'm just showing you that this is the context, that there's loads of important questions about these that were left unanswered. And this last one in the bottom
Steve,
right.
I'm sorry. This is super important because I think this one point might convince you in the future to change your mind.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense. So just so you know, I know where Anthony Powell took these videos, and it's exactly 750 miles from where Robert Schwartz took his video. By the way, I communicate with both of these men because, again, I'm a truther and I investigate. It makes no sense on a flat Earth when Anthony Powell films the same sun as Robert Schwartz, only 750 miles away in Antarctica, for Anthony Powell's sun to go up and down and for Robert Schwartz to stay level. It doesn't make any sense except on a globe. You cannot make sense of this on a flat Earth.
Well, then let me ask you this then, okay? Here's a because I don't like the word truther, because that almost like means that you're you're employing language that makes you look superior in front of somebody else. Oh, I'm a truther. No, I just like researching, investigating. So I've written to Anthony Powell, okay, because I've got photos that are going to be coming out in my video, along with video evidence of people giving testimony to a setting sun, pictures taken by innocent travellers, not understanding at all the politics of the moon and darkness in Antarctica, just posting up on other places. So I've collected all of these pictures and video, and as I say, I've got this interview coming up with this guy who spent the whole of a summer in Antarctica, deep into Antarctica, and there being no 24-hour sun. So I haven't got a problem with that. But
okay, Steve, this
Anthony
is important.
Powell, let me just say this. When I wrote to Anthony Powell and I asked him this question, I said, and so he wrote back and he didn't give a very convincing argument at all. So I then sent a second email. I said, Anthony, can you please tell me what's with this mythical drive to perpetuate this idea that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in the summer? So he wrote back, okay, and you'd think, wouldn't you, that a man who was supposedly made 6 time-lapse videos at least would say, oh well, please, I'd refer you to my time-lapse videos. He didn't say that once. He said, I've seen it with my own eyes. He didn't mention once his own time-lapse videos. Why wouldn't he? Because that would shut me up, wouldn't it? Why didn't Anthony Powell send me links to his time-lapse videos? Because he knows they're a crock.
Hey, Steve. Showing you his time-lapse videos is not going to shut you up for 2 reasons. One, you've already admitted. You've already admitted today that you are throwing out all of our time lapses.
Will, I'm just telling you that, like, if
Steve,
he didn't know me from Adam,
Steve,
why didn't he tell me? Oh, go and look at my time lapse videos.
Hey, Steve, your email address, which I'm not going to dox you, okay?
Yeah.
Your email says that that Australia is not down under.
Will,
hold on, Steve.
I wouldn't use that email address.
Please don't interrupt me.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Your email address gives away that you're a flat earther. When Anthony Powell hears from you and hears you saying that you don't believe there's a 24-hour sun, he knows you're a flat earther. He knows you've already seen his videos. There's no point in him saying, watch my videos.
Sorry, Will. I must refute you there, because of course I don't use my Down Under doesn't exist. And the reason why I use Down Under doesn't exist is not because Australia doesn't exist, but because it's not down under. We live on a flat plane. I wrote to Anthony Powell using a totally different email address. And of course I wouldn't. Will, credit me with a bit of brain. I'm a flat earther at imaflatearther.com. Can you please send me some of your videos? Of course I didn't do that, Will.
So did you deceive him into thinking you were a glober?
No, I just wrote to him and asked him and said, look, Anthony, I've seen these pictures. I'm confused. You're a well-known Antarctic photographer. Can you tell me about these? And then we entered into this dialogue. And
okay,
then
so you told him, you just admitted you told him you'd seen his stuff before. So he's not going to say, look at my stuff harder. He's going to say, listen, man, I've seen it with my own eyes. I've been there. I don't know what else to tell you. So Steve, this is a huge problem in the flat earth community. Is flat earthers think that that all that there is in the world is flat earth. People that are not flat earth don't care about flat earth. They don't even think about it. Anthony Powell's documentary was filmed and released in like 2011 before there were any flat earthers. There were no flat earthers in 2011. Zero.
Okay, well, let me just explain. Well, I mean, just very quickly then, as far as I'm concerned, if I write to somebody using a perfectly nominal email address, not giving away that about my understanding of the shape of the earth, just asking normal questions, which is what I did, I would expect a man who has made 6 time-lapse videos, when I say to him, Anthony, what's with this myth, with this drive to have us everybody believe it's a 24-hour sun when it clearly doesn't exist. Why wouldn't he send me at least one link to one of his 6 time-lapse videos?
I don't think I'm going to be able to help you understand this, Steve, but
Okay, fair enough.
Anthony doesn't care about flat Earth at all.
But he didn't
Hold
know
on,
who I was.
hold
I
on.
was just making a
Steve,
normal.
please just hear me out.
Okay.
When you contact someone who has spent decades in Antarctica, who's filmed the 24-hour sun, and you say, what is with the myth of the 24-hour sun? Yeah. You are calling him a liar, even though you're not using the word liar. And so the fact that you even got a response is impressive to me.
No, but Will, that was my 3rd email. You know, it wasn't
all I'm
just
going
the
to
first
say
bit.
is that you should be thankful that he responded. So
yeah, well, he did respond, and I would have hoped that he would have sent me at least one link to show.
You don't accept video evidence. You've said that unless you go see it for yourself. So I'm glad he didn't waste his time.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm not put down by that, but I'm sure there'll be people here listening and going, well, it would be perfectly normal. Yeah, you want to know about there being a midnight sun? You're calling it a myth. Well, take a load of this. I've shot 6 of these time lapses. Pick any one of these links. That's what I would do if it was genuine, personally. And then it would shut me up.
He's not you, and it's okay for people to do different things.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, anyway, so and then this one in the bottom right was simply reversed, and you can see when you slow it down, it's been reversed, and so that's the backstory. I think that's been quite a good illustration of the backstory, is why you needed to go out and film, because you wanted to do one without controversy.
And we did.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you've invited me in for me to give you a kind of... So, here they are. Gosh. So, I will now... Will, so what I need to ask you now, my friend, is that you've said to... In your original initial call out, you said, I want to know about what the flat earthers have got to say. Do they want to come back? And so... I'm going to be telling you now, not just me, but I'm going to be representing who I believe to be sort of, I'd like to say, people who can understand what's going on and also have the ability to communicate clearly and are not muddle thinking. And so when I comment on the band of brothers and sisters that went out to Antarctica, it's not just me. There's millions of us who think very similar. Okay, so let's just talk about the people who were out there. So Lisbeth, so you chose 4 flat earthers, didn't you, or 3? Was it? Yeah, four flat earthers.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Well, no, she got the lucky ticket. Okay,
correct. So,
okay.
Here's the truth. I held a poll on our channel to see who everyone else wanted to go to Antarctica, and Flat Earth Dave won. So I said, hey, the people decide. So I went to Flat Earth Dave and I said, do you want a free trip? I'll pay for it. And he said no.
Yeah.
The next person on the poll was Jaron. He got the 2nd highest amount of votes. I said, Jaron, do you want to go? And he said, yes, if Austin will go with me. So Jaron picked Austin. The people picked Jaron. Then when it came to the golden ticket, Lisbeth was one of the people who filled out an application, and I did choose her. So I chose one.
Oh no, Will, I'm not. You know, because I know all of this, because as I say, my tinnitus has allowed me to watch and listen to all of this. So, but let me tell you about Lisbeth. So anyway, so she. And I know that you've done a damage control on this, I would call it that, because Lisbeth, she got up and she squealed and she went, oh, I would like to thank my best friend from NASA. So straight away, Will, you know, like we know that in the FE community that we don't trust NASA as far as we can throw her, and so it didn't bode very well for us flat earthers to be thinking we're comfortable that Lisbeth's going, and then in the 20-minute interview that he conducted with her, it became apparent that Lisbeth didn't know hardly anything about flat Earth. She didn't know hardly anything about it. And Will, I know if she's watching this, I bet if I asked her a few simple questions based on what she portrayed in her 20 minutes with you, that she'd be well out of her depth. So Lisbeth went off.
Hey, Steve, you just said something that makes me very frustrated with you.
Okay.
The whole purpose of the final experiment was to break down walls of division, get both sides to come together, work together, collaborate, be friendly. Okay? We succeeded in that. What you just said, Steve, is that if you want to be a true flat earther, you cannot be friends with anyone who works at NASA. That is ridiculous.
No, Will, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you want to be purist about it, it's not a good start. So anyway, Lisbeth went, okay, and then so she didn't really, from what I've observed, that there wasn't a lot of flat Earth content coming from Lisbeth. That's
what made her a great person to go, because people were saying that people who have a lot of content like Austin and Jaron can't be trusted because they're doing it for money.
Okay,
so I covered all the bases here.
Okay, so Lisbeth comes out, and in no particular order. Then Mark.
Hold on. Well, do you want to go to the fourth flat earther first?
Yeah. Okay. So let's do
lower left corner. Jonathan Morandi is the fourth flat earther.
Yes.
What are your issues with him?
No. It's not about issues, Will. I'm just making observations. I'm not here.
This is super important.
Okay.
Jaron, I believe, became a flat earther either in late 2014 or early 2015.
Yeah.
Jonathan Morandi, we verified this, posted about flat Earth, specifically about there not being a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in 2015.
Okay.
So is he good enough for you?
Well, all I'm saying is that what came over, Will, to me was that I've been looking into this for 10 years, and there's you develop an understanding, don't you, of people and where they're from and the language that they use. And all I'm saying is that I personally, and I know that a lot of other flat earthers who are not trying to pick a fight with you guys, that there just wasn't this level of comfortableness that here is somebody like me who can talk about, from the very beginnings. I can give you my whole journey about flat earth. I can tell you how it all started, what I've learned in the process, and where I'm comfortable with. That didn't come across from Jonathan or Lisbeth. It just didn't come across, Will. So that's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Okay, Steve, real quick question.
Yeah.
Did we have any legitimate flat earthers with us?
Well, this is what I want to talk about now, Jaron and Whitsitt, because when you look at the video that it says a 24-hour sun, and this is the one that we'll come on to. Jaron's face was all over the news and on the front pages of so many newspapers, because he comes on and he goes, sometimes in life you're wrong.
And he was right.
Okay, so that was Jaron's opening line. And Jaron, if you're watching this, buddy, I watched you, and this is where my sort of understanding of body language comes in. Jaron almost he was the one guy in 2015 or 2016. He did a debunk of a 24-hour sun, and it was phenomenal. And he wrote to, I think it was Mawson Station, and they said, the reason why it was glitchy was because there wasn't enough bandwidth. And Jaron absolutely annihilated this 24-hour sun video. It was a Jaron, I want to say, my friend, there was an absolutely superb demolition of a fake 24-hour sun video.
So Steve, shouldn't we all admit when we're wrong?
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Didn't Jaron do the right thing in that moment?
No, because what I'm going to lead up to, and I'm going to show you, is that Jaron knows exactly how this game is played. I saw him just about crumble. He never made a proper admission about there being a 24-hour sun. And when you watch, and I want to challenge everybody to go back and watch how Jaron words what he's being asked and what he's being asked to actually admit to. And Jaron doesn't admit to anything. He stumbles, and I saw him almost cry. Will, I saw him almost cry, and what I saw in that moment was that Jaron, he then knew exactly, in that moment, because he knows he's done enough videos that debunk so much of the Ball Earth community and what they believe in. He knew what he was doing, and Jaron almost started to cry, but then he receded back into it. But you know, like Jaron, my friend, I want to thank you for what you've done in the early years and how you battle through what you're battling through now.
Okay, Steve, this is important.
Yeah.
You're pretty much calling Jaron a liar now. So why is he lying?
No, what I'm saying, I personally believe that because Jaron, what his previous content has been, where he's at now. And did you know, Will? Okay, this is going to be an internet first, and I'm so glad. Is this being going out? Everyone's seeing this now, are they?
Yeah, there's 1,000 people watching.
Right. Okay. So Jaron on video admitted, and this is where my tinnitus is a blessing because I've listened to all of this. Jaron is out doing his live stream. And at one point in his video, and I've got it on video, I've recorded it in case it gets deleted. He says, and it sets. The sun rises there, and it sets, and then he quickly moves on to something else. Now you haven't spotted that yet. This is a first. This is a first that's being listened to. Jaron admits it, and then secondly, in another video, what he does is he records somebody from ALE. Antarctic Logistics Expeditions. They're talking about the sun rising, and then the guy's naturally talking, and then he goes, and then the sun, and then Jaron cuts it. Now I know, and Jaron knows. Jaron, my friend, you know that you've done that because you've left little clues that this was all set up, and it's there. Will, it's there, and people can rush and they can look at this video. And if it's not taken down, they'll find it themselves. Jaron admits. On film, he goes, and the sun rises here, it goes over the mountains, and then it sets, and then he quickly moves on to something else. He says it there in the same way that Gus Grissom hung a lemon in his module, because to say that the whole NASA malarkey was just a malarkey, and then he died mysteriously.
Hey, Steve,
So,
I have to say two things that are very important.
Okay. Go look, truthers. Go look, and you'll find it.
I hung out with Jaron for 10 days.
Yeah.
There's no way he said in a video that the sun set while we were in Antarctica, because it didn't.
Will,
hey, hold on, Steve.
I've got it, Will. I've got it.
Steve,
I've got it.
Steve, you have to let me talk.
Okay.
You have to let me talk. There's no way he said that. I'm guessing that you're going to find a video where we were in Chile and he was talking about the sun setting, which of course it's set there.
Let me tell you, Will.
Hey, Steve, I'm not done.
Okay, buddy.
And so here's the most important part is your heart, okay?
Yes.
If you're wrong about what you're claiming in front of 1,000 people right now that will be seen by tens of thousands, if you're wrong about Jaron saying the sunset, do you even care? Or will you just move on like nothing happened?
Oh, Will, do you think I would come out with something like that? Do you think I would come out with something like that if
Steve,
it wasn't true?
Steve, if you're wrong, will you care?
Of course I care, because I care for the truth.
Okay, great. And so will you being wrong be evidence that Jaron actually saw a 24-hour sun?
Well, that's two separate issues. What we're contesting is whether Jaron said on film, and the sun rises over there, goes over the mountains, and then it sets. So that's what we're talking about. And Jaron says it on film, and it's in his videos, and I've got all the times, and I've got, so I can,
Are you going to show it? Are you going to show it to us right now?
Oh gosh, well, I'm on my phone, but let me tell you. In his live feed, where the sun doesn't set, okay, he's going around, and at 1:17 he says, and the sun rises here, goes over here, and then it sets. And then what he does is he very quickly moves on, but he said it enough. Will, you can laugh, but it's there. Guys, go there. This is an internet first. Jeran has snuck this in, and that's not the only one that he's done. He's done another one as well.
Hold on,
Thank
Steve.
you, Lord.
Steve.
Yeah.
I want to see this right now.
Okay, so go to Jeran, where his video is where the sun doesn't set. It's one of his live feeds. I think it's around the
What's the name of the video?
Yeah, go for it. All you guys, all you people.
What's the timestamp?
At 1:17. Just start at 1:14, and everyone else get on your computers. All you guys on the Flat Earth side, look at that. You will know that Jeran has Jeran. You've sown this as a little seed because you could not admit, you could not fully go with it, and you've left this as a little seed. And you've done another one as well, which we can talk about straight after you've seen this one. And the next one that Jeran does is an absolute classic, and he's fed into the video. What he's saying is the Gus Grissom. He's hanging a lemon, saying, "I might be here saying all these things, but in truth, this is what I believe." And it happens all the time, Will. So
yeah, sorry.
You let that one.
Give me 1 second, okay?
Yeah, okay, sure.
I'm trying to find it on my phone first.
Other people have found it already. Where the sun doesn't set, go to 1:15, and Jeran admits it.
Does he say the word set before we
Yes,
play
he
this?
does. He does indeed. And then he moves quickly on, and he does it in such a way. And then if you slow it down to say 0.75, you can absolutely clearly hear him saying, "And the sun sets." And Jeran, my friend, I want to thank you for that, because you're going to get a lot of people now asking you about this, and then they're going to get a lot of people asking you about the next one as well, which is an even bigger.
Hold on. This is important, okay?
Yeah, of course.
I'm giving you an opportunity to prove what you're saying live. So let me play this right now, okay? I've not done this before, so everybody just needs to be patient with me for 1 second.
Yeah, of course.
All right, 1 second.
Gosh, isn't this exciting, guys? That's it. This is the video. Volume, Will.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I don't know how to play the audio through. Hold on.
Yes. This, guys, is flipping documentary making at its flipping brilliantest. Whoa.
Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys.
Yeah, okay.
I just need to figure out how to get the audio on StreamYard.
So for those that are thinking, well, while you're trying to do that, I'll go and have a look for myself. It's the live feed on Jeran's site where the sun doesn't set, and go to 1 minute. Start at about 1:12 if you want to.
Just give me 1 second. I'm going to... Sorry, give me 1 second here. Okay. I see how to do it. I have to go... Oh, it says I have to share a tab. Okay, I got this. 1 second. Okay, got it.
Hang on, Will. I'm just going to...
Okay, we're good.
It's
good.
quite cold here. Oh, yeah, go on then.
All right, here we go. So let's not say anything. I'm starting it at 1 minute, okay? Okay. And again, you're claiming that he says the sun sets and he uses the word set. I highly doubt it, but let's listen. Okay. Let's listen live.
That's fine. Can't hear nothing, Will.
It's loading.
I don't know what it means. We're a little bit delirious. We haven't slept. We maybe get an hour in here and there. My time lapse is done. You can see here that this is the solar tracking mount, and it has stayed perfect with the sun for the last 24.
They're legally robbing you.
Of course, we get an ad. Hold on.
Pay for car insurance. Here's the deal: a big chunk of your
upgrade, Will, upgrade.
So, yep, the sun will dip down right here. It doesn't go behind that mountain. It goes right above it. Comes over here.
Uh-oh, Steve. He didn't say what you said.
Yes, he did, Will. Will, this is stuttering. This is stuttering,
Steve.
Will.
Hey, Steve. He did not say the sun sets. He didn't even use the word set.
Will, yes, he does. And it's your film is buffering. Just let it play normally and you'll hear him say it quite clearly.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind to 1 minute, okay? My computer is struggling to play this because I'm live streaming with 1,000 people, but
yeah,
let's see if we can do it. Here we go.
Or I don't know what it means. We're a little bit delirious. We haven't slept.
No, well, it's buffering.
We maybe get an hour in here and there. My time lapse is done. You can see.
Well, it's buffering.
That this is the solar tracking mount, and it has stayed perfect with the sun for the last.
Hold on. I'm going to reduce the quality of the video.
You need to, Will. Need to have it so that it plays smoothly.
Hold on. We care about the audio. Let me see if this works. I want to hit play. This is the important line.
Last 24. So, yep, the sun will dip down right here. It doesn't go behind that mountain. It goes right above it.
Okay, Steve. Steve's gone.
No, I haven't, Will. I'm here.
Okay, so Steve, here's what he said. He said the sun goes down, does not go behind this mountain.
And then it sets. And
no,
so, Will,
Steve,
you're going to get...
Hold on. Hey, Steve. Okay, here's what I'm going to do.
Why aren't you playing it? You're not playing it.
Okay, so I need to keep playing it for him to say it sets?
No, Will, you just need to you just need to let it play, let it buffer and play through, and you hear him say it. And Will, I'm so pleased about this because this is going to cause an absolute storm because I'm right.
Hey, Steve. I just pulled up the transcript from YouTube. It's just a button. And it says right here, so yep, the sun will dip down right here. It doesn't go behind that mountain, goes right above it, comes over here, gets back up high in the north.
Go to it, Will, and play it through. I don't want to move on until you play this through without buffering.
And then,
see, Will,
since a lot of people were saying something about this isn't near Union Glacier. Union Glacier is just on the other side of that hill there.
I'm not hearing what you're hearing.
Because it's buffering, Will. Come on. Okay, well, look then in another video, I'm telling you, Will, the SH1T is going to hit the fan on this because Jeran has said it, and it's very clear to hear. Then in his Christmas Eve special at 1 hour 48, Jeran includes a little clip. Oh, Will's gone now.
I'm trying to increase the bandwidth here.
Okay, so at 1:48 in Jeran's Antarctica Christmas Eve special, at 1 hour 48 minutes, Jeran is cycling around the site, and then it cuts to an ALE worker who's talking about how the sun rises, and then then Jeran deliberately cuts it, and it makes no sense at all unless you understand what Jeran is doing here, and Jeran has sewn this in. So he's a truther at heart, but I say he's been bought out, and so do millions of others that Jeran has. Unfortunately, he's now going to be living with, knowing that he's done some fantastic exposés, and he's unfortunately sort of caved in.
What's the next video?
The next video is the Antarctic Christmas Eve special.
And what's the timestamp?
1 hour for 48 minutes.
And what is said?
He's on a bike, and then it suddenly cuts to a conversation that I think it's an ALE worker is having, and he's just naturally talking about how the sun rises, and then you know what he's going to say next, and then the sun sets, and Jeran cuts that little word out.
Okay, Steve.
So anyway,
hold on.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me where you got this superpower of knowing what someone's going to say before they say it?
Let's just let this all unfold, because I think this is an internet first, and I'm flipping delighted that it is. Don't just let me say it, but others will be wanting to sort of have their piece as well. But this is all about this is all about Jeran just letting us know that it's a lemon. This is just the beginning of what I wanted to talk about, because there's other massive admissions that people make, and what they don't say, that just, we don't need to talk about footprints, we don't need to talk about all the other stuff we've been talking about. This is all about what humans do when they're asked to deceive.
Okay, Steve, this is going to be a super important question, and if you're not willing to answer it, I don't think we can continue.
Okay.
What will convince you you're wrong about Jeran?
What do you mean, sorry?
What will convince you that you are wrong, that Jeran said the sun sets, that he's leaving these clues? What will convince you you're wrong and that he wasn't doing that?
Well, I can't be convinced, because that's what he did. And so...
Hey Steve, that's not an answer to my question, because you just admitted that we should admit when we're wrong.
Yes, of course.
So if you're wrong, which is a possibility here, that you're wrong about Jeran, what would convince you that you are wrong about him?
Well, if I'm wrong about it, Will, I'll say that I purposely deceived and I lied. But I mean, it's what he said, and it's true. And you haven't yet successfully played back what I've claimed.
I also didn't ask you what you'll do if you're wrong. I said, what would convince you that you're wrong? What evidence could be given to you that would convince you you're wrong about what you're claiming about Jeran?
That somebody would go into my phone and they would delete the little bit that I've recorded, but I'm talking to you on my phone, so I can't play it back. So it's quite difficult. Will, I'm not wrong, and I don't
Steve,
lie, and I don't lie, and I wouldn't lie about this, especially in front of all these people. Jeran's
Steve,
done it.
I'm gonna give you the correct answer to your question, to my question. Okay. The correct answer is if Jeran would contact you and say, Steve, you're wrong.
Well, no, because who knows what pressure Jeran would be put under to come along and say these things. It's there. Jeran said it out loud to his camera, then he moved quickly on, and then he did it again in a surreptitious way, but just enough to let us know that.
Okay, Steve, this is important, okay?
Okay.
Looking at the screen here, we're looking at Mount Rossman. What cardinal direction are we looking when we're looking at Mount Rossman?
Will, I'm sorry, I'm not worried about it. Cardinal,
no.
Sorry,
hey, Steve,
Will, Cardinal,
Steve.
Cardinal, it doesn't matter. Jeran said what he said.
Are you wanting to end the conversation, or do you want to answer my question?
Of course not. Of course not.
Okay, so what cardinal direction are we facing here in the video?
I have no idea.
South.
Okay.
So Jeran's talking about the fact that the sun is going to go down in the sky, which is what the globe predicts. Again, you didn't understand why the sun moves in a wave pattern for Anthony Powell and not for Robert Schwartz. It's because we live on a globe. And then he says it goes down, but it doesn't go behind the mountain. And then it starts to head north. That's what he says in the video.
No, he doesn't, Will. And just wait till you play it back. And I'm so glad this has come out because this is going to cause an absolute flipping SH1T storm. I'm not lying. He said it. You haven't been able to play it back because it's not been buffered properly. He says it. And then in the other one, the Christmas special, the Christmas Eve special, at 1 minute 48, he purposely cuts it just before the ALE.
Okay, that I have no StreamYard crashed on my end.
Okay, Will. Well,
so hold on. Just give me 1 second, okay?
And Will, also, just let me give you 1 second to turn a heater on because I'm getting quite cold, buddy.
All right, I have a surprise for you. So nobody go anywhere. Nobody go anywhere. This is about to get good. Okay. So I'm so glad everybody's still here. When StreamYard crashed, I thought the entire live crashed. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Okay. So just for the audience to understand what's going on, which I think you're already understanding, is that Steve has created a narrative that is his own opinion.
I haven't created a narrative, Will.
And yes, you have. So Steve, hold on. I'm a logical guy, okay?
Okay.
So here's what I want to know from you. Why is it that you won't take the part in the video where Jaron says that it doesn't go behind the mountain, which by the way is south? So the reason I mention that is because the sun would have to set in that direction on a flat earth. So because it would be like over Australia in the south.
I don't know whether I'm still live, Will, but it seems to be crashing quite a lot, buddy. I don't know what's happening with Will, guys. Whether I'm still live, I don't know. But he seems to have disappeared on us. Hi, Will, are you there? Hi, Will, are you there? Hey,
I'm back, and I
you're
have.
back.
Sorry, everybody. I brought someone with me. Hey, Jaron.
What's up, guys?
Hey, how are you, man?
Good.
Cool. I got a crazy one for you.
Okay, I'm ready. Crazy one.
Steve, your camera turned off, by the way. So Steve here is a flat earther from England.
Okay.
And
hang on.
I had him on our channel before we went to Antarctica.
I remember.
And he said that if we live streamed at midnight and the sun was there, that he would admit he was wrong. We have him back on right now, and he's claiming that you left subliminal messages in your videos that the sun actually set, and that you're being pressured into lying about the 24-hour sun.
Why would you say that, Steve?
Hi, Jaron. Have you been watching from the beginning?
I have not watched your guys' show today.
Yeah.
No, I just texted Jaron and asked if he could come on to help me out. So
Okay,
he has not been watching.
Fantastic. Okay. So, Jaron, what was missed was respect to you. From 2017, I watched your debunking of the Mawson 24-hour sun with the flags and the time lapse showing, and I wrote to you and I said that was one of the best debunks I've ever seen. And when you wrote that letter to Mawson's, and they wrote back and they said, "Oh, we didn't have enough bandwidth" or something, and that was their excuse for. Yeah. So you did a brilliant job there. So what I've been saying, Jaron, is that what's been happening is that for whatever reason, I say you were got at. That I could see in your body language that you were almost like crying, and you were in the announcement when all of you guys lined up in front of the cameras to say your piece. You were very emotional and you hid it very well, but you weren't forthcoming in. You weren't eloquent in saying that there was a 24-hour sun. You went around the houses, and then when you went around and did your little piece around using your camera, you explained about the sun rising, and then you said it set, and then you moved very quickly on to another bit of information, and then in another video you went from cutting from riding your bike to then a random conversation with an ALE representative. I think it might have been somebody from your crew. And they were talking about how the sun was rising, and then you cut it. And what I've just said to Will, and this has caused a bit of a storm, is that I say that you know the game. You've been in the game for a long, long time. You know how it works. I say that you were pressured into this, and that you left little telltale clues that were saying, I might be pressured into this. That Whitsitt did the same. You were pressured into this, but you're not going to go away without leaving just a little clue that actually this is the lemon.
No, I don't know where you're getting that from. I mean, if you're talking about pressured into saying what I said, or what do you mean pressured?
No, I mean, like, let's go. Like Will's been having trouble trying to play back the piece that I said, where you said the sun rises. And then you went another couple of words, and then you said it sets, and then he moved quickly on to something else. Will still hasn't played that back yet, and he's been saying it's to do with bandwidth or streaming or whatever. But you clearly say it.
What video is that? What video are we talking about?
The video you're talking about, I'm talking about, is when you say the sun. When you wander around the camp and the sun never sets, right. Where the sun does not set.
Oh, that video, okay. And in that video, I say it does set.
No. At 1 minute, you can maybe start off. Maybe you can play it back.
Yeah, I'll find it.
It's the live Antarctica where the sun doesn't set.
Okay, bring it up. Okay, and so you say I do say it does set.
Yes.
Okay.
And I've got it. I've recorded it on my phone as well.
Sure.
So
yeah, well, the sun did not set. So we flew in on the 14th. And the sun was kind of behind us in the plane. We got a couple shots of that, but it was basically right behind the plane. And then we landed at the runway, and the sun was there with us, and the sun never left until we flew away. The sun just.
Well, that's okay, Jaron. I'm not worried about that, buddy. I'm worried about your little piece at 1 minute odd.
I'm going there 1 second. Let me go to live, and it's called Antarctica, where the sun doesn't set. Okay, 26-minute one. And what timestamp are we going to?
1 minute, about 1 minute. Play from 1 minute 14, 13, whatever.
Sure. Let me listen real quick.
Or to make it even better, Jaren, maybe play it from say 110 so the viewer gets a feel.
Sure. You want me to share it? Hold on one second. Let me go to present, share screen, and I need to do an article. This one. Okay, so you should see it there. You got it there, Will? Just on the bottom of the screen, you should see it.
Oh yeah, thanks. There we go.
Good.
Or
let me put it right here. Well, start for a minute, just so I can hear.
I don't know what it means. We're a little bit delirious. We haven't slept. We maybe get an hour in here and there. My time lapse is done. You can see here that this is the solar tracking mount, and it has stayed perfect with the sun for the last 24. So, yep, the sun will dip down right here. It doesn't go behind that mountain. Goes right above it. Comes over here. Gets back up high in the north, and then sets. A lot of people were saying something about this isn't.
And then what? Sorry, Jaren.
Glacier is just on the other side.
Let me hear it again. So I said,
go behind that mountain. Goes right above it. Comes over here. Gets back up high in the north.
Jaren.
And then,
I'm trying to listen.
Slow it down to 0.75. Sorry. Yeah.
What? Go ahead.
Slow it down to 0.75.
Then sets. A lot of people were.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound like I say sets, but as you just heard, so if this is when we're done with the 24-hour time lapse, just so you know, we got maybe 2 hours of sleep each night that we were in Punta Arenas. Then we got.
Daryl, you said it sets, my friend. You said it sets.
I said, and then it's like, I'm not saying it sets. It obviously doesn't set.
Karen, you said it sets, my friend.
Let me hear it again. Because
you might have said since.
Let me hear. Let me go to here 05. But regardless, I'm telling you now that it doesn't set. So if I made it down right,
just play it back, Jim.
Yeah, I put it at 0.5.
Here, it doesn't go behind that mountain. Goes right above it.
I mean, I can even hear in my voice that I'm tired.
Comes over here, gets back up high in the north, and then sets. A lot of people were saying something about this.
Jerry, my friend, you said it, buddy.
Oh, so if I said it in that little when I slipped there and I didn't get any sleep, then that means that it's set.
Okay, buddy. Well, then, what about? While you're here, could you explain this one when you go to Antarctic Christmas Eve? Okay.
My video on Christmas Eve?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then at 1 hour 48 minutes.
Am I bringing this up?
Yes, if you can,
sure.
buddy.
Let me just hear for 2 seconds. I want to hear what I said right after that. Still called sets. I just want to hear what I said there.
And it has stayed perfect with the sun for the last 24. So, yep. The sun will dip down right here. It doesn't go behind that mountain. Goes right above it. Comes over here. Gets back up high in the north. And then sets. A lot of people were saying something about this isn't near Union Glacier.
Yeah, it's
Union Glacier is just on the other side of that.
Yeah, but I mean, there's nowhere for it to set. But go ahead. Now you want me to go to my Christmas Eve special? What time?
If that's all right, Joe. And so you see, the thing is, my friend, I've been in this game, and you have too, and you know the score. And what I'm saying is, Jaren.
Yes. Let me tell you something that was interesting about this trip. So yeah, I know the score, meaning that I thought certain things would happen. I thought the trip would be canceled. I thought that a lot of things would happen. Here's the surprising thing. Not one person told me what I couldn't say, what I could say. Not one person told me when I couldn't go live, when I could. Not one person said what I couldn't film and what I couldn't. So I had the ability to film anything at any time, go live at any time. So, I mean, that is very open compared to what I would expect if it was some sort of a situation, a closed situation, some sort of set or something. There's no way they would just be giving, go ahead. This guy that we're here to fool, we're just going to let him film whatever he wants to film, go wherever he wants to go. We went driving bikes around that we weren't even given authorization to really do. So, I mean, it's like we kind of had free reign of the place. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but Jared, I'm not arguing any of that, buddy. Okay. All I'm saying is I'm just talking about what you said on film as you walked around.
Okay.
And so the next one was the Antarctic Christmas Eve.
Okay, and there.
At 1 hour 48 minutes, you're on your bike. And so, Jaron, just setting it up for the viewers, I'd like to know, play it and then maybe tell us why you included this because it just seems incongruous until we know how the game is played. And that I believe that this is a lemon. This is a Gus Grisham lemon that you hung up saying that TFE is a lemon.
Okay. What time am I going to?
1 minute 48.
Right. 1 minute 48 is in the middle of a countdown.
Sorry. 1 hour 48 minutes.
Oh, gotcha.
And you're riding a bike, and then it cuts to a conversation with an ALE representative, I think it is, or it might be one of your own crew.
148.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to reshare it.
Oh,
There
sorry.
you go.
You got it up there?
Yep.
Okay. We didn't have that. We even had this night. This night here, all the employees wanted to learn what we were doing. So they all came to a night session where Duffy spoke, then Owitsit and I spoke to the people there, and we got a lot of information to these guys that work there of why we're there and why we thought there was no 24-hour sun. And I explained to them, you guys need to figure out why your Stephen Hawking lied to the world and why Nat Geo lied to the world. Why is that? Why is there no 24-hour cam down here if it circles every fucking day? For what?
Hang on, Jaron. It's what minute are you on now? It might be just before that. It's where you're on a bike.
1 hour 48:24.
Okay, so go back a little bit. It's just when you're on a bike and it cuts to a little. It cuts to an ALE. It might. That's it. You just passed it, Will. You just passed it, Jaron. You're on your bike.
Okay. Oh, here.
That's it. Brilliant. Now, just before you're on this, and I'd like, after we play it, I'd like you to explain why you left this bit in once it's been played back.
Sure. But if there is anything in here that shouldn't be, it's because it's the full footage. But anyway, see if you look straight. I thought the bikes would be a little bit more fun, which they are, as long as you're going downhill. As soon as you go uphill, it's like life sucks.
Isn't on right, it's like an hour, and right at sunrise and right at sun.
So, hold on one second. I'm actually watching my video on my live stream. So this is not the video that people got. The full video is over here. Just, I just can tell I'm skipping through the video. That's why it's going chop, chop, chop. So what part are you talking about? Because I'll find
it's where you just come off your bike and then there's an ALE representative. I mean, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. I'm just saying that this is just a little glimpse into, I think Jaron is telling us something. So
I'm going to the bike here. So you're saying it's right after the bike?
Yeah, just play it again and then we'll just let it play normally.
Yeah, but I'm saying on this screen over here, I can actually watch the whole thing. Because you're basically going to say, is there some, this is me skipping through, but I'll play a little bit more fun, which they are, as long as you're going downhill. As soon as you go uphill, it's like life sucks.
Isn't on right, it's like an hour, and right at sunrise and right at sun.
And then you cut it.
What?
And then you cut it. And so what you do is there's a guy talking about sunrise, and then as soon as he goes, and then the sun, and then it gets cut. So all I'm saying is that those two little things, that's just.
Hold on, Steve. I have to deal with this. Jaron, can you rewind to where you're at the table and you can see your hands?
Sure. And just to make sure that you understand this again. So on my live stream on that night of December 24th, I was playing the actual full video file that I have over here. So I have the full video file right here. So if there's anything that I said that you think I cut, we can play the whole thing.
Okay, well that'd be awesome. Then because what I'd like to do is I'd like to be proved wrong, and if I am, then I'll apologise for
right
that.
Here.
But yeah, okay.
Okay, Steve, this is super important.
Yes.
Do you know whose hands those are?
Oh, I'm not worried about the hands, Will.
No. Steve, I didn't say you're worried about the hands. Just answer my question. Do you know whose hands those are? Those are Jaron's.
Yeah,
Jaron is wearing a camera on his chest.
Okay.
So the person that's cut off from saying sunset is Jaron himself. Now, do you happen to recognize that red device or the person holding it? That is Dave McKeegan.
Okay.
He's describing here how an equatorial mount works to Jaron.
Yeah, I can
So they're talking about how the equatorial mount works in general, which tracks the sun from sunrise to sunset.
Okay.
Let me see if it's this part here.
On 15 degrees per hour. Okay, that's all it does, right? So this head will just rotate. If I put it up to
Not 2356.
well, as in it's rotating at that sort of speed. So
Right.
might be too cold.
Okay.
But you can set different speeds. So I had it set not on star, I had it solar
Okay.
for the speed of the sun. Okay.
Oh, do you want to be showing this? My bad. 1 second. I'll get this one up there. Present and share screen. And where is that folder? Window, maybe. I never know if you can see this. If I go like this, do you see? Let me just go the entire screen. It'd be easier. There we go. So this is kind of the same spot. It looks like you were talking about, right? So I'm. I think I put my hands on the desk right here in a second. So I'll just press play from here.
So all this does is this whole section here rotates.
Guys, listen, this is going into what we're doing is we're wasting time. I mean, it's fine, you know, like we can. I know what I've clipped from your what you put up online, which is what you wanted to see, and I've got it.
And
So
it would be impossible. You're making it sound like I was able to, because I was skipping through a video. Anything that you're picking out of that is just because I'm skipping through a video showing it to my audience.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it was live anyway. So and when you did it, but what I wanted to say, Jaron, was that that I've saved the clip, and for those that understand how these things work, it just didn't look very. It doesn't look very good. And that's all. I'm just saying that it was a lemon that was left. That I think that underneath it all, you don't wholeheartedly believe in what you participated in. In fact, I don't think you believe it at all.
See, well, what do I think that the sun was that I saw for 4 days?
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, we can. Can we move on to MCToon, because he was a massive.
Hey, Steve, hold on. This is important. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You were claiming something like I'm like holding Jaron hostage here and forcing him to say certain things. You have the man here himself. Ask him whatever you want.
Well, okay. So, I won't ask Jaron this, but like, what I'll say to Jaron is that when you were wheeled out, not wheeled out, when you all came out and you said your piece, Whitsitt, it was really telling that Whitsitt, he said. He made this joke, and people did this sort of forced laugh. But what he said was, the guns are behind the camera, and this is the stage. And there was this kind of muted laugh. But anyone who knows what body language is and how people talk in these situations, which it was giving us a massive clue that he's there under duress. It is a stage. The whole world's a stage, and he was on there, and he was just performing, and it gradually, you know, poor old Whitsitt, he's disappeared. I don't know where he is right now, but
disappeared. He's been all over. He's been. He was on my show last night. He was
good.
on his own show.
Good. Well, I haven't had time to look at your
you're saying things you like when you say something and you're wrong. You're just like move past.
Okay, no. Well, I apologise because Whitsitt is a prolific. He's a prolific content creator, and he's not been around for a long time. You know, so I'm glad that he's back and he's okay.
He did a whole stream for 4.5 hours last night, and then he was also on my stream.
Okay, hey, Steve, the guy that Jaron was talking to is now on with us, Dave McKeegan.
Gosh, this is getting all... Hello, mate.
So just so you know, Steve, Dave, can you describe the conversation you were having with Jaron at the table about the equatorial mount?
So the equatorial mount was the red device that I had set up. I'd already had it set up at that point, tracking the sun for 24 hours. And then I was having a conversation with Jeremy when we were back at the main camp, because I wanted to explain to him how it was working, or how it worked and how it tracked the sun, because it can't work on a flat earth. So I was sat down with him explaining it. And I think possibly the part of the conversation that you heard was me talking about it can track the sun 24 hours a day. And if you set it up at the equator on the equinox, that you would get it from sunrise in the east all the way up overhead till sunset in the west. And then it would track right the way down, pointing at the ground. And then it would pick the sun back up in the east in the day, and how did that fit with a flat Earth? So I think that's the part of the conversation you heard, was me talking about sunrise and sunset on the equinox, not in Antarctica.
Okay, well, Jer and Cultish in a judicious place. That's all I'm saying about that. But Dave, now that you're on, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, because you were asked in the live feed. There were quite a few things, because I watched all of your live feed as well, and I'm looking out for body language here. You see, so you were asked, would you sign an affidavit to say that you've seen a 24-hour sun? And it kind of threw you. And anybody who can go back and see your live feed, it kind of threw you, because I don't think you were reading it through. And then you said, well, I'm sure that I've seen a 24-hour sun unless I was dreaming it. Now, you see, for me, when I look at this body language, I say to myself, you would go, of course I've seen it. I've just filmed it. I've been up 24 hours and I've seen it, but you never did that. And then later, in your last video that you uploaded, Dave, right? Not the one where you just showed just the film, but it was you on film. You couldn't even bring yourself, when you study the words that you used, Dave, you were very careful. You couldn't from your heart say that you'd witnessed a 24-hour sun, and you gave us a 25-minute preamble on your telescopes, on how it works and everything, and on the way that you mount them. But you did not say, and at one point, I have witnessed the 24-hour sun. It's blown my mind, and all flat earthers, they need to understand this, and they need to hear quite clearly that we have witnessed and got it in the Kansas 24-hour sun. None of you have done that. None of you have done that. And MCToon, watching him go around the town, was just, he was saying we carried out experiments, we did this and that. He didn't once say, we've captured the 24-hour sun. He went on about magnetism and things like that, and just spurious arguments. He didn't once say, we've got those flatties, we've captured the 24-hour sun. And I say he couldn't bring himself to say it because he didn't do it.
Okay, Steve, if I may just interject here.
I'll stop now.
So you say my body language and none of us would admit it. At the point that Will's camera hit 24 hours of recording the Antarctic sun, I was hosting a live stream that I've entitled "The 24-Hour Sun Has Been Captured in Antarctica." Yeah. I'm not entirely sure how you can perceive that as me not acknowledging the 24-hour sun. To your point about the affidavit, bear in mind a couple of things here. I'm sure you sitting right there at your house right now, having seen it and dwelled on it all, you'd say, yeah, I'll sign an affidavit. At that point, I hadn't slept in 45 hours.
And I get that.
I could barely see the screen for the sunlight shining off it, so I wasn't entirely sure if I'd even read the comment correctly. And then please also bear in mind two things. Number one, it's very difficult to tell from a comment whether the comment is being sarcastic and taking the mick or whether it's a genuine question. And I struggle to answer anything without being sarcastic myself. So when I'm doing a live stream that is talking about me having just captured the 24-hour sun, and then someone asks, would I sign an affidavit to say, have I seen a 24-hour sun? I'm going to be sarcastic about the answer.
Okay. So then, Dave.
My question real quick, though. If you believe that this is like wouldn't you rather ask me and for me to tell you that it absolutely 100% the sun circles the south? That we need to, here's what we need to do. As flat earthers, we need to accept that and now go back to the drawing board and make a map.
But then you see, my answer would be, Jaron, is that there are people who I'm going to be interviewing who are saying that they have stayed much further down parallels than you guys, where there is no 24-hour sun over the periods of November, December, and January.
Yeah, but where would they be staying if they're staying further than we were? Because there's no camps. There's no camps further south than we were besides the South Pole. So they're saying they went to the South Pole. Or
what about McMurdo?
That's way on the outside. That's by the coast.
Well, that's when you look at the parallels. You're 79?
79 and a half, yeah.
Yeah, and look at McMurdo.
It's not within that. It's not a lower number than that, or it's not more than 79.5, I don't think. Let me see. Murdo is at
77.
Yeah, it looks like
It's McMurdo is not as far south as we were.
so. I mean, there is periods of time where I'm sure, just like this place, right? If it's not, but you said November, December, and January. I mean, I believe all three of those months would be the sun would not set.
Is that so? So you're saying that the sun doesn't, basically the sun doesn't set, and so you would be able to sort of, I don't know, how would you say it, before the Lord, that before God.
I swear on everything, on my two sons, on my wife, on my family, on my dead mom's grave.
Okay.
The sun circled for 4 days when I was there. So, I mean, if you're asking me, do I have to swear that it does it for 4 months? No, because it might be 3 months.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't ask you to swear, because it's about let your yes be yes and your no be no.
Well, my yes is yes.
Yeah. See, because
circle. It's the sun too. I mean, people have been saying, "Oh, could it have been a plasma ball or something?" It's like, no. On my GoPro footage, I burn pieces of paper with a magnifying glass with the sun in the north, and then I do it with the sun in the south. It's identical. And when it was in the south, it was cold and windy, and it still was able to burn the paper.
Well, can I just ask you, Jaron, why is it do you say that it sets?
I don't know. I don't even. That's what I said. I'd have to listen to. I don't know if I was just kind of rambling off there.
I'm going to jump in here, guys. People have been sending me messages. Jaron said, since a lot of people are saying this wasn't near Union Glacier, he said since, not sets.
Maybe you'll come in again.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Well, that makes more sense.
Hey, Steve.
You see, Dave, from my point of view, my friend, and this is to Jaron, to Dave, to McToon, and to Will. What we've not seen, what the flat earthers haven't seen from any of you guys, is wholehearted rejoicing that you've captured a setting sun. That you've captured a sun that stays up for 24 hours.
Why would I rejoice at that? I was pissed off.
I'm
pretty sure. I mean, I wasn't going to be gloating so much, but during the stream, I jumped on Toon's stream that was done in the early hours of the morning. We were talking about the fact that the sun had hit solar midnight. It was at its lowest point and coming back up, so hadn't set. I mentioned about it multiple times in my live stream. And then when we got back to Punta Arenas, we did another live stream into the early hours of the morning. And I even put a post up on my community feed the day we got back to Punta Arenas, joking that the sun had finally set.
Well, I mean, what I'm going by, guys, is the body language that all of you individually exhibited was just deep uncomfortableness. And so that's all I can go by, because I don't have to go by all of, were there footprints, blah, blah, blah. I'm not interested in that. What I study is body language. And none of you guys have comfortably been able to come in front of camera and talk about it. And Dave, you were asked quite a few uncomfortable questions, and you became uncomfortable about it. And I've listed them all. I don't want to go... But it's about how people respond in the natural. And there was nothing really natural about how you guys came across after capturing what should have been a fantastical thing. It's not really come across to us on the flat side that it's been genuine, that there's been something missing. It's been all packaged,
Okay then, Steve, if we may talk about body language here, because I've been watching this stream now for the full 2.5 hours. If I may judge your body language, so far you've not actually managed to talk about the 24-hour Antarctic sun. You've not managed to address anything about it. You've constantly diverted the conversation away from actually talking about us being in Antarctica. That, to me, speaks a whole lot about, your body language there speaks a whole lot about things. So if we want to judge body language, we can go both ways with this here. So let me ask you just bluntly, right? When we were live streaming, the live stream that I did, that Jaron did, that Austin did, that MCToon did, Critical Think, Do you believe we were actually in Antarctica when those went out?
Oh yes, absolutely. Because I did all the maths about it. You know, like I knew you were flying
Perfect.
4 hours. Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Perfect. So,
yeah.
Perfect. So, the 24-hour time lapse that I posted, do you think that's fake?
What you mean that?
The 25-minute, 360-degree time lapse of us at halfway point, with the sun going all the way around us. Do you think that was fake or not?
I don't believe it. No.
You don't believe the 360 was genuine?
Based on my other observations about how you all were out there and the whole background to it and the whole how it was
Okay.
set up.
No. That's fine. That's fine. So the time lapse was fake, but all the live streams were real, because every one of the live streams you can see happen in the time lapse, and the live streams took place at multiple points throughout the day. The sun is pretty much in all 4 directions during at least one of our live streams. Will's was done at midnight. MCToon's was done at about 3 in the morning. The drone debunk was done while the sun was in the north. And you've just acknowledged those live streams all actually happened, and you believe they were real, and the sun was in near enough every point in the sky.
Okay.
So
well,
how was the sun? When did the sun set?
Right. Now I want to talk about body language again, if you don't mind. So
I don't care about body language, Steve. This was a question about the 24-hour sun, not body language.
No,
body language doesn't count. We didn't get any sleep the whole week.
No, and I get that, guys. I absolutely get that. But you see, McKeegan in his last day around Punta Arenas, okay, he was summarising the whole point of the trip. Okay. McKeegan. We got McKeegan.
Sorry, Steve.
Fantastic.
I got receipts, brother.
Fantastic. McKeegan, delighted to meet you, my friend. I need to ask you, and please let's not descend into shouting and calling me a liar. And it's like, I'll respect your space and you respect mine.
I'll respect you after you respect me.
Okay. Well, fine, mate. Fine. So, the whole point of me wanting to talk about MCToon was that here's the first thing: you summarised the trip, and it's all live on your feed. You were wandering around Punta Arenas, and I'm thinking, come on, MCToon, you've been there, you've captured the 24-hour sun, you can smash the fatties, which is what you want to do, basically, and your whole channel is all about destroying fatards and eating their own shit, or eating their own. You didn't say the word shit, but so that's your raison d'etre as far as fat earth is concerned. So I was thinking, this is Toon's perfect opportunity as he's going around Punta Arenas summarising the last week, and he's saying, and we got some experiments down, and you went to magnetism, and you went to how the magnetism increases. And I'm thinking, come on, Toon, come out with it. And we captured the 24-hour sun. You didn't even say it. And that's the most majestic thing that you could have said to squash us all. You didn't say a word about it. And I say you didn't say a word, Toon, because you couldn't, because it just didn't happen. And that's what I mean about body language. You weren't able to come out and say it.
That's enough. Now, when I'm talking, don't interrupt me, okay?
Okay, fine.
Okay. You did not respect me. You don't have enough respect to call me by my name.
Well, I don't have your name other than Toon.
Shut up.
Shut up. Okay.
Shut up. Don't interrupt me. Don't call me by the wrong name. If you want to pretend to respect me, you will call me by the right name. And if you're too stupid to figure it out, that's on you, because you don't have any respect for me. So don't interrupt.
What is your right name? What is your right name?
I'm not going to tell you. Go do your own research. Got it?
Okay.
I already had declared that I got the 24-hour sun. In that particular video that was not live, I wasn't gloating about having gotten the 24-hour sun. I had already addressed that I had recorded the 24-hour sun. So the fact that you didn't see me talk about it in that video doesn't mean I hadn't already done it. So I had already done it, and I have right now the 300 and something gigabyte file ready to share, if I can share this.
Fine. But in your
Stop. Stop talking. No, this is my truth. Okay, you waffle on and on and on. Tired of it.
Gosh, there's enough people here now. I must have caused a bit of a storm, mustn't I?
Stop talking.
Steve, let me just say one thing that's bothering me about this whole thing is that people are saying, "Oh, Jaron, you would have said it was fake too." There's a difference between saying the moon landing is fake when we've got a military crew there that's got one feed that you have to take a film off of a CRT monitor at NASA's facility. This is 10 people who all have their own cameras that are all simultaneously recording and live streaming from Antarctica. You can watch my chest cam footage. We fly 4 hours into Antarctica. So
I'm not disputing where you went, Jaron. Seriously.
What you're disputing then is that we got somewhere. The sun must have set. It must have got dark. We all just hid out while it was dark, I guess. And then there was a fake sun that we filmed going around the us for 24 hours.
No, you see, this is the thing is, guys, and this is where God doesn't let us down, because I don't know how you did it, right? I don't know how it was done. But what I do know is that I understand body language, and none of you, and I'm going to be bringing out a video to show this, and maybe this is going to gain a lot of traction. I'm going to be demonstrating and proving to you how your body language did not match what the victory that you were supposed to have achieved. You were, and it's just like what it reminded me of. When I was watching you guys, it reminded me of...
Enough waffling.
No, don't interrupt me, please, and then I'll let you finish.
Stop waffling, Steve.
What it reminded me of is when they wheeled out Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins to the post.
Well, I would agree with you. But I was
at press conference, and what happened was this man said to those three, he said, "Can you please tell us what does it mean for mankind landing on the moon?" And you saw there was about a minute, and all their faces, they just dropped. They didn't want to look at each other. And then Neil Armstrong says, "Do you want to go first?" And then he said no. I
remember that.
The body language was just horrible to look at. And you guys, none of you have been comfortable about it. None of you.
I was very uncomfortable. I told these people that the sun set. I told these people that it wouldn't circle. So when we realized it does, and then Duffy says, "Hey, I'm going to do a live stream. I want you guys to come up and speak." That's not a comfortable situation for me. That's a very uncomfortable situation.
It's actually
no. In fact, just to expand on that, what you will notice, Steve, is if you watch that live stream back through when Will invites everyone up voluntarily to come up, and the order that it went: Mark Herman, Glober; Critical Think, Glober; me, Glober; Mike, Glober, and then very reluctantly, Jaron, Lisbeth, Austin, and Jonathan. The Flat Earthers did not want to go in front of that live stream because, like Jaron said, no wonder he was emotional. He'd gone in there absolutely convinced that the sun would set, and it didn't. His entire worldview had just been ripped from underneath him. So of course he was emotional. You say our body language like we should be gloating. We were the ones actively jumping to go on the bleeding live stream to talk about it. Now, if we want to talk about body language, do you not think our body language right here, the fact that the three people you are accusing of lying have all jumped onto this stream to come and call your bullshit out?
No, I think it's interesting that what started out as a conversation between Will and me with Jaron saying that the sun sets has now developed into all the big players coming out, Will making a phone call, which is great. It's going to be made for great TV. But what I'm saying is I'm maintaining that none of you, there's been no victory parade. You left individually. You know, MCToon was wandering around Puntus Arenas listing all the things. Oh, come on, McKeegan, say it. And I know you've addressed it, and you're saying, what have the flat earthers got? They've got nothing. So McKeegan, you had all the time in the world to say, and we got the 24-hour sun. Bang, it's in the bag, boys, and come back and you can all talk about it. I know you're making a documentary individually, but guys, you've lost the opportunity to show unity of ball earthness by saying we've got it in the bag. None of you have demonstrated any a genuineness about it at all, guys, and that's the thing. I know you're laughing, Dave, but I've got lots of clips of you
We literally did a live stream at midnight saying the sun hasn't set, and you think we weren't sort of making a big song and dance about it.
Dave, please don't diss me on this one, because there's a difference between the midnight sun and a 24-hour sun. I know that. And you see,
yeah, when it gets to solar midnight, that is as low as the sun goes. If it hasn't set at solar midnight, newsflash, it ain't setting.
Okay,
I'm gonna go. Thank you, guys.
So here's my question to you
Thanks,
now,
Jared.
Will. I'd just like to talk to Will.
Can I get back to my? I was interrupted. Can I get back to where I was going? Please. All right. I can tell from your body language right now, Steve, that you don't want me to present what I'm about to present. Your body language is telling everybody that your constant interruption is you attempting to avoid the evidence that's going to destroy you. That's the body language I see from you.
To destroy me.
Stop talking. Unless interrupt if you want your body language to inform everybody that you're scared. Okay?
I'm not scared.
Your body language is telling us, is informing everybody that you're scared. Now here is, stop talking. All right, Steve? This is a 380 gigabyte file. I can't even upload it to YouTube. I have to re-render it. But I can show it in VLC on my computer here. So there you see the sun, right? On the ground here, you see two lines. The one on the left is due south. The one on the right was it was incorrect. It was we amended it. So the correct one is that straight one on the left there. That we scraped in the snow using a shovel because the snow is hard packed. That's why you don't see a lot of footprints there. But you do see footprints when we walk around. So that's due south. So if you look up there, the mountain there where there's that white patch on it, that's where due south is, a little bit to the right of that. So here's this video. I'll move it ahead. This is the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Oh, it's slow. Give it a second. So, Steve, this is what I'm doing. And body language isn't evidence. Evidence is evidence. This is what I'm talking about. If you want to think that the sun sets, get off your butt and go there next year. Go there this year. You can still go. Save up your money and get your butt there.
Okay, so the question I'd like to ask you guys is that when Will
is avoiding the topic here.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, please. No, I'm not avoiding the topic. When Will originally interviewed me, we agreed that there would be a protocol put in place that, as a person who distrusts the whole visit, that in order to show that it was live, that Will would phone me between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning UK.
I don't hear him.
Oh, no, I've lost it.
There's a stream. It's gone now. Okay, so basically, Will agreed that he would phone me between the hours of 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning, okay? Because then I would ask him to pick up his phone and he would be able to demonstrate and go and make sure that it was recording. And I could see, and there would be an independent verification who's not part of your gang, but independently be able to say, yeah, gosh, I can see that. And if I can see that, my goodness, I'm going to be have to rethink a lot of things. Will never phoned me, okay? So I texted him. I was waiting for Will to phone me, and I could hear all this going on. Will then phoned me. I'm sorry. I then texted Will. No text reply. Texted again, maybe 4 o'clock. Nothing. Texted once more. Nothing. Then at 5 o'clock, I emailed him and said, "Will, what's going on?" So the next day, right? Will the next morning said, "I'm sorry, Steve. I couldn't contact you because my phone was on loan for the Candace Owens live link." So I was thinking, well, I've been blown out before, but not by Candace Owens before. That what a remarkable thing for me to be known by. But the point was that Will was supposed to phone me And what an ideal opportunity for Will to phone me and say to me, here we are, Steve, as agreed, a gentleman's agreement on video, I'm phoning you. And Will says, oh, I'm sorry, my phone was lent out for the Candace Owens live link. And I said, well, Will, you know, but he said, well, I didn't get your number. That's a nonsense. If you're going to do something, you say you're going to do something, you do it. And Will, you let me down big style. And lots of people are really questioning that you didn't phone me when you said you were going to.
Steve, did I offer to phone you the next night at midnight? And did you accept my offer?
Yes, Will.
No,
yes.
you did not.
Will, it's all on there on the previous video. You said you would contact me between the hours of...
I've got receipts, Will, on screen right now.
Steve, what I'm showing on screen right now is Will's phone on a tripod shooting the 24... Right, hang on. Hang on. What I am showing you right there is Will's phone in the middle of recording the live stream for Candace Owens, because that was the only way that he could do it, and they'd agreed that they would do a 24-hour live stream for Candace Owens. Now, if we want to talk about stick to words, I'm pretty sure the agreement that you had in place was, if we go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun, you'll admit you were wrong, and I'm still waiting to hear it.
No, Dave, because that means you haven't watched my video. Because in the video, what I said was, and Will invited me because he said, this is interesting, and I've not heard this argument before, that Will would use me as an independent source, and he would phone me between the hours of 3 and 5 o'clock in the morning, go round the site with his phone and show us it. And he never did it. He
would have done it the next day, and you blocked him.
What?
Did you or did you not? Did he offer to phone you the next day?
Yes, but by that time,
did you accept the phone call the next day?
No, Dave, and I didn't. And you know why?
So you haven't got an argument.
No,
he couldn't phone you because of...
Dave, don't get cross. Don't get cross. I have got an argument.
Don't talk shit then.
Because I wrote back to Will and I said, Will, I can't trust you because you never did the simple thing, have an independent person to corroborate what was going on. You never did it. And so that's a critical thing in science. If you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't promise to do something and then not do it. And he didn't do it.
So him phoning you at the time, that would have been acceptable to you, but him referencing you in the live stream that went out just after that and explaining how he couldn't phone you, that apparently doesn't validate things for you.
And that's a whole other thing, you see, Dave, because what Will did, and this is all about body language again. You actually watch this as it unfolds, because just prior to Will referencing me, he peers down at his computer and he goes, somebody's trying to talk with me, and obviously because they're talking with me, this must be live. Okay. Now everyone knows that you can buy instant chat generator software, and you can buy all of that. Let's not beat around the bush. Instant chat can be bought, and it's called, and you just type in fake instant chat generator. You can buy it. It's just a little bit of JavaScript. So Will then makes that point, and then what he does is he says, and Steve, if you're looking, and he points at the sun or whatever, but he hasn't phoned me. It doesn't matter what you say. He did not do as he agreed to do in front.
And he
didn't do.
And he offered to phone you the next day. So why did you not accept the phone call the next day?
But Dave, by that time, I'd witnessed.
Well, by that time, the sun's magically disappeared.
No. By that time, I'd witnessed enough. Of you guys getting gaggling together to realise I couldn't trust you guys because you didn't.
Right.
Will didn't do what he said.
He's lying, telling us that he's lying.
Yeah.
That's what Steve's lying.
I think so too. I think body language is saying you're full of shit here, Steve.
Yeah.
No. Listen to me clearly. Will agreed.
I'm watching your body language. I'm not listening to your
Will agreed that he would contact me.
You're obviously lying, Steve.
Will agreed he would contact me, and he didn't. And he agreed in front of, I don't know how many. I think it's about 15,000 people have seen it. He agreed that he would contact me in order for me to validate that he was doing it live at the time that he said he was doing it, because I had arguments to say why it couldn't be done. And Will never phones me.
Let
Great.
the record
What are your arguments
show,
that it couldn't be done?
let the record
Will-
show, Steve, that I never said I would contact you the
No,
first midnight that we were there.
Will, you said you would contact me between the hours of 3 and 5 o'clock in the morning, and that you would
On
do
what
that
day?
in order to. Dave, please stop obfuscating. Will agreed to do something, and he didn't do it. And what he did was, instead of not doing it, he referenced me. Dave. He referenced me in the video, and he said, "Hey, Steve, and if you, I don't know if you're watching this." Been phoning me. He shouldn't have been referencing me. He should have been doing what he agreed to do as a gentleman's agreement, and that creates a whole bit of doubt going on in my mind and in a lot of other people's minds as to why Will didn't phone.
When did he reference you? When did he reference you that you're talking about?
He referenced me in your little bit when you all wheeled out and you all said and you hugged Will, and you thanked him for the trip, and you thanked him for the, blah, 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 blah. He
Right,
referenced
so in the
me.
midnight stream, before he was due to phone you anyway.
He was meant to, Dave, he was meant to phone me, and he never did.
When? What time did he agree to phone you?
Between the hours of 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock in that morning, which would have been midnight Yeshua time, and he never did it. And he agreed on film that he would do it.
So he referenced you before the deadline of when he'd agreed to phone you, in the time frame of assuming that we're talking about that time anyway.
Dave, he never did. It was a gentleman's agreement. He said, "That's a great idea, Steve. I'll do that." And he never did it.
Great.
He never did it.
Great. So he said he would phone you between the hours of 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. UK time, yes? So midnight to 2 a.m. Union Glacier, yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Okay. So he went live at midnight the first day we were there and referenced you. Before the 2 a.m. deadline, he'd referenced you.
Dave, he was supposed to phone me. He was supposed to phone me on site while he was doing all of this. And at the time that he was supposed to be phoning me, instead of phoning me and getting my number and saying that Candace Owens had his phone, he could have easily lifted my number, because this would be an ideal opportunity to phone a flatty and flatten him, and he never did it. And that raises.
So how is he going to pull your number off? How is he going to pull your number off a phone that is in the middle of a live stream?
Because what he does is he thinks ahead, and he thinks, I've had this conversation with Steve, and I actually admired Steve for that suggestion, and I went online and I said to him, Steve, that's a great idea. I really like that, and I respect you for that. All of those things, he said that. But so what he would have done, what I would have done as a gentleman, I would have taken Will's phone number, I would put it on a different phone, and I would let Candace Owens use my phone, whatever, and I would have phoned him on a different phone using that number. And it doesn't matter what Will says, he never did what we asked him to do in order to make sure that it wasn't in the can already. And he never did it.
Okay, great. Can I just point something out here? Okay.
Yeah.
Flat earthers are supposed to think the earth is stationary and not moving, and yet you seem to be talking like you think the world is revolving around you. Okay. Let me just point out to you, okay? Will had a lot of shit on his plate to be trying to deal with all at once, right? The pressure he was under, you could see the stress and anxiety in him. I could, at least, because I was actually there, of him wanting to get to the camp, get everything set up, the panic of, is his cameras working? Is my solar camera tracking? Is Jaron and Austin getting their stuff ready? Shit, we need to get a live stream going for Candace Owens. Do you not think it's possible that maybe Will didn't consider the call to you until after he'd already set his phone up doing a live stream, at which point, oh no, too late to get your number. I know, I'll call him the next day. But by that point, you'd already thrown your toys out of the pram.
No, Dave, I didn't throw my toys out the pram at all. All of what you're saying would make sort of sense if I was going to have sympathy for somebody who agreed that they would do something over such an important issue, because TFE has been worldwide, it's been on the front pages of all the newspapers, and this was a protocol to put into place to make sure that somebody independent, albeit I'm not qualified, but I like to think I've got a brain, I would be able to say to Will, yeah, Will, you've shown me live, you're talking to me live. He didn't do it. He referenced me instead, and he said, "And Steve, if you
he was in a live stream, you could have put a chat in. You could have put a super chat in the comments of one of the live streams. That verifies it was happening at the time. You don't need a personal fucking phone call from the other side of the globe.
Yes, it does, Dave, because that's what the agreement was, in order to make sure that this couldn't be falsified and that it could be validated. And I would at least go, and what a perfect opportunity for Will, who wants to get the ball earth established. What a perfect opportunity for him to flatten the ball, round, flatten flat earth, even flatter than it is, and crush it and put the ball in place. He never phoned me, and that was a classic. For me, that was a not a good thing that he did at all.
So why, if it was such a big deal to you here, why did you not accept the phone call between the same hours the next morning, while we were still in Antarctica, while you could still verify that the sun was burning bright up there in the sky? He never said he would phone you specifically the first day. He said he would phone you during the early hours of the morning, because that is when the sun is at its lowest point. He would have done it the next day. You refused. Why?
I refused to do it. And what I did was I wrote an email to Will, and I said, Will, I can't trust you as far as I throw an elephant. Remember that, Will? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, it read like a temper tantrum.
Well, no, Will, I said, I was quite clear about it. I said, Will, I can't trust you as far as I can throw an elephant. And previously,
maybe we could talk about evidence here instead of his.
No, hang on, McKeegan, because I'm not talking to you, man. I'm just addressing this issue that
social interactions. We get it.
So basically, my thing is that Dave has just said, can't I accept that Will was under tremendous pressure? I can accept that, but you see, Will had the presence of mind to peer into the laptop and go, well, it must be live because I'm interacting with somebody live. And then he talks to me. So he says, hey, Steve from the UK, if you're watching this, he knows exactly, he knew exactly what he was doing. He left me out of the equation and he referenced me instead. And he should have spoken to me live, and he didn't do it. And that for me is like not a good thing to do. It's not a.
You didn't let him. You blocked him.
What?
You blocked him.
I didn't block him at all. I was waiting for his call.
Yeah, the next day. Yeah.
And I texted him. I texted him 3 times. You know. So as far as I'm concerned, my little bit that I could add to this to make it so that it could be made a little bit more tighter would be for me to live from the other side of the world be able to say to Will, yeah, Will, I can see it, mate. And you've kept your word. You phoned me. This is live, and therefore it's not in the can already. It is live, and you've been able to prove it. And what a great way for Will to actually prove that.
So was there a day, a specific day that he committed to call you?
Yes. And have a look at. Just please have a look at it. I went to bed every night with my phone by the side of my bed because I didn't know your exact timetable, and maybe you didn't either. I went to bed with my phone. With my phone next to me every night.
On that specific day, you weren't crying about it because you didn't know what specific.
I'm not crying about it, MCToon, please.
So then,
Will didn't phone me.
Did try to call you and you didn't answer. Why not?
That's not true.
Oh, Will, did you try to call him the next night?
Yeah, my phone number was blocked.
Oh,
that's I can't believe that you're saying that. I can't. Will, that's a terrible thing to say. I emailed you. Why would I block you? Why would I block you? I've got your phone number written down in my. Will, that's a bad thing to say. I never blocked you, and I wouldn't. You know, I'm straight with my communications. I would never block you, Will, and I haven't done.
Yeah, well, I remember you talking about that you were trying to get a hold of him and that you were unable to make the call. Like it wasn't he wasn't making the call.
That's right. And the text came through as undeliverable.
Yeah. We had it on screen a little bit ago.
I'm sorry, I can't so anyway, so this is what I'm faced with. So
well, I mean, you're exposed here, Steve. I mean, this is a pretty bad look for you.
I'm exposed. What, for waiting for a phone call from Will that he promised, and then he gave the phone.
He tried to call.
Okay.
He did. Yeah. And I mean, your body language is telling everybody everything we need to know.
What, that I'm lying?
Yep. Got it. If you want, I've got the sun due south. If you want to look at it, my view.
Guys, can't you see that this is what this is epitomizing is the battle. This is the battle.
Steve, your body language is telling us you're scared.
I've been accused of lying.
All the body language.
I'm accused.
I mean, we can all just play the make whatever accusations about body language game we want, right? Because it's all completely subjective, and you can pre-select your conclusion and then declare that somebody else's body language matches your pre-selected conclusion. You know, that's definitely how to figure out the shape of the Earth, right?
This is the battle, isn't it? Guys, I'm really gutted. I'm really gutted, Will, that you said I blocked you.
All right, so Steve, so here is the sun. That sun is due south. You can see the lines down there on the ground. I can zoom in a little bit. You see the lines there? That's the line that's due south. And look, there's the sun due south. So there it is. About 2:30 a.m. The sun is due south. So there's the actual thing that you know, people that are looking for truth would want to see. This is the sun due south. This isn't subjective body language. This is actual hard objective evidence, things that you could then go do yourself. You could go and stand in this very same spot and see if the sun sets. You could do it next year on the same day and see if the sun sets. But no, you want to look at body language instead of actual evidence, right? Because you don't have evidence. You know you don't have evidence. This is the problem with flat Earth. Flat Earth doesn't have evidence, so it's always about the not evidence. Let's not talk about evidence. Let's talk about something else. So be very clear. You do not prove the sun sets in Antarctica by not going to Antarctica. You would need to go to Antarctica for that. I did. The sun did.
We have tons of evidence.
Guys, I think it's telling. I have to say, I think it's telling, and this represents sort of like either Daniel in the lion's den or David and Goliath, that this conversation, since me saying that Jeranism said the sun sets, and Will downing tools and going off and obviously making a few phone calls and looking at the evidence himself, and Jeranism now having to say, well, maybe I didn't say it, or well, maybe I did say it, but now I've got 5 of the key players suddenly all in front of me. So Will's made some phone calls and said, guys, you need to get on here because we've entered dangerous territory. And this is what I mean by this. This is the spirit of nature. You guys want to flatten, you want to obliterate God's creation. That's what you want to do. You want to obliterate it.
No, Steve, I suggested to Will that me and Toon come onto the stream because we knew we could see it from a mile off that you were about to call us liars, and we thought it'd be better if you'd call it to our faces.
Hey, Steve, can I talk to you for a sec? Can you hear me?
Who is it? Sorry.
It's Witsit.
Oh, hi, Witsit.
What's up?
Oh,
man?
yeah, Witsit. Witsit, pleased to meet you, my friend.
Yeah, back at you, man. So I heard you say that you were looking at my body language or something, and you thought that I was duressed. Can you kind of lay out to me what you think is going on here? You think that we were coerced or threatened or something?
Witsit, what I think is, you see, on a stage where a story is making the world headlines, and you guys are going out to capture the midnight sun. Could you explain to me, Witsit, what is it that made you say, you know, there's guns are behind the camera and this is a stage? I'd just like to know why you said that.
Yeah, because I was trolling people that are saying things similar to what you're saying, which is we went down there and we obviously have to deal with, we're there with a bunch of globers that are kind of gloating a bit or whatever, it's fine. And then obviously we know the mainstream's going to hate on us. The globers are going to all taunt us. And then we look at our own side and they're calling us liars. And in fact, they're doing so with the most ridiculous claims, easily disproven claims. In fact, the globers were way more focused on trying to debunk them. Jared and I were just so in disbelief that we just ignored it, largely ignored it. And so because I kept hearing all the feedback of all the theories, conspiracy theories and stuff, I just couldn't resist but to tell the joke, to make the joke like, oh, there's actually, because it was me being noticeably sarcastic. Now, of course, guess what? You can, of course, just look at the camera and you'll be able to see that all those people are standing there without guns, right? You realize that we have like uncut footage of all of it, right?
Of course, and I get that, Rich. But you see, it's just because you're a guy who was fully on fire, and like Jeran, who makes a little slip up saying "and the sun sets," and I'm glad this picks up. Is that's absolutely going to blow up, and I'm believing it is, because he does say that. In the same way, Whitsitt, you've got a very good command of language, but for you to go from talking about a creator and a flat Earth, and then you go to Antarctica with these guys, and then it's just I just find it telling that you say that it's a stage, and I know that you're saying that you were just being sarcastic, but also the truth can come out in things like this. Is that, like, I think that you were inside, you were probably very sad that you've got to this place, and this is what a lot of people are thinking, that you're sad that you were in this place where the guns literally are behind the camera, because it's not literal guns, but it's the power bases, and that's what we're talking about. I'm now confronting the lower echelons of the power bases that are seeking to destroy the idea of a God's special creation, which is a dome above us and an earth that he looks down upon. He looks down upon the circle of the earth. He sees us like grasshoppers and loves each one of us individually. And you want to destroy it, and you want to have a spinning globe in a massive, endless space. And
I've destroyed that claim for years.
Well,
no one on this panel can debate me about that claim. What are you talking about? I've destroyed that claim for years. I've destroyed that claim against physicists and astrophysicists. They think that they're free falling, changing directions perpetually without a force, physically impossible.
I'm just saying
They have to invoke inertial forces external to the mechanical systems they claim for orbital mechanics. Never get a rebuttal ever. Never from anyone ever. What are you talking about that I'm trying to convince people that that's the case? I've devoted my whole life to actually disproving that.
No.
But this is what I'm saying. I didn't come in here to like argue with you or something. I don't want to. I'm trying to like reason with you because I can see that they're going to converge on you or whatever. I'm just trying to tell you, man, like, will you answer this question directly? Do you think a 24-hour sun in Antarctica disproves flat Earth? Yes or no? Oh, he froze. All right. I didn't know if everyone else froze.
Yeah, it looks like he froze.
Crazy timing.
It'll be a conspiracy, I'm sure.
That's great timing.
Yeah, I've done nothing on my end. I don't even think I have the ability in StreamYard to freeze somebody.
Just want to check
No.
if my vote is working.
I can hear you, but we can't see your camera. You join. You want to you should exit and rejoin. Because that's what I think this is, right? A lot of flat earthers do think that it is a major problem for flat Earth, and that it disproves flat Earth. I disagree with them, but if that's what they think, they should just be honest about it. That's what I think it is. I think a lot of people like really internalize that model. I'm sure I know a bunch of Globers want to say that same thing. Well, whatever. I think you're both wrong. But if that's what they think, then they should just say it. Then we all kind of agree that's what's kind of going on.
Yeah, I mean, I've said from the outset that it's everyone needs to find their own truth. Everyone needs to reconcile the facts that they see and come up with whatever, whether that is a globe, whether that is a different flat Earth model. But you've got to be honest with yourself in what you saw. So, I'm not expecting you or Jeran or whoever to just say, "Oh, there's a 24-hour sun. That's it. There's a globe." But I'm expecting you to, like you've done, say that the model that people have been pushing around doesn't fit. We need to find something else that works, not just like Steve here and just turn around and go, no, everything's a lie, everything's fake because it must be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think for you to have that position, you must actually think it disproves flat Earth in some way, right? Or you wouldn't need to react that way. They're kind of talking out of both sides of their mouth. A lot of these people, they're like, no, it's just the lights in the sky. It doesn't do anything, doesn't disprove flat Earth. But then they're just irrationally claiming it's all fake, as if they're kind of in this desperate survival state, which is kind of showing their true cards. I don't know. It's all good. I don't know if you can jump back on. Obviously, I don't want to sit on here and just talk about this all right now, but I do kind of empathize with some of these people. I think a lot of this comes from like trauma of being deceived a lot, and I resonate with a lot of them a lot more than some of you guys, right? Because I don't resonate with people that run cover for a lot of the deceptions and lies, and we have been lied to about a lot. When you see it all, it does kind of get to you. And so I empathize with these people. I don't empathize with dishonesty or anything, though. I think that's so I don't know if he's going to come back on here. I can wait for a few more minutes, but I don't know.
He was concerned that you said what you did, and then he was concerned that you hadn't done a live yet. And so Jaron told him you did like a 5-hour live last night.
Yeah. And I when I got home, I jumped on Flat Earth Fridays, so I got home 2:30, stayed till 6:30. My daughter woke up at 8:30, so I slept for 2 hours, and then because I wanted to wake her up, and then I had all this stuff at home packed, and then immediately went to Tennessee. So then I got back like late Saturday night, and I was immediately trying to mess with all those videos and stuff. So it's no grand conspiracy, man. I had to go to Tennessee when I got back. So
awesome.
Whatever.
Yeah. He's gone. So
okay.
I think Steve. I don't know what to say, but he's gone. He's not calling me, texting me, or trying to get back on. So I think he's done.
All right, cool. Well, you guys, you guys be easy. And by the way, look up Laura 830-mile radio frequency tests. 6 foot above the water buoy, fishing boat, should have been blocked under 10 miles, 900 megahertz, way too high to bounce off the ionosphere. We got issues over here on the globe. Sounds interesting. You guys stay easy. I empathize with you guys too. Some try to be honest. Try not to gaslight people. But trust me, I'm getting it way worse than you guys probably. So I get it. So it's all good. So, all right. Anyway, peace.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Austin.
For reference, electrical engineer training here. There's not a problem for the globe.
Yeah, second that. There's no problem with the globe.
Will, since I'm seemingly live now that we weren't expecting, should we update everybody with the whole 24-hour video saga just to get it out there so that people are aware?
Definitely, yeah. Tell everybody what you've done, and yeah.
Okay, great. So, just so everybody's aware, because I know there's a lot of people asking, where's the 24-hour straight video? Because apparently a 24-hour time lapse isn't acceptable enough. That was shot on Will's camera, not mine. But the Insta360s, firstly, Will recorded 5.7K, 30 frames a second, full 360 degrees. It wound up being over 650 gigabytes worth of video. When you shoot on Insta360s, they don't record as a straight MP4 file. They record as an INSV file. Each one of these is 14 gig, and there's 51 of them because the camera only records 30 minutes at a time, and then it jumps to a new file. So we'll wound up with 650 gig across 51 files that then need to be put together into a single 24-hour video. His computer just couldn't handle it at all. So I said, send it. I can try it on mine because I've got a pretty powerful PC. So he uploaded all 51 of those files to a cloud storage, sent me a link. I then had to download all of them, 2 files at a time, because for some reason, if I tried to download more than 2 at a time, it kept getting download errors. So it took me pretty much 2 full days to download all of the files onto my computer. It then took my computer a further 36 hours to export a 25.5-hour, 653 gig file, which I have here. That is the real-time 360 video. I think with sound as well. Okay, so the file is there. It does exist, but it's huge. I've uploaded it back to cloud storage to send back to Will, but for some reason, Google Drive is taking forever to process it. And Will, you've tried twice, did you say, to download it, and it's not working yet?
That's right.
Then we have another problem that Google, not Google, YouTube limits it to 12 hours. So I thought, great, we'll just speed it up to double speed, 60 FPS. People can play it at half speed. It'll be fine. Turns out there's a 256 gig limit to the files as well. So I am currently exporting the first 10 hours of that, which has been going now for 8 hours, and it's 87% done. It's going to be 247 gigs. So once I've got that exported, I'll upload that to Will, start rendering part 2, and then it'll be part 3 as well. So yeah, it is coming, people, but it's just a frigging big file. It's going to take a long time to sort out. So it's not some massive conspiracy. It's just limitations with technology that we're all trying to face. So yeah, I'm going to be heading off now, guys, because I've got kids to go and put to bed and stuff. But yeah, this was fun.
Thanks, Dave.
No worries, guys. Take care.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
If I can add a little more context, I've been wrestling with Insta360 Studio as well. It's people like, oh, I've somebody in the chat has a powerful computer. The problem is, of course, you have to transfer, nearly a terabyte of data, but also the Insta360 Studio app is not very well written. It doesn't leverage the GPU very well. I'm looking at it running on my GPU, and it's not pegging my GPU. So it's not GPU bound. It's something else bound in the system. I'm pegging my CPU, even though it's a GPU type operation. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's slow to do no matter what. It takes 24 hours to output a 12-hour video. And then I've done it 3 times. 3 times. There was issues with it. The most recent one, the one I was showing, is over 300 gig. It's too big, so I'm re-rendering right now. It's about half done with that one. Now, Will sent me the same one that Dave was talking about, so I'm going to try to render that as well. So
awesome. Someone just suggested that Dave upload the video straight to the TFE channel. That's a great idea. So I will probably do that. Cool. Well, that live was very exciting. Someone sent me a message saying it was the best live they've ever seen. So I will take it. I will take it. Thanks, Critical Think, for joining. You you went home from Antarctica $500 richer. And somehow magically the flight that he did not think exists all of a sudden magically works on the Gleason's map.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of ruler they were using, but it's very strange.
But loved having you with us, and we're going to be releasing more of your data and information on the TFE channel soon. So take care.
Thanks, Will.
All right, everybody. Monday, you don't want to miss it. We've got a premiere in the Final Experiments series, which will be the 24-hour moon. So that video is incredible. It turned out well. And again, there is no response or answer to a 24-hour moon on a flat Earth. So anyway, look forward to that. And we'll keep releasing more experiments, more videos, and more evidence for the globe and against flat Earth. Have a great weekend, everyone. Bye-bye.
We're living on a disk, floating through space with a tiny sun.
Hey guys, welcome back to Fight the Flat Earth. I've got a surprise video for you today and a special guest with me. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Adam Joseph Dowdy, or I was known as Adam Joseph Dowdy on my former YouTube channel that after I left Flat Earth, I just deleted and shut down.
Okay. Obviously, Adam is someone who was involved with Flat Earth and saw the light and has come out of it. And I thought that was very interesting because so many flat earthers that I speak to are of the opinion of once you go flat, you never go back. And so I wanted to speak to Adam to find out his opinions and his thoughts on why he got into flat Earth and then why he got out of it. So thank you, Adam, for doing this. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate that. The first thing I'd like to ask you is what got you exposed to the flat Earth idea in the first place?
Well, I had a YouTube channel, that YouTube channel for a while. I did music and stuff on it. And then I was doing later on, years later, just Bible studies and stuff. Just simple stuff, not really looking for a following or anything. And I came across Tiger Dan, 925. And he had mentioned in a video about flat Earth. And I was kind of interested. So I kind of looked through scripture, and then he talked about it more. And then I thought, okay, it seems like it is biblical to me. And I kind of went for it. And then I started uploading videos about flat Earth, what I found in scripture, and really followed Tiger Dan pretty much,
So
which is interesting. Yeah.
Would you say it was the scripture and the way that you were introduced to the scripture that made you think that flat Earth was a possibility?
Yeah, I did, because you look at some scripture, if I don't think it's actually saying that necessarily, but about the immovable earth or the sun being in a circuit and stuff, and you kind of start to see, like Isaiah, like it is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. So you start thinking maybe that a flat Earth map is, maybe that's what it is, like a circle or something. So you start using confirmation bias, and you start seeing it, like me as a Christian, because that's what really got into me before I started, people with P900s and all these other so-called experiments. Yeah, whatever. Or they have their P1000 now and stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Scripture was kind of the gateway for me. And I made the mistake of confusing one thing. I started seeing it as a doctrine. So you got that flat Earth doctrine rather than, it doesn't actually say. It doesn't at all. So I started making a doctrine out of flat Earth pretty much.
Was there any particular specific point that made you think that, oh yes, this is definitely true?
I don't know. It's just something that I gradually just started to believe. And then when, it's out there, Patricia Steer asked me if I would come on her show, I thought to myself, well, maybe it's, I don't know, I'm wondering if I'm called to do this, should I do this? So I was really flattered. So it kind of made me feel like special, because I felt, so I felt it confirmed something to me. Anyways. What
kind of experiences did you have within the flat Earth community?
Wow. It was like a year or so of I was impressed at one thing, that my YouTube channel grew so fast, and I had a lot of people following me. Like I never felt that important before. So why are these people following me? So
you felt you had a voice.
Yeah, I felt I got a voice, even though I was getting kind of burnt out from a lot of the hate. But at the same time, the hate actually fueled me to want to even go more. The trolls and that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Apart from Tiger Dan, was there anyone else that helped you find this? Think that this was real?
You know what? In a strange way, even though he didn't mean to, and he doesn't even support flat Earth, is Kent Hovind.
Right. Okay.
Because I in the 90s, in the mid 90s, I was in high school, and I went to a Kent Hovind seminar, and he gave his creation speech, and he did a debate at the university in town here and that. So I saw all that. And then, he went, I don't know if you know who he is, but he went to prison. That even though he doesn't support it, I started noticing around that time that he got out of prison, and all these people were trying to get him to at least look at flat Earth or a geocentric Earth or whatever like that. So, but he kept shooting them down and putting them down. So even though he was against it, the fact that he was putting it down so hard made me believe it even more.
Right.
It sounds weird.
Fair enough. So at what point within your experience within flat Earth did you start to doubt the whole flat Earth thing?
I was so sold out to it. I didn't, not till the end. I had some family members that really cared about me and everything, and I basically went out of it cold turkey. Like I was out of it. I remember, it sounds stupid, like it pretty well does, but it's kind of like getting out of a cult, and I was shaking. I was literally shaking. Like I felt like I was going through attention withdrawals because I like the attention, and just getting out of that, like it was weird. I just went cold turkey with help of others. Like I would never have got out by myself. I don't.
So would you say it was the help of others that was the thing that actually allowed you to get out of it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you think you could have ever left it on your own?
Oh, I don't know. I think, see, where I was heading, I was really burnt out, and I felt the burnt out because I kept getting calls going hangouts and stuff. Sometimes I'd sit down. It's crazy because I go on Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes, and I'd sit there and I don't even know what they're talking about. It's like I thought we were talking about Flat Earth, and they're bringing all these other topics I don't know anything about. How the heck am I even an expert at that? I don't even research this stuff. So I started feeling like really insecure. Like, what is this all about? So I don't think I doubted that. Because of that, I started feeling really burnt out, like exhausted emotionally.
Okay. The way you described it as a cult, I think that's quite an accurate description. Would you see Flat Earth as something that is dangerous?
I would think so, because it's like you get so wrapped up in it that you can't see anything else. And the only way I can describe it is like a fantasy land. You know, it's like you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it's like you're in this fantasy world, and it's like you're moving up in the ranks, and these people depend on you, and without them they can't go on. You start feeling like that. So yeah, if that answered your question.
Whilst you were within the cult, did you have a niggling doubt in the back of your mind? Was there ever a point that you were 100% convinced, or was there always something in the back of your mind that was like, this isn't quite right?
It was, you know what? Okay, I can answer your question, I think. Now that because I stepped away from Flat Earth cold turkey, and I didn't really look at it for a while. And what I was experiencing, I think, is cognitive dissonance. Because in my mind, I'm totally sold out. Like totally sold out. You know, I'm getting burnt out, I'm experiencing this, but in my heart I kept feeling like, walk away, you need to leave, don't be a part of this. So I felt like a huge conflict between my mind and my heart, I guess you could say. I really was, even though I was 100% in my mind, 100% sold out. So there's flat earthers kind of like I was. If they were that involved, I wouldn't doubt that they're experiencing the same thing.
Do you think that the Flat Earth movement has been gaining momentum recently?
I think it has, and I don't know why.
No, I'm the same. I don't know why.
I can say this. Okay, I watched. I don't know if you know who Mike Hoggart is, but he was what guy I used to watch for years, and now he's starting to have videos about why he doesn't believe the scripture supports Flat Earth, and they're really good. Like they're really good and just logical. Go through scripture that it doesn't actually say, and everything. But sorry, I faded out.
That's all right. From a Christian standpoint, then. Is there anything in the Bible that you can see that is telling you that it's flat, or is it just all misinterpretations?
Sorry, I know what it's going to say. Sorry,
carry on.
Yeah. I'm losing my train of thought.
That's all right.
He said one thing, Mike Hoggart, that the reason why, and he made a good point, which was true to me in one of his last few videos, is that it's hard to reason with a flat earther, even with logic, because it's in their heart.
Right.
And it really is, like it's in there, and it's not going anywhere. And I think that's very true.
So it is a belief, then, something that
it is a belief
outside of logic.
Which is weird, because you're told that, okay, when you first enter Flat Earth, you kind of believe that I was raised in a lie. Oh, the heliocentric model, NASA's a lie. You know, you watch Jeranism and everything, NASA's a lie. They're lying to us. The heliocentric model is all that bad, and we were brainwashed. Well, okay, but then you go into something else that's brainwashing too. It's like if your eyes are truly opened, okay, if you have the truth of something that you really believe in, then why do you have to go to something else then? You know, that isn't true. You know, it's like you leave one thing that you think at the time is lies, and then you go directly into something else that's way worse by far.
One of my opinions about flat earthers is that one of the reasons they hold on to it so deeply is that because they feel special because they know something that other people don't. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, narcissism.
Yeah, narcissism. That's the perfect way to put it.
Narcissism.
Absolutely.
Because I kind of felt like that. I remember sharing with some people at work about it, and they kind of made fun of me a bit, some of them. But I kind of felt like, well, I know something, and it's crazy. Like I don't know if you're a Christian or not, but as a Christian, we're supposed to believe that, and I believe this, and it's faith. You can't prove it, but the greatest truth we have is Jesus. Yet for some reason, I thought, oh, there's something greater than that. It's flat Earth, you know?
Yeah,
it's really messed up. It's messed up.
Okay, so what advice would you have for people that are looking into flat Earth but aren't really sure?
Before you get into something like that, like Mark Sargent said something that's really true. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Oh, you watched it." He said this years ago, and I'm pretty sure all the guy does is repeat himself. He has nothing new. He just regurgitates the same old vomit.
Oh yeah.
But what he said was, it's like a marble in your head. You know, you watch a Flat Earth Clues, and you'll make fun of it, but it's like a marble in a paint can, and eventually you'll believe it's true. And I think there's a lot of truth to what he says. It's like, I think don't even look at it. Like, don't even look at it, because as strong as you think you are, a lot of people don't understand real science.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand why science at this point has come to the conclusions they have. I mean, they're still learning about things. I'm sure 100 years from now it'll be totally different because they're learning.
Obviously.
But they're not educated in why things are the way they are to begin with. So you walk into flat Earth, you know, and all these concepts that they teach you, and you're not grounded in why they believe what they believe. So it's easy to get drawn into that.
Right.
Because you don't even know what you're talking about to begin with.
That's perfect. That's exactly the kind of thoughts that I have. I think the last question that I would really ask you is that, do you ever consider going back and looking into it? Is there ever any thoughts in your mind that maybe you've left something that is true? Or are you completely convinced now that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, it's a globe of some kind. It's not it's not flat. There's definitely a curve, and I think there's a lot of evidence for that. Like on that, can you pronounce me? Non sequitur
show.
Non sequitur. I always have a hard time saying. I saw that debate with Jaron, and it's like I've watched a lot of debates and things because I think that they do the best job. I don't always agree with like everything, but I think as far as their debate format, there's nothing like it right now. I mean, you can watch
Non sequitur show is
I love their
brilliant.
show.
I got put on the Non sequitur show the other week, and I was ecstatic that they had me in there. So
it's the best show. I just love watching it because you have Nathan Oakley who has debates, but they're just nonsense. It's just like
Nathan Oakley's it's not debates. I've been in his room a couple of times on different accounts, and both times I was banned within 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. It's just nonsense. No, that's all it is.
I've offered to debate Nathan Oakley, but he won't come out behind his mute button.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but my point was, like, you have Jaron and these other people on a boat in Flat Earth.
Yeah.
You know, and you have like Red's Rhetoric and some others that just totally like just slam them. Like there's no doubt. It's not even like Jaron had one good point that couldn't be refuted. Yet he goes back to his channel. He goes back to Globebusters, and they believe him. Yeah. And it's like, you did your best, buddy. You did your best. No, you didn't. You lost because you got nothing.
Got destroyed. Yeah, absolutely.
He was destroyed. Like, my God. I don't know if I would have saw that years ago. I don't know what would have gone through my mind. You know, definitely there's got to be. If you really believe in flat Earth and you're really honest with yourself after debates like those, and you still believe in flat Earth, you have to have some serious cognitive dissonance going on. You have to be somehow messed up inside.
So, the fact that people like Jeranism are still going after 3 years of solidly looking into flat Earth, you know, there's no way that in it, you know, he can really believe it still with all the things that's been proved wrong to him. So do you think that part of the flat Earth movement is just people trying to make money, or, you know, just trying to keep their YouTube going?
I don't know. Like, I can't claim to know all the agenda, everything that goes on, but it's like, you look at people like him, it's like, what's he doing? I know I was in Hangouts with him because I would talk to him on Skype, and I was in some Hangouts with him. And I got to know him a little bit, at least whatever he was presenting in front of me.
Yeah.
And he seems more of a Gnostic, like he's trying to get some Gnostic message across rather than even flat Earth. I think that's more important to him.
Yeah.
So maybe he's using flat Earth or debunking NASA to springboard something else he really wants to talk about, or he's a part of a group of people that had some really twisted agenda. I really don't know. I don't know.
I think Globebusters definitely have a twisted agenda.
Well, it seems like it. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, Adam, I think I'm going to leave it there. I want to say thank you very, very much for coming on and talking to me. I really do appreciate that. You've got a new YouTube channel now. Do you want to promote that quickly?
Well, I don't do much on it. It's that clear cognition, and I'm going to start getting music again because I used to love that, and I deleted my channel. And I lost all that stuff that I had on there. So I'm just working on new music. And I think I'm going to go more into that and put a few things on about flat Earth. But I think it's tough because I think when you deal with flat Earth, even if you come against it, sometimes you could draw people to believe it because they'll look at the other side. And if they're not stable in their mind, they could get sucked right into that. And who knows from there, right?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Adam. I hope to speak to you soon again, and good luck with everything that you're going to do.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thanks very much.
We're living on a disk, floating through space with a tiny sun.
Is the earth flat or not? What does the Bible teach us about the shape of the earth? In this video, I want to present some common sense arguments as well as scientific evidence and biblical references that support that the earth is not flat. And then at the end, I'll share my encouragement and also a little bit of a warning. Number one is the common sense arguments that the earth is not flat. Well, we have pictures of the earth from space. You can also sit on the beach and watch a ship go up over the horizon. You can watch the sun go down, even though we know the sun doesn't rise and go down, but you can see them quickly climb on the tree and watch it go down again. Take a picture of the stars at night from the foot of the mountain and then climb on the mountain and take another picture of the stars, and you will see more stars from the top of the mountain. Travel to Australia if you're in America, or come to America if you're in Australia and look at the night sky, and you will see different constellations of stars. Shadows of two same-size sticks placed in different places on Earth are different lengths. Test this by calling a friend in a different city and having them measure the shadow of a stick that you have sent to them. New York and London have different times, which you can check by calling your friend in London or Sydney or Beijing. This is because the sun is shining on one part of the earth and the other part is in darkness. The earth is round. The second reason why I believe the earth is not flat is because of scientific evidence. Gravity is a force that pulls everything towards the center. Because of this, the earth and other planets naturally form into round shapes, like balls. This is easier to understand than forming them into flat shapes. Physics laws, which are the same everywhere in the universe, make the planets round, not flat. It's like how water forms into drops. It's the same natural shape for planets. Space exploration, for example. Astronauts in space have taken many photos of the Earth, and these photos clearly show that the Earth is round like a ball, not a flat like a pancake. Satellites and space stations orbit around the Earth, and they can only do this because the Earth is round. If the Earth were flat, they wouldn't be able to go all the way around it. We can see different shapes of the moon and the shadows on other planets. These are cues that they are round and the Earth is the same. Thirdly, what about biblical references about the Earth not being flat? The Bible doesn't set out to teach anything about science. The Bible is not a science book. And this is not a judgment whether the Bible is true or not. This is a judgment about the topic of the Bible. The Bible seeks to address the spiritual saga of fall of humanity. Adam and Eve ate the forbidden fruit, the reality and the consequences of humanity's rebellion against God. We see Cain killing his brother Abel. We see also humanity's redemption by God. God calls Abraham. He fashions the nation of Israel and finally brings forth Messiah. And humanity's future destiny in the golden city, far better than the Garden of Eden. So that's really what the Bible is. It's this timeline of God's creating us, we messing up, consequences of sin, God brings forth redemption, and we see God is going to bring the final judgment. He will judge sin, He will judge Satan, and He will make everything right. So with that said, the Bible does say things about the earth, the Bible does say things about the sun, the moon, but its main message, like Jesus said to the Pharisees, search the scriptures, for they testify of me. In Isaiah chapter 40, verse 22, it does say, it is He who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. This verse describes God as sitting above the circle of the earth. The term circle here can be translated as to suggest a round shape. While the original Hebrew word used for a circle may not directly mean the sphere, the imagery of God looking down upon earth implies a round, encompassing view, which aligns more that the earth is not flat. Job 26:7 says, He stretches out the north over empty space. He hangs the earth on nothing. This verse is particularly noteworthy for its ancient insight into the nature of the earth in space. The phrase, He hangs the earth on nothing, suggests that the earth is suspended in space without any visible support. This aligns with our current understanding of the earth floating in the vacuum of space, a concept that is consistent with the earth being more like a ball than a pancake. What we do know is the Bible uses common, ordinary phrases like we do today. For example, we say the sun rises in the morning, or what a beautiful sunset. But we know that the sun does not rise or set. It is the earth that is rotating on its axis, giving the appearance to us on the earth's surface that the sun itself is rising. The following are the few verses that people who believe that the earth is flat use. Revelation chapter 7, verse 1. After these things I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, on the sea, or on any tree. This verse is often cited in flat earth discussions. However, the 4 corners of the earth is the common expression that denotes the entirety of the earth, similar to saying to the ends of the earth. It's just another way of saying or referring to all directions, north, south, east, and west. And it does not imply a literal flat earth with 4 corners. Psalm 104, verse 5. He set the earth on its foundations, so it shall never be moved. The idea suggests that the earth is stationary and, by some interpretations, flat. However, in the context of an ancient Hebrew poetry, foundations and not be moved are likely expressing stability and permanence, not literal scientific description of Earth's physical properties. As we already said, the Earth is suspended in space. It's not supported by any visible thing. The Word of God holds the earth. The other one is Daniel chapter 4, verse 11 and 12. The visions of my head as I lay on bed were these. I saw and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. The tree grew and became strong, and its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. These verses describe Nebuchadnezzar's dream, and it's highly symbolic. The image of the tree being so tall that it's visible from the entire earth is clearly not to be meant to be seen as literal physical description of the earth's shape or size, but it's rather a symbolic representation of king's vast kingdom and influence. Because it's not the tree that it's talking about an influence of this particular kingdom that will have on the whole earth. Like if we will say that somebody today is known everywhere on earth, and the imagery that we will use is like a tree that everybody can see, this doesn't necessarily mean that this person is a tree. It's just using an analogy. It's using simply a representation of a particular idea or a concept. So that cannot be used to drive the point home that the earth is flat. Now, whether you believe that the earth is flat or it's round, whether you believe that the earth is like a ball or like a pancake, as a Christian who believes in Jesus and believes that God sent Jesus on the cross to die for us, salvation is by grace. God's word, the Bible, is the word of God, and Jesus is the only way to heaven. This issue shouldn't divide us. As believers, we have seen that the world we live in is anti-Christian in its approach. A lot of scientists politically align themselves against biblical worldview. We also have experienced, when we went through COVID, a lot of experts cannot be trusted. We've seen that media has its agenda, and it's easy to kind of fall into this trap that everything is controlled by Illuminati, that everything cannot be trusted. The Bible does say everyone lies to his neighbor. The Bible does say everything lies under the sway of the wicked one. But there are still good scientists, there are still good experts, and as Christians, we must have some common sense. We also have to look with our eyes and with our brains at some scientific evidence and also biblical references, and not necessarily fall into this fear factor that really drives the conspiracy theory. Don't trust anybody, don't believe in anybody, and not to live like that. God bless you. Thank you for watching this video. Let me know in the comments below, what are your thoughts? Is the earth flat or is it round? Doesn't matter. Share your views below this video. Please be nice in the comment section. Until next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, every few decades, the understanding of the human race takes a giant leap forward. In 1969, man landed on the moon. In 1990, the World Wide Web was invented. And in 2020, our understanding took another huge, great leap forward when flat earthers asked this question.
Could clouds be made of salt?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, while I can't answer that question myself, I am very, very grateful that there are flat earth pioneers out there bringing up these important topics for us. But as you might imagine, not everybody is cut out to be a flat earther. And here's why.
Now, at one time, I thought for sure that there was no 24-hour sun in the south.
This is Jeranism. He was, and we'll get to the word was in a minute, one of the biggest flat earthers on YouTube. He was convinced there was no 24-hour sun visible in Antarctica. And he had to be convinced of that because if there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the Earth would have to look something like this. Now, obviously, that would be absolutely ridiculous. And that model is a far cry from this one, which obviously has absolutely no noticeable and obvious flaws whatsoever. But unfortunately for Jeranism, he went to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun for himself. His entire worldview fell apart, and here he is, beginning to realize that.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life, and I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. The sun does circle you in the south.
Now, you might notice a little bit of funky piano music going on over that, and a lot of people do criticize me for playing the piano music when he is admitting he is wrong. I didn't intentionally do it this time. It's just that the only clip I've got of him speaking is the one with the piano music on. So there we go. I don't find that bit particularly funny. I do, however, find this quite funny.
I'm pregnant.
Well, it is 2025 after all. Now, I would like to say at this point, if you are not subscribed to my channel, it's probably because you don't like me or you don't like my videos. And my response to that is, you know, I don't care. Just subscribe anyway. Anyway, back to Jeranism. Jeranism is no longer a flat earther, but he's got a problem. A problem in that his subscriber base has been trained over the years by him and other flat earthers to simply hand-wave dismiss any scientific observations that go against their belief, and also to call people who provide personal testimony, such as astronauts or people who've actually witnessed a 24-hour sun, just to call them liars. Here he was trying to cope with the fact that when we look at buildings and cities over large bodies of water, we can't see the bottom of those buildings because they're hidden by the curve of the Earth.
Now, at the time, Jeran's way of hand-wave dismissing this important observation was to show people pictures and videos of people moving objects while being filmed through a glass convex lens, and then somehow insinuating that the atmosphere must therefore be a glass convex lens. It was a very, very cheap, low-level hand-wave dismissal.
As you see here, he drew a boat. This table that it's about to move across is very, very flat and level. Watch.
That's a trip.
Well, what's happening there? With the boat's going behind the curve. Oh, I see it. This curve, this table is a sphere. I get it.
And at the time, Jeran's subscribers were over the moon because it meant that they didn't have to think for themselves. They could just assume that Jeran was a master of the topic, delivering great presentations. And I've often been critical of flat earthers for training their subscriber base and dragging them down into rabbit holes by producing content like that. So imagine my surprise and delight when in a recent live stream, I heard Jeran say this.
And I understand that I'm mainly responsible for a lot of this. I know that people that watch me believed it because I did, or believed it because I said that I believed it. I get it. So I'm here to tell you that if you believe in this flat earth because of me, you shouldn't.
And he didn't stop there. He made his thoughts on flat earth and the flat earth community very, very clear. I've snipped together a lot of the highlights from that stream, and you're going to hear them now. And I've overlaid on top the comments that the flat earthers in the community were leaving Jeran while he was making these comments. It's a pretty interesting listen.
If you are a flat earther or in the flat earth or following flat earthers, I'm just telling you, I've been in this for 10 years. It's going nowhere. Again, if you want to remain here for 10 years and get nowhere, you're in the right spot. Just be a flat earther. You will get nowhere. You will accomplish nothing. You'll lose more friends. You'll lose more family. The stupidity of flat earthers is astounding. Nobody believes anything. You don't have to believe anything when you're in flat earth. You don't have to believe anything because you don't have a model. We don't have a map. You just kind of just go through it, and if something comes up that doesn't match our worldview, we just kind of say it was fake and move on to the next thing and say, water lies flat. I cannot associate myself with these people or consider them smart ever again. I don't want to be called a flat earther. I don't want to be associated with people who can't see reality in front of them. Every single person that I used to think was a good researcher, from Level Earth Observer to Plain Truth to Don't Sphere the Truth to Eric Dubay to you name it, they all turned out to be trash.
Now, I'm not quite sure what he's trying to say there. I think it's something along the lines of he's probably not a fan of flat earth anymore. And predictably, with him having said that, his subscriber base didn't take it very well, with, again, predictable results.
I have been threatened by former friends. I've been threatened by flat earthers. I've been gaslit. There's just video after video coming out about me. It's kind of hilarious. It really is very, very, very strange.
Now, I'm sure you'll agree that when you've got something as mighty as the entire combined intellect of the flat earth community out to get you, you probably shouldn't be very worried at all, should you? And Jeran isn't. He's not letting it hold him back, and he's continuing with his transformation.
Because I'm going to go through and slowly as fast as I can, kind of eliminate a lot of my old videos that I no longer feel are pertinent or are correct or no longer in line with my current thoughts.
And that's not just an empty promise. When we look at his Social Blade stats, we can see thousands of views have been removed from his channel just over the past week alone. But what about Jeran's subscribers? Where are they going to go now Jeran is leaving Flat Earth? Who are they going to hang their hopes on? Who are they going to look at so they don't have to think for themselves? Well, there's always this man, Joe Hanvey. He's featured on the channel before. He's created a flat earth model that's almost impossible to debunk. And when I say it's impossible to debunk, that's not because it's sophisticated and clever. It's because nobody has a clue what the hell he's trying to show with it.
North, west, south, east. Now you see how right here the sun looks lowest below the it looks low below the superfluid and it looks high above the superfluid. This is actually when it would be at its highest point, when you're looking up from the ground. So this would be when it's in the north for the people in Antarctica.
What?
It didn't affect my brain.
Well, it did mine, and it also did to some of Joe's viewers who are actually watching this absolute nonsense and taking it seriously. They are pinning their hopes on him now as being the saviour of flat Earth. And it turns out that Joseph's models are far more sophisticated than we ever thought. Not only can he use his models to show that we would expect a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but he can also use his models to show how Noah's flood itself would have been possible on a flat Earth. Now, I am no Joe Hamby, but I decided, I was inspired to see if I could create a model myself that would also predict how Noah's flood might have worked. I don't know, maybe compare them and tell me which you think is best. So here we have my flat Earth model. We can see this is me, my house again, up here, Gallifrey. This is my friend PhD Tony, he lives in Australia. We said that before. I hope he doesn't mind me giving his address out. So during the daytime, this is what it looks like. Night time, okay? And then when it comes to the flood, dead easy. Now, as stunningly difficult as it is to believe, not everybody is a firm advocate of Joe Hamby's flat Earth models. One critic is Will Duffy, the organiser of the trip to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun. Now, Joe Hamby and Will Duffy don't seem to get on, and here's a clip of them having a little bit of a debate which ended quite tragically. Here, Joe Hamby decides he's going to try and rage quit the debate, after giving Will both barrels, verbally, of course. And when I say try and rage quit the debate, I think what I mean, though, will become obvious when you see this.
I don't care what you think anymore, Will. I don't care what all the Globe Zealots think. Go ahead. Debunk the model, say you debunked it all you want. I'm going to keep doing me as Jesus tells me to do me, but you're going to be exposed. I don't know when it's going to happen, but you're going to be exposed by the Father because you are falsely representing him and you're falsely representing his word. So we're done here. I'm out. Goodbye.
Thanks, Joe. Are you able to leave, or do I have to do something? But by the way, okay.
The man sure knows how to make an exit. Now, if you're not a fan of Joe Hamby's flat Earth model, but you are a flat earther looking for an alternative to Jeranism, may I recommend this guy called Flat Earth Banjo.
This is not just a model that is painted like the globe model is. We can add real water and demonstrate as a fact how things work on the flat Earth.
Now that is a fantastic model for sure, and as pointed out by one of his subscribers here, it literally holds water. But it does far, far more than that. It's also a predictive model. It can show you exactly how things like, I don't know, waves and tsunamis are formed.
This being real water, I can, make a lot of vibrations here, and waves and tsunamis.
Now, if you think that's ridiculous and you're going to simply hand-wave dismiss the idea of the giant invisible biblical stirring rod, then you should be ashamed of yourself. Try and be more like this person here. Yes, even this model has its supporters claiming that it's providing somehow a working model demonstrating verifiable reality. But of course, models can always be improved, and this user here has suggested a fantastic idea. Maybe simply using a vibration of 7.83 Hertz will create the variable you need. Whatever that means, I don't know. My translators couldn't figure it out. But fear not, if you are one of Jeran's historic subscribers, you don't have to go and search for a different model to follow. You can simply just look in the Holy Book.
The sun moved in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off?
Satan.
Oh, yeah. And let me tell you something else.
Now it's Satan who disguised himself as a ball of light and circled me in Antarctica because these guys are desperate.
You see, the best thing about being a biblical flat earther as opposed to a scientific flat earther, of which none exist, is that you can simply claim it doesn't matter what observations you see, and it doesn't matter whether they comport or not with scientific reality, because simply you can just say, it doesn't matter, God can do what he wants.
Why is everybody up in arms? See, one reason I've sat back and just watched all the hoopla about all this, because I'm like, I don't care if you see 15 suns in the sky and they do whirlabouts. God's word is true.
Okay, so that is the problem right there. Okay, what Dean Odell just said is the problem for a majority of flat earthers. He just said that it doesn't matter how many suns you see, it doesn't matter what you see in the sky, it doesn't matter what you see. So now, to Dean Odell, it doesn't matter if you measure curve. It doesn't matter if you take him up to space and show him the earth. God's word is true.
Now, if you are one of Jeran's subscribers and you are feeling a little bit down, that's understandable. So please let me help you out by pointing you towards the Flat Earth support line. You can phone it on 69696969. 69, and here is what you will find. I have linked the Flat Earth support line channel in the description. It is well worth checking out, otherwise known as the Conspiracist. Absolutely brilliant. Please give him a subscribe. But here we are.
Good afternoon, Flat Earth Tech Support. How can I help? Was that your Flat Earth hero has decided he's not a Flat Earther anymore? That is a traumatic time, I must admit. What I would say, you can use a few options here, right? Shill is a good one. You can just accuse him of being a liar, a shill, and you don't really need to expand on that because, you know, it's pretty ambiguous, and you know, that's got a lot of syllables in ambiguous. So cloned is another good one, and that leaves it's quite flexible as well. And what I mean by that is, so just to future-proof yourself, like if he then one day goes back to Flat Earth or decides he's an advocate of like one of the other genius things, you can be like, that was the original version, or that's another clone, and then people will start to just believe it willy-nilly without you having to sort of reinforce it because they kind of want to anyway. A good one, and it's pretty foolproof, is that you've always had your suspicions. That way you can maintain some sort of dignity and be like, oh yeah, I was just sort of playing him anyway. It was a fraud, and then that way it sort of covers any past indiscretions as well. I hope that helps. Feel free to call back whenever you're confused about reality in the future. Thank you. Have a nice day. It's just so nice knowing I can help people.
So again, that channel is linked in the description. Please check it out. It is well worth it. As for Jeran, I wish him well in his journey out of Flat Earth. He is going to receive continued flack and criticism from his previous subscriber base and other Flat Earthers for quite some time to come. But he's also got a lot of personal growth to go through himself. When you look at his website, there are some very, very, very distasteful and questionable things on there, which I'm not really going to cover in this video, but you know, who knows, maybe 6 months down the line I'll revisit if Jeran's mindset is still in the same place on those topics. But for now, just, you know, wish him all the best to get out of this as quickly as he possibly can, and also to bring as many other Flat Earthers out the rabbit hole with him. Having said that, I'm off. Goodbye.
Stop the insanity. The earth is not flat. Essentially, no one in Christianity ever believed it. No theologian of any merit ever taught it. It is not taught in the Bible. Sadly, some people today do believe it. I'm Dr. Robert Carter. I'm sitting here with my good friend, Dr. Jonathan Sarfati. Hello, Jonathan.
Yeah, g'day, Rob. I'm from the Southern Hemisphere, the other side of the globe.
I think we can tell that based on your accent.
What accent?
But aren't there people that say Australia doesn't exist?
Well, I don't know what I've done with the rest of my life then, or New Zealand, where I grew up, where I lived for 25 years.
And don't the stars look different down there?
Well, we have the Southern Cross on our flag, which you can't see from here. And also, when you look at the night sky, you can see the stars going clockwise. Well, here they go anti-clockwise, or counterclockwise, as you say.
I remember my first trip to Australia, I was having the hardest time figuring out how the heavens worked until I turned around with my back to the north and I bent over backwards so everything was going in the right direction. It's like, okay, then I knew where I was in the world, which is funny because that would never be a phenomenon if the Earth actually was flat.
It'd be totally different. You wouldn't see the things that we do in Australia. And in fact, when we look south anywhere in the southern hemisphere, we see the south celestial pole, or if you've got good binoculars, it's...
okay, well, what is a south celestial pole for the listeners?
Okay, the south celestial pole is the center of rotation that you will see the stars rotating around if you have slow motion photography.
So for northern hemisphere listeners, when we look to the North Pole, if you could stare at it or take a long exposure photograph, you see a bunch of circles of the stars orbiting the North Star.
And they go counterclockwise.
And if you look south from the southern hemisphere, you see the same thing.
You see the same thing in the opposite direction, rotating around a star called Sigma Octantis, but it's a very faint star, so you need binoculars. The thing is, no matter where you are, see, on a flat disk, people 6 time zones apart should be 90 degrees apart, and yet they look south, and they all see the south celestial pole. That's not possible on a flat Earth, because you'd be seeing different stars if you were really 90 degrees apart, as you would be 6 time zones apart.
But you and I both know from much experience, because we've written a lot on this subject, more than I ever should have written, that there's always an excuse.
I haven't heard an excuse for some of these, because I think a lot of these guys have never been to the southern hemisphere.
True, but they say, oh, that's not true, or there's atmospheric lensing, or they invent some sort of a magic thing that explains a phenomenon that doesn't need any magic at all.
It doesn't need any magic if we realize that we're on a globe and not on a disk.
So after the South Celestial Pole, what's another good bit of evidence?
Well, the thing that was known to the ancients that we now know, when we see ships going hull down as they recede from us, they go hull down across the horizon.
As a professional marine biologist, I can say I have seen this many, many, many times.
And when you look through a telescope, it's no different. You'll see a bigger version of the same thing.
That's right. Now, hull down means that as the ship goes over the horizon, the bottom half of the ship disappears over the curve of the Earth before the sails or the upper superstructure of the ship.
And that's been known for a long time, but also sailors coming in would always see the hill before they saw the beach. Then the beach is closer than the hills, but they saw the hills first. Or if they wanted to see the land earlier, you get on the mast because you see it across down the globe
Hence,
further.
The crow's nest.
Yeah, there's a good reason for that.
Yeah. In fact, you see a lot farther with crow's nest than you can if you're just on the deck.
And the thing is, why go to the trouble of building a crow's nest unless there's actually a purpose to it, like seeing further?
All right, now hold on a second. There are, shall we call them more liberal theologians? I don't want to give them a label that they wouldn't own, but I'll call them liberal theologians.
Yep.
And a lot of flat earthers, the Christian ones, not that flat earth started in Christianity, because it did not.
Never.
But there's a huge movement amongst the so-called Christians, so-called flat earthers, that the Bible teaches the earth is flat.
Okay, but how come no one in church history ever taught a flat earth until we get the liberal theologians trying to find fault with the Bible in the 19th century with his silly arguments that the Bible teaches a flat earth, and then the myth that Columbus was the one who first found the earth was round, complete and utter lie that you've all been taught.
In fact, I love that story. I've learned a lot of history from you, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
I don't.
But you're throwing out all these historical things, and I love history too. And so studying church history and science history, actually, you started rubbing off on me, and I've been digging into it a lot over the last several years.
Bad influence on you, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. But the Columbus story is amazing.
Yeah.
Didn't Columbus have a manuscript that said something different than the church scholars of the day?
Well, the church scholars were right because they knew what Eratosthenes proved before Christ.
200-something BC.
200 BC. He actually got the circumference of the earth pretty much right.
Almost nailed it.
And no one's nailed it, but Columbus thought the earth was a bit smaller than it really is.
About
so therefore,
60% the real size.
I forget what it was.
Translation of some unit in some foreign language document.
So there's no way he should have had enough food and provisions to go the distance he said he was going to do. So the church was right to say, you've got no chance.
Yeah. So there was an argument back in Columbus's day. But it was not
size.
Flat earth versus round earth.
Yes.
It was big size versus little size.
Exactly.
The church scholars are right. Columbus would have died.
Yeah,
he never would have made it to China.
A bit of luck in the way that actually there's a big continent in the way, which he didn't know about, but he called the inhabitants Indians because he thought he'd reached India.
Yeah. So he was right for the wrong reasons.
Exactly. It happens sometimes.
Yes. All right. So tons of evidence that we're sitting on a sphere.
Yeah.
The sphere is rotating and we're moving through the heavens. Wouldn't we fly off if we were rotating 1,000 miles an hour, as they say?
Oh, 1,000 miles an hour is well below escape velocity.
That's right. And we're talking about at the equator.
Yeah.
1,000 miles. In other words, if the Earth, I'm sorry, I'm going to use miles here. This is not scientific numbers, but the Earth is approximately 24,000 miles in diameter.
In circumference, presumably.
Very good. Thank you for this scientific correction. The Earth is approximately 24,000 miles in circumference, which means that if you want to do it, if you want to turn around once in 24 hours, it moves about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. That sounds really fast until you realize how big the Earth is.
Well, exactly. But also, how many people here, you've bound to be going on the airplane. The airplane's flying about 500 miles an hour. Okay, and you're on the airplane and the hostess is quite happily pouring drink onto you and it doesn't fly back in your face.
Yeah.
But if you were actually watching from the Earth and the plane was transparent like Wonder Woman's plane was meant to be, you see everything going at 500 miles an hour. But when you're on the plane, you think you're standing still. The hostess is pouring vertically. You drop something, it falls vertically.
But that coffee and that thing you drop is moving at 500 miles an hour sideways.
And the thing is, everyone's doing that, so you don't notice it. And this is what we're doing on Earth. Everyone's moving at the same speed, so as the air, so as the clouds, everything. Therefore, we don't notice the turning.
We do notice when we use gravity measurements, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because you and I would weigh less at the equator than we do here at about 30-something degrees north. And we'd weigh even differently if we went to the North Pole. And the reason we weigh less at the equator is because we're being pushed outwards by the rotation of the Earth, but it's only a few ounces difference.
But it can be measured.
Yeah, definitely measured.
And also when you're on a mountain, the gravitational force is a bit less because it's an inverse square law, and that can be measured with very fine scales too.
Yes. And so one of the reasons why Mount Chimborazo near the equator is further away from the center of the Earth than Mount Everest. It's actually the tallest mountain in the world. Mount Everest isn't, if you're doing it not from sea level, but from center of the Earth, is because the Earth bulges outwards at the equator because of the spin.
And yeah, you're quite correct there, yeah. And also, still, it's only 0.3% bulging, so you can say to 0.3% that the Earth is a perfect sphere, but it has that bulge, which does make Chimborazo the furthest away from the center.
Yeah.
So it's totally consistent with living on a spinning globe and totally inconsistent with a flat Earth or even a geocentric Earth.
So flat Earthers have a trouble. Flat Earthers, we have a challenge for you. Direct challenge. Read our article. But you're not going to do it. In fact, I've never seen a flat Earther who will actually read something I present. They want me to read their stuff, watch their long, boring videos, but they have never really engaged with our arguments. Why do you think that is?
I guess because they really haven't got a good argument against what we've been presenting, which has been known for the most part for over 2,000 years. Long before NASA, though. Nothing to do with NASA. People knew the Earth was round long before NASA even existed.
Yeah. Yeah, way long. Even, 1600s, 1700s, 1800s. This is all... Didn't Newton say, wasn't it Newton who wanted to find, the most obvious fact in the world? So he started with, okay, the Earth is round.
Well, in fact, even before Newton, you have Thomas Aquinas.
Oh, was it Thomas Aquinas who did that?
Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century in the Summa Theologiae.
That's where it comes
here's something obvious, the roundness of the Earth. He didn't expect anyone to dispute it. He thought it was so obvious and well known that he used that as an obvious fact. And this is the 13th century, so 200 years before Columbus.
Isn't that the Dark Ages?
So they can't tell you, but that's also the age of the Gothic cathedrals, which are masterpieces of architecture, which you haven't even equaled.
That's right. So what we see is a lot of historical revisionism. We see a lot of theologians and a lot of popular level media, everything from Bugs Bunny to Big Bang Theory, saying that people used to think the Earth is flat. And it's simply not true.
Yeah, go ahead and name some. You wouldn't find more than about 5 who you could even, if you're lucky, you might find 5.
I know of 2, and they were super obscure, and they never had any traction in the culture that when they were writing. I don't know more than that.
You might, if you're lucky, find 5. I think 2 is the one we've got clear evidence for. Yeah, so
okay. Fair enough. You're being generous to them.
I'm being very generous, but when you go to the global Earthers, right from the beginning of the Christian era, everyone who discussed the shape of the Earth said it was round. So if the Bible taught a flat Earth, how come these great Christian scholars missed it?
All of them.
They all missed it.
All of them. I know of a church in the denomination I grew up in was called St. Bede's.
Oh.
The Venerable Bede.
Wow.
People read Bede's history for 1,000 years. In fact, up into probably the early 1900s, every theologian read Bede.
As they should.
But you pointed out something in Bede that I didn't know about the shape of the Earth.
Oh, Bede was very clear. The Earth was a perfect sphere.
600 or 700 AD?
I think in the 700s.
Okay. Did he say the Earth is round, not like...
Well, yeah, to make it very clear, he said it wasn't round like a shield, but rather like a ball.
Boom.
Unambiguous, perfect sphere, he said.
And that was a long time ago.
So you're talking about 700 years before Columbus set sail, notice.
Yeah.
But this was common knowledge in the church. People read Bede.
Yeah, everyone did. Okay. So what's the take home for our audience? I'm assuming that someone who's really deep into flat earth is not going to like what we say and is probably not going to listen to what we say, because that's the mindset that we've run into many times. What do we tell to someone who's just interacting with this for the first time, or they know someone who thinks the earth is flat? How do we tell them to interact with that person?
Well, I think what we're doing is hopefully to stop people going down that track, because it's very hard to bring them out once they're down that track. We can actually stop them going down that track. That's the thing. So we have a message for pastors, for parents, for people in the church. The earth is not flat. The Bible doesn't teach it. The church never taught it. The science is totally overwhelmingly globe earth.
Yes. Where does someone go to find the answers that we've already written? Creation.com/ or use this little search box, and what should they search for?
You can search for Refuting Flat Earth, because that's the article you and I wrote at length, and we keep on revising it because we're finding more stuff.
Yeah. In fact, if they Google Refuting Flat Earth outside of Creation.com, it'll still come up in the search engine. It used to be in the top. I know it still is.
It was number one last time I checked.
Yeah, it was number one. That's kind of cool that we have a number one Google search ranking thing. So
we also got a video that you did, right? A video on the flat earth, which is a really good one.
I did a video on the flat earth at our Creation Super Conference a year and a half ago. I felt a little strained in that because I tried to do flat earth and geocentrism in the same talk.
Right.
And that was hard.
Well, it is hard, but also notice a lot of flat earth arguments are really pro-geocentric arguments. So it's important to actually make them split the two things.
What's the difference?
Well, the flat earth is about the shape of the earth, while geocentrism is about the issue of whether the earth moves. And they're totally distinct issues.
Isn't it true that for most of church history, theologians thought the earth was the center and the sun went around the earth?
Well, it's also true that throughout that time, most astronomers and scientists thought the earth was at the center. So the theologians were doing nothing different from what the rest of astronomy was doing.
Excellent. And also all throughout most of ancient history and most ancient cultures also.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would seem to be common sense at the time. It was based on Aristotle's physics, which is well accepted. It was based on Ptolemy's astronomy, again, incredibly well accepted.
Yes.
It was the science of the day.
And it took us literally centuries of careful study to reject that theory.
Yeah. The rejection produced better results, better predictions. That's why it won the day, because it was a better theory.
Yeah. All right, so looking at that article that we wrote.
Yeah.
And that video that CMI produced. How many dislikes did we get?
Oh my goodness.
A lot more than the likes, right?
It's very sad to see, actually, yeah.
But it's kind of funny because all the people hitting dislike, they're just telling us how many people are reading the article.
Very helpful to us, yeah.
That's right, it was helpful to us. We know a lot of flat earthers read our article because of the flashback we got from that community. Obviously, we hit the nail on the head.
Which is really sad, because they're just following the arguments that atheists used to attack Christianity with. They're following the atheistic arguments. The atheists are laughing at these guys. In fact, I reckon some of them are atheists anyway who are trolling us.
Yeah. That's a problem on the internet, is you can't tell who the troll is and who the firm believer is.
And their arguments are so almost identical, so it's hard to tell from that either.
Yeah, and
they're equally silly regardless.
Kills me that some Christians have been caught up in these anti-Christian trollish behaviors.
Yeah.
Now, when did this theory really start?
The flat earth idea?
Yeah, the flat earth idea.
I think it wasn't until the 19th century as a reaction to these liberal theologians saying that the Bible teaches a flat earth. So, but then you get some people say, well, I better stick with the Bible.
Yeah, I believe the Bible. The Bible says the earth is flat. Okay, let's try to back it up
now. So 19th century is when we have this thing, and it seems to have popped up every so often. It goes in waves, and the latest incarnation is thanks to the internet. It wouldn't have happened without the internet.
Yeah, without YouTube. Without Eric Dubai and without Rob Skiba.
Who are both heretics and not our friends.
They're not. And by the way, if you need documentation on that, go to our article, Refuting Flat Earth. There is a Who Are the Flat Earth Proponents link. Click on that and you can see a short bio on that. We're not saying that just to trash somebody. There's good reasons for saying this and for encouraging people to beware of dangerous theologians. One of them who's a Buddhist.
Well, Eric Dubai is a Holocaust denier who thinks that Jesus didn't exist. And he thinks that Hitler was a nice guy, really, who's been misunderstood.
So beware what your source of information is. And honestly,
if you're rejecting 2,000 years of Christian scholarship, nearly unanimous Christian scholarship, you're in a perilous position. We don't reject things just to be rejecting. We're not curmudgeons just for the sake of being a curmudgeon.
Yeah, see, we're a pro-Bible ministry. We're not an anti-establishment ministry for the sake of being anti-establishment. So it's important to get your priorities right. We want to defend the Bible as God's word.
We're also a pro-science ministry.
We are indeed.
I mean, we both have PhDs in hard sciences, and we love science. We rejoice in science.
Our ministry hires more PhD scientists than any other Christian ministry that we know of.
So we just laid down a challenge to the flat earther, that we hope one or two of you out there will pick it up and see how good this challenge is. We've also thrown a lot of information out there for those of you who might be confused on the issue, and for those of you who know someone who's fallen down this rabbit hole, what you can answer for yourself, and maybe talk to someone about it and maybe pull them out of the rabbit hole. It's a very, very difficult thing. Once someone is so deep into the conspiracy mindset, it's really hard to get out of it. But it is not a biblical statement that the earth is flat. It is not in Christian theology. It's not in biblical, in the scriptures. It's not in science. It's not in reasoning. It's not in logic. The earth is not flat. In fact, it is a globe. And we love science. If you're having trouble believing us, if you're having trouble believing the Bible, if you're having trouble believing what you're reading on or finding on the internet, just chill, relax, go to creation.com, pick out one or two of these articles and just read. Clear your mind and just read. You might actually be encouraged, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to change your mind on this. If you are standing against flat earth theory, share this video, share this podcast, click like, do something, subscribe. We've got all this good content for you, and we want you to plug into the rest of CMI's content also. If you hate this and you think the earth is flat, fine, share it anyway. See what your friends think about it. Give us a thumbs down if you like. At least we're still tracking you because we know how many people are watching based on thumbs up and thumbs down. We don't mind at all. We want you to be encouraged that the Bible is true. Whether the earth is flat or not is a second question. However, theologically and scripturally, it's not. So dig into scripture, dig into science. Let's see how far we can go.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Cultish. My name is Jeremiah Roberts. I'm one of the co-hosts here. I am joined, as always, once again, by Andrew, the super sleuth of the show, sleuthing in the background in your super secret headquarters in Harriman, Utah, right next to the soon-to-be-built Costco, right next to the Winco. So I don't know if I should give any more hints about your super secret headquarters, but it's good to have you. Good to be with you, Andrew.
Thank you. Well, that Costco is open now. I went there opening day. It was great, and I'm having a good day because I'm drinking out of my Mike Winger mug that he sent me, which is a blessing. He graciously sent it
You
to
have
me.
a Mike Winger mug? That's interesting.
I do.
Because it just so happens I have a Mike Winger mug too. So I want to give cheers to my water, which is in this Mike Winger mug, which is definitely well needed because it's now summer here in Arizona. Trying to stay super hydrated. You have a Mike Winger mug too. That's
I have
awesome.
one too. You know, I find that my coffee tastes a little bit more biblical.
Okay.
Like this.
Oh,
That's
nice.
awesome. That's awesome. Like, how did you get these coffee cups made, by the way?
It was actually just there's a potter who is a fan of the ministry, and he reached out and was like, "Hey, I love to make some stuff. I'll put your logo on it." And they're kind of pricey because they're handmade and everything. But I think it's about all the money goes to him pretty much. But about $5 per mug we donate to a ministry that does ministries to refugees. So Iranian refugees at the moment.
Okay.
And yeah. So I don't make anything off of it. I always feel weird about merchandise stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely interesting there. But it's nice. I like it though. It's a cool aesthetic. It's funny to think too because I forgot that you had told me you were going to send me something, and so when I got, you ever get a package you don't know what it is, and it took me, even when I opened the box up and looked at it, it took me. Like, I feel like there's like a 30-second time delay before I put two and two together.
What is this? What am I looking at? Yeah.
Exactly. So anyways, I'm glad to have you on, man. So we are going to be talking about a subject that people have asked us to talk about for a long time. You've talked about before, We're going to be talking about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. And that stuff, there's definitely a lot to unpack with that. And just so you know, we're not going to be able to cover every single proof text here. So we're actually going to have additional blog content. We're going to have a couple articles by the time this article gets dropped, this podcast gets dropped. We're going to be covering different things like the firmament and a couple other major texts that people have questions specifically about. For the sake of time, there's only so much stuff we're going to be able to cover in this podcast. But you've been on our podcast before. For anyone who's not familiar with you, just tell them just a little about yourself, your YouTube channel, and what you're all about.
Well, I mean, my goal is to help people learn to think biblically about everything. And so that has to do with basically asking questions and then pulling up scriptures in context, studying carefully through the Word of God to kind of give not only here's the answer, but rather here's how we get that answer with scripture. And so I'm trying to get people into the process of being able to test everything with how we're reading the Bible. So I'm just really convinced that the Bible is like a lot better than almost everybody thinks. And
yes,
and by putting it on display, the nutrients and the benefits and the life transformation that comes from it is just happening in people's lives through the ministry. So people are starved from scripture or they're confused about it. And I don't think I'm like the perfect teacher who's going to fix everything for everyone, but rather I'm one of those who's out there saying, let's really pay careful attention to verses in context and watch it change our lives.
Oh yeah. Awesome. And hence the name of your YouTube channel, Bible Thinker.
Yeah.
Right. And you covered definitely a broad variety of topics, and it's good to have you back on. So yeah, I'm just, so you dropped a video about 2 years ago dealing with this exact subject. We're going to be kind of re-exploring that in this episode. I'm just curious, Mike, what initially prompted you to put that video together? Is there kind of a story behind it? Did you have close friends and acquaintances? Because I know for myself, I've got friends who, I know who are acquaintances of mine who I care for, who are intelligent, smart people who are into this, and they believe that, the Bible teaches a flat earth model, I've had back and forth conversations, and there's always, where did it stem from for you to do this video?
Well, I mean, like a lot of people, I had seen where flat earth content took over YouTube for a while. And you knew you could get a viral video if you made a flat earth video at the time. And I never made one because I don't care. I actually don't make content for the sake of going viral. And so I just I ignored it. But when I encountered a few people I knew personally who were really getting roped in to the flat earth stuff, primarily not because of science related discussions, but because they became convinced, at least they were starting to be convinced, that the Bible actually teaches a flat earth, that this is something that we should all be believing if we're going to trust scripture as the word of God. And when I saw that happening and I looked around and I realized every response to flat earth, content online is either mocking or it approaches the science, but nothing approached the Bible.
Right.
Like nothing I could find anyways really approached the Bible. And even, I don't know if you guys probably aware of this, but a lot of the audience might not know. Even scholars, like Christian scholars, will affirm that the Bible does teach a flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you look at the verses in context, you're like, this is one of those areas where many scholars are utterly failing in the basics of reading scripture. And this is not because I have a scientific commitment to a spherical earth or something like that. I just thought, what if someone just examined all the proof texts for a flat earth in context, not to be inflammatory, not to mock or ridicule anybody, just examine them in context, then the people who trust the Bible, and that's been the important gateway for them into this movement, they'll be able to rethink it, in my opinion, because as I look at the texts, I go, guys, it's not even questionable. It's like really obvious that this is not what Scripture's teaching us.
Yeah. Right. And in this too, and I get, there's friends of mine, that are going to listen into this, and there's nothing I want to say in this podcast that I wouldn't say to them face to face. So, Andrew, you can jump in here as well too, but I'm not here to make fun of anyone or condescend to one. And in fact, I actually want to go as far as to actually compliment people who are passionate about that subject, because I want to at least give them credence to the fact that they care about the Bible. They care about the fact that they want it, that they believe that God's word is authoritative in that. But I think in that which is a correct belief. I think there is on levels, we'll explore it. Some of that passion is very misguided, and we'll definitely unravel into that. So we definitely want to be able to really look at this and really do what your YouTube channel entails us too, let's be Bible thinkers about this. Andrew, is there any thoughts you want to kind of you want to lay down as well too, as we kind of jump into this?
Yeah, and I'm totally in agreement in terms of being sensitive to the people that may hold to this flat earth model. My question would be essentially for Pastor Mike too, to elaborate on, because we know that we want to think biblically. Well, if they're trying to use the Bible and they're trying to use the Bible in order to prove the flat earth model, I think they'd be like, well, how am I not thinking biblically? I'm using the Bible, you know? So what does it mean to read the Bible and then to read the Bible and think biblically about the Bible, Pastor Mike?
So it just comes down to really basic reading skills at this. And forgive me, I don't mean anyone with a modicum of intelligence can do, because brilliant people get this stuff wrong all the time. But you just read a verse and you read it in context, right? So Jesus says, for instance, hate your father and mother. You know, if you don't hate your father and mother, you can't be my disciple. And there are some who do actually, some sort of cultish type groups will take those verses and they'll use them to tell members of the group, you have to leave your family and join our group. You can't talk to them anymore. And that's out of context. And how do we fix that? We read all that Jesus said about the topic. We read where scripture says, honor your father and mother. We read the context to see that Jesus is talking in that case, in this example, he's talking about, you know, you love your parents, you serve them, you honor them as a Christian, but if they're asking you to choose between Jesus and them, you pick Jesus. Mm-hmm. It's about choosing one over the other in this case. It's not about actually just hating people. I hate them because I follow Jesus. But this is what I mean. This little example is what I'm seeing in many cases with some of the proof texts to demonstrate a flat earth. Terms like ends of the earth, right? Or the pillars of heaven. There's terms that are commonly understood by a flat earth community to indicate like a physical edge on the end of the earth. And the question we should ask is, when we read those in context, is that how the author meant it? Is that what God was saying? Is that how the original readers understood it? And so we just read it in context, just basic reading comprehension stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And so again, just you emphasize this too, Mike, is that, and you can definitely elaborate as well too, is that this specific episode, this isn't about getting into any sort of specific conspiracies or the geocentrism or ancient Near Eastern thought, any of those particular topics. We are just looking at specifically when you look at certain proof texts that come up, and I actually only recently experienced in the last couple of years where I would see people who are Facebook friends and they were just very passionate. So the Bible emphatically teaches that the earth is flat, and like you have to adhere by that. And anyone who doesn't really, and this isn't the case with everyone, there's a general what's implied a lot of times, what comes up is that anyone who does not adhere to the specific model or who questions it on some level is under satanic deception. And I think what we want to do is that anytime someone makes a biblical claim, we have the right, and it says in Acts 17, verse 11, the Bereans, who were noble-minded, those in Thessalonica, when they received Paul's message, they searched the scriptures daily to see if those things were so. In the same way, in Thessalonians, it says in 5:13, it says, test all things, hold fast to that which is good. So what we're looking to do is we're going to look at what has been brought up in the flat earth community, people who are passionate about this subject. We're going to look at specific verses. And in this, our main point in this is that we need to interpret the Bible correctly. And in fact, what you emphasize too, is that people can be passionate about that subject, is that the earth is flat, but the reality is, and you emphasize this in your videos, that they're not getting it from the Bible, at least correct biblical interpretation. So people, if you're watching this, you may be opposed to that. That's what we want to graciously demonstrate, and that's really the point of having you on and really having this conversation.
Right. I just want to make it super clear so people get this. Yeah, I'm not saying what the earth is. I'm asking, do these texts tell us X about the earth? Do they tell us that the earth is flat? When it comes to the question of, like, for instance, does the Bible support a spherical earth? I'm not making a case for that today. I'm asking if these proof texts about a flat earth are being read in context, if that's what they really mean. That's it. That's the whole case. I'm not trying to talk about science. I'm not dealing with those things. I'm not deriding that stuff. I'm not commenting on it at all. It's just, we're talking about one issue at a time. And that really helps, because some of these conversations get very heated, and then you end up bouncing between NASA and public schools, and then the topic of evolution, right? And then you go into like the shape of the earth, and then the Bible, and then ancient Near Eastern texts, and you have a skull, and you start moving through all these things, and it's like, how do we get our bearings?
Right.
And just ask the question: Is the Bible supporting this view or not? That's all.
Right. And that's a simplistic approach. Again, we're not trying to be advocate for a particular Earth model. We're just looking at these particular proof texts. We're not trying to be shills for NASA. We're not part of some elaborate Jesuit conspiracy across going on the last couple centuries. We're simply trying to look at, does the Bible actually match up with the claims that are being made, for sure? So on that note, let's go ahead and just jump into it. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So one of the things you brought up in your video is that there are texts that talk about the ends of the earth. This gets brought up, and that was one of the first things that you brought up. So tell me about, when you were putting this video together, how did you see people using those specific verses? Give us some examples of how are people who are adhering to a flat earth model, how are they using those particular verses?
So it's often used, what I've seen is it's often used to indicate, hey, we see the phrase ends of the earth in scripture, and therefore the earth is like it has edges, right? It's not spherical. It's not rounded with no ends. The land goes out for a while, then there's ocean, and then there's like usually they say there's an ice wall. and this is where confusion came in for me when I first started hearing flat earth stuff, because I didn't really understand what they were doing with our picture. So imagine if you have the idea of a globe, and you like put your finger right inside the middle of the South Pole, and you stretched that out, and you opened it up, and now you've got that Arctic ice all around this sort of circular shape, and that is like an Arctic ice wall, and beyond that there's just nothing, right? And so that's the ends of the earth. Then there's text after text after text in the New Testament, and Old Testament primarily, that says ends of the earth, and they go, well, that's what that means. It's talking about the ends of the earth. So when we look at, say, Job 28:24, that says he looks to the ends of the earth and sees everything under the heavens. So then they go, well, there you go. Now, most often when I found flat earth, promotional materials like content and videos and stuff like that, they wouldn't actually walk through this carefully or slowly, I should say. They would just quickly list verses and then move on to the next topic. But I wanted to do it more slowly and methodically. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Andrew, do you have any initial questions about that subject when it comes to the end of the earth, or what are your thoughts on that initially when you were kind of looking through this?
Oh yeah, just a question. So with Job 28:24, in terms of what the context is in Job, what exactly is being communicated here? Then, instead of saying that, hey, I'm going to read this, and obviously it's teaching a flat earth model, it's saying ends of the earth, and we see that there's ends of the earth in this picture of a flat earth model. What is being communicated here in Job then?
So what we have with the term ends of the earth is we have a phrase that appears several times in scripture. And one way to understand not just a word, but an actual phrase, a repeated phrase in scripture, is to look at its use in multiple places and say, hey, if I want to be consistent, I'd like to see and this is important to stress, not just a word, but a phrase. I'd like to see, how is this phrase being used? What meaning does it have? When the original readers, saw it, did they think of that sort of edge of the ice wall kind of thing? That terminates all of what we would call earth in the broadest sense. And so there's other scriptures that talk about this. So Psalm 67:7, we'll bring another verse in to talk about it. So it says here, God shall bless us. Let all the ends of the earth fear him. Now, when I just started this research, I just, searched ends of the earth and started reading all the verses that had to do with the topic. Because again, there's no magic here. It's just reading stuff in context. This, on a view that affirms a flat earth, you'd have to say that there are people on that ice wall edge of the earth, and they're going to turn to him and fear God. Now that starts to sound a little strange, because on their view, there aren't people there, to my knowledge. but there's more. So Isaiah 45:22, it says, turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other. And here there's people that can be saved that live on the ends of the earth. I'm starting to get the impression that this text is just talking about people from far away places. Like this is just, you turn to God, all the ends of the earth, that it's just a far away place. I think one of the best scriptures, though, that shows how this phrase is being used is Deuteronomy 28. So in Deuteronomy 28, verse 49, we read, the Lord will bring a nation against you. God's speaking to Israel about, curses that will happen to them if they rebel against him. It's the Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth. So on that model where you have this ice wall, you'd have to have people that live there that are actually attacking Israel. It starts to feel like, wait, is that really the context? Because what ended up happening is Babylon and Assyria attacked northern and southern kingdoms of Israel and carried them away. And that's the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28. So Babylon and Assyria become the ends of the earth. And there's more support for this in scripture. Deuteronomy 28, verse 64 says this, and the Lord will scatter you among the peoples from one end of the earth to the other. Now, from a flat earth perspective that I've heard, one end of the earth to the other is one ice wall all the way across to the other. So I'm going to pass Australia, and I'm going to pass, what we would consider the North Pole over here. We're going to pass the Americas, and then boom, we got the other ice wall. So Israel was scattered that far in the ancient times. Like that didn't happen. What did happen was they were brought to Babylon. They were brought to Egypt. They were brought to other places that are not that far, actually. So the biblical phrase seems to be referring to Babylon. Mm-hmm. There's other scripture that and not only Babylon. I'll say it seems like it's being used in the sense of far away places. Ends of the earth is just places that are far away, because I think that most of the time the Bible's being written from the perspective of a human being who's just looking out, going, "Yeah, that's super far." It's like Babylon's like super duper far. They're not thinking about cosmology. They're just thinking about their normal daily experiences. So there's other scripture on this.
That's good, man. So pretty much what we're saying too is like in Job 28:24, if we're going to take the ends of the earth literal and look and bring into the text something that's actually foreign to the text, we actually need to apply that to the other scriptures that use the same phrase, ends of the earth. And if we do that, we see that you can't actually understand that scripture in context, especially with Deuteronomy 28:64, like you just mentioned. What about like Mark 13:27? Isn't that another good use of scriptures that we can understand correctly what the ends of the earth what it means? Could you go into that?
Yeah. So Mark 13:27 says, now he will send out the angels and gather his elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven. This is a very hopeful passage for the future, I believe. I don't know if your guys' perspective on that is.
Right.
So this just means, I think, that all people all over the earth all over the earth are going to be people that belong to God. This is interesting because here's Jesus speaking in the first century in the middle of Israel, sort of a subtle prophecy that Christianity will spread everywhere, will spread all over the place. It'll go much further than just the land of Israel, which is kind of like a pretty neat thing. But the biblical phrase end of the earth can't be used as a proof text here for those who support a flat earth, because it's just not a literal phrase about cosmology. It just means people all over are his. When Nehemiah was at the ends of the earth, we know he was in about 1,035 miles from Jerusalem in Susa, right?
Right.
And so he's taught, and we know this. Let me read to you. We skipped this verse, but I'll share it real quick. Nehemiah 1:8. Nehemiah says, "Remember the word that you commanded your servant Moses, saying, if you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the peoples. But if you return and keep my commandments and do them, though your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of heaven." That's an interesting phrase, uttermost parts of heaven. You would think uttermost parts of heaven, if on a flat earth model, is that ice wall, is right there near the ice wall. And he says, from there I will gather them and bring them to the place I have chosen to make my name dwell there. Nehemiah is speaking about the fulfillment of the Deuteronomy 28 curse into the earth. And he's about 1,000 miles from Jerusalem. They knew there was land far beyond Babylon.
Right.
They didn't think it was a literal edge. They just thought it meant really far. from
Right.
where you are.
Yeah, and I think that the fact too, Mike, is that, you know, we mentioned like Mark 13. So you and I will probably differ in certain particular areas in eschatology. I'm sure you've covered that too on Bible Thinker as well too. But I think one of the things we can agree on is that there is an importance. Biblical languages are important, and there are many a times where there is specific geographical language used, but not necessarily meaning geography. For example, in Acts 17:6, this would be one example people need to think about. You mentioned the ends of the earth. Here's something to think about. And this is talking about, you know, the New Testament church. And it says, but when they did not find them, talking about, you know, the apostles who were doing evangelism in Acts 17, says they dragged Jason and some other believers before the officials, shouting, "These men who have caused trouble all over the world have now come here." Okay. So the question is, for this particular passage, are they saying that these people have gone to every single geographical location over the entirety of the world? Is that what they're truly arguing? No, these people that they're saying, you know, it's kind of like, oh, when something's taking a long time and a kid says, you know, oh, this is taking forever. That doesn't mean like forever and eternity. It's like it's taking a long time. And so this is an example where it's just talking about a specific geographical location. There's other areas too, where in Psalms, where it says, as far as the east is from the west, so as he removed our transgressions from us. Is that adhering? Is that giving and I've had friends of mine who I've, you know, just having a drink with and talking about this. I'm like, that's not giving a geographical measurement as far as how you measure the earth. You can't make that argument. So that's where you need to look at the consistency of what does the Bible actually mean when it's giving these geographical locations. And it's very easy many a times if you're passionate about this subject, and I'm capable of it too, to take something and then read it into the text. That's the issue that we're having here. And so when something is done, when there's a verse geographically, you need to just take away any aspect of what you believe the earth is and ask yourself, what is the actual context of that? Like I said, given that in Acts and also giving that in Psalms. What are your thoughts on that, Mike?
Yeah, I agree. We want to put yourself into the mind of the original readers of the text.
Right.
How many of them are thinking, you know, all over the world means that's a cosmological description of, you know, it's like they're just not thinking of it. And I don't know that they were answering the question, you know, any more than we would answer those questions if we weren't raised with those answers being inputted into us at a fairly young age. Like you would just look out and you think, yeah, from the ends of the earth, okay, it's way over there. Another one, like say, is Psalm 19:6 that says that the sun rises from one end of the heavens and its circuit is to the end of them. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing hidden from its heat. Okay, now if I take this from a flat earth perspective, I don't actually think on any flat earth model I've seen that the sun actually reaches the end of any of the heavens, because they consider the end of the heavens where it's connecting with the earth on this sort of dome, you know, ice wall connection point. And this is saying that it reaches the end of the heavens. And you could say, well, this supports the globe thing. And I'm like, well, or you're just an earlier, you know, pre-scientific person looking around going, oh, the sun comes up and then it goes down and it comes up. And all you're doing is describing how it looks. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think we're actually getting in the text.
Gotcha. Definitely. Andrew, do you have any other thoughts on that before we kind of jump on to the next subject?
No, it's like poetic language, right? It's like trying to take things that are poetic and making them literal. I mean, you have the situation when you're talking to some LDS people in terms of God having a body of flesh and bone. They'll go to texts where saying the hands of God this or the hands of the feet of God there. But I mean, if you're consistent in that type of biblical interpretation, you can go to Psalm 91:4, right? And it says, he will cover you with his pinions and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and a buckler. Mm-hmm. How are you going to interpret that text? Does God have feathers? You know, does he have wings? No, people are speaking poetically. We need to read the Bible in context for what it's saying, specifically and especially in Job, one of the most beautifully poetic descriptions of God's sovereignty that we have in all text of Scripture. You know, like we've got to think biblically about those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Amen to that, man. I think that what we don't want to do is say things are poetry that aren't. but it would be an equal mistake to say things are not poetry when they are. And so we have to let it be what it is and take it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of Job, this is something that you brought up in your original video too. Maybe you can expand on it too, Mike, is that one of the things that a proof text that comes up is, does the book of Job describe specifically the nature of the earth? So maybe you could do is give some examples of how this is used, as specifically Job chapter 38, verse 14. I'll go ahead and read it. It says, "It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. Word turned into..." Yeah, so that's the context. So maybe if you could just elaborate on that. But also, I think, again, it's very easy in this conversation to jump to a conclusion and talk about a specific verse. Also, if you want to maybe expand to it, maybe explain to people too, like, what is the whole context of the book of Job? Because I think when you actually understand the purpose of a book, then you'll get a better understanding of how to understand when something is mentioned as far as, the earth, as far as when anything is mentioned as far as any sort of cosmology goes.
Yeah. Well, let me share some thoughts and then get your guys' responses to those things.
Sure.
But so one of the real proponents who really has pushed forward flat Earth views has been a guy named Dean Odell. And Dean Odell, I'll quote him now. Here's what he says. He says, when God was talking about the earth, and he's talking about Job 38:14, about turned as clay to the seal, and how he formed it, the word picture he gives in Hebrew is that it was changed as clay to the signet ring, pushed down flat. And when that happens, it causes an upturned edge. It causes a border around it. Now you look at any seal, there's going to be a border around it. That pressed down piece of wax or clay or whatever it is. Now, that's a quote from him from one of his popular videos that promotes these views. So Dean Odell's claims are interesting, and he kind of puts this stuff out. A lot of these Dean Odell, Rob Skiba, they've put these things out like they're on a journey, and they're like, and then I found this thing, and it was amazing, and I couldn't believe it. And so they present it like that, but often they're presenting things as if they're discovering these new things. It's a little misleading, to be honest with you guys. So he says that the word turned is in Strong's, and it means to change, not to spin. Okay, so apparently some people are using this, that the earth is turned as clay, to say that the earth is a spinning globe. I think just like I say, others, flat earth views can be pushed. That could be pushing a globe view here. I don't think this is the context at all. But the word itself, you could translate it turned or change. I don't care. The Hebrew word for seal, however, means signet ring. And here's a big part of that sort of flat earth perspective. The Hebrew word means signet ring, he says. And he says, think of a ring used to stamp wax, right? It's a ring. But when you actually look up Strong's, even Strong's, which is a pretty bare dictionary, there's little data there. But when you look up Strong's, it says that typically when this word is used, unless a hand is mentioned, it refers to a disc, a cylinder, not a ring. And all of a sudden, all of Dean Odell's word picture, where he has like clay, he has a wax, and you stamp it with a ring, and it has a ridge, and that's the ice wall. That all falls apart because now it's a disc that rolls over clay, and it's like it comes out like a rectangular flat with bumps, into whatever they wanted to put onto the seal. And so that's actually what's strong. But it also here's the bigger issue though. The context was not checked. It was just a verse out of context. Job 38:14. Just don't look behind the curtain to see the wizard back there doing his thing. And so the context here, Job 38:14, it says, yes, it's changed like clay under the seal. But if you read from verse 12 to verse 14, you see the poetic stuff that's going on here. And Job, the entire book, you asked for some context, the whole book of Job is poetry. The entire book, it's like Psalms is poetry. It is poetry, the whole thing. And not to say it's not teaching true things, real things, but yeah, it's poetry. A lot of it has to do with God's sovereignty and his right to do what he pleases, and the rightness of us to trust him no matter what is happening in our lives. And I think that this is something we can agree on, and I'm going to sound like a Calvinist, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's the elephant in the room that people always like message about, like, hasn't he had back and forth with James White? I'm like, yeah, we know that. So
yeah,
but this,
So, okay, but let me just read the text. Job 38:12 through 14 says, have you commanded the morning? This is God asking Job questions, these rhetorical questions to kind of say like, Job, you're really small, I'm really big. This is kind of the thing. He says, have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place? Notice that the morning and the dawn, we're talking about the sunrise, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Then it says that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it. Nobody's going to take that literal. I'm not going to grab the skirt. The earth doesn't have giant skirts and the wicked are in them and they're going to be shaken out by the morning. What's he talking about? Then in verse 14, it says, it is changed like clay under the seal and its features stand out like a garment. So here we arbitrarily take verse 14 to be like this literal description of the cosmology of earth. But verse 13, we ignore because it's skirts and shaking the wicked out of skirts. Like that doesn't make sense. So here's what I get in this passage in Job. It's a description of the sun coming up. And just like when you have clay, it's just this flat piece of clay and you roll the cylinder over it. Now it's all got all these contours and bumps. When the sun comes up, the light shines onto the earth, and this causes the wicked to stop what they're doing or to be caught. Now, this fits the context of Job really well because Job 24, verses 13 through 17 describes the wicked as doing their stuff at nighttime so they won't be caught. So let me read it to you guys. Job 24, 13 through 17, it says, there are those who rebel against the light, who are not acquainted with its ways, and do not sit in its paths. The murderer rises before it is light, that he may kill the poor and needy. And in the night, he is like a thief. The eye of the adulterer also waits for the twilight, saying, no eye will see me. And he veils his face. In the dark, they dig through houses. By day, they shut themselves up. They do not know the light, for deep darkness is morning to all of them. And it's as though morning, like it's the light to them. They come out in the dark, and they are friends with the terrors of deep darkness. And so God's like, I'm the one that commands the morning that shakes the wicked out who are hiding in the dark. This is talking about, it happens every day. This thing that's being described in Job 38 is not the creation of the universe or of the world. It is actually the sun rising, and it shakes the wicked out.
Yeah.
Because it brings light into the things that they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just the contours of light being cast onto mountains and valleys and trees and stuff like that.
Yeah. In fact, Andrew, did you have something you were going to say, or?
I mean, even in Job 38, in the context, this is God replying to Job. Where were you when I was doing all of these things? Like, did you see this? Did you walk the chasms of the great deep? The picture, again, it's just the sovereignty of God. If we're going to take texts like this and interpret them literal, we're going to have to go to like Hebrews chapter 1 as well, when we have the Father bringing the Son into the world, talking about the deity of Jesus, saying in verse, 11, it says, talking about, verse 10, it says, and you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth in the beginning, and the heavens are the works of your hands. They will perish, but you remain. They will all wear out like a garment, like a robe, you will roll them up. If we're going to take these things literally in Job, and we're reading the same type of language in Hebrews, is the earth now like laying on fabric? And then Jesus is going to literally roll it up like fabric? We have to be consistent in our interpretation of biblical text. And if we can't be consistent in that interpretation, hermeneutically, your interpretation's probably wrong.
Right.
The scripture is going to be right. So I think that's extremely important, something to say. And in terms of this too, Pastor Mike and Jerry, you guys can speak to this.
Yeah.
Some of my worries when I was watching some of the videos by it's Dean Odell, right?
Odell, I believe.
Yeah. Well, before he starts giving these types of revelations, he says like the Holy Spirit showed me, right? The Holy Spirit led me to these things. Yeah. And this is a big deal to me, because if someone's coming to know who Christ is through the flat earth model, well, what about the gospel? What about the gospel? Because all of a sudden, if somebody then is unconvinced of this flat earth model through biblical text later, maybe they were never saved to begin with, right? Maybe the whole Bible is then rejected. I think that's a big worry, right? Because we shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain, is what I'm saying. I don't think that's a good thing to do, to say the Holy Spirit is showing me this when you could be utterly wrong. And that's a worry for me, is, just haphazardly using the Lord's name in vain.
Right. Well, let's say hypothetically, if I could add to that Dean Odell had said the Holy Spirit showed me this clay passage, which I think he may do that if I remember in the video, but I'm not sure. But let's say that he did. The Holy Spirit showed me this passage. Then he proceeds to misinterpret the Hebrew terms and to completely misinterpret the passage. Obviously, it's not talking about a creation thing. It's talking about something that happens every morning, and it's picturesque and poetic. then this shows me Dean Odell does not know the voice of the Holy Spirit. He's saying God's leading him when he's not. So now we've elevated him from having a mistaken interpretation of a passage that is always a sad and unfortunate thing to actually doing it in the name of inspiration. So now he's in a new category, if that's the case.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and in fact, and here's the thing too, is that, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Andrew, as well. And obviously, I was joking earlier about you mentioned the whole Calvinist thing too. Obviously, we're Reformed, you're not. There's still areas, but still, there's areas in which we disagree when it comes to that, but we're still unified around the essentials. And so, we can definitely still have those conversations and disagree with each other, but still be unified as, as brothers in the Lord, and to be able to focus and to have an edifying conversation like this. And even, like the video series you recently did with your women in ministry. And so I haven't had a chance to actually go through it in depth. I've just seen some of your posts, and just part of me initially, I think our views might be different than that. And again, that's a conversation where you can be back and forth, but again, it's a secondary issue, and it's one of those things where this should not be something you purposely and you have to completely divide over. I think my concern when you kind of look into this whole discussion, and even why it's kind of on our platform, is because I think a lot of times, and this isn't indicative of everyone, this whole conversation about what the model of the earth is, it starts to become very white hat and black hat. Like, we have the complete truth that it's this specific model, and anyone who holds to a heliocentric model or anything else on some level, they're under spiritual deception. And to actually test what we're doing, we're taking a look at these verses, which biblically we have the warrant to do. It's almost like you're questioning the very revelation of God. And that's kind of the concern that I have. And so honestly, what we want to just encourage anyone listening in is that you want to just look at these verses and say, can you make a case for your belief of the model? Can you typically make a case for that? And when it comes to Job 38, what you see is things that are real and tangible that God is talking about, but there's also like a lot of poetic language. So, the point of Job 38 is to talk about God's sovereignty and him being able to, and God's wisdom versus Job. It's not there to give you a specific cosmological model. It's there to talk about the superiority and the supremacy of God and who he is and how he created the world. And that's really the purpose of creation as well too, is to declare the glory of God and to proclaim the work of his hands. And I think a lot of times if you start getting into these intricacies, you start losing track of what biblical cosmology, the purpose of it is to begin with.
Just good thoughts. I think that my summary would be the stakes are so high for some people who think this issue gets elevated and elevated and elevated, where it was like I'm not actually that worried theologically in a person's life if they think the earth is flat. I don't really care that much.
Right.
I'm worried when it becomes a pillar of Christian faith, because it's not, biblically speaking, it's just not. And so where did this pillar come from, and how is it going to affect other things? Like you're saying, the whole looking at people as being under spiritual deception. They're like under the God of this world just blinded their eyes. They're like, well, that's usually terminology we use for someone who rejects the gospel, not someone who has a different cosmological perspective than you. Yeah.
Yeah, so Mike, I appreciate you bringing those points, and this has been a great conversation so far. And I almost forgot at the beginning, we have a couple of sponsors too of Cultish that makes our podcast a possibility. So just real quickly, this podcast is brought to you by Forged Beard Company. If you go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, you can get some goodies for your beard, whether it's beard oils, beard washes, all the goodness and intricacies you need for your beard. Go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, and you will get all the goodies, and then a good portion of that will go towards this ministry. Also, a program like Cultish cannot continue without your support. So if you want to support Cultish, you can go to thecultishshow.com. You can go to the donate tab. You can donate one time or monthly. And also make sure you go to apologiastudios.com and you can become an all-access member if you want to support the studio, which makes Cultish a possibility. You can definitely get some great content, so definitely check that out. Also, make sure you go to shopcultish.com. We've got a merch store, so if you want to get some Cultish goodies, you can definitely check that out as well. All right, so back to the podcast, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us today, Mike. So one of the things, just real quickly, you brought this up in the video, and again, this is just a matter of just understanding holistically biblical interpretations. So one of the things you mentioned is that Earth, usually in the Bible, typically does not mean specifically planet. So I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make when they really come into this conversation. Could you elaborate on what you meant in that video?
Yeah, I noticed it. Yeah, I noticed it happening as I was reading a lot of the proof texts that were being used and then the way they were being discussed. And I even saw some saying, look, the Hebrew for earth here is eretz, and eretz, it sounds like you're mixing on a
yeah.
Yeah. You're doing some DJ work there, but the word there, they say it means planet. And this is definitely not the case. And so you could just look up the word in numerous places in the Bible. It mostly does not mean that. And I say planet, whether you define that as like a globe or a flat, earth view, is whichever term you want to use there. But yeah, Genesis 1:10, God, he calls the dry land eretz, or earth, and then the waters, he calls them seas. But usually when I see flat earth, material online, they use the term earth only to refer to the entirety of everything: land, sea, ice wall, all of it together. Then in Genesis 11:1, we have the word used again. It says the whole earth had one language and the same words. Now that refers to all people of the earth. This isn't actually talking about it, and obviously the people don't live in the ocean. He's just talking about people and using the term eretz to talk about humans. We're not talking, like when the Bible says world, it often speaking of the people, not any physical structures. In Genesis 13:6, we have it used in another way. It says the land, the eretz, which you could translate earth, and some would say means all of existence, could not support both of them. It's talking about Abraham and Lot. So it's like, man, how big was their groups that the entire earth could not support them? Obviously, the term eretz doesn't just mean earth. Like, you just can't translate it that way. In fact, most of the time when you see the term earth in scripture, it's not trying to talk about, and you look at it carefully, it's not trying to talk about, whether it's the globe or the flat earth model, all of that stuff. It's just usually talking about something else, something much smaller.
Okay.
Yeah, I find that to be really important, because when we're thinking even of the ends of the earth phrases, like in Genesis 11:1, we can see referring to all of the people on earth. So it's a good thing to think biblically. So what about the footstool passages, Mike? What do we do with those, and where do we start?
Yeah, so I mean, I had never thought of this as being a physical description of the entirety of the earth, but that's how I've heard it used as I was looking into some of the flat earth perspectives. And so Isaiah 66:1 says, "Thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne and earth is my footstool." And here's where I've even seen pictures, models of this. And they go, look, when you look at a footstool, right, it's rounded, it's flat on top, it has legs like pillars. It's describing the cosmology of the earth here. And then I'm like going, like, I mean, as a guy, I mean, most of the audience already knows that this is like, wait a minute, what? So let me push back for those who don't, already see some issues with this. Footstools, they're round and they're on pillars and they're flat on top. Is that what we're getting from the text of scripture? There's several pushbacks we can have. One of them would be that heaven is his throne. Does that mean that we're getting the physical shape of heaven? But they would describe heaven as having a dome shape. So how is heaven his throne? Earth is his footstool. Does that mean he puts his feet on earth? And in heaven, he is mostly taken up just by him sitting? Is that what he's saying? Or is he saying, I rule in heaven and earth is beneath me? I'm Lord of heaven and earth is beneath me. It's a poetic discussion of God's power and sovereignty. Isaiah, here's if we use the same interpretive method to call this like cosmological descriptions of literal things, it's the issue you brought up earlier, Andrew, right? Where God, you can make a case that God has physical body parts, and they're very strangely sized. So Isaiah 40:12 says that it talks about measuring the heavens, and that God measured the heavens by the span of his hand. So how big is his hand now? His hand would have to be from one ice wall to the other, right? The end, that measure the heavens. But then the earth is his footstool, so his feet are a lot smaller than that. because I mean, I can't put my feet on a footstool that's only the size of my hand very easily.
Right.
And then heaven's his throne. So his throne is about as big as his hand span. So he's got this giant hand. He's got little feet, corresponding to the size of his hand. And he's on a throne that's about the size of his footstool as well. It's a little strange. 1 Kings 8:27 says this, but will God indeed dwell on earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this house that I've built? Solomon here built the temple, and he's like, hey, you couldn't fit here. Heaven couldn't contain you. But wait, if we read Isaiah 66:1 as a literal description of the earth as a footstool and heaven as his throne, then heaven does contain you. I mean, who sits on a chair that doesn't contain them unless they're massively obese? It just doesn't, it's not how it works. So what we're getting here is that when the Bible speaks poetically here, yeah, heaven's your throne, earth's your footstool, but when it speaks about God's actual transcendence, right, that's where he says, hey, yeah, your presence will be here, but you couldn't be limited by anything in creation. You're above and beyond it all. And so that's the transcendence of God. So these footstool verses, I think, fail because they don't, number one, they don't deal with the everything evenly. Heaven's not a throne now, but earth is a footstool, literally. And they don't deal consistently with scripture, which says things like God doesn't fit on heaven, or his hand span is the size of the earth. It's kind of weird.
Gotcha. And just so you know, too, I mean, we're covering a lot of topics here, and there's no way that we could encompass every single topic and every single, that could be a 10-part podcast, honestly. And again, we're just focusing specifically on different proof texts. So one of them that we unfortunately didn't have the time to truly cover in this podcast, although we would have wanted to, was a couple different areas, including the aspects of the firmament. So when this podcast drops, we'll have some additional content on the cultishow.com. If you go to our blog, by the time right now when you're listening to this podcast, you will actually have some articles up there on the firmament you can definitely take a look at, and you can feel free to give comments on our social media about whether you agree or disagree on that. Also, specifically the passage, it's a story of when Moses is holding up the staff and Joshua is fighting, and there's a battle going on, and basically the sun stands still. That is typically used to prove the flat earth model. So we're going to take a look at that as well too, along with a couple other things we're not going to be able to cover just for the sake of time. So just if you want to definitely check that out, go to thecultishow.com and you can check out our blog and check that there. So the next category, I think this is really big. In fact, I just pulled up, just one of the examples of what people believe the flat earth model to be. And they truly do believe that, there's the earth, there's the underworld, and there's these pillars that, hold up this model of the flat earth. And so what ends up being used for that are passages about the pillars of the earth. So this is just an example. And again, we're even if people who believe in a heliocentric model, I think they're capable of trying to, sometimes maybe if they want to argue with someone who adheres to a flat earth model, I mean, it's easy to swing the other way to try and find something in the Bible that talks about something spinning or something, something that adheres to the heliocentric model, not thinking of context first. So that's just something to be wary of. But one of the verses that you mentioned in your video, and also that I've seen as well too, is mentioning of the pillars of the earth. So 1 Samuel 2:8 says, he raises up the poor from the dust, he lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world. And there's a couple other examples. So maybe if you can just elaborate on that. How did you see these from your perspective and all the research that you were doing? How do you see these contexts of the pillars of the earth being used when it comes to people adhering to a flat earth model? And is that a correct interpretation? And also, how would we interpret that correctly, biblically?
Well, the first thing I want to do is notice the context. And I noticed that because you might say, here's one verse. How did these two ideas relate to each other? They're obviously related because the second sentence starts with the word for, right? For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Like, well, how does that relate to this? He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. This is implying that someone's being raised up into some sort of governmental power. And then the response is, for the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Now, we've already seen how earth is sometimes used to talk about people. And I think in this context, it's an analogy for what's happening here, that the poor are inheriting a seat of honor. They're being lifted up. And the pillars here are the people in positions of leadership. David is the example in this case, just as the apostles are called pillars in the church, that they're pillars. Mm-hmm. So I think it's just talking about leadership in this case. I really do. In this particular verse, that seems to be the only way to connect it to the idea that the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. He's the one who puts people in seats of honor. He can raise up princes. This is a theme a lot in the Old Testament, God, and in the New, actually. And God is the one who's sovereign over who's leading the nations.
Mm. Okay, great. And then, so another one that comes up as well, too, and this is, again, enough proof text to just giving in context. Just Job 26:10 says, he has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astounded at his rebuke. So the question is, I can see the appeal, if you have this, it seems to be too, and I've seen some of the videos too, where there's this excitement because I'm now understanding something in the Bible that I've never seen before. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, I just see that. And now this is describing, this particular model, and it goes against everything I've ever been taught. And all of a sudden there's this new unveiling. And I think a lot of times through that excitement, there tends to be a little bit of like emotional beer goggles of sorts, where you're not necessarily looking at the entirety of the context. So for anyone who would, if someone would look at you being a flat earther and they bring this up, like we mentioned Job earlier, like how would you respond to this? Or maybe explain how do you think they're interpreting it? Like what's the mindset of someone like this who adheres to a flat earth model when they read Job 26:10? Like maybe take us into that world. How would you think that they're looking at this passage?
Well, they're immediately thinking that it's fairly literal and it's describing the entirety of all that you could call earth in the broadest sense, right? So land, water, ice wall, edges, it's describing everything. So it says he inscribed a circle on the face of the waters. They're talking about the boundary between light and darkness. That is seen as the edge, on the outer edge of the entire flat earth. The pillars of heaven are seen as literal pillars, that there are actual pillars. Now they might be mountains, but they're mountains that actually get contact with like a solid dome that is over our heads, right on the very edges of things. So they're these pillars of heaven. I think that context really matters though. In Job, I think that Job is incredibly poetic. I know that sounds like a dodge to people because I see some people do that. Well, the Bible's being poetic there. And I'm like, come on, man. Like sometimes it's not, it's just telling you stuff. But in this case, Job is extremely poetic. It just really is throughout the entire book. We'll give more examples, as we go on and talk of other places in Job where even the most strict flat earth perspective would say, yeah, that's poetic. That couldn't be literal. So we'll show, and those are right alongside the same passages they use to say it's literal. So the literalism, I think, is being a bit forced. I think that probably what the original readers would have thought was God's inscribed a circle on the face of the waters, the boundary between light and darkness. They're just talking about the horizon around them. In fact, the boundary here on a flat earth perspective wouldn't even be water. It would be ice, not water. So that's a challenge to that view. But every use of pillars, it seems to just usually have these poetic contexts. I looked up, especially pillars of the earth, that phrase. I looked up every use in the Bible. And it seems like it has this poetic context over and over again. It's possible that pillars of heaven in Job are just talking about mountains themselves. But those aren't functioning as literal pillars in a structure. And I'd be like, yeah, it's poetic. Like they're not functioning as literal pillars in this poetic passage. They're just these tall mountains that are astounded at God's rebuke. Other scriptures talk about the mountains shaking at God's rebuke. So I think that could be just a reference to mountains in general.
Yeah. No, that's good. In fact, we'll definitely elaborate on that more. So what we're going to do, we're going to kind of wrap things up here. This is a good first part, kind of really just looking at some basic verses. And so again, if you're a fan of the flat earth model, I guess you would say, if we love you, we care for you, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to us, and we definitely would love to hear your thoughts specifically on the verses that we're bringing up. That's what I think we would really like for you to do, is take a look at it. Don't take our word for it. Let's test all things. It's a two-way street. Let's look at the scriptures, see what they say, and let's think. To kind of paraphrase from your channel, Mike, let's think biblically, for sure. Andrew, do you have any last thoughts as we kind of wrap up the first part of this podcast?
Yeah, just real quick, I think what Pastor Mike was bringing up is we can't just knock something off always by saying, oh, it's poetry. But what we got to understand is that it's poetry that's trying to communicate something specifically, right? We can't say, oh, we need to take this poetry literally to bring in something that's foreign to the body text of Scripture. No, we got to say, yes, it's poetry, but the poetry is trying to explain something. And in the context of Job, it's not the cosmology of the earth. It's just not. It's just a reply to one of his friends speaking in terms of the sovereignty of God, that this is the majesty of God. These are the things that he has done. It's just simply not biblical, like a cosmology, essentially. So I think that's very important.
Definitely. All right. Well, Mike, thanks for hanging out with us. And if you guys enjoyed this first episode, definitely let us know what you thought. I'm sure we'll be getting just a few comments on this episode when we post on our social media. So all that being said, Mike, thanks for hanging out with us. And we will talk to you all next week on Cultish, where we talk about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. Talk to you guys next week.
Now I'm unmuted. All right. Welcome, everyone. We are going to get started here with a track from the official TFE soundtrack here. Let's see.
Journey to the Iceland, snow and sea at hand. Jaren and Dave set sail to find the truth unveiled. Midnight sun so bright, day turning into night. Shape of earth inside.
People, hold on.
Flat or globe, we see what will the answer be.
People told me this song is AI. I don't know why they told me that, considering I'm AI. So I don't see what the problem is.
Expedition so bold, stories to be told. As the icy winds blow, curiosity grows. Flat or glow, we see what will the answer.
All right, we're going to start out with some music trivia real quick before we get started with the interview tonight. So this is going to be the first ever TFE music trivia. And if I'm going to be honest, it's going to be the last ever TFE music trivia. So here's the deal. I took my kids to a concert last night, and I want to see if anybody can figure out who we listened to last night. So I'm going to give hints, and go ahead and put your guesses in the chat, and we'll see who the first person is to get it. All right, you can guess now, but it'll be a shot in the dark. So the first clue is the genre is, it was a rock concert. So I took my kids to a rock concert last night. Any rock fans out there? We had a really good time. So you can start guessing, and then I'll keep giving more clues until someone figures it out. Did not know Taylor Swift was rock. All right. Next clue is this particular rock group. It's not Slipknot. This particular rock group is from Tennessee. So that narrows it down a little bit. I know there are a lot of music groups from Tennessee. So love the guesses, not Metallica or AC/DC. Sean the Pyrotech wins the competition. So it was Skillet. Any Skillet fans in the chat? Would love to know. What's fascinating about Skillet is that I saw them perform live when I was a teenager. And then last night, my teenage daughter was with me watching them perform live. So I think that's pretty impressive for a rock band to be performing live for the last almost 30 years. I think they started touring in about 1996. So great guess. Mitchell also guessed it at about the same time as Sean, but a little bit behind. Cool. All right. Well, let's go ahead and dive in. This is going to be a very fun interview tonight. We are going to go north of the border. We're going to go to Canada tonight, and we are going to be speaking with Amarel. If you are worried about spelling his name wrong, it's okay. You can just call him Am, A-M for short. But Amarel, how are you?
Really good, Will.
Awesome. I'm so glad you're with us tonight. So just real quick, just so people can kind of get to know you, you are just one thing you are is a songwriter and a poet. Is that right?
True.
Anything you want to tell us about that?
Sure, man. I actually have some of my songs up on Spotify and YouTube. They're not the most professional recordings, but if you check out Am Learner on Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, you can check out my songs. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't even know that, so I will definitely be checking that out. All right. Well, let's talk about why. So I don't do very many lives with TFE. That was never originally part of my plan, but some circumstances have arisen over the times. And so this is my third live that I'm doing, and I thought this was going to be a good one. So let's start by talking about what happened to you 3 years ago. So 3 years ago, you obviously, since you're in the music world, you knew that she was in a band, and talk about a little bit about her and kind of what you heard through the grapevine.
Yeah, she was really cool, great singer, just a unique person. And I found out through some friends of hers that she was a flat earther. And I really didn't take it seriously. I thought maybe she knew the earth was a globe and just was kind of just saying that it's flat to get attention or something. I did not give it a second thought when I first heard that, but over time of just knowing her, I decided to look into the flat earth rabbit hole.
Great. And if I recall, she sent you a video from a pretty well-known flat earther.
She did. She sent me an interview with Eric Dubé being interviewed by a fellow named Mel Fabregas. And as I listened to the interview, I became really intrigued and curious. And I really thought there was something to this. And it, it grabbed me. And I decided to go down to Eric Dubé's website and watch all his flat earth materials. And yeah, it happened fairly quickly for me. Like, it was probably a matter of days that I became a flat earther. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, I believe you had a bit of an emotional reaction to accepting flat earth. You want to talk about that?
An emotional reaction. I mean, yeah.
It gave you something.
Yeah. The flat earth movement, it gave me some hope, because I thought that, man, if this earth is flat and we can blow the lid off this thing and show everybody that it's flat, I thought, man, that would just cause this huge reset in the world. We would all have to reconsider everything. And I thought it would just lead to a better world. And you know, I was so moved by it. I was so hopeful about that, you know?
Yeah. Now, Eric Dubé, so you've watched a lot of his content, you're convinced of his content. At what point in your journey did you attempt to reach out to him?
Fairly early. I sent him messages over Facebook Messenger with questions that I had. And he was very, very kind, and I thought sincere. You know, he always messaged me back. Yeah.
So you guys kind of developed a bit of a relationship, kind of like a digital relationship online.
Yeah, to some extent, yes.
That's great. So it's good to hear that he would respond to your questions and communicate with you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, once Eric Dubé created his Patreon, I believe you were one of like his first Patreons.
I subscribed. I gave a small amount of money every month, but I gave money every month in order to have private messaging privileges with Eric.
Yeah, great. What would you consider was the main driver behind becoming a Patreon of his?
I liked that he hadn't set up a Patreon account up to that point. He wasn't. It appeared he wasn't out for money. And he put out a video saying, "Hey, look, I'm ready to set up a Patreon. I'm moving into the next phase of my journey. I'm moving back to America, and I could use the money," kind of thing. And so he set up a Patreon account. And so I was, because I'd been so affected by him, I was moved to become a Patreon right away.
Cool. Now, I'm guessing, I haven't experienced this, but when you become flat earth, that is like an internal decision that you make in your own life. But once you really make that decision and you kind of dive in head first, that's when the bigger decisions come. And the things that you pretty much have to do unless you're going to, live in a secret world. And so one of the first things I'm guessing people do is to tell their family. So I'm guessing you told your family you were flat earth. Talk about that. Was it hard? Was it easy? What was the reaction?
Yeah, I did. I have two awesome kids, and I told them that I was a flat earther. My daughter, I think she kind of laughed about it and just thought, "Oh, that's awesome, Dad. You're such a quirky guy, and stuff." But my son he really engaged me and really wanted to, we had some heated discussions, never hurtful, I don't think, but we had heated discussions. We'd watch videos together. My son, I don't know if he was embarrassed by me becoming a flat earther. I guess I could ask him that, but he was really not supportive at all of my choice. But he did try to, convince me that I was wrong. Yeah.
Which I think anybody that loves another person, that's what they would do, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you're comfortable sharing, your son ended up putting a line in one of his songs that he wrote about you becoming a flat earther. Are you comfortable sharing that line?
Yeah. It's I don't know if I have every little word right, but he said, the chorus of his song said, "I traded God for Eric Dubé. My family doesn't believe, so they're not saved."
Okay. I just think perspective is powerful. Perspective is not always right, but perspective is reality in so many instances for people. And so I think it's interesting that from his perspective, you traded, God for Dubé, and that's kind of what he was receiving. Now, taking a position like flat earth or any other conspiracy theory, taking a position that you believe in something, that's something that can be undone, meaning it can be reversed. You can change your mind down the road if you are presented with more evidence or whatever. But you made a decision, and this decision you made once you became flat earth was permanent. Before you talk about it, I'm going to make a prediction right now, which is that people, I've just been doing this long enough, people are going to contact me and they're going to say Amaral is a fake flat earther. They're going to say he's a liar. They're going to say you're an actor. Maybe you're on the NASA payroll. But we have some pretty solid evidence that you were a flat earther because you did something permanent when you became flat earth. What was that?
I did. I went and I got my right calf tattooed with the Gleason's flat earth map.
Yeah, that's a pretty intense decision, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, tattoos mean something, right? People make a decision, and I'm generalizing here, but I think people make a decision to get a tattoo for, something that's strongly held that they believe, in their life, something that's impacted them. And so that's pretty significant that you have that.
For sure.
Just to give you a little sympathy here, if we get to Antarctica in December with TFE and there's a 24-hour sun and the globe is proven, you can take comfort in the fact that the AE map is a projection of the globe.
True.
Okay, let's see. Now, while you were flat earth, and I appreciate this about you, by the way, is that you would watch the opposition. So you would watch flat earth debunker channels, and you'd watch videos where people were, trying to debunk flat earth. Because tell us, before you tell us what you saw specifically, tell us why you did that. What was the pull? What was the main reason? What did you get out of it?
Part of it was I enjoyed the debunk, and then I'd go back to the debunk of the debunk, and I just like the conversation developing online, it wasn't that I was doubting flat earth at that time. It's just I wanted to get involved in the conversation and comment on the videos and try to win people over to flat earth,
Yeah, I can relate. I've enjoyed in my journey through all of this, I've enjoyed the flat earth content more than the globe content.
Huh.
So if we just want to listen to people that agree with us, maybe it feels good or maybe it's fun, but I'm like, no, I want to hear what people think. I want to hear people who disagree with me. I want to hear arguments I've never heard. I want to just hear new things. It's a way for me to expand my horizons, and to just grow. Which channels would you watch on the flat earth debunk side?
Lots. I can't remember. I specifically remember the Professor Dave. I watched some of his stuff. Mm-hmm. That's one. And but the one that got me was Dave McKeegan. Mm-hmm. Or is that his name? The fellow that's going? Yeah. With Rusty, the dog. Yeah. He, the way he approached it, it's like he didn't berate flat earthers. He just it's like he was out to make allies of his enemies. He wanted to convert flat earthers. He didn't want to berate them, and he wanted to protect people from getting sucked into the movement.
Mhm.
And he just had a kindness about him, you know. And when I saw the video with the reflection of the sun shining off the bottom of the airplane, I don't know why, because I've seen other arguments that might have been better or something, but for some reason that one just got me thinking, just got me questioning, like maybe I'm wrong, you know?
Yeah. So I've actually heard this from others. You're not the first person to tell me this, but people have said that, and maybe there's more, but people have specifically said that Dave McKeegan and myself approached this space differently than a lot of other people in terms of our temperament, just the words that we use, the arguments that we use. And again, I've seen that, right? Like it's funny because a lot of flat earthers say a lot of bad things about me and they get upset at me. And I'm just like, you guys, like, I am not calling you names. I'm not making fun of you. I'm not doing any of those things. Like, I don't understand why I'm getting that reaction, but I have heard that. And so I'm glad that you shared that. It's important for people on the globe side to know how people on the flat earth side view the globe defenders / debunkers, etc.
Yeah.
So I think, by the way, we first met today. So just so people know, we've emailed in the past because of TFE, which we're going to get to now, but we just met today for the first time. And the phrase that you used was that Dave McKeegan's video about the sun on the underneath side of the airplane wings was kind of like the first chink in your armor. Yeah?
For sure. For sure.
And then I believe it was like 2 days later, you discovered the final experiment.
It was, if I remember correctly, I know it was the same week at least.
Okay.
I got really excited about it. And when I found out that Dubé was on the list, I Patreon messaged him and I said, hey man, you might get a chance to actually go to Antarctica. You're like 4th on this list. If David Weiss and some other people turn this down, you're on the list, man. And this is going to be super cool. And
before you get to his response, I like the fact that you were excited. So let's talk about why you were excited about the final experiment.
I was excited because, you know what? It's like, yeah, you know, this is a chance for flat earthers to put money where their mouth is. This is a real thing. Like, this actually is going to settle the debate. Yeah, totally. And so I love hearing your story because my goal with this was to excite both sides. And yeah. I was actually more worried about the globe side than the flat earth side based on how much flat earthers talk about Antarctica, how much they talk about going there, how much they talk about the sun and the 24-hour sun. But it hasn't happened as I had hoped. And so I love to hear that from your perspective, you saw the experiment, you were like, this is exciting. And then you immediately reach out to Dubé. You're expecting he's going to be excited like you. So how did he respond? Yeah, actually, he said, I don't share your enthusiasm about this final experiment. He said it's a straw man. And he said, and then he started saying like weird stuff. Like he said, even if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it might be a second sun, or it might be a sun simulator. And when I read that, I was just like, oh. And I couldn't even respond. I couldn't even bring myself to respond. I just unsubscribed from his Patreon and I ate the humble pie and changed my mind. It's a globe, you know?
Yeah. So this is fascinating to me. Since the beginning of TFE, I literally have done as much as I possibly can, both on the channel and privately. I've tried to help the flat earth side look better, and I've tried to help them not look bad. Meaning if one person makes an argument, I'll either say or reach out to them and be like, hey, I don't think you want to make that argument because it's not going to make you look good, and things of that nature. And so one of the things I've tried to get flat earthers to do, which has not worked, is not make excuses before we go. I think that is the number one mistake that the flat earth side has made, is immediately saying this is not a good idea to go to Antarctica. It's not a good